Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Charlton Heston and Gene Peters in Viva Zapata. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are presenting two new faces in motion pictures. Two young players who are among Hollywood's most popular stars, Charlton Heston and Gene Peters, and who will undoubtedly be among the outstanding artists of tomorrow. And we have chosen one of the most exciting and dynamic pictures of the season for their co-starring roles. It's Viva Zapata, the story of one of Mexico's famous leaders, as created by the 20th Century Fox Studios. You know, many of the scenes for Viva Zapata were shot on location. And although going on location can be in the nature of a vacation, our glamorous stars know that it can't be a vacation from their beauty care. Our lovely actresses are devoted to their daily Lux facials, whether on location or at home. Now, Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Gene Peters as Joseph.
In the year 1909, a delegation of peons journeyed to the presidential palace in Mexico City. A ragged group of Indians, they'd been granted an audience with Porfirio Diaz.
Well, my children, you must have had some reason for coming here. Surely there's something you want to tell me?
They have taken our lands away, my president.
You can talk. Now, who took your land away? Who?
The big estate at Enenquirco. They have taken our green valleys, my president. They leave only the rocky hillsides.
They build fences with barbed wire. They plant sugarcane in our cornland.
You can prove that you own those lands? I must have facts as well as accusations.
We have a paper from the Spanish crown, my president, and another paper from the Mexican Republic.
Well, if this is true, you have no problem. The law will settle it, my children. But first you must find your boundary stones, verify your boundaries. You will do this for me?
Oh, yes.
Good. Now go home, my children, and establish your boundaries.
Thank you, my president.
We can't verify the boundaries, my president. There are guards at the fence with rifles.
Well, the courts will settle everything.
With your permission, do you know of any land suit that was ever won by country people?
My children, I am your father, your protector. But you must be patient.
With your permission, we make our tortillas out of corn, not patience. And patience will not cross an armed and guarded fence. To do as you suggest, we need your authority to cross the barbed wire.
I cannot possibly exercise such authority.
But you advised it, my president.
What is your name?
Zapata. Emiliano Zapata.
As they left, the president read the names of his petitioners, and around the name Zapata, he drew a heavy black circle. The Indians went home. They cut the barbed wire and swarmed over the newly planted sugarcane, searching for their boundary stones. But the guards, the rurales, were waiting for them. Been ordered to kill only one man, Zapata, but Zapata escaped. With his brother Euphemio and a handful of men, he found safety in the high and lonely mountains. And there a man came, searching for him.
You are Zapata. All week I have searched these mountains for you.
Who are you?
I was sent by your friends.
For what purpose?
I come with news of Madero.
Madero? Who's Madero?
He is the leader of the fight against Diaz. I must talk with you.
Talk. Go ahead.
But first I will read something. The true meaning of democracy has long been forgotten. The control of our country is in the hands of a tyrant and those he has named to carry out his ruthless orders.
Who wrote that?
Francisco Madero. If we are to bring back the freedom that goes only with democracy, we must unite and drive the tyrant from office.
This Madero, where is he now?
The United States, Texas.
A fine place to be fighting Diaz.
He's ready now to move. He sent out many people like me to find leaders. That's how I found out about Emiliano Zapata.
Get him something to eat.
You, come with me.
Hey, Pablo, what about it? This Madero, this is his picture here in the paper?
A small man, Emiliano, with a beard. A good man.
I like the look of his eyes.
Then find him. Talk to him.
I can't, not now.
The girl again? Espejo's daughter?
I said not now. You will go, Pablo. You look in his face and tell me what you see.
Me? He's in Texas.
Go to Texas.
Well, how far is it?
Who knows? Go and see. If you like what you find in Madero's face, tell him about our troubles. Tell him that we recognize him as the leader against Diaz.
I will be back when you see me again.
That man, where is he going?
What?
Where is he going?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Now, where is he going?
I don't know. He didn't say.
What's the matter with him?
With him, it's a woman. What else?
Yes, with Zapata it was a woman. And that night he went down to her house in the village and hid in the shadow of her window and called to her.
Emiliano.
Be quiet. I must speak to you, Josefa.
The rallies are after
I
you.
know. When may I speak with your father?
No. Never.
Why not? What's wrong with me?
It's what would be wrong with me if I married you.
What does that mean?
It means that I have no intention of ending up washing clothes in a ditch and patting tortillas like an Indian.
My mother was a Salazar. Zapatas were chieftains when your grandfather lived in a cave. Just remember that.
Well, you're not chieftains now. You have no land, no money. Without luck, you'll be in jail by tomorrow. And after that, let go. You're hurting me.
You listen to me. I've been offered an important position, Donazio Relatore.
Donazio doesn't hire a fugitive from the law.
If I accept, he'll have me pardoned.
Pardoned? Why? Why would he want you?
Apparently you don't know that I am the best judge of horses in the country. You're the only one who doesn't know this.
The answer is still no.
I could take you away with me right now.
I could not prevent you, could I? But sooner or later you would go to sleep.
And then you would kill me? No. You're too respectable.
I would do it because I am respectable. I want to live a safe life without surprises, and preferably with a rich man.
You don't mean that.
I mean exactly that. Come back when you can offer me something.
And Zapata took her arm. He touched it gently with his fingers, as a blind man touches to recognize and to remember. And he left without looking at her face. Zapata became a horse buyer, and his patron, Donazio, secured his pardon. In his love for Josefa, Zapata struggled to shut his eyes to the misery of his people. When he had saved a little money and owned a good suit of clothes, he made up his mind to see Josefa's father. But on that very day, a traveler returned from Texas.
We can talk here, Emiliano. Now tell him, Pablo, tell him.
We spoke of you much in Texas, Emiliano.
One strong push and Diaz is finished now. Madero promises.
Wait a minute. You, Fernando, how are you in all of this?
Madero sent him with me.
He wants a message from you.
Tell him to get another lead.
You don't believe in him?
Yes.
So?
Tell him to get someone else. I have private affairs. I don't want to be the conscience of the world. I don't want to be the conscience of anybody.
That is all you have to say?
It's enough for me. Come on, let's get out of here.
Zapata stayed on the road. He'd go on to the village and speak to Josefa's father. But other men were on the road, men in uniform.
Rurales. 4 men on horses, 1 on foot.
With the rope around his neck.
Who is he, Euphemio?
The old man, Innocente.
What's he done?
Who knows?
Come on. Innocente! What's the matter?
Get away from the prisoner.
What have you done? What are they taking you for?
The rope's too tight, he can't talk.
Give him some water. What did he do?
They're all crazy, these Indians. The craziest people I ever saw.
What did he do?
Captain tells me to bring them in. They're always doing something.
I think you'd better let him go.
Your machete. Put it away.
Let him go.
Get to the village.
Rope. Cut the rope!
By now, the old man was dead. Carefully, gently, they bore the body back to his house.
He was stubborn. He would not listen. And now he is dead.
What did he do?
He crawled through the fence at night to plant the corn.
My father does the same. Still believes that the land belongs to him.
The field is like a woman. You live with it all your life. It's hard to learn that she isn't yours anymore.
They will be after you again, Emiliano. You can hide in my house.
It would be an honor to take care of your horse.
Thank you. I'll go now.
Where?
I was on my way to the village.
Oh, but the Rurales...
I am still on my way.
He was captured at the door of Josefa's house. They put a rope around his neck and set out for their headquarters. And as they rode, men appeared from out of nowhere. They emerged from either side of the road, quietly and in order, but with rifles and machetes. Side by side, they rode with the Rurales, but the captain said nothing, until still another band appeared and blocked the way.
What are you trying to do? This man is a criminal.
With your permission, we are here to see that the prisoner does not escape.
You're breaking the law.
Helping the law. With your permission, we are guarding the prisoner.
Cut the rope. Let him go.
Cut the rope?
Give me your knife. I'll do it myself.
The captain is letting him go. What a kindness.
Emiliano, we have brought your horse.
Thank you.
What about the Rurales?
Let them go.
Let them go? And what about the wire?
What wire?
The telegraph wire. Cut the wire before they use it.
No. It belongs to the government. If you touch that wire, you've rebelled against the government.
Euphemio.
Well?
Cut the wire.
The rebellion had started, and the troops came, the president's troops. For many bitter weeks, death walked across the cornland, but Zapata led his people, wise in the ways of traps and ambush and sudden raids. And the day came when there were no more troops to fight. And on that day, the legend of Zapata was written across the face of Mexico. When it was over, Zapata returned to the house of Josefa Espejo.
Where is he, Euphemio?
Still inside. Still in the house. Still with the girl and her relatives.
An hour and 3/4 already.
What a waste of time. I've loved with all my heart 100 women I never want to see again. And he's still after this one. It escapes me.
This is the way these people go about getting married. They sit in chairs and talk proverbs.
Oh, it makes me sick.
Go to the saloons. Everyone else is celebrating. You may as well, too.
The general must be protected.
Are you crazy? Who tried to harm your brother?
Nobody, my friend. Not while I'm here.
But I still do not know, Josefa. Did you think of me while I was away, or didn't you?
It is said that a warrior's shield is the heart of his beloved.
Huh?
Well, that's very true.
Emiliano, it is said that Madero himself has made you general of all the armies of the South. Is it true?
It is true, Senor Espejo.
But what of the North? When will the fighting in the North be over?
No one knows. Days or months.
Father, is Emiliano here to talk of war?
But it is such an honor. A general. General Zapata.
Josefa, let's go for a walk. There might be a breeze on the road.
A walk? Alone? Impossible.
Yes, no.
Forgive me, Senora. whipped dog is a wiser dog.
Do you think that 3 women and a goose make a market?
This I believe, that love cannot be bought except with love, and that he who has a good wife wears heaven in his hat. But I ask you, please, when can we be alone? When can we talk as we want to talk?
Perhaps tomorrow.
But only perhaps. And now we shall have refreshments.
This is as it should be. A starved body has a skinny soul.
Yes.
Maria!
Yes.
Emiliano, quick, to the window.
Well?
It's Fernando, a telegram from Madero.
Diaz has run away. Diaz has left the country.
Is it true?
It's true, Emiliano.
Josefa, the fighting is over.
Emiliano.
Josefa. She kissed him on the lips. Josefa!
Be quiet, Mama. The fighting is over.
They were married that afternoon, and all night long the town celebrated the victory and the wedding, with wine and singing and the playing of music.
Finally, it's happened. I have a sister now, Fernando.
You're drunk.
Ooh, very drunk. And you are very sober. I know what's the matter with you, Fernando.
What?
You have heavy blood. You're unhappy because the fighting is over.
I am unhappy with half victories.
I love you, Fernando, but I don't like you. I never liked you, my darling friend.
There will be more bloodshed.
All right, more, but not tonight. Here, take the bottle. Be human. Enjoy yourself. A lot more blood.
Emiliano, can't you sleep? How long have you sat here by the window?
I don't know. Pretty soon I'll go to sleep.
What are you thinking?
Nothing.
But you are.
No.
What are you worried about? We'll find a good piece of land someplace and we'll settle down.
I'll go to sleep.
I don't want to sleep. Emiliano, the fighting is over.
Madero's in the capital. Tomorrow, I will leave and go to talk to him.
Can I go with you?
No.
Oh. Do you think we'll have children?
Yes.
We'll name them all Francisco, after Madero, because he brought peace. Emiliano, please, tell me, is it something about me?
You must never think that, Josefa. I love you.
And you will tell me.
Madero will have men around him, men from schools, lawyers, educated men. My horse and my rifle won't help me there. I can't read, Josefa. I can't even read.
Oh. When they asked you to win battles, did they say, can you read, Zapata?
Teach me.
Teach
me to read.
Of course.
Well, teach me now. Get a book. Here's a book.
The Bible?
Well, open it. Any page, it doesn't matter.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Which word is God? Which is heavens?
Now watch. In.
In.
The. Beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning.
We'll continue with Act Two of Viva Zapata in a few moments. Now, here's your Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
The picture in the news tonight is The Turning Point, Paramount's hard-hitting documentary of a crime investigating committee fighting to clean up a big city. William Holden plays the reporter, Edmund O'Brien, the chief investigator, and Alexis Smith, the beautiful society girl who becomes O'Brien's girl Friday.
The men are both in love with Alexis, but they've hardly time for romance. They're so busy fighting crime.
Yes, there's chilling suspense as they track down the racketeers. And the exciting cross-examination scenes in The Turning Point are authentic, based on recent crime investigation.
O'Brien wins in his fight against crime and in his love for lovely Alexis Smith. What a beauty she is. A real Lux girl with a sparkling, glamorous complexion that reflects daily Lux soap care.
Ken, Alexis is just one shining example of Lux beauty care. 9 out of 10 glamorous screen stars depend on Lux facials. Their fresh, lovely complexions show you what Lux Care can do for your skin.
And here's why. Lux Soap Care has skin tonic action. Yes, a beautifying tonic action that brings your skin luscious new smoothness, freshness. You see, skin tonic action helps your skin retain natural moisture. And that's a must for radiant, young-looking skin.
It's wonderful how quickly your skin responds to this stimulating care. You just cream in rich Lux lather. Then, after you rinse warm, splash cold, you'll see your skin looks clearer, feels more satiny.
Tomorrow, try Hollywood's Lux Soap Facials. Beauty care that helps any normal skin, even dry skin, bloom with softer beauty. Yes, Lever Brothers Company guarantees Lux Toilet Soap Care with skin tonic action will make your skin definitely smoother, definitely fresher. Now our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act 2 of Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Jean Peters as Josefa.
And so Zapata journeyed to Mexico City, for this was a troubled man, and only Madero could ease the turmoil in his mind. They met in the presidential palace, where once before Zapata had asked the same question.
The lands, sir. When will the village lands be given back to the people?
Tell them that they will get their land, but under the law. This is a delicate matter, Emiliano. It must be studied.
What is there to study, my president?
The lands must be given back so there will be no injustice. And speaking of lands, close the doors, please. Let me show you this map. You see here, where these two streams meet? The land here is very rich and well-watered. Has a good house on it. You know what this is, General?
Oh, it is a ranch.
It is your ranch.
Mine.
It is the custom to reward victorious generals, and no one deserves it more than you.
I did not fight for a ranch.
I don't think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. The land I fought for was not for myself. Now, what are you going to do about the land I did fight for?
Believe me, it will all be taken care of in good time.
Now is a good time, sir.
No, there is only one way to do these things. Oh, this noise is confusion. I can't think here. Get out, please. Everybody, please, get out.
There are papers to be signed, sir.
Let them wait. Let them wait till General, would you excuse me?
You will return?
Immediately.
Euphemio, come here. Fernando, Pablo.
This Madero, he's a very busy man.
He has things to do every minute, night and day.
He is a mouse in a black suit. He talks too much like Diaz.
No, Madero is right. This is peace, Emiliano. It takes time. We must work by laws.
But first, the land must be given back.
And if Madero doesn't do it,
well, Fernando?
then he is an enemy too.
You're his emissary, his officer.
I'm a friend to no one and to nothing, Pablo, except logic and reality.
Peace is very difficult. Euphemio, what do you think?
That's a nice piece of land he offered.
No!
What's the harm? You've never taken anything. The result, we have nothing. A ranch like that
You
could...
see, I have kept my word. I am back. Emiliano, I promise you that my first thought is of the land, but in a way that is permanent. Before you can do anything by law, you must have law. We cannot have an armed and angry nation.
Then what do we do?
Stack your arms. That is my first request. Stack your arms and disband your army.
Who will enforce the laws once we have them?
The regular army. General Huerto, the police, the Rurales.
They are the ones we just fought and beat. Hey, give me your watch.
My watch?
Give it to me. My rifle's loaded and it points at your heart.
Here, take it.
It's a beautiful watch. Very expensive. Here, now take my rifle.
Take your rifle? I don't understand.
Take my rifle. Now, everything is different. This time you have the rifle, so I give you back your watch. But without the rifle, never.
You draw a strong moral.
You ask us to disarm. How could we keep our land if we disarm?
But it is not that simple. There's a matter of time.
Time is one thing to a lawmaker, but to a farmer there is a time to plant and a time to harvest, and you cannot plant in harvest time.
General Zapata, do you trust me?
I trust you the way my people trust me, and they trust me as long as I keep my promises and not 1 minute longer.
Where are you going?
I'm going home. I will wait, but not for long.
I just saw Zapata. He was leaving, huh?
You are listening to us, General Huerta?
A little, perhaps. Kill that Zapata now. Kill him and you save time and lives. Your own, maybe.
I do not shoot my own people. He's a fine man, an honest man.
What's that got to do with it? Man can be honest and completely wrong.
I trust him.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll take my troops down to Morelos and help him to decide to disarm.
No. I must have time to think.
Sir, forgive me.
Pablo, come in.
There is something I had hoped to say.
All right, my friend, you can speak freely.
Oh, I'm so glad you came back. I want you to speak to General Zapata again, for me.
He won't come back, my president. He's stubborn. But if you would come down to Morelos, he's different there. He needs you, sir, to help him. And if you will excuse me, you need him too?
I will come.
Thank you. Thank you.
What does the president say?
Madero is going to Morelos, but no troops. He forbids it. Oh, the odor of goodness.
No troops?
We'll never get anywhere as long as Zapata's alive. He believes in what he's fighting for.
So does Madero.
Madero's a mouse. He can be handled. But Zapata's a tiger. You have to kill a tiger.
So Madero went to Morelos. He spoke to the people, to the followers of Zapata. Then the people assembled in the public square and surrendered their arms. Madero watched them with a look of great happiness on his face. And Zapata also watched. But who could tell what he thought?
You see, my friend, your people give up their weapons gladly. We are a nation at peace.
He explained it very well, didn't he, Emiliano?
They believe me, Pablo. Do you, General?
I've been fighting so long I don't understand peace.
Peace is a problem. Many men have been honest in war, but I often wonder how long a man can stay honest under the pressure of peace.
This is a man I can love, Emiliano.
Emiliano!
Nando and your brother.
What is it? Ask him. Ask Madero.
What is it?
Huerta's troops are coming through the pass.
Pretend you didn't know it.
No, I can't.
How many?
3 regiments with artillery.
How did you find this out?
Because I posted scouts. I didn't trust Madero and I was right.
Huerta disobeyed me. I'll stop him. I'll stop him myself. He would not dare.
Emiliano, you must trust him. You must trust him. You must. Only Madero can bring us
Emilio! The buglers! Rifles and ammunition!
No, listen to me.
Now get up the snipers and flank the roads!
That Madero, he runs around like a chicken without a head.
Might be better to finish him off. What do you say, Emiliano?
There must be no fighting. I give you my word that I will stop the troops.
I hope so. But if you don't, I will.
My president.
Huerta must have misunderstood. He too has good qualities. Believe me, Pablo.
I know. And I'll talk to Emiliano. I'll bring you two together again.
The rifles again were in the hands of the Zapatistas. They waited in hiding, in ambush, and they destroyed the troops of General Huerta. But Huerta had many more regiments. This Madero knew. So he went to Huerta to plead for peace.
But where is he? Why won't Huerta see me? I've been here for days. I'm a prisoner.
The general has been guarding you for your safety, my president. Outside, you have many enemies.
How can you say such things? I don't understand. Why can't I see him?
But, sir, the general wants to see you now, tonight. That's why I'm here. He has sent a special automobile. We will leave at once.
And it's going to be all right. Yes, it's going to be all right.
It's a rainy night, sir. I brought a heavy coat for you.
Hurry. We mustn't keep him waiting.
On the road some distance away, Huerta had instructed his soldiers. He gave a signal when he saw the headlights of the approaching automobile. And when it stopped and Madero ran to him through the rain, he gave another signal. And the fighting resumed, Huerta against Zapata and Pancho Villa. In his village, Zapata had a prisoner, his friend of a lifetime, Pablo.
You look at me, Emiliano, and you say nothing. Not even a word.
You were his friend, Pablo, and you betrayed.
Let him tell me that himself.
I have nothing to say.
The squad is waiting, Emiliano.
Let it wait. I'm going home. I'll be back tomorrow. I sent a message to Josefa. I promised her that...
Are you putting this off?
No.
Pablo met with the enemy. I have witnesses.
You don't need witnesses. Just ask me. It's true, Emiliano. I met with Madero before he was taken away and killed.
You met him many times.
Many times, Fernando. He tried to hold back Huerta, and Huerta killed him.
When you went to Madero, you deserted our cause.
He was a good man. He wanted to build houses, plant fields. If we could begin to build, even while we're burning. If we could plant while we destroy.
Our cause is the land, not thoughts or ideas or laws. Corn planted earth to feed the family.
But can a good thing come from a bad act? The question beats in my head. Can peace ever come from so much killing? Can a man whose thoughts are born in anger and hatred, can such a man lead to peace and govern in peace? You must have thought about it, Emiliano. Do you know?
The last time you saw Madero, they followed you back across the line.
They found our camp on the river. How many men did we lose? How many?
You knew our rule against consorting with the enemy.
Yes, my general.
And you ignored it.
Yes, my general.
I'll call the squad.
No, not strangers. Emiliano, do it yourself. Yourself.
Fernando, go.
As you wish.
Where is he, Fernando?
He's busy.
There's a messenger just come from Pancho Villa.
Tell him to wait, Lazaro. The general's busy.
But he says it's important. I think it's good news, Fernando. I think he...
Get the messenger. Zapata will see him now.
Zapata did not go home that night, nor for many nights. And Josefa waited, as she had waited since the day of their marriage.
Look at you, my own daughter. Look at your dress. Look at this house. Why is he a general at all? What's he got from it? Is this the house of a general?
Emiliano has sent me a message. He'll be home soon, and things will be different. He's been busy. He's had to see Villa.
Pancho Villa, he knows what to do with his opportunities. Being a general is a business opportunity. Zapata could have half the state, and everyone would respect him for it. But he won't touch it. Not 1 inch of land, not 1 penny. I give him up. I never had faith in him. Never.
Emiliano.
Welcome home, my son.
Josefa. Josefa.
You're hurt.
No, tired.
How did you get through the lines?
As of yesterday, there are no lines. Huerta's defeated. Villa's in Mexico City.
Congratulations, my son.
Emiliano, something's wrong.
No, nothing. We've won. I just need some sleep. Stay by me, Josefa. Stay by me while I sleep.
Once again, Zapata went to Mexico City, and where it was first Diaz and then Madero, now it was Pancho Villa. But the meeting with Villa was not in a palace. It was in a wood near the military encampment, and the two generals lay on the ground, leaning against trees. They ate fruit and they talked.
Forgive me, gentlemen, but it's past 3 o'clock.
Go to bed, Fernando.
But, General, there is so much to discuss.
What do you think we have been doing?
I mean political matters, sir.
Me?
I have made up my mind. I'm going home. I have a nice ranch now, Emiliano.
So?
I'm going to be president of a ranch. In the morning, no bugles, only roosters. You know, somebody took a shot at me today. Somebody I didn't even know.
Sir, what do you propose?
Nothing. No proposals. I've been fighting too long. I'm sick of it, Emiliano. You beat one of them, two more jump up. I used to think it would work.
But what about Mexico?
I have it all figured out. There's only one man I can trust. Emiliano, you can read?
A little.
Senor the President.
No.
Yes.
No.
I just appointed you. You sleep on it, you'll see I am right. There isn't anyone else.
It is you.
Me? Do I look like a president? There is no one else, Emiliano. God go with you.
Before we continue with Act 3 of Viva Zapata, meet Lux Lovely, Helene Stanley, whom you'll see in 20th Century Fox's great Technicolor saga, The Snows of Kilimanjaro.
Mr. Cummings, this picture is my big break. I play a love scene with Gregory Peck, but he leaves me, alas, to become a writer. And 3 beautiful women enter his life. Susan Haywood, Ava Gardner, and Hilda Gardner.
Helene, it's certainly a compliment to be in the cast in such a picture. Everything about it spells greatness. The story by Ernest Hemingway, the Darrell F. Zanuck production, and the magnificent scenery of Africa, Paris, Spain, the Riviera. I'm quite sure everyone will enjoy The Snows of Kilimanjaro.
It was thrilling, Mr. Cummings, to play in the same cast with Susan Haywood. She's so talented and so beautiful. You know, visiting Susan's dressing room, I found she uses the same complexion care I do. Wonderful Lux toilet soap.
Well, Helene, you'll find Lux in practically every dressing room that has a star on the door. You see, Lux Toilet Soap Care has skin tonic action, a gentle toning action that makes skin smoother, fresher, wonderfully younger looking.
And, Mr. Carpenter, the big bath-size Lux is a Hollywood favorite, too. We all know Lux beauty baths are the way to all-over loveliness.
Yes, a Lux Beauty Bath really gives all your skin new satin smoothness. And it's a real beauty treatment. You'll delight in the creamy richness of Lux lather. It's so abundant, even in hard water.
And what a heavenly fragrance Lux has. It's so flower fresh. Lux perfume really clings, too.
Why don't you try Hollywood's favorite beauty pickup? Get the big bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow. You'll find life's lovely when you're Lux lovely. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Gene Peters as Josefa.
Zapata remained in Mexico City. He sat in a great office and struggled with the endless problems of people and government. No longer was Pablo at his side, nor even his brother Euphemio. But Fernando, yes. Fernando always.
Who's next? There's a delegation from Morelos, but I'll tell them to come back in the morning. There are more pressing matters.
From Morelos, tell them to come in now.
Yes, my president.
General, not president, general.
Yes, sir. Tell the delegation to come in.
I know these men. Bizarro. Pepe, you got skinny. Well, what can I do for you? What is it? Well, tell me, what's wrong?
We have a complaint against your brother, Emiliano.
Your brother has moved into the hacienda at Ayala.
And?
He took the land that you just distributed. He put us out. He killed a man who wouldn't go.
Lazaro, is this true?
Yes, it is true.
All right. All right. When I get some time, I'll look into it.
These men haven't got time.
They've plowed the land. They've got it half-seeded. They haven't got time.
When we went to your brother, he said
My
that...
brother's a general. He became a general fighting your enemies or winning your battles. And I'm one of you. You can trust me.
Then you know the land can't wait. Empty stomachs can't wait either.
What's your name?
Hernandez, my general.
Fernando, give me the list of their names.
Hernandez. H-E-R-N...
Give me a pencil.
We'll take care of this one. I'll speak to Bianco. I'll see
No.
to it.
No, there is no list of names. I never want to see another list of names. You all of you, wait for me. Wait for me here.
Where are you going?
I'm going home.
Leave now, and your enemies will be here tomorrow, in that room, at that desk. They'll hunt you down till you get your rest in the sun with the flies in your face. Leave now, and I promise you, you won't live long.
I won't live long anyway, Fernando.
I won't go with you.
I don't expect you to. Now I know you, Fernando. A man with no fields, no wife, no friends, no love. You only destroy. That is your love. And I will tell you what you will do. You'll go to Obregon or Carranza, and you'll never change. Now hand me my rifle.
The delegates from Morelos had spoken the truth. Zapata's brother had stolen the hacienda at Ayala. Zapata found him there, sprawled on the rich carpet with a bottle in his hand.
Be careful what you say to me, Emiliano.
Get up.
Your arm. I need help. You're a little drunk.
I have come with men we both know. Did you take the land away from them?
I took what I wanted. Their land, their wives, their wine, whatever I wanted.
What kind of an animal are you?
I'm a man, not a freak like my brother.
Get out.
Look, I fought as long and as hard as you did. I, too, am a general. And what's in my pocket? Nothing. Nothing but a little dust. We beat Diaz. He's living in a palace in Paris. We beat Huerta. He's a rich man in the United States. I have to beg pennies in my own village from people that never even fired a gun, but I'm a general. So I'm going to act like a general. I'm going to take what I want.
Let him go. This land is yours again. But you must protect it with your lives if necessary, and your children with their lives. Our enemies will be back. If they drive us out of the valley, live on the sides of the mountains, but live. You've always looked for leaders, strong men without faults. There aren't any. There are only men like yourselves. They change, they desert, they die. There are no leaders but yourselves. And a strong people is the only lasting strength.
Emiliano! Defemio! Someone was waiting for him out there.
You see?
He held him in his arms, his dead brother, and he kissed his face and wept.
He was a general. We will bury him as a general.
No, he didn't die in battle, Lizano. I'll take him home with me.
We will help you.
No, alone. Alone.
Zapata went back to the mountains. But because he still was a power, the new leaders, the new generals, sent their armies against him.
Can't find him. Neither Zapata nor his men. How can we fight an enemy we can't find? There's only one thing to do. Wipe them out. All of them. We go to their villages. Their corn is growing. In their houses there are fires in the hearts. But no people. We destroy the corn. We burn the houses. When we go back, there's a new shelter and the corn is growing again. They're like a different race. They're not afraid of anything. Cut off the head of this snake and the body will die. Ideas are harder to kill than snakes. How do you kill an idea? Zapata. The answer is always Zapata. Kill Zapata, and your problem is solved. We must send a man to Zapata. A man who will get him out of those mountains.
So they sent a man, and the friends of Zapata knocked at the door of his hut in the mountains and brought him the news.
This much is true, Emiliano. He took us to where they have stored their supplies. The guns are new. Some never fired. Machine guns, too.
Ammunition?
A mountain of it.
You've seen it?
Yes.
Enough of everything to last us a year.
This man, why does he want to join us?
He says he was stripped of his rank for nothing. A colonel, he wants revenge.
Sounds like a trap. But it's strange enough to be true. What proof did he give you of his good faith?
He executed Juan Calzado, the chief of police who killed so many of our people.
Further proof he leaves to you.
All right. All right. Be back here tomorrow.
What has happened, Emiliano? What did the men want?
Nothing, Josefa, nothing.
I want to know, Emiliano, what is happening?
Are the hens beginning to crow?
Every night I have the same thought. My heart says to me, now for the first time you have your husband alone sometimes, without fighting, running, hiding. But it also says that soon you will be dead, and I have never known you in peace.
Josefa, I am trying to make a plan.
My father told me. You'll squat over the grinding stone, he said. You'll beat your clothes clean on a river's bank. You'll walk behind him on the trail, and he will only speak to give you orders. And I said I love him, and I will have him.
Josefa, we're getting all the ammunition we need.
No, I don't want to hear. Soon you will be gone, and one day a charo will come to the door and tell me that you're dead. That is what is left for me.
There's a man in the village, a federal colonel, Guajardo. He's giving me his regiment and all his equipment.
A trick?
I always suspect a trick. I wouldn't be alive if I didn't.
This is an easy way to kill you.
I haven't made up my mind.
Emiliano, don't go.
We need what Guajardo can give us.
Don't go. I have a feeling.
Now, that's enough. I will make up my mind.
Emiliano, do you want to die?
I must do what is needed. It will be all right.
I will say something, but not for myself. If anything happens to you, what would become of the people? What would they have left?
Themselves.
With all the fighting and the death, what has really changed?
They have changed. That's how things really change. Slowly, through people. They don't need me anymore.
They have to be led?
Yes, but by each other. A strong man makes a weak people. Strong people don't need a strong man.
You're right or you're wrong. It doesn't matter. All I really know is that I love you. Look, the little clouds across the moon.
It's a good sign.
The clouds are racing. Time is racing, too.
The next day, Zapata's lieutenants had more news to tell him.
Guajardo can be trusted, Emiliano. He told us a troop train was coming. We put dynamite on the tracks.
The train came, as he said. It was destroyed.
And the supplies?
I saw them again, stacked and waiting, Emiliano.
What do you think? What do you think, huh?
He's passed every test.
Tonight. We'll ride down to the town tonight. There is just one thing I would like to know. Suppose that something happens to me.
We will get along.
And someday we'll go down into the valleys again. Until then, Emiliano, you have taught us how to survive.
Tonight.
Always in battle, Zapata had ridden a white horse. From the first, the same white horse. But a year ago, the horse had disappeared. Only Lazaro had found him again. And that night, he brought him to Zapata.
Look, Josefa, my old friend. The best horse I ever had.
You're leaving.
I lost him at Honokapapik, remember? The Federals must have had him. You see, the brand has changed, but now he's mine again. He's grown old, Josefa.
Emiliano! We're waiting!
Don't go, Emiliano. No! Don't go!
I will try to be back by sunrise. If not, then by
Send someone else! Don't go! I beg you! Emiliano, don't! Don't!
So they rode out of the mountains and into the town. It was arranged that Zapata would meet with Guajardo in the courtyard of the garrison, the two men alone. The gates of the fort were open, and Zapata entered. But hidden behind a wall were 20 federal soldiers and the man called Fernando.
Cut to ribbons. We must have been terribly afraid of him. Well, Fernando, the tiger is dead.
The horse got away.
The horse?
The people are very superstitious.
Yes, I know. And sometimes a dead man can be a terrible enemy. Well, what do we do with this?
The body will be exposed in the plaza so they can see it. So they can all see that he's dead.
Yes, the people saw the body, and some said it was Zapata, and others in the mountains said it was not.
But I saw him. It must be. Who do those Federals think they're fooling? Shot up that way, it could have been anybody. He's fooled them again.
Are you sure, Lazaro?
I rode with him. I fought with him all these years. They think they can fool me. They can't kill him.
They'll never get him. Can you capture a river? Can you kill the wind?
No, he's not a river and he's not the wind. Zapata is a man, and still they can't kill him.
Then where is he?
He's here, in these mountains.
Look, his horse. The white horse.
We couldn't find Zapata now. But if we ever need him again, he'll be back.
Yes. Yes, he's in the mountains.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Here's a special Merry Christmas money-saving offer from Lux Flakes.
This Christmas, Lux Flakes offers you a complete 127-piece Christmas gift wrapping kit for one Lux box top and 50 cents.
It includes yards of shining red satin ribbon, 10 big sheets of beautiful gift wrapping paper, 80 glossy Christmas seals, exquisite French fold gift cards, and many more glorious gift wrappings to transform up to 18 medium-sized packages into rare and exciting Christmas gifts.
This 127-piece gift wrapping kit is a regular $1.50 value, but you can have it for only one Lux Flakes box top and 50 cents. Send them to Lux, Box 34, New York 46, New York. Remember, send one Lux box top and 50 cents for each kit. That's Lux, Box 34, New York 46, New York. Offer closes November 30th. Good only in United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. Safe Lux Flakes are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are at the footlights, Charlton Heston and Gene Peters. And we certainly applaud your performances. You were just great.
Si, senor. Gracias.
Well, you're welcome, but why in Spanish?
When Charlton studied the part of Zapata, he thought he was supposed to have a Mexican accent.
Well, that's one problem we didn't have in the silent days. No dialects.
I read in an article, Irving, that you starred in and directed the longest serial ever made in silent picture.
That's right, Charlton. 30 episodes. It was called The Diamond from the Sky.
30 episodes? How did it end?
I don't know, Gene. We sold it to a radio for a daytime series.
Then I'll bet I played in it one time. I came up from radio, you know.
That's some comeuppance. From radio serials to the star of Paramount's new picture, The Savage. And I think it's one of your best, Charlton.
And how about your career, Gene?
Well, let's just say that I started as a Lux girl, and I shall go right on being devoted to Lux soap complexion care. But speaking of careers, watch for Mitzi Gaynor and Scott Brady's careers to zoom in their new picture for 20th Century Fox, The Bloodhounds of Broadway.
We will, Gene, if you be sure to listen next week, because we don't want you to miss a delightful romantic comedy. It's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen hit, Grounds for Marriage. And starring in their original roles, we'll have that popular favorite, Van Johnson, and a lovely lady with a beautiful voice, Catherine Grayson.
We wouldn't miss that one, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you at the polls tomorrow.
Here's important news about mouth health for you and your entire family. And here's Ken Carpenter to tell you about it.
The first major test of chlorophyll toothpaste has now been reported in a leading dental journal. This report, now in the hands of your dentist, tells how Chlorodent, the largest selling chlorophyll toothpaste, was tested under the supervision of the dentists at Father Flanagan's famous Boys Town in Nebraska. In this test, Chlorodent and a fine white toothpaste were used regularly by different groups of youngsters at Boys Town. In only 60 days, 3/4 of the boys using Chlorodent showed dramatic improvement in mouth health. Chlorodent was proved to be twice as effective as the white toothpaste for quickly reducing acute gingivitis. And that's another reason why Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees that Chlorodent does more for you than any other dentifrice, white, ammoniated, or chlorophyll, to give you a clean, fresh, healthy mouth. Remember, no other nationally advertised chlorophyll toothpaste has been proved so effective. So make sure you and your family get the toothpaste used in this test, Chlorodent.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Katherine Grayson and Van Johnson in Grounds for Marriage. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood and urging you as good Americans to be sure and vote tomorrow.
Heard in our cast tonight were Paul Frees as the narrator, Jay Novello as Pablo, Edgar Barrier as Fernando, Larry Dobkin as Lazaro, Chet Mencken as Euphemio, Lou Krugman as Madero, William Conrad as Diaz, and William Johnstone, Herb Butterfield, Yvonne Patey, Jack Crucian, Charlie Lung, Lou Merrill, Tony Barrett, Jim Bannon, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust to give you more for your money with a goodwill offer that's really a honey. Trust Silver Dust.
New improved Silver Dust Wonder Bubble Suds for laundry and dishes now makes you this amazing goodwill offer. Inside every large size Silver Dust, you get, as an extra, a genuine Canon face cloth. It's big, soft, fluffy, lovely pastel colors, worth up to 15 cents. Remember, in large size Silver Dust, you get this genuine Canon face cloth as an extra. Try Silver Dust. See how it safely digs out dirt, gets clothes cleaner, speeds dishwashing, kind to your hands. Yes, Silver Dust, a great washing product with a Canon face cloth inside, gives you more for your money than any other washing product. That's guaranteed.
Get the large size box of Silver Dust with the big Canon face cloth as an extra today.
Gene Peters appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose next production will be The Way of a Gaucho, co-starring Gene Tierney and Rory Calhoun. Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorodent Toothpaste, and Silver Dust, or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Grounds for Marriage, starring Van Johnson and Katherine Grayson. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Sing, Baby, Sing. Play, Weemsy, play. very interesting to go through some of the new modern houses and see what beautiful little homes are being built for $5,000 and less. Many of the modern rooms have linoleum on the floors. And I don't have to tell you that Johnson's Wax is responsible for the glowing polish on most of these floors. The wax brings out the colors in the linoleum and keeps it in perfect condition. You can't picture one of the modern houses with scuffed or dingy floors. Wall paneling and floors must have a lustrous polish at all times, and that's why it's so necessary to protect all such surfaces with Johnson's Wax, so that their beauty will be long-lasting. Whether you live in an ultra-modern house or a comfortable old-fashioned home, you'll find that Johnson's Wax protects your woodwork, furniture, and floors with an invisible shield of beauty, and actually makes housekeeping much easier, for dust and dirt cannot cling to a Johnson Wax surface. The McGees are celebrating their wedding anniversary tonight and have planned a big garden party for all their friends. But, not having a garden, Fibber has taken it upon himself to clean up the vacant lot next door for the purpose. And here, clearing away the old cans and bottles, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wonder if folks wouldn't find someplace else to put their dad-ratted junk, Molly. Look at this here old rusty 5-gallon can. Can you imagine what kind of a dim-witted, unthinking, left-handed lame brain would deliberately dump this old can next door to a nice house like ours?
Why, sure. You threw that there yourself.
Oh, well. Except I had to put it someplace.
McGee, you better put on some old canvas gloves. I don't want you to be cutting yourself on a tin can.
Oh, I like to get at these here jobs barehanded. Matter of fact, I don't mind a job like this at all. It's something I can get my teeth into.
Getting your teeth into a tin can? Why, you talk like a ghost. Oh, there's the mailman, McGee. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Ingle. Anything for us?
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Gee, Reggie, you're getting old, ain't you? How long you been carrying the mail?
Oh, since Ted Weems give me the sack. I see you're getting ready to celebrate your anniversary.
How'd you know, Red?
Says so on this postcard. Says, many happy returns of the day. We'll be glad to accept your invitation. Please wire me if you will serve soup or celery. Signed, Miles Reed. Who's he?
Well, he's our sound effects man. He wants to know what noises to bring.
Is that all the mail there is for us?
That's all today, Mr. McGee. Got one for Ted Wheaton, though.
What's it say, Bud?
I don't know. It's a letter and it's sealed, so I haven't read it yet. I'll have to wait and read it over Wheaton's shoulder.
Here, let me take it. I'll hold it up to the light.
Why, well, don't be so nosy, McGee. The idea of reading other people's mail. What's it say?
Ain't even addressed to Ted. It's sent to the Johnson Wax Show.
Well, what's it say?
I can't figure out if it's a knock or a boost.
Well, why?
It says, oh, boy, what a show. What a show. Theodore is terrific.
Well, what's the matter with that? Ted Weems will be tickled.
I don't know if he will or not. I can't make out whether it says Theodore or the odor.
Well, so long, folks.
You know, Molly, if this nation should die out and 1,000,000 years later somebody'd be exploring around here and find all these cans and bottles, what would they think?
Why, they'd think we left a lot of cans and bottles around.
Get this stuff cleared away so I can mow the grass. You know, Molly, there's a job, mowing the grass. I get an awful kick out of mowing grass.
I know. The more, the merrier.
Oh. Molly, did I ever tell you about the time I lived down in Tittycombe, Texas, and couldn't get no grass to grow in the front yard?
Oh, yes, many times.
Well, sir, what I done was buy 3,000 of them fiber mats that folks use for doormats, and I painted them green and sodded the lawn with them.
Oh.
Boy, I certainly solved that problem.
Well, you can solve anything if you really go to the mat with it.
Used to sprinkle it twice a day just for the effect on the jealous neighbors. Used to sneak out at night with a bucket of yellow paint and paint dandelions all over. Then in the morning, I'd go out with a worried look onto my face and dig 'em out. But I had to give it up. I couldn't stand it.
Stand what?
The robins. The poor little robins would come fluttering down looking for worms, and when they'd land on that matting, they'd look at me so dad-ratted reproachful. I just couldn't take it. Oh, well, that's the way it goes.
Oh, McGee, look. Here comes a truck, heading for this lot.
Well, if they try to dump anything here, they'll find they got a fight on their hands. I'll tell them that.
Oh, dear. It's a bunch of young men.
Hi, boys.
Hi there.
Looks like government stuff, Molly. Hey, boys. You from the CCC?
No, we're from the TWO.
TWO.
Ted Weems Orchestra.
Yes, and go to work, boy.
Every street I walk on becomes a lover's lane. When I'm with you, I can see the sun go out in the rain. When I'm with you, to lose you would be tragic. Here is my heart unfurled. You have that certain magic. You're the seven wonders of the world. Roll it off the ground, put the leaves are on a tree. When I'm with you, flowers sing a love song. There's music in the breeze. When I'm with you, please let me make this confession. You are my magnificent obsession. The world is all alive. Lovely one when I'm with you.
That was Ted Weems and his TWO workers playing a new project, When I'm With You, with Terry Como as rhyme keeper. Well, Fibber has really worked hard clearing away the junk from the vacant lot next door and is now busy clipping the grass and bushes for their anniversary garden party tonight.
Hey, Molly, what anniversary is this we're celebrating?
Our 18th, McGee.
18th. Is that all the longer it's been?
What?
I say, it don't hardly seem possible we've been married 18 years.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. I found another gray hair this morning.
On your hairbrush?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry about that, Molly. I was brushing Toops' cat with it yesterday.
What? You got a lot of nerve using my... Oh, there's Silly Watson.
Oh, hi there, Sil. Did you get them Japanese lanterns like I told you?
Yes, sir. I got them little old Japanese lanterns.
You mean Nipponese Jackson?
Nappajack cisterns.
Japanese Jackson. Yes, I got them. The man say he's going to send them right out.
Oh, I know, but when?
What?
When is he going to send them out?
Well, right away, you say, and I suppose when he say right away, he mean kind of soon, please, man.
Well, did you tell him when the garden party was, Silly?
Yes, I say tonight was your 18th anniversary. He said, anybody that can last that long being married these days don't need no Japanese lessons. He say what you ought to have is a 10 million candle power aviation beacon.
Well, did you bring us one, Silly?
No, ma'am, they didn't have one.
No, that's one Silly didn't bring home the beacon. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay.
Excuse me now, please, folks. I gotta go oil the lawnmower.
Well, now that takes care of that.
No, I wouldn't be too sure. Silly probably told him we just got married and didn't want him till our 18th. Hey, you! Get out of there! I just cleaned this lot up.
What are you doing there?
Huh? What's the matter, Bud? Looking for something?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
Looking for a place to hide this stuff. I'm a G-man.
G-man, huh? Government?
No, coffee.
Hey, you! Hey, I just cleaned... Hey, come back here, you! What?
Heavenly days, the nerve of that fella.
That ashes and stuff he dumped got up my nose.
Oh, McGee, you got what the Germans call a dump cough.
Hey, Molly, there goes Parker Gibbs. Hi there, Gibbsy. You coming tonight?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it for a farm.
How big a farm?
Make it a window box. See you later.
Where's all them guys going, Molly? Country Washburn just went by a minute ago.
Why, they're all sitting under that big tree over there playing mumbly things.
Them musicians, always sticking the knife into something. Oh, hi, Perry.
Hello, Fibber. Hi, Molly.
Hello, Perry, darling. You coming to the party? It's our 18th anniversary.
Oh, I see. I'll be there and help you forget. Hi, boys.
You know, Molly, them fellas, they don't seem to realize the importance of our affair tonight.
McGee, after being married 18 years, I'd hardly call it an affair.
Did you order the folding chairs, Molly?
Yes, but I don't want them sent out till the last thing. They might get damp and hurt the finish on.
Ah, but you wouldn't have to worry about that if they were protected by a gleaming coat of Johnson's wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Hello, folks. Say, nice job you're doing on the trimming, Fibber.
You betcha.
But then, you always were a clip.
Oh.
Hey, Harpo.
Yes?
Did you ever play building and loan?
No. How do you play it?
Get out of the building and leave us alone.
Well, I'm afraid I can't stay any longer. No. Don't insist. Don't. Well, go on, folks.
Sure. Well, hold Harpo. Oh, hello there, Geraldine.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Miss McGee. I just thought I'd drop in and see if there's anything I could help you with for your party tonight.
Well, thanks, Geraldine, but I don't think...
I told Gerald you were having your 18th anniversary party, and Gerald said the cutest thing. I mean, you really did, really.
Well...
Gerald said, well, misery loves company. Oh, Gerald, he's such a cynic, Mr. McGee. I mean, he really is.
What do you mean, misery? Say, me and Molly have been real happy.
That's exactly what I told Gerald, yes.
Sure.
I said you were the happiest couple I ever knew. I told him you were always holding hands.
Oh, that's
and
right.
Gerald said, affection or protection. Oh, but don't mind Gerald. He's always like that.
Well, when you find a marriage like ours...
I told Gerald marriages are made in heaven.
Betcha.
And Gerald said maybe that's why they picked a hot place like Reno to separate. Gerald says Reno is for the party of the first part and the party of the second part. Can you imagine?
Gerald must have been feeling kind of sour.
I know. I asked Gerald why he was always so insulting, and what do you think he said?
What'd he say?
Oh, this priceless, really.
Priceless is right. I wouldn't give you a nickel for
Yes,
a...
Gerald said the difference between a pat on the back and a kick in the pants is just a matter of location. Well, I think he must be off.
I'll say so.
Biddle.
Someday, Molly, that gal is going to hear a record of herself and takes to the needle.
Oh, it's Elmo Tanner. Hello, Elmo.
Hello, folks.
You're coming to our anniversary party tonight, aren't you, Elmo?
What can I lose?
Why, it's our 18th anniversary. Now, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
18 years.
Yeah.
Let's see. 18 from 1936. Oh, you were married in 1918.
Yes, why?
That's the year I went to war, too. Hiya, fellas.
Smart guy, huh?
Oh, I think Elmo's real nice, McGee. And I love the way he whistles.
Sure.
Oh, dear, the place is beginning to look nice. Oh, there's Ted Weems. Hello, Ted.
Hi there, Ted. You coming to the party tonight?
You bet I am. What party?
Say, Ted.
Yes?
Look at all those TWO workers of yours sitting under that tree over there.
What's the matter with that?
Well, it's dangerous. What if a thunderstorm should come up and lightning would hit that tree?
They should worry. I'm the conductor. Come on, boys. Go to work.
Thousands of car owners all over this country have taken advantage of Johnson's free gift offer and have received a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax without cost. If you haven't already asked your dealer for Johnson's free gift anniversary package, I urge you to do so right away. The package contains a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay 59 cents for the cleaner only. This is less than the regular selling price. And you get the Auto Wax free. Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish will make your old car sparkle like new in short order. Johnson's Auto Wax protects the beautiful polish, keeps the finish from becoming scratched and stained. When you Johnson wax your car, you cut down on car washing. And later, when you want to trade the car in, you will get more money for it if the finish has been wax protected. Go to your dealer tonight or tomorrow morning and get free a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax in the free gift anniversary package. Well, you'd hardly know the vacant lot next door to the McGee's. Fibbers mowed the grass, trimmed the bushes, whitewashed the trees, and with Silly's help is now stringing wires for the Japanese lanterns. This is going to be quite an anniversary party tonight. Here are Molly and Silly holding the ladder while Fibber strings wires.
McGee, did you get permission from the owners of this property to hang up the lanterns?
No, but they can't object, Molly. Chuck, I ought to send them a bill for cleaning up the place. Hey, hold that dead-ratted ladder steady, Phil.
Keep your eyes on your work, Silly. What are you staring at?
That little girl over there, please, ma'am. She got a little old ball on a rubber band, and she hit it with a paddle, and doggone, she never missed one.
Hey, down there, hold her steady. What do you think I am, a sparrow?
Hi, everybody. What you doing? 4 and 10, 4 and 11.
We're hanging up Japanese lanterns, honey. Now you going home.
I don't want to, I betcha. I want to watch you. 4 and 18, 4 and 19, 4 and 20.
Hey
4
there,
and 21.
Sis. Don't bother us. Go play someplace else.
Want to play here, I betcha. 4 and 30, 4 and 31. What you hanging the lanterns up for, Watch you.
Go on away now, little girl. Go on. Get on home now. Go on.
Well, why are you hanging the lanterns up for, 4 and 52, 4 and 53, 4 and
It's for a wedding anniversary, Sis. Now go on away.
What's the wedding anniversary, What is that? 4 and 59, 4 and 60, 4 and 61.
Wedding anniversary means that we've been married for a long time.
Why?
That's it. I don't know why. I mean, look here, Sis. Hey, hold that ladder.
Look out.
Hold it. Hey, hold.
Heavenly days. Are you hurt, McGee?
No, just sore. Now you listen here, Sis.
Gee, that was funny, mister. Do it again. 4 and 72.
Yeah, slap my sunburst. She never missed a beat.
Listen, dearie. We're very busy here. Now you run along and play somewhere else.
I'll say so. You putting there made me bust my neck.
Why, you putting there made me lose count. 4 and 82, 4 and 83.
484.
485. Quiet, Sis.
Yes, Miss McGee.
Where do you live, Sis?
Over there a little way. Where do you live? 489,
We live right here.
Why?
Because... How do I know? Listen, Sis, we're busy here.
What doing? 4 and 96, 4 and 97.
We're going to have a party here, Wyatt.
Can I come? 4 and 99, 500.
Sure, you can come, Sis. But just as an initiation, we're going to make everybody that comes to the party take a big spoonful of castor oil just to prove they really want to come.
Castor. Oh, gee. Goodbye, mister. 510, 500.
Imagine that kid, Molly, bouncing that little ball more than 500 times off that bat.
Yes, and right off the bat, I could give you more than 500 reasons why you should protect your car finish with Johnson's Auto Wax.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Silly. Well, Fibber, how are the party preparations coming along?
Oh, pretty good. Up till now.
I see. Oh, it must be great to celebrate a wedding anniversary like this. Oh, I'm an old bachelor myself.
That's what I often say. How do you like these Japanese lanterns?
Why, they're beautiful.
We think so, too. You know, in olden times, the Japanese used to wear them over their heads. This way. Now, hold still.
McGee, what on earth you doing?
Then they pulled them down over their ears like this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Come on, Molly. I want to get back to the house and clean up.
Say, take this thing off. I can't see where I'm going. Fibber, Molly, where are you?
Ah, dear. That's what I always liked about Harpo. Friendly sort of a Jap. Well, come on, Molly. Let's clean the house. Boy, am I tired. Now, I suppose I'd better start getting myself cleaned up.
Just think of it, McGee. 18 years.
Yep.
And to think you'd spent all day long cleaning up a dirty old lot so we could have a party. You sure must love me, McGee.
Well, Molly, I always... Hey! What's that?
Heavenly day. Must be a parade. Open the door, McGee.
Probably a political parade.
All right, boys, this is the place. Just to load the stuff down. Set her up quick. Yes, that's fine. Get over there now.
Hey, wait a minute.
McGee.
Huh?
They're dumping stuff all over our nice clean lot.
Hey, you! You over there! What's the idea? I just cleaned that lot up. Get out of there!
Not so, my little so-and-so, not so. We have a legal permit for the use of this property, yes, yes.
For what?
For the Horatio K. Boomer Combined Carnival, the greatest traveling aggregation ever known. All right, boys, hurry there. Get that merry-go-round set up. You, Elmer, put your hot dog stand over on the other side.
Hey, you can't do that. I just cleaned up that. I said, you want to go to the carnival tonight, Molly?
Time of year when women are thinking about fixing up their homes for fall. Even though you aren't planning to spend much money, you'll want to make your rooms look attractive. So here's a suggestion. Wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax, and everything will take on a fresh, well-cared-for appearance. Johnson's Wax gives a beautiful luster to floors and linoleum, leaving an invisible film of wax protection over the surface, saving the floor from scuff marks and scratches. When you wax your furniture, you'll discover new beauty in the wood. The satin-like polish sheds dust and prevents smudges from sticking to the tables and chair arms. Then be sure to give all door frames and windowsills a gleaming coat of Johnson's Wax so sticky fingerprints can't cling to them. You'll save yourself hours of housework over a period of time if you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's Wax. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes.
Folks, all joking aside, this really is our 18th wedding anniversary.
And we hope everybody listening in is as happy as we are. And I want to thank you for your wonderful support.
Oh, shucks, that's all right, Molly.
Quiet, Ignorant. I wasn't talking to you.
Good night.
Good night, dog.
This program comes to you from our Chicago studios. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is one of the most compelling actresses in America today, Miss Agnes Moorehead. Miss Moorehead returns to our stage to appear in a new study in terror by Lucille Fletcher called Sorry, Wrong Number. This story of a woman who accidentally overheard a conversation with death and who strove frantically to prevent murder from claiming an innocent victim is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with Sorry, Wrong Number and the performance of Agnes Moorehead. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Oh, dear.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been dialing Murray Hill 70093 now for the last 3/4 of an hour, and the line is always busy. I don't see how it could be busy that long. Will you try it for me, please?
I'll be glad to try that number for you. One moment, please.
I don't see how it could be busy all this time. It's my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I'm all alone here in the house. My health is very poor, and I've been feeling so nervous all day.
Ringing Murray Hill 70093.
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hello, George.
Yes, sir. This is George speaking.
Hello? Who's this? What number am I calling, please?
I'm here with our client now. He says the coast is clear for tonight.
Yes, sir.
Where are you now?
In a phone booth. Now, don't worry. Everything's okay.
Very well. Now, you know the address. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Be sure that all the lights downstairs are on, eh? There should be only one light visible from the street. At 11:15, a train crosses the bridge. It makes a noise in case her window is open and she should scream.
Oh, hello. What number is this, please?
Okay. I understand.
Now make it quick. As little blood as possible, eh? Our client does not wish to make her suffer long.
Will a knife be okay, sir?
Yeah, a knife will be okay. And do you remember the other details?
Yeah, I know. Remove the rings and bracelets and the jewelry in the bureau drawer.
That's right. Our client wishes it to look like simple robbery.
Now, don't worry. Everything is going to be okay.
All right, then. Be sure that...
Oh, how awful. How unspeakably awful. Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've just been cut off.
I'm sorry. What number were you calling?
Why, it was supposed to be Murray Hill 70093, but it wasn't. Some wires must have got crossed. I was cut into a wrong number, and I've just heard the most dreadful thing. Something about a murder. And, operator, you'll simply have to retrace that call at once.
I beg your pardon. May I help you?
Oh, I know it was a wrong number, and I had no business listening, but these two men, they were cold-blooded fiends, and they were going to murder somebody, some poor innocent woman who was all alone in a house near a bridge, and we've got to stop them. We've got to.
What number were you calling, please?
Well, that doesn't matter. This was a wrong number, and you dialed it for me, and we've got to find out what it was immediately.
What number did you call?
Oh, why are you so stupid? What time is it? Do you mean to tell me you can't find out what that number was just now?
I'll connect you with the chief operator.
Oh, I think it's perfectly shameful. Now, look, it was obviously a case of some little slip of the finger. I told you to try Murray Hill 70093 for me. You dialed it, but your finger must have slipped, and I was connected with some other number. And I could hear them, but they couldn't hear me. Now, I simply fail to see why you couldn't make that same mistake again on purpose, why you couldn't try to dial Murray Hill 70093 in the same sort of careless way.
Murray Hill 70093. I will try to get it for you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Murray Hill 70093 is busy. I will call you
Operator,
in 20...
Operator. Operator, will you answer me?
Your call, please.
Well, you didn't try to get that wrong number at all. I asked you explicitly, and all you did was dial correctly.
I'm sorry. What number are you calling?
Oh, can't you for once forget what number I'm calling and do something for me? Now, I want to trace that call. It's my civic duty, it's your civic duty to trace that call and apprehend those dangerous killers. And if you won't...
I will connect you with the chief operator.
Please. Oh. Where's the answer?
This is the chief operator.
Oh, chief operator, I want you to trace a call, a telephone call immediately. I don't know where it came from or who was making it, but it's absolutely necessary that it be tracked down because it was about a murder that someone's planning. A terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman. Tonight at 11:15.
I see.
Well, can you trace it for me? Can you track down those men?
I'm not certain. It depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on whether the call is still going on. If it's a live call, we can trace it on the equipment. If it's been disconnected, we can't.
Disconnected?
If the parties have stopped talking to each other.
Oh, but of course they must have stopped talking to each other by now. That was at least 5 minutes ago, and they didn't sound like the type who would make a long call.
Well, I can try tracing it. May I have your name, please?
Mrs. Stevenson. Mrs. Elbert Stevenson. Now, but listen...
And your telephone number, please?
Oh, Plaza 42295. But if you go on wasting all this time...
Why do you want the call traced, please?
Why? Well... Oh, no reason. No reason. I mean, I merely felt very strongly that something ought to be done about it. These men sounded like killers. They're dangerous. They're going to murder this woman at 11:15 tonight, and I thought the police ought to know.
Have you reported this to the police?
Well, no, not yet.
You want this call checked purely as a private individual?
Yes, but meanwhile...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevenson, but I'm afraid we couldn't make this check for you and trace the call just in your say-so as a private individual.
Well,
We'd have to do something more official.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You mean to tell me I can't report that there's going to be a murder without getting tied up in all this red tape? Why, it's perfectly idiotic. Well, all right. I'll call the police.
Thank you. I'm sure that would be the best way to...
Ridiculous. It's perfectly ridiculous. All this red tape. Oh.
Your call, please.
The police department. Get me the police department, please.
Thank you. Ringing the police department.
Okay.
Police station, precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Police department. This is Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Elbert Smythe Stevenson of 53 North Sutton Place. I'm calling up to report a murder. I mean, the murder hasn't been committed yet, but I just overheard plans for it over the telephone, over a wrong number that the operator gave me. I've been trying to trace down the call myself, but everybody is so stupid, and I guess in the end you're the only people who could do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it was a perfectly definite murder. I heard their plans distinctly. Two men were talking, and they were going to murder some woman at 11:15 tonight. She lived in a house near a bridge. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a private patrolman on the street. He was going to go around for a beer on 2nd Avenue, and there was some third man, a client, who was paying to have this poor woman murdered. They were going to take her rings and bracelets and use a knife. Well, it's unnerved me dreadfully, and I'm not well.
I see. When was all this, ma'am?
Well, about 8 minutes ago. Oh, then you can do something. You do understand.
What is your name, ma'am?
Mrs. Stevenson, Mrs. Albert Stevenson.
And your address?
53 North Sutton Place. 53 North Sutton Place. That's near a bridge. The Queensboro Bridge, you know, and we have a private patrolman on our street, and 2nd Avenue...
And what was the number you were calling?
Murray Hill 70093. But that wasn't the number I overheard. I mean, Murray Hill 70093 is my husband's office. He's working late tonight, and I was trying to reach him to ask him to come home. I'm an invalid, you know, and it's the maid's night off, and I hate to be alone, even though he says I'm perfectly safe as long as I have the telephone right beside my bed.
Well, we'll look into it, Mrs. Stevenson. And we'll see if we can check it with the telephone company.
But the telephone company said they couldn't check the call if the parties had stopped talking. I've already taken care of that.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and personally, I feel you ought to do something far more immediate and drastic than just check the call. What good does checking the call do if they stop talking? By the time you track it down, they'll already have committed the murder.
Well, we'll take care of it, don't you worry.
Well, I'd say the whole thing calls for a search, a complete and thorough search of the whole city. Now, I'm very near the bridge, and I'm not far from 2nd Avenue, and I know I'd feel a lot better if you sent around a radio car to this neighborhood at once.
And what makes you think the murder's going to be committed in your neighborhood,
Oh,
ma'am?
well, I don't know. Only the coincidence is so horrible. 2nd Avenue and the patrolman and the bridge.
2nd Avenue is a very long street, ma'am.
I know it.
And you know how many bridges there are in the city of New York alone.
Oh.
Not to mention Brooklyn and Staten Island and Queens and the Bronx.
I know.
How do you know there isn't some little house out on Staten Island on some little 2nd Avenue you've never even heard about?
Oh.
How do you know they're even talking about New York at all?
But I heard the call on the New York dialing system.
Maybe it was a long-distance call you overheard. Telephones are funny things. Look, lady, why don't you look at it this way? Supposing you hadn't broken in on that telephone call. Supposing you'd got your husband the way you always do. You wouldn't be upset, would you?
No, I suppose not, only it sounded so inhuman, so cold-blooded.
Well, a lot of murders are plotted in this city every day, ma'am.
Well,
we manage to prevent most all of them, but a clue of this kind is so vague. Isn't much more use to us than no clue at all.
But surely you...
Unless, of course, you have some reason for thinking this call was phony, and that somebody may be planning to murder you.
Me? Oh, no, I hardly think so. Well, I mean, why should anybody? I'm alone all day and night. I see nobody except my maid, Eloise, and she's a big girl. She weighs 200 pounds. She's too lazy to bring up my breakfast tray. And the only other person is my husband, Albert. He's crazy about me. He just adores me. He waits on me hand and foot. Has scarcely left my side since I took sick 12 years ago.
Well, and there's nothing for you to worry about.
Well,
Now, if you'll just leave the rest of this to us, we'll
But
take
what
care
will you do? It's so late. It's nearly 11 now.
We'll take care of it, lady.
Well, will you broadcast it all over the city and send out squads and warn your radio cars to watch out, especially in suspicious neighborhoods like mine?
Lady, I said we'd take care of it. Just now, I've got a couple of other matters here on my desk that require immediate attention. Good night, ma'am, and thank you.
Oh, you idiot. Oh, now, why did I hang up the phone like that? Now he'll think I am a fool. Oh, why doesn't Albert come home? Why doesn't he? Oh.
Your call, please.
Operator, for heaven's sake, will you ring that Murray Hill 70093 number again? I can't think what's keeping him so long.
I will try it for you.
Well, try. Oh. So nervous. Why did you take so long?
I'm sorry. Murray Hill 70093 is busy. I will call you.
I can hear it. You don't have to tell me. I know it's busy. Oh, if I could only get out of this bed for a little while. If I could get a breath of fresh air, or just lean out of the window, or see the street. Hello, Albert? Hello? Oh, what's the matter with this phone? Hello? Oh, for heaven's sake, who is this? Hello? Oh, who's trying to... Oh. Why did it...
Your call, please.
Hello, operator. I don't know what's the matter with this telephone tonight, but it's positively driving me crazy. I've never seen such inefficient, miserable service. Now, look. I'm an invalid, and I'm very nervous, and I'm not supposed to be annoyed. But if this keeps on much longer...
What seems to be the trouble, please?
Well, everything's wrong. I haven't had one bit of satisfaction out of one call I've made this evening. The whole world could be murdered for all you people care. And now my phone keeps ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing every 5 seconds or so. And when I pick it up, there's no one there.
I'm sorry. If you will hang up, I will test it for you.
I don't want you to test it for me. I want you to put that call through, whatever it is, at once.
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
You can't? And why? Why, may I ask?
The dial system is automatic.
Oh.
If someone is trying to dial your number, there is no way to check whether the call is coming through the system or not.
Oh,
unless the person who is trying to reach you complains to his particular operator.
Well, of all this stupid... And meanwhile, I've got to sit here in my bed suffering every time that phone rings, imagining everything.
I will try to check the trouble for
you. Check it. That's all anybody can do. Oh, what's the use of talking to you? You're stupid. I'll fix her. Of all the impudence. Oh, how dare she speak to me like that? How dare she speak to me like that? Oh. She answered.
Your call, please.
Young woman, I don't know your name, but there are ways of finding you out. And I'm going to report you to your superiors for the most unpardonable rudeness and insolence it has ever been my privilege. Give me the business office at once.
You may dial that number direct.
Dial it direct? I'll do no such thing. I don't even know the number.
The number is in the directory, or you may secure it by dialing information.
Now listen here, you... Oh, what's the use? Oh, dear. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm going out of my mind. Hello, stop ringing me, do you hear? Answer me, who is this? You realize you're driving me crazy? Who's calling me? What are you doing it for? Now stop it, I say. Hello, if you don't stop ringing me, I'm going to call the police, do you hear? The police! Oh, if Albert would only come home. Oh, let it ring. Let it go on ringing. It's a trick of some kind. And I won't answer it. I won't, even if it goes on ringing all night. I won't. matter? Why did they stop ringing all of a sudden? What time is it? Oh, where did I put that clock? 5 to 11. Oh, they've decided something. They're sure I'm home. They heard my voice answer them just now. That's why they've been ringing me. Why no one has answered me? Call that operator again. Oh, where is she? Why doesn't she answer? Oh, operator. Why doesn't she answer?
Your call, please.
Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer at once? Give me the police department.
I'm sorry. Just a minute.
Oh.
I'm sorry. The line is busy. I will call you.
Busy? But that's impossible. The police department can't be busy. There must be other lines available.
The line is busy.
Oh.
I will try to get them for you later.
No, I've got to speak to them now, or it may be too late. I've got to talk to someone.
What number do you wish to speak to?
I don't know, but there must be someone to protect people beside the police department. A detective agency.
You will find agencies listed in the classified directory.
But I don't have a classified directory. I mean, I'm too nervous to look it up.
I will connect you with information. Perhaps she will be able to help you.
No. Oh, you're being spiteful, aren't you? You don't care, do you, what happens to me? I could die and you wouldn't care. Oh, stop it! Stop it! I can't stand anymore. Hello? What do you want? Stop ringing, will you? Stop it.
Hello? Is this Plaza 42295?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, this is Plaza 42295.
This is Western Union.
Yes.
I have a telegram here for Mrs. Albert Stevenson.
Yes.
Is there anyone there to receive the message?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Mrs. Albert Stevenson, 53 North Sutton Place, New York, New York. Darling, terribly sorry. Tried to get you for last hour, but line busy.
Oh.
Leaving for Boston, 11 p.m. tonight on urgent business. Back tomorrow afternoon. Keep happy. Love, signed, Albert.
Oh, no.
Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the message?
No, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Good night.
Good night. Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. He couldn't do it. Not when he knows I'll be all alone. It's some trick. It's some trick. Some fiendish trick. I know. Oh, I'm so nervous. Oh, why doesn't she answer?
Your call, please.
Operator, try that Murray Hill 70093 number for me just once more, please.
You may dial that number direct.
Oh. Oh. 9, 3. Oh, he's gone. Oh, Albert, how could you? How could you? Oh, I can't be alone tonight. I can't. If I'm alone one more second, I'll go mad. I don't care what he says or what the expense is. I'm a sick woman. I'm entitled.
This is information. May I help you?
I want the telephone number of Henchley Hospital.
Henchley Hospital?
Yes.
Do you have the street address?
No, it's somewhere in the 70s. It's a very small, private and exclusive hospital where I had my appendix out 2 years ago. Henchley, H-E-N-C-A... Well, will you please hurry and please, what is the time?
You may find out the time by dialing Meridian 71212.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I've no time to be dialing.
The number of Henchley Hospital is Butterfield 70105.
Butterfield 70105. 7.
Henchley Hospital, good evening.
Nurse's registry.
Who was it you wished to speak to, please?
I want the nurse's registry at once. I want a trained nurse. I want to hire immediately for the night.
I see. And what is the nature of the case, madam?
Nerves. I'm very nervous. I need soothing and companionship. You see, my husband is away, and I'm
Have
also...
you been recommended to us by any doctor in particular, madam?
No, but I really don't see why all this catechizing is necessary. I just want a trained nurse. I was a patient in your hospital 2 years ago, and after all, I do expect to pay this person for attending me.
We quite understand that, madam, but these are war times, you know.
I know that.
Registered nurses are very scarce just now, and our superintendent has asked us to send people out only on cases where the physician in charge feels it's absolutely necessary.
Well, it is absolutely necessary. I'm a sick woman. I'm very much upset, very. I'm alone in this house, and I'm an invalid, and tonight I overheard a telephone conversation that upset me dreadfully. In fact, if someone doesn't come at once, I'm afraid I'll go out of my mind.
I see. Well, I'll speak to Miss Phillips as soon as she comes in. And what is your name, madam?
Miss Phillips? And when do you expect her in?
I really couldn't say. She went out to supper at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock? But it's not 11 o'clock yet. Oh, my clock has stopped. I thought it was running down. What time is it?
Just 15 minutes past 11.
What was that?
What was what, madam?
That click just now in my own telephone. As though someone had lifted the receiver off the hook of the extension telephone downstairs.
Well, I didn't hear it, madam. Now, about this...
But I did. There's someone in this house. Someone downstairs in the kitchen. And they're listening to me now. They're listening! I won't pick it up. I won't let them hear me. I won't let them hear me. I'll be quiet. I'll be so quiet. And they'll think... Oh, but if I don't call someone now, well, they're still down there. Maybe there'll be no time. Somebody's got to help me.
Your call, please.
Operator, I'm in desperate trouble.
I'm sorry. I cannot hear you. Please speak louder.
I don't dare. There's someone listening. Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry.
Oh, but you've got to hear me. Oh, please, you've got to help me. There's someone in this house. Someone who's going to murder me. And you've got to get in touch with... Oh, there it is. There it is. Did you hear it? He's put it down. He's put down the extension phone. He's coming up. Oh, he's coming upstairs. Okay, give me the police department. The police department. Oh, give me the police department.
One moment, please. I will connect you.
I can hear him. Oh, I can hear him. He's coming nearer. Oh, I know it. Hurry, please.
Oh, police department. Oh, I'm sorry. Must have got the wrong number.
Precinct 43, Sergeant Martin speaking. Police Department, Martin speaking. Police Department, Martin speaking.
Oh, police department?
Police Department.
I'm sorry. Must have got the wrong number. Don't worry. Everything's okay.
so closes Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Agnes Moorehead, tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Mr. Donald Crisp and Mr. John Loder will star in the suspense play called The Extra Guest. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin, the musical director, and Lucille Fletcher, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My story? Well, it will take time, but if you wish it, I cannot gracefully refuse. At about 100 paces from Verdun, on the banks of the Loire, stands an old brown house, crowned with very high roofs, and so completely isolated that there is nothing near it. In front of this house is a garden down to the river. That is, it once was a garden. Now it is completely overrun with weeds, and the trees and shrubs have grown wild and ugly. The paths, once graveled, are overgrown with purslane. But, to be accurate, there's really no longer a trace of a path unless you look very closely. At one time, this must have been a beautiful garden, setting off the house until it very probably looked like a castle. The roof of this house is dreadfully dilapidated, and the outside shutters are always closed. The balconies are hung with swallows' nests, and the doors are forever shut. The dreary silence is broken only by birds and cats, rats and mice free to scamper around and fight and eat each other. An invisible hand has written over it all, mystery. During my stay at Verdun, the sight of La Grande Bretèche, for that's what it was called, became one of my keenest pleasures. Its unrevealed secrets intrigued me, and many was the evening that I braved the scratches of the overgrown hedges and got into this ownerless garden, which was no longer public or private. I lingered there for hours, gazing at the disorder and wondering at the debauches which had brought its downfall. One evening in my room, a stranger was announced to me, a Monsieur Regnault, who was the essence of politeness, but who had the great displeasure, he said, to request that my visits to La Grande Bretèche cease. Naturally, I was curious as to why, and he elaborated by adding that he was the executor under the will of the late Comtesse de Marais, and that her last word had specifically instructed that the house was to be vacated, and no one was to enter, even the grounds, for 50 years. Well, more than ever, I wanted to know why such a strange will was left. Monsieur was a tacit man, but a glass of sherry warmed him sufficiently to relate that Monsieur le Comte de Marais was dead, and that Madame de Marais was on her deathbed when he visited La Grande Bretèche. She was a shrunken old woman who gave her last will and testament the moment before she clutched a very beautiful silver-mounted Spanish crucifix and died. From that time on, no one had entered the house, not even the madame's maid. In such a state of suspense, Monsieur Regnault left me. I, burning with desire to know the whole story, could think of no better person to tell it to me than the maid, who, I was surprised, was easily found, and after some bribing and a great deal of talking, was willing to relate what she knew of the story. Rosalie was eloquent in her reproduction, and in order not to fill volumes, I will relate what she told me as briefly as possible. The room at La Grande Bretèche in which Madame de Marais slept was on the ground floor. A little cupboard in the wall, about 4 feet deep, served to hang her dresses in. 3 months before the evening of which I have to relate the events, Madame de Marais had been seriously ailing, so much so that her husband had left her to herself and had his own bedroom on the 2nd floor. By one of those accidents which it is impossible to foresee, he came in that evening 2 hours later than usual from the club, where he went to read the papers. For some time past, Monsieur de Marais had been satisfied to ask Rosalie whether his wife was in bed, and on the girl's replying always in the affirmative, he at once went to his own room with the good faith that comes from habit and confidence. But this evening, on coming in, he took it into his head to go see Madame de Marais. Instead of calling Rosalie, who was in the kitchen at that moment, Monsieur de Marais made his way to his wife's room by the light of his lantern. At the instant when he turned the key to enter his wife's room, he fancied he heard the door shut of the closet of which I have spoken. But when he went in, Madame de Marais was alone, standing in front of the fireplace. The unsuspecting husband fancied that Rosalie was in the cupboard. Nevertheless, a doubt, ringing in his ears like the peal of bells, put him on his guard. He looked at his wife, read in her eyes an indescribably anxious and haunted expression. "You are very late," she said. Her voice, usually so clear and sweet, struck him as being slightly husky. At this moment, Rosalie came into the room. This was like a thunderclap. He walked up and down the room, going from one window to another at a regular pace, his arms folded. Finally, facing his wife, he said, "Madam, there is someone in your cupboard." She looked at him calmly and replied quite simply, "No, monsieur." This no wrung Monsieur de Marais' heart. He did not believe it, and yet his wife had never appeared purer or more saintly than she seemed at this moment. He rose to go and open that closet door. Madame took his hand, stopped him, looked at him sadly, and said in a voice of strange emotion, "Remember, if you should find no one there, everything must be at an end between you and me." No, Josephine, I will not open it. In either event, we should be parted forever. Listen, I know all the purity of your soul. I know you lead a saintly life and would not commit a deadly sin to save your life. See, here is your crucifix. Swear to me before God that there is no one in there. I will believe you. I will never open that door. I swear it. Louder, and repeat. I swear before God that there is nobody in that closet. I swear before God that there is nobody in that closet. That will do. Now, Rosalie, I know that Gorenflot wants to marry you, that poverty alone prevents your setting up house, and that you told him you would not be his wife till he found means to become a master mason. Well, go fetch him, and tell him to come here with his trowels and tools. His reward will be beyond your wishes, and above all, go out without saying a word or else. Rosalie left. Monsieur de Marais came quietly back to the fireside and began to tell her the details of the game of billiards and the discussion at the club that evening. When Rosalie returned, she found Monsieur and Madame de Marais conversing amiably. "Gorenflot is here, sir," said Rosalie. "Tell him to come in." "Oh, Gorenflot. Go fetch some bricks from the coach house. Bring enough to wall up the door of this cupboard. You can use the plaster that is left for cement." "Rosalie," said Madame de Marais, "come and brush my hair." Her husband quietly walked up and down the room, keeping an eye on the door, on the mason who was bringing in the bricks, and on his wife, but without any insulting display of suspicion. Gorenflot could not help making some noise. Madame de Marais seized a moment when he was unloading some bricks, and when her husband was at the other end of the room, to say to Rosalie, "My dear child, I will give you 1,000 francs a year if you'll only tell Gorenflot to leave a crack at the bottom." And then she added aloud, quite coolly, "You had better help him." Monsieur and Madame de Marais were silent all the time while Gorenflot was walling up the door. This silence was intentional on the husband's part. He did not wish to give his wife the opportunity of saying anything with a double meaning. On Madame de Marais' side, it was pride and prudence. When the wall was half built up, the cunning mason took advantage of his master's back being turned to break one of the 2 panes at the top of the door with his pick. By this, Madame de Marais understood that Rosalie had spoken to Gorenflot. They all three then saw the face of a dark, gloomy-looking man with black hair and flaming eyes, a Spaniard, a handsome Spaniard. Before her husband turned around, the poor woman had nodded to the stranger, to whom the signal was meant to convey hope. At 4 o'clock in the morning, as the day was dawning, the work was done. Monsieur de Marais slept in his wife's room. The next morning, when he got up, he said with apparent carelessness, "Oh, by the way, I must go to the mayor for a passport." He put on his hat and left. Madame de Marais rang for Rosalie, and then in a terrible voice she cried, "The pick! Bring the pick and set to work. I saw how Gorenflot did it yesterday. We shall have time to make a gap and build it up again." In an instant, Rosalie had brought her mistress a sort of cleaver. She, with a vehemence in which no words can give an idea, set to work to demolish the wall. She had already got out a few bricks when, turning to deal a stronger blow than before, she saw behind her Monsieur de Marais. She fainted away. "Lay Madame on her bed," said Monsieur de Marais. Foreseeing what would certainly happen in his absence, he had laid this trap for his wife. He had taken the beautiful silver-encrusted Spanish crucifix of his wife, which he had seen for the first time, and had asked questions until he shortly heard the name of its owner, a Spanish soldier in Verdun for the summer. "Rosalie, you may serve my meals here in Madame's room. She is ill. I shall not leave her till she recovers." The cruel man remained in his wife's room for 20 days. During the earlier time, when there was some little noise in the closet, and Josephine wanted to intercede for the dying man, he said, without allowing her to utter a word, "Madam, you swore on the cross that there was no one there." And that, radio listeners, is one way of avoiding divorce. That was the story of La Grande Bretèche, or The Beautiful Castle, by the great French author Honoré de Balzac. Living from 1799 to 1850, Balzac can be considered one of the early pioneers of the short story, which, in the past century and a half, has come to monopolize so much of the modern printed word. Somerset Maugham, in an introduction to a very recent collection of short stories entitled Tellers of Tales, makes the statement that from the first appearance of the short story, as we know it, around 1800, until today, there has been no improvement or polishing or sophistication. The first stories are, in other words, as good, as interesting, and as modern as the stories written today by acceptable authors. With Mr. Maugham, I agree completely in this conclusion, and I believe La Grande Bretèche is one fine example proving that point. Incidentally, our American raconteur, Edgar Allan Poe, an across-the-sea contemporary of Balzac, wrote a story on the same theme and handled it in much the same manner. It is The Cask of Amontillado, and soon we shall present it in this series. Now, next week we turn to Guy de Maupassant once again for one of his most subtly clever stories. Be with us for The False Gems by de Maupassant. I can guarantee that you will like it. Until then, this is Nelson Armstead bidding you good night and good reading.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring J. Carroll Nash and Susan Whitney in The Miracle of Fatima. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In October of 1951, 1 million people visited the little town of Fatima, Portugal, to commemorate the miracle of Fatima. Warner Brothers has brought this impressive story to the screen not only with reverence, but with gentle humor, because it's also a very human drama. And as our stars, we are pleased to have that unique artist, J. Carroll Nash, and in her original role, a young actress who has a great future, Susan Whitney. Now, The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia. Some 40 years ago in Portugal, a revolution occurred of the church. After 7 years of upheaval, churches in the remote districts were permitted to reopen. So it was in the little mountain village of Fatima.
Well, I was a young man in those days, the friend of all the world.
I worked a little, robbed a little, and drank the good mountain wine. It was on a Sunday morning that I met the children on the road. Lucia and her two little cousins, the boy Francisco and his sister Jacinta.
In fact, you look so funny, Hugo. So much man on such a little donkey.
I have told you many times, Francisco, if the little donkey hears you talk like that, he's going to be offended. Now, where do you go on such a fine morning?
The sheep, Hugo. We're taking them to the pasture.
Look, Hugo, we brought lunch. Bread and cheese.
Oh, but that is not enough for Sunday. Permit me to provide the dessert. Here. For each of you, a fine apple.
Oh, thank you, Hugo.
You know, these beautiful apples nearly cost me my life.
What happened?
Well, I saw these apples in an orchard by the roadside.
I know. You stole them.
Who, me? Stole them? Oh, no. No, little one. The orchard belongs to a rich friend of mine. He had told me to help myself, but his dogs, they did not know that.
Dogs?
Oh, sure, there were 7 of them, 7 big mastiffs, and they were leaping at my throat, and there I was, all alone, and with my bare hands I fought them. Poor dogs, they never gonna leap no more.
You killed them?
Well, all except the biggest one. He lay down and cried like a little baby.
You tell such good stories, Hugo, but we know they're not true. You'd better ask Father Ferreira to forgive you.
Father, no priest for Hugo.
Why not?
Well, it's all right to go to church. Francisco for children is fine, but not for me.
Don't you believe in God?
Believe in God? Well, let us say that God, he doesn't believe in me. Now go on, take the sheep to the cover.
Okay.
So it was that the children went to the pasture land that belonged to Lucia's father. And for what occurred that morning, there was only one word, the word of the children themselves. It began when the children sat down on the rocks to eat their bread and
What was that? There must be a storm coming.
How could it be a storm with the sky so bright?
I don't know, but we'd better head for home.
Lucia, what's the matter? What are you looking at?
That cloud. Look how low it is.
It's just a little cloud, Lucia. No, it's all misty and foggy like. It's right over the little oak tree.
Look.
What's the matter?
There, in the cloud.
Oh, I don't see anything.
Don't be afraid, Lucia. I won't hurt you. Come closer. There, that's better. You're not frightened, are you?
Oh, no. Where does your excellency come from?
I am from heaven.
Who are you talking to, Lucia?
A lady.
But where is she?
There, over the little tree. Don't you hear her?
No.
Tell him to say the rosary. Then he will see me.
She says to say the rosary.
What is it you want of me?
I come to ask you to come here for 6 months in succession on the 13th day at the same hour. Then I will tell you who I am and what I want.
Lucia, I can see her now. I can see her plain.
Do you wish to offer yourself to God, to endure all the suffering he may please to send you, to help atone for the sins by which he has offended, and to ask for the conversion of sinners?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Yes, my lady.
Then you will have much to suffer, but the grace of God will be your comfort.
My God. I love you.
Say the rosary every day to obtain peace for the world and to end war.
She's gone, Lucia. The beautiful lady is gone. But she'll come back. She said so, didn't she, Lucia?
Don't talk. Don't. It's too wonderful.
As I had been the last to see the children on their way to the cova, so it happened that I was the first to see them walking back toward the village.
Hello, Hugo. Hello, Hugo.
Well, now, is that the way to greet an old friend? Hello, Hugo. Now, what is the matter, huh? What's wrong?
We saw a beautiful lady in the cova, and she came from heaven.
Oh, from heaven, huh? Well, a stranger in these parts. Why don't you introduce me? Maybe she needs somebody to show her around, huh?
She came on a cloud of light standing on a little tree. And she said we must pray to make God feel better.
Well, now, what is all these beautiful ladies in trees making speeches? I think maybe you stayed too long in the sun.
Well, we did see her, Hugo.
And she was from heaven. She was.
All right. Now, if you say it, I believe it. You saw a lady? Good. She came from heaven? Fine. Only let us keep it among ourselves, huh? A secret, huh? You tell nobody but Hugo.
Why not?
Well, because others, they might make fun of you. Say ugly things, maybe.
Hugo's right. We mustn't tell anyone.
Good. Now go on. Go on home. All of you, hurry now before you might lose your shoes. Yes, Lucia and Francisco kept the secret. But for the little ones, for Jacinta, it was too much. That night she told her mother and father what she had seen. And they rushed to the home of Lucia's parents.
Where is she, Maria? Lucia, where is she? At this hour, children are in bed, Olympia.
All this excitement. Why? For what reason? What reason? The vision, of course. The vision in the cova. Vision?
Yes. They saw a vision, Antonio. Jacinta and Francisco, and your Lucia.
Oh, what a wonderful thing. Our children chosen by the Holy Mother herself.
Holy Mother? What are you talking about?
There you are, Lucia. Come here, my little niece. Come, we have come to see you.
Lucia, Jacinta told everything. I didn't want to tell Lucia, but I had to. Now everybody knows about it. Everybody.
Come here, Lucia.
Yes, Mama.
Did you say you saw the Blessed Virgin in the cova today?
I didn't say anything, Mama.
But we did see a lovely lady in the tree. Who else could it be? She didn't say who she was. I told you 100 times.
Now, who makes up these silly stories? Jacinta and Francisco say it is true.
They have never lied to us, Maria Rosa. Never. They saw the Mother of God.
In the cova? But why would she come there?
Oh, are you all fools? Stories like this can bring the police to our door.
Lucia, tell your aunt and uncle that you put this nonsense into Jacinta's head.
But she didn't. It happened.
Tell them, Lucia. Tell them you lied.
I didn't lie, Mama. It's the truth.
Shame on you. I'll teach you the truth. Now you go to your room.
Later that night, the mother and father of Lucia went to the home of the village priest, to Father Ferreira.
She still insists that she is telling the truth?
Yes, Father, yes. As if the Blessed Virgin had nothing better to do than ride around in clouds and talk to children.
She was always a pious child, Maria.
Yes, I know. She loves stories of saints and visions. But now she's making them up herself. When I think of the blasphemy...
Just where is this cova you're talking about?
Oh, it's on my land, Father. A place where we graze the sheep.
And when does she say this lady of theirs is supposed to appear again?
A month from today.
But that's St. Anthony's feast day. A day the children love. No, I doubt if Lucia and the others will want to miss the fun here in the village.
Then your advice, Father...
Ignore the whole episode. It's just a game the children played. In a month, they'll forget all about it.
So a month went by, but the children did not forget. On the feast of St. Anthony, Francisco and Jacinto went to the cova, but not Lucia. She went to the village with her parents for the celebration. Her heart broken, her eyes wet with tears.
Look at her, Maria, all by herself and still crying. It's wrong for a child to be that unhappy.
It is also wrong for a child to say she saw a vision. And you, her own father, to forgive a thing like this.
Hugo says that people have come here from 50 miles away. They're in the cova waiting for the children to speak to the village.
It isn't enough that people are such fools. But if the government hears about this...
Well, maybe it is better this way. Nothing will happen, and then they will be ashamed to even think about it anymore.
Oh, let us hope so. Meanwhile, Lucia must learn her lesson. That she cannot... Antonio, what is it? What's going on?
The music and the merrymaking had suddenly stopped. An automobile had driven up. 2 men from the government. They looked on the crowd and called for Father Ferreira.
You, priest, you know who I am? Chief Administrator, yes, I know.
This is Señor País.
The new magistrate Murai. Now, where are the children?
Children?
The children you've been using to stir up the people with reports of a vision.
Under the law, reports of miracles are a crime. Now point them out to us.
Oh, I know of no children who have seen the Blessed Virgin.
You're lying. One of them is called Lucia. Which is the child named Lucia? Say, please. It is the government who is your friend, not the church or not the priest. Those who help the priest in this fraud will go to jail with him. Now, where are the children?
But no one spoke. Foolish visions were one thing, but to betray children, to endanger the priest, that was something else again.
I will give you 5 minutes. You will produce the girl Lucia, or the most drastic measures will be taken against this entire village. You are defying the law. Do you understand
Wait, senor.
Well.
Well, you ask for Lucia, senor, but which Lucia? We have dozens of Lucias here, Your Excellency. Every one of them can make up anything, from flocks of angels to devils on horseback. Now, senora, as for me, I think a lovely lady in a tree is fascinating because I like to climb trees.
Oh, be quiet.
My apologies, senora. I only try to point out that the government seems to believe in this miracle more than we do.
We will give you just one more chance. No one is to leave this plaza. We will question every one of you. Now line up in front of the church. Line up!
In all of the commotion, it was easy to slip away. And when I left, Lucia was with me. Lucia and...
Where are we going, Hugo? Where?
Well, to your house, little one. Better yet, to a neighbor's house, till all this blows away.
No, Hugo. No. Take me to the cova.
To the cova, huh?
The lady expects me, and it's almost time. Oh, don't you see? She must have sent you.
Me? An unbeliever?
Please, Hugo, please.
All right, little one. To the cova it is. There were still people in the cova, 15 or 20, and in front of the little tree, the 2 other little children.
Jacinto Francisco! Lucia! Look, it's Lucia! In the cloud, it's coming again. It's coming toward the little tree. What should we do? Lucia's kneeling on the ground. We'd better kneel, too.
Dear lady, I knew you'd come back to us. I knew it.
You are unhappy, my daughter.
Only because of my mother, but not anymore. Tell us what you'd have us do.
Jesus wishes to use you, to make me known and loved throughout the world.
Lucia, Senora Carrera is here with the cripple boy. She asked us to speak to the lady.
Will you cure him, dear lady?
Her prayers shall be answered within a year.
When will you take us to heaven?
I will take Jacinta and Francisco soon. But you must remain some time longer.
You're going to take them? You mean they're going to...
Have no fear for them.
But why must they go? Why? Please, dear lady. Besides, my mother, I love them more than anyone in the world.
Don't cry, Lucia. If you cry, then I'll cry.
Forgive me, my lady. I'll do anything. But don't take them. Don't leave me here alone.
Dear child, I'll be with you always. My immaculate heart will be your refuge and the path that leads to God.
She's going away. She's disappearing. In the cloud. The cloud, it's gone.
Baby, little baby, what is the matter, huh? Somebody hurt you?
The lady said she's going to take Francisco and Jacinta.
You're going to heaven, she said.
And I don't want them to go.
Well, maybe you misunderstood the lady.
No, I didn't.
Oh, she was here, huh? The same lady?
She was, Hugo. She was here.
But no one else saw her, little friend. I looked very hard. All the other people back there, they was looking too, but nothing.
She came to us as she said she would. She said we're going to heaven. Soon.
Well, now, wait. Maybe she will change her mind. Ladies do, you know. Now come. Come with the Hugo, huh? The 3 of you come. We stayed far from the village until the administrator and the magistrate had gone back to Uri. When I brought the children home, Father Ferreira was waiting for them.
So you saw her again today, my child?
Yes, Father, yes.
What did she tell you?
The lady had told us the way would be hard. I didn't know what she meant then, but I do now. I thought you'd believe us, Father.
I may neither believe nor disbelieve until all the facts are examined. What else did the Blessed Mother say?
I didn't say she was the Blessed Mother.
But she was.
Jacinta, be quiet.
Perhaps you can tell us what the lady said, Jacinta.
She said we're going to die, Father. Soon. Not Lucia. Just Francisco and me.
Going to die? Lucia, you told them that. Father, you see what terrible things she's doing. There's no end to this.
Lucia didn't tell us. It was the lady.
Stop saying such things.
Lucia, if you are lying, I implore you to tell me.
Oh, it would be so easy to tell you that I am. Then all I'd get would be a whipping. But I'm not, Father.
Look, child, you saw what happened today. The administrator, the magistrate. They made grave threats. If they come here again, soldiers will come with them. Do you want them to take me away, to close the doors of our church?
Oh, no, Father, no.
Then tell me the truth.
I've told you the truth. I swear it.
I believe you, Lucia.
That they saw the Virgin?
I believe they saw something. Good or evil, I cannot say.
Evil?
The devil comes to us in many forms, Lucia.
Oh, no, Father. Not the lady.
I'm going to write to the bishop and tell him. Until I hear from him, I don't want any of you to go to the cova anymore.
Now, you hear that? You'll never go again.
And let us pray to God to enlighten us all.
What's the matter, Lucia? Are you sick, child?
No, Mama. I just couldn't sleep.
Come inside before we wake the others.
You're angry with me?
No, I'm not angry anymore. Just worried, Lucia. Tell Mama. Tell me.
Father Ferreira said that the lady might be the devil. She couldn't be that. Could she, Mama?
Father Ferreira knows more about such things than we do. Surely the devil would want the church closed. He'd want to see Father Ferreira in jail, too, wouldn't he?
But if you only could have seen her as I did. If you only could have heard her voice. I can't stop thinking about her.
Oh, are you going to begin all that?
No, Mama. No, don't be mad at me. Even though I promised her to come, I'm never going to see her anymore. Never. I don't want you to hate me. I love you, Mama. I love you.
And I love you, my darling. Now close your eyes. Try to sleep. I'll be here, Lucia. My little bird. My poor, tormented baby.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. That's a thought which the 4-H clubs of America had in mind when they began sponsoring the International Farm Youth Exchange. The main purpose of the IFYE is to select young farmers or those who've majored in university agricultural courses whom they send abroad for short periods to work with the people and promote understanding and friendship. Last summer, for example, 3 young California farmers were chosen to spend 4 to 5 months in Ecuador. While there, they visited farms, discussed agriculture with the people, and lent what assistance they could. The work of these grassroots ambassadors, as they are called, is voluntary, for although their trips are sponsored by the 4-H clubs in their neighborhood, the major portion of their expenses is paid by the young farmers themselves. Their work can in no way be considered charity because they learn as much from people in other countries as those people learn from them. Yes, members of the International Farm Youth Exchange have learned the secret of international understanding, that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia, with Jeanette Nolan as Maria.
Yes, the poor unhappy child had told her mother that never again would she look for the vision of the lady. But not Lucia and not Maria could control the imagination of the people. Word of a miracle flew like leaves in a wind. From all over Portugal, the pilgrims came to Fatima to visit the cova and pray before the little oak tree. And then a wonderful idea came to me, and I brought it to Lucia's father, to Antonio.
You are my dear friend, Hugo. You alone would think to buy me wine in my hour of such problems.
Well, we drink another bottle, huh? Hey, Salazar, more wine for Antonio. Everybody goes crazy, Antonio, except you and me. But if they wish to believe fairy tales, that is their business.
Hugo, what the children say, maybe it's true.
Antonio, you are a grown man.
Well, all I know is that on the 13th day of the next month, you will see thousands here in Fatima.
Exactly, my friend. And who am I to argue against the belief of thousands? My dear Antonio, heaven has sent us our own private miracle.
Help me, Hugo. Comfort me.
Then listen closely. You own the cova, and I am your dearest friend, your partner. So we will charge each and every one a small fee to see the Virgin, huh? Think what a good deed we're going to be doing.
No.
Oh, Antonio, be sensible.
You don't even go to church. You would try to cheat God himself.
But God owns such a big world, Antonio, and we got so little of it. Now, look, Antonio, first thing we do, we build a gate, a fence, and in the morning...
No.
Oh, Antonio, we're going to be rich. We will be popular.
I will drink a little more wine and think about it, but the answer will still be no. Such a thing would be a sin.
But I have sinned all my life. You think God will care if I sin just a little bit more?
No. Hugo, I am frightened.
Frightened. All my life I have been cursed with good friends who are religious. It is a great burden.
Antonio, Hugo, come quickly.
What, more visions, huh? More angels playing the harp?
The church, the administrator is closing the church.
Closing the church?
They are nailing the doors up with boards. There are soldiers with rifles on the steps. Now hurry.
3 little children have caused all of this. I have just decided to be a bachelor for the rest of my life.
Perhaps now your people will believe us, Father Ferreira. We warned you on St. Anthony's Day, but you would not listen.
The children have done this stupid thing because you told them to. You and your bishop.
Your face, please. Why would we plot such a thing when we knew it would only bring disaster upon us?
Then your bishop does not sanction these reports of the vision?
It is you who sanction them, Horace. Can't you see that by closing the church you have made these people believe that the vision must be true?
It's been reported that the Virgin will again appear on the 13th of next month.
I give you my word that every priest in Portugal will tell his people to stay away from Fatima.
Good.
Then we'll see how well you priests can control them. If there is no hysterical mob here on July 13th, we'll allow you to reopen your church. So, you see, it is now in your hands, Father Ferreira. Good day.
But on the 12th of July, the people again were pouring into Fatima. And that night, the parents of Jacinta and Francisco struggled through the crowds to the house of Lucia's parents.
I never thought we would get here. Such crowds, such questions. Listen to them. Listen to the fools.
I stand around my house. I look into the window all for a glimpse of Jacinta and Francisco.
Where are they?
Hiding under the bed, and the doors of my house are locked.
Never have we had to lock them before.
Tomorrow there will be thousands at the cove.
The priests have warned the people to stay home so our church could be opened again, but still they come. The whole country gone mad.
Perhaps the Blessed Virgin wants them here, Maria.
That I will never believe. Neither does Lucia believe it. She won't stir out of the house tomorrow. Come here, Lucia. Tell them yourself.
I will not go to the cova. I'll stay at home.
But Francisco and Jacinto, what will they do without you? Oh, Maria, you are making a great mistake.
I also believe as you do, Martha, but what can I do?
Enough. Father Ferreira said the children should not go.
But who saw the lady? Father Ferreira? No. The children saw her. And I believe what they tell me. Maria, the child is crying.
Lucia will keep her promise to me until the church is opened again.
Do what you want, Maria. My children will go to the cova tomorrow.
And late that night, in her torment, in her helplessness, Lucia slipped away from her house and went to the cova. As she ran down the road, she saw many pilgrims asleep on the ground and others who sat in the darkness, waiting for the day to come. No one knew her. To them, she was just a sad little girl who knelt by the tree and prayed.
Oh, my lady, help me. Won't you please tell me how I can keep my promise to you without hurting my mother? One little sign, just so I'll know what to do. Show me your face. Help me, my lady.
Maria, she's gone. Lucia's gone. She's not in her bed and her clothes are gone.
Maybe she went to water the sheep.
No. I looked. She's not out there. She's not with her cousins either. I called him Marto, and he said he hasn't seen her since last night.
You are thinking of the cova. No, Antonio. She promised me.
But then the plaza, the square then, in front of the church.
If she's out in that crowd and they find out who she is, call the neighbors. Tell them they must help us find her. No, I will go. If she comes back, don't let her leave. Lock the doors. Keep everyone out.
It was scarcely more than daylight, but a portion of the crowd was already plodding toward the cova. And it was there that Maria finally found her, Lucia, asleep on the ground.
Lucia! Oh, my baby, my darling. Thank God. Why did you run away from us?
But I didn't, Mama. I meant to come home, but I must have fallen asleep. I'm so sorry, Mama. Forgive me.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'll go home now.
You want to go home?
Oh, no. No, but I promised you I'd...
You would rather stay here. Then stay, my child. Please, just leave us alone. Don't touch her. Just leave us alone.
All during the morning, Father Ferreira pleaded and begged, but in vain. The people would not listen. They had come to the cova to witness a miracle, and there they would remain.
You have been deceived. You will not find Holy Mother here. You offend her, believing she would show herself to a crowd in a field. Go home. Go home and beg her forgiveness.
They ignore you, huh? Well, I warned you, priest.
Sure. We did all we could to prevent this.
I have a troop of cavalry waiting down the road. I promise you that by noon this field will be empty. And as for you, you are under arrest.
There was pity for the priest and anger for the government, but the crowd would not leave. And when the troops came and tried to ride them down, it was the people who routed the soldiers. And when the hour of noon arrived, a great silence hung over the cova. Thousands of people stood motionless as they watched the children fall to their knees and turned their faces toward the little cloud that hovered over the oak tree.
Are you there, dear lady? We're in such terrible trouble.
You are enduring these hardships for the conversion of sinners as atonement for sins committed against God. If the people do not cease to offend him, another and worse war will break out. When you see a strange light in the sky, you will know it is a sign that the world is about to be punished for its crimes. In Russia, there is an evil scheme to destroy the peace on earth. To prevent this, I ask that she be converted. If not, she will cause wars and persecutions. Good people will be martyred. Many nations will be destroyed. If what I say is heeded, many souls will be saved, and there will be peace. It is necessary that people amend their lives. Let them offend our Lord God no more.
Ugo, do you hear anything?
Only a sound like the wind in the trees.
But there is no wind. The whole earth is still.
My lady, the people can't see you or hear you as we do. Many of them don't believe that you appear to us.
In October, I will give them a sign that will make them believe.
It was the same thing all over again, the three children swearing that they saw and heard the lady. But no one else had seen anything more exciting than a cloud, a tree, and the hot sun. And yet throughout all Portugal they did nothing but argue and debate about it. But for a whole month the officials bothered no one. Then, on August the 13th, the administrator drove his automobile to Lucia's house to meet with the parents.
You're not very happy to see me, are you? Well, I don't blame you. But I think that will change when you learn that your priest has been released.
Father Ferreira is back?
I've just come from his house. And you know who else is there? The bishop.
Maria.
And the bishop would like to speak to the children before they go to the cova. He wants to see them now, so I offer to come and get them.
But we can take them, Senor.
Fine. Of course, if the bishop is to speak to them before they go to the cova, there is not much time, is there? It will be much quicker in my automobile.
If the children leave here, we will take them, Senor.
You want your church reopened, don't you? I prefer they come with me.
Senor.
Now, if the bishop agrees to sanction these miracles, and if he agrees to accept our responsibility for whatever happens, the government will give you back your church.
And everything will be as it was?
Just as it was.
Maria, we must let them go.
Yes, I agree.
Let him take the children to the bishop. Imagine, to see the bishop in an automobile.
For simple people, you do not require a clever trick. The children were taken, not to the bishop, but to the magistrate's office in the town of Ure. And the questioning began.
You children have perjured yourselves and incited people to violence and riot. Now, what have you to say about it, huh?
We're very sorry, Senor.
It would be a terrible thing to send children to prison, never to see your mothers again.
But you can help us not to do it. Simply confess that the priest told you to spread these silly stories about a lady from heaven, and we'll let you go. You see how easy it is?
But he didn't. The priest said it was the devil. And we did see a lady, and she did talk to us. And she said we would suffer for her.
Now suppose that instead of locking you up in prison, we were to take you to the shops and buy you fine new clothes, wonderful toys, anything you want. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
You don't have to pay us to tell you the truth, Senors. We do it for nothing.
Now, you listen to me. Sometimes when people don't answer the way they should, the police have ways of making them. How would you like to be dropped into a kettle filled with boiling oil, huh? How would you like that, huh?
I don't think we'd like that, Senor.
Well, that's exactly what will happen unless you admit you lied. Well?
We've only told the truth, Senor.
Very well. Come in, Captain. Get your soldiers and throw them in the dungeon.
They had no intention to harm the children, simply to terrify them into confessing. So it happened that a few moments later, they found me waiting for them in the jail.
Hugo, look! It's Hugo! Hugo, you've come to save us.
Well, not exactly, but I...
But how did you get here?
Well, there was soldiers in Fatima, little one. 10, 12, 14 soldiers. And when I find what they have done to you, I charge them all alone by myself with my two bare hands.
You know, this time I think you're telling the truth.
Forgive me, please. I think there was only 3 of them. Maury was beautiful while it lasted. Now I got to spend 15 days in jail. But you here. Now they are putting children in prison.
First he was going to boil us in oil.
Boil you in... Did he say that?
Don't worry, Hugo. He didn't do it.
And this is the day the lady from heaven is to come.
Now she'll think we didn't keep our promise.
Oh, I see.
And we'll never get to see her again.
Now, don't cry, baby. What do you want, huh? Tell me what you want and I will do it.
I want to go home to my mother.
Oh, that's one thing I cannot do now, but, well, give me time. Give me time to think, and don't worry. Hugo will not let them hurt you. Only that is not enough. How am I going to get you out of here? How am I going to get you out? And as I sat there struggling with this great problem, upstairs in the magistrate's office, a colonel of the army had just arrived from Fatima.
Well, what are you so excited about?
There's no use, Senor. The people in Fatima, they refuse to disperse, children or adult children. The cover is jammed and they are all praying.
Oh, this ridiculous praying.
A volley over their head will shut off their prayers.
Do you want a riot on your hands, Senor?
Then what do you propose, Pais?
I propose to let the children go.
No, not until they have confessed.
Oh, I should have thought of this a long time ago. Now listen to me. The credibility of their crazy story depends upon a miracle that's guaranteed to convince everyone. But there will be no miracle. And the whole affair blows up in their faces.
You expect me to tell that angry mob it was all a joke, putting those brats in jail?
And I'll tell them, but release the children. Give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves.
Oh, do what you want, just get them off my hands. But the lady promised no miracle today, not until October.
And we will wait till October. Then, when the mob realizes how they've been deceived, they will settle this problem for us. Yes, my friend. We will give the children back to the people.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of The Miracle of Fatima.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Recently, the Institute of International Education in Los Angeles, California, opened an office for its new affiliate, the Center for International Students and Visitors. When foreign visitors, sponsored by public or private groups, visit Los Angeles, the center provides them with help in seeing and learning the American way of doing things. It's been found that, for the most part, visitors would rather see how Americans live rather than how they make money. Within a recent 2-month period, the center was host in one way or another to a Finnish publisher, a French director of police, a Malayan journalist, a United Nations delegate from India, a director of education from Iceland, a German lawyer, a Korean editor, and an Austrian composer. Visitors usually stay from 2 days to 3 weeks, and when they return to their own countries, they take with them a clear and honest picture of how Americans live, thanks to an organization which has dedicated itself to the spreading of world amity, an organization which has discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Miracle of Fatima, starring J. Carroll Nash as Hugo and Susan Whitney as Lucia, with Janet Nolan as Maria.
So it was that the children returned to Fatima. So it also was that on the 13th of September, the lady again appeared to them, but only to them, and again from a cloud that hung low over the little tree in the cova. But what everyone was waiting for was the day when the miracle would happen. For this, Lucia said, would happen.
Look at me, Hugo. You haven't prayed in years, have you?
Well, I told you once, little one, for some people, praying is very fine. I recommend it. But for Hugo, no, I don't think so.
You're angry at Papa, aren't you? Because he won't let you sell tickets at the Cova?
But how I can be angry with my dear friend? My partner, besides, I have something better now than tickets. Rosaries, little one. Boxes full of rosaries, and only Hugo will be permitted to sell them on your father's land.
You'll make a lot of money.
Well, is there something wrong with that?
I'm not sure. If only you believe. But when the lady does the miracle, then you'll believe, won't you?
Well, I believe, baby.
Oh, no, you don't. You like me, but you don't believe.
Lucia, we are very good friends, huh? Maybe you'll tell Hugo what kind of a miracle the lady is going to make.
She didn't say what kind.
Oh, only when, huh?
Yes, on October the 13th. Tomorrow.
Never in the history of our mountains had there been such days as these. The people, the crowds, young, old, rich, poor, strong, weak. And all of this because of 3 little children. This indeed was the miracle in itself. Among those who made the journey to Fatima was the bishop, and on the night of October 12th, he summoned the children before him, the children and their parents.
Lucia, you know, do you not, that there are tens of thousands of people here tonight because of your claim?
Forgive me, But we didn't ask them to come.
My child, you don't seem to realize how difficult it is for these throngs to get here. A desolate place on the top of a mountain. No place to sleep save on the ground and in the rain. Many bring their sick, hoping to have them healed by the merciful one. Mothers come with prayers for their sons in the war. The poor will be hungry, and there are no loaves and fishes here to feed them. Some may even die. And for all this, you children are responsible. Did Our Lady ask for that?
No, Senor Bishop, no.
You have said the Mother of God predicts another great war, and still more wars.
I only know what she told me, Father Ferreira.
You see what nonsense this is. Tomorrow all these people will be waiting for a miracle.
The lady will keep her word.
But if it should fail, if that great crowd has cause to think that you've lied, it will become an angry mob. And then, God help you all, this is what your enemies are hoping for. But even now it may not be too late. Even now they will forgive a child if she confesses her sin.
But I haven't sinned. I haven't sinned.
It is no use. Father Ferreira, take me to your church. We will pray together for guidance to aid these poor.
They've gone, Lucia. It's all right. It's all right.
They don't believe me, Mama. They don't believe.
We believe you, Lucia.
We'll go with you to the cova tomorrow. If there is no miracle, the mob will have to walk on me before they get to you. But no more tears, my little bird. No more tears.
This way to the cova, senores. Buy yourself a new rosary at wholesale prices. There are no rosaries sold at the cova. I have also for sale a few more branches from the holy tree that held Our Lady. Take one home, senores. Enjoy your own visions. Rosaries and branches, senores. Rosaries.
Move on ahead. Come, Francisco. To the little tree.
No. Stay close to us and to Father Ferreira. These pilgrims will grab you for souvenirs.
Lucia, if it keeps on
It
raining...
doesn't matter. Do you think it rains in heaven?
No, but if it does...
Well, heaven is where Our Lady is, and she'll come to us no matter what happens.
Lucia, you say this lady of yours is supposed to appear at noon?
She's always come at noon, Father.
The crowds on our way here to the cova delayed us longer than we thought. Look at my watch, Lucia.
It's past noon. It's past 12 o'clock.
Exactly. You know what this means? It means that nothing is going to happen. I want you to leave this place now.
I can't go, Father. The lady said she'd be here.
You have done harm enough. Do as I tell you.
Father, this land is not much, but it is mine. You have no right to order my daughter away from here.
This is the spot here, before the little tree.
Can we pray now, Lucia? Can we start now?
Pay no attention to the people, Jacinta. Let them do as they wish, but we will pray.
Again they were on their knees, and the moments went by, and nothing happened. But the children did not move. The crowd became restless. They had been here for hours, and all for nothing, and angry voices echoed against the hills. And then those closest to the children saw them smile, and they heard the voice of Lucia.
We knew you'd come to us, dear lady. What do you want?
The crowd was suddenly silent. Just the falling of the rain.
I want to tell you that war is going to end, and soldiers will return to their homes. Do not fear. In the end, God will triumph.
You said you'd tell us who you are.
I am the Lady of the Rosary.
Queen of the Most Holy Rosary.
The crowd was stirring again, for all they saw was a child talking to the empty air.
You see, Senor Administrator, it would be as I said. They better pull some sort of miracle out of a hat, or this farce will become more tragic than we thought. Well, they can't say we didn't try to stop it.
Holy Mother, you promised to give us a miracle so the people will believe.
They will believe, my child.
She's going away. dear lady, no, don't go. Lucia, why is she going? Why is she leaving us so soon?
She promised a miracle. Jacinta, Francisco, look. Look at the sun.
The sun is coming toward us. Through the rain. The sun.
This I saw with my own eyes. The sun in the heaven rushing toward us, turning itself like a wheel of flame. And a great terror was on the people. They screamed, they prayed. Some could not move, but stood like stone and stared in the heavens. Others flung themselves on the ground. A blind woman shouted that she could see again. A cripple dropped his stretches. And then the sun halted in its course and drew back deep into the heavens. The children now turned toward their parents.
The lady kept her promise, Mama.
Look, the rain has stopped. Our clothes are dry.
Yes, it is dry. Maria, it is dry, like dust.
My coat is dry.
We stood in the rain, Papa, but our clothes are dry. Mama, Papa, now you believe?
I think now that even Hugo believes.
Hugo?
Only the fool says there is no God. All this, as I have said, happened long ago when I was a young man. In 1917, the people of Fatima built a simple arch in the Cova. But now, on that very spot, there stands a magnificent basilica. And on October 13, 1951, 1 million people from all over the world gathered there to do homage to Our Lady of Fatima. And I was among them. In the basilica, in this sacred spot, Francisco and Jacinto lie in their eternal sleep, while through the years their friend Lucia has devoted herself to holy service. Are you happy, Lucia?
More than I can tell you.
To think that the faith of you 3 children has brought 1 million people to Fatima.
It is their own faith that brought them, Hugo. Their yearning for peace on earth. If the people of the world will pray as Our Lady asked them to, God will send us peace.
Of that, I am sure.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Shortly after World War II, some Army officers in the Philippines took the time and trouble to find out that their houseboy had one burning ambition, one desire in life, and that was to come to the United States and study for the Baptist ministry. Well, they took it upon themselves to do a lot of corresponding and arranging, and they finally obtained a 4-year scholarship for him at Eastern New Mexico College. Then the Woman's Missionary Union heard about the boy, and they offered him a 2-year seminary scholarship. But there was still a mighty important question, the question of raising $440 for his passage to the United States. And it was in an Army chapel that Catholic, Protestant, and Jewish servicemen joined together to collect the funds so that this boy might become a Baptist minister. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are to accept our thanks for an inspiring evening. J. Carroll Nash and Susan Whitney. And you've added another excellent characterization to your repertoire, Carol.
Well, if you like, I'm like it too.
For heaven's sake, why are you using a dialect?
Maybe too much Luigi.
No, it's not that, Susan. It's just that everyone thinks I'm a Latin. They just won't believe that I'm Irish. So I naturally lapse into a dialect
at times. And come to think of it, Susan, it's all Irving Cummings' fault.
That's right, Susan. Many years ago, I directed Carroll in a picture called Down Argentine Way. He had his first part with a dialect and was a great hit.
Mamma mia. Well, well, you know, that was your fault, too, because, Irving, you were so successful as a director. But, Susan, let me give you a little advice. If you don't want to carry your birth certificate with you wherever you go, you stick to your native language, huh?
Believe me, I'm having a hard enough time at school with the English language, but I do want to be a versatile star when I grow up.
But, Irving, I'd like to ask you one question.
What is it, Carroll?
What are you going to do the program next week, maybe, huh? Is it going to be good?
Well, this being spring and all, we're going to bring you one of the most delightful comedies ever produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. It's Angels in the Outfield. And the stars of this hilarious story will be George Murphy, and in their original roles, Janet Leigh and Donna Cochrane.
Oh, I'm going to love that. Good night.
I'm too. Well, good night, Irving. Good night.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good morning, sir.
Lieutenant Holden. Oh, what are you doing here at this time of the morning?
Oh, I'm sorry to wake you up, sir, but I think...
Come in, man. It's a bit too chilly to be talking in doorways. Now then, what did you say brought you here?
Well, I'm afraid this is an emergency, Colonel.
Lieutenant, if this is an emergency, get to the point right away.
Yes, sir. We found that they've launched another rocket, and...
Now, come on, Holden. During the past 15 years, they've launched several thousand rockets. Did you wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning to let me know they've launched another one?
No, sir, not exactly. The reason I woke you up is because, well, this particular rocket is heading straight toward us.
Theater 5 presents Point of Impact.
you sure you haven't made a mistake somewhere?
Yes, sir, I am. Now, all our calculations show the rocket is headed straight toward us. And unless something alters its course, it'll probably hit within a radius of 5 to 10 miles from the base.
All right. I assume you have a car waiting?
Yes, sir.
Jim, what's happened?
You wait for me in the car, Lieutenant. I'll be out in a couple of minutes.
Jim, what's going on?
Nothing important, really. Go back to bed, dear. There's nothing to worry about.
But who was that?
Who was who?
Now, Jim, please, who was that you were talking to?
Oh, Lieutenant Holden. You must remember him. You met him at the Watsons a couple of times.
Jim, stop this nonsense. What did he want?
Nothing.
And where are you going?
To base operations. I have to check something. There seems to be a little problem, and Lieutenant Holden...
What sort of problem?
Oh, it's nothing important. I told you. It's just that these young kids, they just get their gold bars and they...
What sort of problem?
Kathy, I already told you. Nothing important.
Colonel, you're not talking to your 5-year-old son now. He might be easier to convince that the commanding officer of an air defense base is awakened at 3 a.m, not by phone, but by a personal visit, for no reason.
Kathy, go back to sleep. Of course he had a reason for waking me up, but there is no cause for alarm. Lieutenant Holden is a bright young man, but he's also inexperienced, and he knows it. He could not afford to take a chance. He thinks we've got a problem on our hands, and rather than face it alone, he came to see me. I'm going to base operations to see what's going on, and I'll be back in half an hour. Have you called the president, Lieutenant?
No, sir, not yet. I thought I'd let you know first.
Good. Now, let me have it from the top. What do we know about the rocket?
Not much, sir. We believe it's one of their latest models, probably 1 million pounds thrust.
That's more than enough for a nuclear head.
Well, now, we tracked it first from launch, and it seemed like a routine launch at first, but we kept an eye on it anyway. The tracking equipment showed a speed of roughly 17,800 miles an hour.
That's routine for orbiting a satellite, man.
Begging the colonel's pardon, sir, but that was several hours ago. There were 3 orbits of the Earth. I mean, the whole thing was first placed into an orbit of the Earth.
You mean rocket and all?
Yes, sir. Rocket and all. Now, the whole thing orbited 3 times, and then something happened which we can't explain so far. The rocket left the orbit, changed course, and began heading straight toward us.
And it's a manned spaceship.
Well, no, sir. We're sure of that. The radio tracking equipment reports no conversation. Now, we did track intense radioactivity at launch and just before the rocket changed course, however.
Well, if this is meant to be a surprise attack, they would observe complete radio silence. Once the men got their orders, there wouldn't be any need for communications.
We thought of that, sir. And we fed the radio data into a computer, but it showed no speech pattern. It's definitely not a manned spaceship. That change of course was accomplished by radio command.
What's the present speed of the rocket?
Well, that's another strange thing, sir. As soon as it left the orbit, the speed decreased to slightly less than 8,000 miles an hour. Then it increased again to over 8,000. Now, right now, it's close to 12,000 miles an hour.
Doesn't leave us much time, does it?
No, sir. If our calculations are correct, we'll be hit in just about 32 minutes from now.
Well, I guess no errors here. This particular bird is headed toward us. They've finally done it. But why? Why in the blazes now? And with no provocation? Why would they want to do a thing like that? Base operations, Colonel Brooks.
Good morning, sir. This is Sergeant Davis. Mrs. Brooks is right outside to see the colonel. May I send her?
Yeah, I'll be right out. Kathy, how often have I told you
Stop
not...
it. Do you hear? Just stop it. I know. You told me never to disturb you here.
And why did you?
Because something is terribly wrong, and I know it. And you know it. And because I want to know what's wrong.
Okay. You're right. Something is terribly wrong. Where's the boys?
Outside in the car, sleeping.
Oh, good. Now, Kathy, as soon as I'm through talking, I want you to get into the car. Is the tank full?
Almost.
Oh, fine. Now get into the car and drive. And as soon as you hit the highway, push the gas pedal all the way down to the floor and don't take it off until you run out of gas.
It sounds frightening.
It was meant to be. Kathy, in less than half an hour, we're going to be hit by a rocket which we believe carries a nuclear warhead. Now, first we thought it might be a routine satellite launch or some deep space probe, but now we know better. The rocket is heading straight toward us. It'll hit within a couple of miles from here, and from what we know about the gentleman who launched it, we can assume that what it carries in its head is not a message of friendship.
What we know about the gentleman who launched that rocket. What do we know about them?
What are you talking
It's
about?
a simple question. What do we know about them? All we know is they can launch rockets, possibly reach another planet. But what do we know about them? Do we know how they think and feel?
Oh, Kathy, what are you asking me for? You know we don't have answers to any of those questions. We've been trying to communicate with them for years. They've tried to communicate with us for almost as many years, but we haven't been successful, and you know it.
Which they're bridging with a rocket carrying a nuclear head. Because we haven't been able to find some other bridge.
Kathy, darling, listen to me. You're losing precious time. Now get into the car and go. In half an hour, you should be far enough away to save yourself and the boy.
But can't you do something about it? Don't you have something to stop it?
No. All we can do is track it down and wait.
But surely there must be some kind.
Kathy, listen to me. Every minute counts. Get going.
And you, Jim? What will you do?
Pray, maybe. Just pray.
Mr. President, this is Colonel James Brooks, Commanding Officer, Air Defense Unit 205B.
Good morning, Colonel. What can I do for you?
Mr. President, it's my duty to inform you that we're under attack.
How much time do we have?
Approximately 21 minutes, sir.
What are the details?
A rocket, which we have every reason to believe carries a nuclear head, is presently heading toward us. We calculated its speed at roughly 12,000 miles an hour, which means that unless we've made an error, it'll hit in a little less than 21 minutes.
Hit where, Colonel?
The point of impact will probably be within a radius of 5 to 10 miles from our base, sir.
From your base? Where exactly are you located, Colonel?
91 miles north of Sedgwick and 76 miles west of the ocean, sir.
Well, that's strange.
Sir?
I said that's strange. Why would they want to hit an uninhabited area? How many men do you have there, Colonel?
4 officers, including myself, 18 enlisted men, and 12 dependents, sir.
Any special or unusual equipment?
No, sir. We're a radar observation unit of the type B, Mr. President. No defenses whatsoever.
Well, don't you agree with me it is strange? Why would they waste a nuclear bomb to destroy a radar observation unit and just a handful of people?
An error in calculations, perhaps?
I doubt it. You're several thousand miles from here. What I mean is, the logical thing to do is to start a surprise attack by hitting the nerve center of a nation, not a remote radar observation point. If they did make an error in calculation, it would place the point of impact within a few hundred miles from here, not a few thousand. Anyway, what are you doing about it at your end?
I'm waiting for your orders, sir.
You have your orders, Colonel. You have my permission to put Plan B into action.
Plan B, sir?
Plan B, Colonel.
No retaliation, Mr. President?
No, Colonel. No retaliation. I'm praying that the rocket will hit far enough to spare all of you. But I am also praying that it's heading toward us as a result of an error. If we retaliate, it won't be an error.
But, Mr. President, may I point out...
Those are my orders, Colonel. Let us both pray that the rocket's direction is the result of an error. That there will be no need for retaliation.
Yes, sir.
And Colonel, I want you to keep me informed.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. For the next 18 minutes, anyway. Holden, put Plan B into effect.
Yes, sir. Plan B, sir?
That's right, Lieutenant. Second lieutenants are expendable, and it seems so are bird colonels.
Yes, sir. Oh, Colonel Brooks.
Yes?
Mrs. Brooks is waiting at the door, sir. She's been here for a while. She came while the colonel was talking to the president. Shall we let her in, sir?
Where's your wife, Holden?
I suppose on her way to the shelter by now. Everybody's been alerted, sir.
That's good. How many minutes?
10, sir. 9 minutes and 40 seconds, actually. About Mrs. Brooks, sir.
I'll go out and see her. Let me know at T-5, Holden.
Hello, Jim.
Kathy. Why?
It'll sound terribly corny, I know, but I just couldn't go. Not that I didn't try, mind you. I drove as far as the bridge, but then I saw the base lights in the rearview mirror, and somehow I knew I had to come back.
You never really listened to me, did you?
Oh, Jim, does that really matter now? Jim, are we going to die?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. But more than likely we are.
You want to know something? All my life I was terrified at the mere thought of death, but right now I'm not scared in the least.
Well, I am. No, don't misunderstand me. Not for myself, but for you and the boy. For all these kids.
I love you, Colonel Brooks. I love you because I believe you're the most wonderful person alive.
Colonel, T-5, sir.
Oh, thank you, Holden. I'll be right in. Kathy, go back to the boy. Where is he, anyway?
In the shelter with Mrs. Watson and her boys.
You go ahead and join them. And, Kathy, just one more thing. I love you, too.
T-4, bogey in visual sight now. Speed steady at 11,850 miles an hour. T-3, bogey continuing on collision course. Speed unchanged. T-2, bogey still on collision course. Speed steady at 11,850. Impact point 2 3/10 miles. T-1, bogey still on collision course. Speed steady. Correct impact point to 1 8/10 mile. T-30 seconds. Impact point 1 8/10 mile. T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's a dud. Hold it. No one move until I say so. It may have a delayed action fuse. Mr. President, this is Colonel Brooks.
You're alive. Any casualties?
No, sir. It seems to be a dud. Either that or it's equipped with a delayed action fuse.
Delayed action? Sounds unlikely. Just a moment, Colonel. The Secretary of Defense is with me. Maybe he can throw some light on the subject. Colonel, the Secretary tells me there's no information that any of their nuclear heads are equipped with delayed action fuses.
And it's a dud, sir. It hit less than 2 miles from the base. I'm heading right for the point of impact, and I'll report to you as soon as I'm back.
There it is. Can you see it, Colonel?
Right. Let's go.
Colonel, this is not a bomb.
What? Well, how in the devil can you tell? It's all in pieces.
Colonel, look.
Huh?
This is a lens. A movie or a TV camera lens.
Hey, you're right. This is a lens. This must be an exploratory probe from Earth to photograph our planet. Yeah. Made in USA. What is USA?
I don't know, sir. It was probably one of the labs on Earth. Probably the lab that manufactured the lens.
Well, I'm sure we'll know soon enough. If they succeed in sending a camera all the way to Mars, I'm convinced we'll have a visitor from Earth pretty soon. Mr. President, this is Colonel Brooks again.
Yes, Colonel.
Sir, it wasn't a dud, and it wasn't a bomb. What it actually was is a camera, a movie or TV camera.
A camera?
Yes, sir. No doubt an exploratory probe from Earth to photograph Mars, probably to find out whether there's life on our planet.
Colonel Brooks, sir.
Can't it wait, ma'am?
No, sir, I'm afraid it can't.
Mr. President, just a moment, Mr.
Colonel,
President.
I would suggest you keep the line open. You may want to read this to the President right away.
Mr. President, here's a communication from Radar Central. An object originating from Earth is heading toward our planet. It's several times larger than the object which just landed.
Just a moment, Brooks. The entire council is assembled here and listening to your report. I want to make sure they understand. It is several times larger than the object which just landed. Go ahead.
A recording of radio communications between the unidentified craft and Earth, fed into a computer, indicates a definite speech pattern. Speed, 8,350 miles per hour. Probable point of impact, longitude 10634. Latitude,
gentlemen,
34726.
we have only a few moments to decide whether or not this is an attack or whether or not we wish to retaliate. Whether to implement Plan A or Plan B.
Point of impact.
Whether or not to destroy the planet Earth.
Theater 5 has presented Point of Impact, written by Michael A. Hanu, produced and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Joan Lovejoy, Robert Dryden, Ralph Camargo, Stan Watt, and Larry Robinson. Audio engineers Marty Folia and Neil Pulse. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Israel, The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Guardian Angel of Genesee County, was written by Mark Siegel.
I don't like to gossip about another angel. But that Gabriel, really, there's a limit. Threatening to clip my wings and demote me to Angel Junior grade just for a thing like this. Well, all I can say is
Dr. Gale?
Yes, Gabriel?
Silence. I'm considering your case.
There, you see? An angel can't even think anymore, not even to himself. Next thing you know, there won't be any freedom of thought in heaven. It's undemocratic, that's what it is. It's
Dr. Gale, for the last time, stop that earthly grumbling.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, it was just a little thing, really. And now there's all this hubbub and commotion up here just because
Dr. Gale.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop complaining?
Well, frankly, no, I can't.
Well, that's truthful at any rate. I think you'd better fly over here. I'm in the northeast quadrant. It's time for you to stand up and take your punishment like an angel.
The working conditions up here are really getting intolerable. Choir practice 3 times a day, wing inspection every 20 years, throne duty every century, and then you make the slightest mistake and Gabriel has you on the carpet. I'd like to tell you what I think about Gabriel. I really would, but I can't. I'm sorry. Angel's present.
Well, what's your explanation this time?
Well, it's like this, Gabe.
Don't call me Gabe.
I'm sorry, Gabriel. It's just that every few centuries or so, I get restless. You know, idle hands. I mean, it was only a minor miracle.
Dr. Gale, I don't know what to do with you. You're full of the... you're incorrigible. I'm afraid you'll have to stand a departmental trial.
A, departmental trial?
There's nothing else left to do. But first, we'll have to decide what to do with him.
With him? Who?
Oh, please, Dr. Gale, don't act so innocent. With that rabbi. Don't you think I know he's in the southwest quadrant on a cloud?
Gabriel knows all about it, of course. But he just has to have his little game. He knows perfectly well that I was assigned as guardian to this rabbi 45 years ago. He ought to. He assigned me to the job. It was quite a demotion, too, an assignment in Genesee County. Who ever heard of Genesee County? I could tell you the name of the rabbi and the community, but I'm not going to. There's absolutely no privacy in heaven. The least I can do as a self-respecting guardian angel is to see to it that there's a little privacy on Earth.
All right, Dr. Gale. Now let's review the facts.
But you know them all already.
Please, there are procedures. You take it on yourself to bring a live rabbi to heaven. No authorization, no coordination with the Department of Heavenly Records. No precedence for the case. Now, what's your defense?
There are mitigating circumstances.
Name them.
Oh, do I have to go into all that, Gabriel? I mean, really?
Dr. Gale, this is a pre-trial examination. Now, don't test my infinite patience. Recite the facts.
I'm not going to burden you with all the facts I gave Gabriel. It's enough to say that I told him that being guardian angel to the rabbi was a very boring assignment right from the beginning. I watched him grow up. I watched him become a good student. I watched him lead his class at a theological school. Oh, I admit I had a flicker of pride the day he was ordained. But then he went and took that pulpit in the dreary little town in Genesee County. Really, the assignment was a bore. There wasn't a thing for me to do. That's about what I told Gabriel, but he wasn't satisfied, not Gabriel.
And you call that a mitigating circumstance? That you found your assignment boring?
Well, it's just that there was nothing to do, Gabriel, nothing at all. So I began to devote my attention to details, little details. I just wanted to be helpful.
What little details, Dr. Gale?
Well, that matter of the congregation's talking.
Talking?
Talking. Every time the rabbi got up to deliver a sermon, someone in the congregation would be talking. It got so I couldn't stand it. Every Saturday morning for 20 years I've watched. And just as the rabbi gets into the pulpit, during that little pause. Between the service and the sermon, some man leans toward his neighbor and says, "Want to play golf tomorrow, Joe?" Or one of the women whispers,
"I've been thinking about it, Sylvia. Not a theater party this year, a strawberry festival."
And the rabbi, what does he do when this happens?
"Nothing, Gabe. Absolutely nothing. He just stands there and waits for them to quiet down. I tell you, Gabriel, that rabbi, he's an absolute angel."
Oh, very good, Dr. Gale, but now we're up to this morning and your indiscretion.
You're prejudging me.
Nothing of the sort. What happened this morning?
Ah, yes, this morning. Well, it's a beautiful spring day down there in Genesee County this morning, Gabriel. If you take your nose out of that record book, you could see it. You see plants pushing up through the soil, birds singing, sap rising in the trees.
Please, Dr. Gale, I'm familiar with the awakening of nature. What happened inside the synagogue?
Well, just about half an hour ago, I was watching as usual. The rabbi walked to the pulpit when it came time to deliver his sermon. Now, he's particularly proud of this sermon. Worked on it since last Tuesday night, in fact.
And?
When he stood up, there was the most infernal gabble going on.
My friends, my sermon today...
It was the worst infraction in 20 years. It must have been the weather or something. They just wouldn't stop talking.
My dear friends, I would like to begin my sermon.
Nothing would stop their talking. Really, it annoyed me terribly. You know how I hate people who talk too much.
I hadn't noticed.
No, it doesn't matter. Finally, the rabbi tried a third time.
My friends, I must ask you to allow me to proceed with the sermon.
But they went right on. Really, it was just too much for an angel to bear. Even the rabbi, after 20 years of suffering in silence, seemed just a little annoyed.
Did he tell the congregation that?
No. But a thought crossed his mind. Of course, I knew what it was. Angels can hear even the littlest thoughts, you know.
I'm familiar with the phenomenon. What was the thought?
Well, the rabbi listened to the buzz of the congregation for another moment. And then he thought,
"I wish to heaven I had a quieter congregation."
That's reasonable.
Of course it's reasonable. And the second he thought it, I said to myself, "At last, Zazagale, something to do." So I reached down, and faster than you can say Genesee County, I brought him up here for reassignment.
Well, I must say you've got yourself into a fine mess, Zazagale. A very fine mess indeed.
Now, look, Gabe, I'm sure we can find him another congregation. Someplace interesting, maybe? San Francisco or Paris, maybe?
Silence!
Yes, sir.
I am not concerned about the rabbi. We can straighten out his situation. It's you I'm considering.
Me?
You forget that this is a pre-trial examination.
I'd like to, but you don't let me.
Nonetheless, it is. And your defense is weak, to say the least. Boredom is no excuse for an angel. Angels are not bored, Zagzagale.
They're not?
They are not. The only possible defense you have when you come to judgment
is the goodness of the rabbi?
Precisely.
Gabriel, for your own good, I advise you to drop the entire proceeding.
What's that? What's that you're saying?
If my case rests on the goodness of the rabbi, I've won it. Really, Gabe, as a friend of yours, I'd advise you to drop the whole matter like a hot potato. Now, you know, you may have seniority. But
I'll worry about myself, Zagzagale. Just now, we'll concern ourselves with... I'm ready to take your testimony. And please...
Please what?
Please, no ethereal poetry. Just the facts, the plain, unvarnished facts.
Well, now, point one.
Yes?
Point one, the rabbi's congregation needs him.
The congregation needs him. And that's your defense for bringing him here for reassignment? Oh, that's completely illogical.
Now, Gabe, 1 point at a time. I'm trying to show that the rabbi is so good that any angel might have made the same mistake. The fact that the congregation needs him is a material argument.
Completely illogical, Zagzagale. But for the sake of peace, I'll go along with you. Now, what's the proof?
Lots of proof. May I use your special events receiver?
Oh, if necessary.
I'll just tune back to the minute I snatched him. That is, the minute I brought him up here. There it is. Now listen.
The rabbi. What's happened to the rabbi?
He's disappeared. He's completely disappeared.
Now, just a minute, everybody, please. As the president of the congregation, I ask for order. Now, did anyone see the rabbi leave?
Leave? He didn't leave. He evaporated.
Now, just 1 minute, please.
Well, I know.
Let me have a look at the pulpit. There's not a sign of him here, except his shoes. His shoes? The rabbi's shoes are there? Right where he was standing.
Well, what are we to do?
Do? There's nothing to do except go on with the service.
Well, Mr. President, don't you think we should call the police?
Maybe. After the services. I don't think the police are very effective in cases of evaporation of rabbis. Maybe the services themselves are more effective. I think we should pray for the return of the rabbi.
All right, then let's pray.
Before we start, there's something I want to say.
What's that?
I notice one of the rabbi's shoes has a hole in it. When he gets back, maybe we should consider a raise in his salary. Not very convincing, Zaxagale. Not convincing at all.
Well, that's just the way they are in Genesee County, Gabriel. Pretty cool-headed folks, that's what they are. But they sure need the rabbi.
They seem to be able to go right ahead with their services.
Doesn't that prove they need the rabbi? He's taught them that they can pray without him, but they're praying to have him back, aren't they?
They sing very nicely in Genesee County. Better than some folks I know up here, in fact.
Oh, please, Gabriel, no personal remarks.
Oh, but I don't think singing is admissible evidence. Now, if you look here at the code book...
Never mind, I take your word for it. You want further proof that they need the rabbi?
Anything you have to offer will be considered. That's as far as I can go.
Do you mind if I borrow your thought receiver?
Not at all. All facilities are available for your defense.
All right, then. Listen. Aha, there. We're tuned in to Mrs. Zinman.
At a time like this, he has to leave. Just when Marilyn finds a nice boy with the caterers ordered and everything. All the invitations out, too. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. If the rabbi doesn't come back, who's going to marry my Marilyn?
Here, Gabriel, here's the president.
2 bar mitzvahs scheduled for next week, 3 the week after. That rabbi is so undependable.
And here's the president of the sisterhood, a very practical woman.
Now, let's see. Who can we get to take the rabbi's place at our next Bible study class?
You see, they really need the rabbi.
Zaxagale, every congregation needs a rabbi to perform marriages and officiate at bar mitzvahs and conduct Bible classes. Oh, you're in bad shape, my boy. Very bad shape.
I didn't say I was through, did I?
You never do.
You know, this rabbi has interested several young men in Genesee County in studying for the rabbinate.
Interesting, but not too material.
He's built them a beautiful synagogue. Do you care to have a look?
Prayer isn't a matter of steel and stove, Zaxagale.
He's very active in community organizations.
So are many men.
And in the pulpit. Such wisdom, such eloquence.
I've warned you already. No poetry, please. Give me another fact.
A fact? All right, a fact. He's an understanding man. He understands children. Now, you take that time he had a boy who was a problem in the Hebrew school. The teacher didn't know what to do with him.
Rabbi, he's impossible.
No child is impossible, Miss Lerner. A child is a child.
You don't have him in class.
Yeah, that's true. But I expect to see him more often from now on. I've made him an offer.
You're appeasing him?
I've offered him a job.
What kind of a job?
As my special assistant. I think it'll give him a sense of importance.
Fine, Rabbi, fine. What's he supposed to do?
You know those back issues of study guides I have in my bookcase?
Of course I know them. There are hundreds of them.
I've asked him to file them for me. In order.
But, Rabbi, I spent hours filing those guides. They're in perfect order.
Don't you think I know that, Miss Lerner? Now hurry, get in there and mix them up.
Very nice, Zaxagale. I must admit, very nice, but a little on the light side. Oh, you'll need something more substantial for your defense.
Well, now, perhaps that day he talked to the president of the congregation is what you're after. It was a meeting of the men's study group. The rabbi had just finished his lecture on the sayings of the fathers, and there was quite a good attendance.
Rabbi, I want to congratulate you. That's one of the finest classes I ever attended.
I agree with the president, Rabbi. It was one of the best.
And one of the most unsuccessful.
Gentlemen, listen to this. After a brilliant lecture like that, the rabbi says he's unsuccessful. You see, it's what I've been telling you. He's not only learned, he's modest, too.
Rabbi, I don't understand. What do you mean unsuccessful?
You have to ask the president. He's the only one who can answer your question.
I can answer it, Rabbi. How? You own a large business, don't you? What's that got to do with what we're talking about, Rabbi?
I hear your employees want you to help them set up a pension fund.
Rabbi, we're talking about our study group. I'd be glad if you'd keep my business out of it.
I told you it was a very unsuccessful lecture.
Now, look here, Rabbi. What are you getting at?
All right, here. I'll show you. In the portion of the sayings of the fathers we've been studying, Simeon, the son of Rabban Gamaliel, said, "Not learning, but doing is the chief thing."
Did he also say I have to give my employees a pension fund?
No, he didn't say that. That is, not if you don't care if my lecture was unsuccessful.
And the employees got their pension funds, Agdegale?
They got it, Gabriel.
Oh. I shall make a note. Courage. But that's still not quite what I'm after.
The young couple he persuaded not to get divorced?
Noted. To try again.
His appeal to the mayor for better schools.
All very good, but not good enough. Now, look. I'm trying to do the best I can for you. Haven't you got something more dramatic? Something to capture the imagination of the court?
As a matter of fact, Gabe, I do. And when you hear this one, old fellow, if you're any kind of an archangel at all, you should promote me to the ranks of the senior seraphim. When the rabbi first came to Genesee County 20 years ago, things were pretty bad. The county was in the grips of the Depression. You know, the sort of thing we used to call a famine. Well, he'd hardly got settled in the little house the congregation had provided for him when one day a man came to his door. The man's clothes were shabby, but his face looked more threadbare than his overcoat.
Are you the new rabbi?
Yes, I'm the rabbi. Come in, won't you?
I won't take long.
Oh, that's all right. Please, here. Sit down. I'm afraid I don't know you. What's your name?
The name doesn't matter.
It doesn't? What can I do for you?
Rabbi, I've come to make my peace with God.
Your peace with God?
Oh, you're in trouble. Real trouble.
A crime? Have you committed some kind of crime?
No. No, I haven't, Rabbi.
Oh, you can talk to me in confidence. I can advise you. I don't have to reveal anything, not even on the witness stand. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it, Rabbi. But I haven't committed any crime. I haven't done anything dishonest.
Well, then I don't understand. What do you mean you want to make your peace with God?
Rabbi,
Oh, don't be afraid. Go ahead. Tell me.
Rabbi, I'm planning to take my life.
The rabbi looked at the man that he'd never seen before. And the man looked at the rabbi he had never seen before, and for a moment, there was a silence between them.
My friend, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Rabbi, why do you think I came here?
But you can't make peace with God for committing suicide.
Why not? Won't he understand?
Oh, he understands everything, but to destroy a life, even your own, that's a violation of the very fundamentals of Jewish law.
I can't help it. There's no other way.
Maybe you'd better tell me why.
I'm beaten, Rabbi. Beaten and broke, that's why.
What do you mean, beaten and broke?
I have no job. I have nothing to eat. I have no home.
There are others in the same terrible condition.
You don't understand, Rabbi. You haven't been here long enough. I had a big business here in this town until it failed.
That's no reason to take your life.
I've gone on as long as I can. I can't stand it anymore. I sleep on a mattress on the floor in a friend's house. I and my wife on the floor.
You and your wife?
I can't stand it. I can't stand seeing her suffer anymore.
You can't stand seeing her suffer. You're married and you can't stand seeing your wife suffer.
Not another day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you and I'm sorry for your wife. But I'm sorrier for her. Why don't you love your wife?
Don't love her. I adore her.
How dare you say you love your wife? You hate her. You despise her.
Don't say that, Rabbi.
I'll say what's true. You're willing to expose your wife to further poverty. You're ready to let her bear what you can't take.
That's not so.
Now, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I've never put eyes on you before. But you're a coward. Nothing but a coward.
I should have known better than to come here.
If you were any kind of a man at all, you couldn't do this thing.
I've told you the story. What do you expect me to do?
What did you say?
I said, what do you expect me to do? What can I do?
Good. Good. That's what I wanted you to say. If you're ready to do something, everything will be all right.
It worked out all right, too. The rabbi saved that man's life. And as I keep telling Gabriel, although he doesn't seem to be listening, if he who saves one life is as one who has saved the whole universe, why should his guardian angel be punished for bringing him to heaven for reassignment?
Because it's not done that way, Zaxagale. It's just not done that way.
He wished for a quieter congregation, didn't he? I still think he deserves one.
Perhaps he does and perhaps he doesn't. Why didn't you quiet the congregation then?
Oh, Gabriel, you know better than that. I'm the rabbi's guardian angel, not the congregation's.
Oh, true. Yes, that's true.
Well, that's my defense.
Noted.
But there's just one other point I'd like to make.
I'm listening.
In that whole noisy congregation, in that whole gabbling group.
Yes?
The one who talks the most, the one who's always asking his neighbor about a golf date.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Is the man whose life the rabbi saved. Gabriel looks thoughtful. That last point, I'm pretty sure I scored with that one. I tell you, when an angel's right, he's right.
Rabbi.
Hadn't you better use the voice of authority? You know, the one you use with me?
Not with the rabbi, Zaxagale. Rabbi, do you hear me?
I hear you, Gabriel.
Oh, Rabbi, as you've probably gathered, there's been a slight mix-up here.
Oh, I don't mind, Gabriel. Well, it's been a very enjoyable trip. Very unusual.
Yes. Your guardian angel, Zaxagale, is in some small difficulty over his error. But that needn't affect you.
Well, if there's anything I can do for Zaxagale...
Oh, you've done a great deal already. Now, there may be some merit in his notion of
reassigning you. Where would you like to go? Well, if you don't mind, Gabriel.
Anything you say.
Genesee County. But that's where you come from. And it is rather a noisy congregation.
Noisy or not noisy, foolish or brilliant, bad or good, Gabriel. It's my congregation. Genesee County, please, Gabriel.
I begin to understand Zaxagale's mistake, Rabbi.
Thank you, Gabriel.
We would appreciate your discretion in keeping this whole matter private, Rabbi.
Huh? Oh, you have my word, Gabriel.
Oh, that's more than enough for me, Rabbi. Well, ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh, yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genesee County. And I'm sure you'll have a good trip back. Ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh, yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genesee County. I couldn't do better myself.
I can see that Gabriel agrees with me that I have a pretty strong defense. But he is a stickler for the rules and regulations. All that I can try for now is a postponement of the trial. I'd like to get this thing put off for, 120 years. You see, that rabbi from Genesee County, he's a very effective witness, and by then, he's sure to be back.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting General Melvin Krulowitz of the United States Marine Corps Reserve. General Krulowitz.
You all know that rabbis have their troubles and tribulations, and I'm sure it's true of all gentlemen of the cloth. From our script today, we can see that it sometimes is true even for angels. On this occasion, a time of year when we're all mindful of the celebration of Memorial Day, as a Marine, this is a fitting time to be reminded of the influence that spiritual leaders have had upon my life. I was brought up under the benign influence of the Jewish Theological Seminary and celebrated my bar mitzvah in that great American ecclesiastical institution. When I read the Bible portion on that fateful day of my confirmation, I had to run the gauntlet of the greatest minds in Judaism, all sitting in the pulpit and each one giving me the sergeant major look. There was Solomon Schechter, its president,
who was called to the seminary from Cambridge University
to become the great American leader of conservative Judaism, Louis Ginsburg, the world's greatest scholar in Talmud, Alexander Marx, under whose inspired leadership the library of the seminary grew to be the world-renowned repository of Semitic literatures, and their distinguished colleagues, all scholars of the highest standing. I was no angel, but to read my stint before them almost made me feel qualified. Now, after participation in 4 wars, I must say that the warming influence of the seminary's rabbis and chaplains in our military service has been a source of comfort to me and to thousands of servicemen of all religions throughout long years of service. I spent some time in the Hawaiian Islands and visited Lahaina, where the mountains meet the sea. There's a school located in that village, which was established over 100 years ago by the visiting missionaries. That little country school, nestling in the mountains, has a most significant motto, which in English may be translated as, "The strongest winds from the mountains cannot extinguish the torch of our learning." So it can be said of the great centers of religious, cultural, and spiritual values in our glorious land. No ill wind of adversity from any quarter can ever extinguish their effectiveness in giving real purpose and inner security to our lives.
Thank you, General Kulowitz. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Guardian of Genesee County, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer, Mercer McLeod, Betty Kane, David Gothard, Raleigh Bester, Roger DeKoven, Norman Rose. This is Mel Brent. The Eternal Light is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. Vampire. Perhaps in the safety of your home, the word means little to you. Oh, you've heard of vampires, of course, but do you believe that they exist? Not you. Well, all I can say is Minna Harker didn't believe either. Our mystery drama, Dracula, was specially adapted from the story by Bram Stoker for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, you know, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal, and you'll be especially interested in the savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban Limited's issue 750 savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit, $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Horror, in its purest form, lies ahead for us. I would be remiss if I didn't warn you that if your nerves are not strong, it might be better for you not to listen. No, really now, be warned. Because as Minna Harker tells us in the diary she kept, there awaits you
an experience so loathsome, so horrifying, that I can hardly bring myself to write of it. If I'd known what lay ahead for me when I went to visit my dearest and closest friend, Lucy Westenra, at Hillingham, I could not have brought myself to go, much as I loved her. Looking back now, I realize I had plenty of warning, but I paid no attention. For example, as I drove to the Westenra estate through that lonely, isolated country and heard the wolves howling in the distance, it occurred to me that it was strange to hear wolves in this part of the country. As strange as the huge bat that flew alongside my car. I mentioned this to John, Dr. John Seward, Lucy's fiancé, as we sat having a drink in the living room.
It's strange, Minna. I've seen that bat myself. The thing must have a wingspread of at least 4 feet. I haven't the faintest idea where it came from, or the wolves either.
Even Lucy's letters seemed kind of strange to me, John. What is the matter with her?
No, I don't know. I'm completely baffled. I've had 2 other doctors look at her, colleagues of mine, and they can't figure it out. I'm desperate, Minna. I'm so desperate, I've called in my old friend and teacher, Professor Van Helsing.
Van Helsing?
Yes,
he's one of the finest diagnosticians in the world, John.
Yes, he'll be here from Amsterdam in a day or 2.
Amsterdam, Holland?
Yeah.
All the way from Amsterdam? Oh, John, you must be desperate.
Lucy is dying, Minna. I'll do anything I can to save her. We must find a way to stop her from losing blood.
Losing blood?
Well, it's this constant loss of blood that's killing her. Transfusions help for a time, but only a short time, and each transfusion is less effective.
John, when can I see her?
Oh, she's sleeping now. Her mother's with her, watching her. We take turns. As soon as Mrs. Westenra lets us know she's awake...
Oh, listen, those wolves, they're at it again. John, hasn't anyone looked into this wolf thing? How they suddenly come to be in this part of the country?
Well, according to the paper, the town police have looked into it. Well, that's peculiar, too.
What?
Well, they haven't been able to spot one single wolf. Oh, excuse me. We have a visitor. Oh, come in, Count. Come in.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm on my way to town. I have a dinner engagement, and I thought I would stop to ask after Miss Westenra.
Oh, she's no better, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you stay for a drink?
Well,
I'd like you to meet a friend of Lucy's who'll be staying with us for a while.
Oh, in that case, of course.
Minna, this is Count Dracula, our new neighbor, Count Miss Minna Harker.
How do you do?
How do you do? Count Dracula?
Yes, but do not hold it against me, Miss Harker. I cannot help being of the blood royal.
Well, why don't you two get acquainted while I go up and see if Lucy's awake yet?
I shall do my best to entertain this charming young lady.
I won't be a minute.
You're a long way from home, Count.
A very long way, Miss Harker.
May I ask what brought you here?
Business.
Business? Good heavens, what kind of business could you have in this part of the country? I mean, it's so isolated.
True, it does present difficulties, but I like living in the country.
Oh, you must. Oh, forgive me, I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like a drink?
Thank you.
Scotch or bourbon?
Is there perhaps some wine? Red wine?
Now, let me see. I'm not very familiar with the supply here. Here we are. There's a bottle of Burgundy.
That glass of that will be... Oh. Miss Harker, what's wrong? What is it?
It's the bottle. I'm afraid it slipped. It slipped. That's all. I'm afraid I cut my hand. No, don't be upset. It's only a slight cut, see?
No. Lucy's awake and we can... Count, what's wrong? Minna, your hand.
I must leave at once, Doctor. Sorry, I cannot stay. Something I just remembered. No, it's all right. I will see myself now.
What in the world? But, Count... Minna, what happened? Minna?
I dropped the bottle of wine and cut my hand.
Yes, I see you did, but...
I dropped the bottle because I couldn't see him in the mirror.
Couldn't see? What mirror?
This mirror over the table. It reflects the whole room.
Well, of course it does, but...
John, I picked up the bottle to pour Count Dracula a drink, and I looked into the mirror, and he was standing where you are now, and I couldn't see him in the mirror. What? He was there where you're standing, but he wasn't reflected in the glass.
Minna, you're not making sense. And you're trembling.
John, I'm scared.
Of what?
How can you ask? I look in a mirror and didn't see someone who should have been reflected in it. Is something going wrong with my eyes or my brain, John? What?
Minna, easy. I don't want another patient on my hands.
But, John,
An optical illusion, something like that. Our eyes play tricks on us sometimes. Now, come on. Let's get a bandage for that cut, and then we'll go up and see Lucy.
I believe, John. It had to be a trick my eyes had played. What else? Well, we got a bandage for the cut on my hand, and then John took me to Lucy's room. I can't find words to describe the shock I felt when I saw her. She was white as new-fallen snow, and so thin, she almost seemed transparent. She's dying. That was my first thought. She's dying, and nothing can save her. And I know she read the thoughts in my face. I could see the sudden fear in her eyes.
I am dying, Minna.
Oh, you mustn't even think that, Lucy.
You do.
I?
It was in your face when you looked at me. I read your thoughts. She's dying, you thought. And nothing can save her. I am. And nothing can save me.
Oh, John can save you. And he will.
He hasn't so far.
You mustn't despair, Lucy.
Despair, Minna? I don't have the strength to despair. You better go now, Minna.
Go? Lucy, dear, I haven't seen you in nearly a year. We haven't even started to tell each other everything that's happened.
Later. Not now. I'm tired. I want to sleep.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
No, not till tomorrow.
All right, whatever you say. But I'll just look in on you later.
No,
Lucy.
You mustn't.
All right, then. But stop upsetting yourself.
Go quickly.
Oh, good Lord. At the window.
It's nothing. Go, Minna. It's nothing.
Nothing. It's that bat. That huge bat that followed my car.
Oh, I beg of you.
Lucy, the thing is trying to get in. Look, it's clawing at the window. Is that locked? Is that window locked?
Yes, it's locked.
But locks are useless against Count Dracula.
Oh, good Lord.
Mirrors do not reflect my image, Miss Harker. Nor do locks keep me out.
You were that bat.
As the wolves you hear are not wolves, but like myself, vampires.
Vampires?
The dead, who live by night. The dead undead.
No, this can't be happening. It's a dream. It's a nightmare.
That's what it will seem like when you wake up.
Huh?
Yes, you're going to sleep now. And yet not sleep. You will remember all you've seen here, but when you waken, it will seem like a dream. A dream you'll tell no one, not even Professor Van Helsing, because you will not want to look foolish. You'll be ashamed to tell it for fear he will think you're a silly young woman. Enough. Sleep.
Did I sleep? Did I dream? No. My sleep was a hypnotic trance into which he had placed me. And what I dreamed was reality. There in the moonlight that streamed through the window, I saw Dracula raise his arms and call.
Lucy. Lucy, my dearest love, come to me. Come, my darling.
I can't. Too weak. my lover. I'm too weak.
Then I shall come to you, embrace you, kiss you.
And now the strangest thing of all happened to me. As I watched what then took place, my love for my friend Lucy, my fears for her, made me feel as she must have felt, so poignantly, so deeply that, yes, I became Lucy. I watched Dracula as he approached my bed. There was a deliberate voluptuousness in him which I found both thrilling and repulsive. Lower and lower went his head as the lips went below the range of my mouth and chin and seemed about to fasten on my throat. I could feel the hot breath on my neck. Then the skin of my throat began to tingle. I could feel the soft, shivering touch of his lips on the supersensitive skin of my throat, and then two hard dents of two sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in a languorous ecstasy, and I waited. I waited with a beating heart. And then horror overcame me, and I sank into unconsciousness.
I promise that the horror you have just experienced is nothing compared to what is to come. Think twice before you return with me shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
It's time to get ready for the great outdoors, and your ShopRite supermarket has everything you'll need for cookout dinners and fun in the sun. And for this week's dinners, ShopRite is featuring whole grade A frying chickens, just 37 cents a pound. Roasting chickens up to 4 pounds, 47 cents a pound. Choice beef rib steaks, $1.19 a pound. ShopRite Franks, 89 cents a pound. Get all your outdoor cooking equipment and many great food values at your ShopRite supermarket.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
I thought it must have been a dream, a nightmare, for nothing so vile and revolting could be real. But though I tried during the next day or two to persuade myself it was only a dream, there were signs, warnings all about me that told me I was lying to myself. There was the nightly howling of the wolves, the screeching of that huge bat around the house, and yes, the scarf that Lucy kept wrapped round her throat. It's such a hot afternoon. How can you bear to wear that scarf around your throat?
Hot? I feel cold.
But, Lucy, you're perspiring. Your forehead is damp.
All I want to do is sleep. I'm so tired. I'm so deathly tired.
I'll leave you for a while, then. I'll look in on you later to make sure you're all right.
Oh.
Sleep well.
Minna?
Yes, dear?
If I'm asleep when you come back, promise me you won't remove this scarf from around my throat.
Very well.
You won't even touch it. Promise?
I promise. Later that afternoon, toward evening, Professor Van Helsing arrived from Holland. When John introduced me to him, he stared at me suddenly and hard, his eyes boring into me from behind his thick lensed glasses.
You are frightened, Miss Harker? Why?
Frightened?
Maybe she hasn't recovered from that optical illusion the other night.
Optical illusion?
Yes, you see that mirror over the table there?
Yes.
Well, we had a visitor, Count Dracula, a new neighbor at Carfax, a few miles from here, and Minna had the illusion that she couldn't see his reflection in the mirror.
My eyes must have played a trick on me, Professor.
Yes. This Count Dracula, John, he's new here, you say?
Yes, he arrived from Hungary about 6 weeks ago.
I see. Take me to see your fiancée, John.
Oh, she's sleeping, Lucy, sleeping.
We'd
right
better wake her up.
What is it? You seem suddenly concerned.
I am. Take me to Lucy at once. Wake her, John.
All right.
Gently. Very gently.
Lucy? Lucy, dear. Come on, wake up.
Here. Let me. Pulse weak, very weak. Eyes. Oh, she's not asleep. She's in a coma. What is her blood type?
Oh.
So is mine. Prepare for a transfusion, John. I will be the donor. And hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, of course.
Meanwhile, I shall have a look under this scarf.
No, she didn't want the scarf removed.
I'm sure she didn't, Miss Harker, but we're going to remove it. Aha. As I thought.
What is it?
Yes, Professor, what?
Look.
There are two little holes. Wounds.
As if she'd been bitten by a large snake.
No, not a snake.
What then? What?
We must be quick with the transfusion, very quick. And pray God, both of you, that I have not arrived too late.
But he was too late. The transfusion revived Lucy a little. When we'd made her as comfortable as we could, the three of us, Professor Van Helsing, John, and I, went back down to the living room. And it was here that Professor Van Helsing told us the truth. The truth that made John Seward cry out.
Vampire? You say we are dealing with a vampire, Professor? Have you gone out of your mind?
My dear John, I don't blame you.
Blame me? I should hope not. You ask me to believe me, a doctor, a man of medical science?
Science? There's more to this world than science.
But, Professor, a vampire? I can't believe that there's a vampire.
I tell you that witches exist. That warlocks exist. That vampires exist. And we are dealing with one here.
But if what you say is true...
It is. Ask her. Ask Miss Harker.
Me?
You had an experience in this house that you are concealing. You choose to think it was a dream. When did it happen, child? Last night?
No. The night before.
Where?
In Lucy's bedroom.
Minna, what happened?
I dreamed...
No, it was no dream.
All right, then. I saw... Oh, heaven protect me. I saw...
You needn't tell me. No need to put you through that. I would if I didn't know who our vampire is. But I do know.
Who?
The man whose reflection she could not see in that mirror. Your new neighbor, Count Dracula.
I don't believe you. I cannot believe you.
If you can't believe me, at least trust me.
Oh, I'll answer that.
Wait.
Yes, Professor.
If that should be Count Dracula, you did say that he calls about this time each evening, John?
Yes.
Say nothing, do nothing to give away the fact that we are onto him.
This is nonsense, sheer
Do
nonsense.
as I tell you. You may answer the door now, Miss Harker.
Yes.
Good evening, Miss Harker.
Count Dracula? Come in.
And how is Miss Westenra today?
not too well, I'm afraid. She had to have another transfusion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. Very sorry to hear that.
Thank you, Count.
I do not believe I have met this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you haven't. Let me present my old friend and teacher, Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Professor, this is Count Dracula.
How do you do, Professor?
How do you do, Count?
I wished only to inquire about your fiancée, John. I'm sorry indeed to hear she is no better. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you.
Meeting you, Professor, has been a pleasure. Good night.
Oh, Count.
Yes?
Mrs. Westenra keeps asking me to do this, and I keep forgetting. There is a custom in the Westenra family to ask visitors to sign the visitor's book.
Ah, charming old world custom.
It's right here. If you'll just wait a second, I'll get it, and then you can sign it. Is something wrong?
It's a Bible.
Well, yes. Why do you back away from me? Or are you backing away from the book? The holy book?
I must go.
No, you'll stay and face this book.
You know.
John, you fool. You shouldn't have done this.
I had to have proof. I will make you pay for this. You shall pay.
Oh, no. Not now that I have found out what you are.
Oh, John.
You think because you discovered my secret you can stop me? Fool. You've only delivered yourself into my hands. I meant to make Lucy one of mine, and that was all. But now you shall become mine, and you.
Not I.
Yes, and you.
No, I beg you.
I shall have you all, but first, Lucy, I shall take her. Take her. Now. She is mine. She's no longer of this world, but of mine. I leave you.
Look, he turned into a bat. The bat. And he flew right through the wall.
John.
Oh.
John, why did you do this? Why, after I warned you?
I had to know one way or the other. I had to know.
There's only one way to finish a vampire. Oh, the first thing you must do is find out where he sleeps during the day.
Lucy! Professor, quickly. Professor!
There is no hurry now. When he said he meant to make her his own, he had already done so.
It was true. Lucy was dead. We went to her bedroom and found her. Dead. I felt as if I'd been stabbed to the heart. We buried her, my dearest friend, in the Westenra vault at Hillingham Cemetery, not far from town.
Lucy is gone. Dead?
No, not dead.
Not dead, Professor.
She has become the undead. She has become a vampire.
Oh, what are you saying?
John, listen to me. Believe in me. You didn't believe before. Believe now.
Yes. I believe you. Go on.
John, you feel you've been through hell. I must tell you that you have been through only the anteroom to hell.
What do you mean?
Now listen to me. Listen carefully. There is only one way in which a vampire can find peace, can be changed from the undead to the dead. What you must do, terrible as it will be, will release her soul from the horrifying bondage in which it finds itself. Her soul and Dracula's.
Dracula's?
Do you think a vampire wants to be a vampire? Oh, no. A vampire's soul is chained, pinioned, held mercilessly to this earth by Satan himself. And we who believe in God are the only ones who can free them. It is our duty to destroy them.
Well, then let's destroy them.
We shall, if you have the nerve to do what must be done.
I have the nerve.
Professor, you frighten me.
I mean to, in order to prepare you. But no matter how well I prepare you, when it comes to doing what must be done, your sanity could snap like that. So first I will ask you both to take as much time as you need to think, to ask yourselves, how much do you really love Lucy Westenra? And be sure, be positive beyond all doubt that your love for her is greater than the hell that lies ahead for you and you this very night.
I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I thought I knew what horror was until I read it. I changed my mind. You will, too.
I'm ready, Professor. I knew you would be, John. We'll wait now for Miss Harker.
No, there's no need to wait. I love Lucy enough. More than enough. She was my dearest friend.
Is your dearest friend. For she is not yet dead. She is as yet the dead undead. It's nearly sundown. Let us go to the cemetery at once.
The cemetery?
It will be dark by the time we get there. She will have left her coffin.
Left it?
Well, like Count Dracula, she cannot go on living, or let me say, being the undead without drinking human blood. To find it, she must, of course, leave her coffin. The instant the sun goes down tonight, she will be on the prowl for little children.
Children?
Yes, children are innocent, gullible, naive, make easier victims. And the inexperienced vampire must practice. Yes, she will be seeking children.
Oh, it's revolting.
Revolting? Well, that is only a word to you at the moment. In a short time, it will be reality. Do you really think you can bear what is to come?
I can. I must.
Good. I have preparations to make. So do you, the two of you. Dress warmly.
Warmly? But it's hot out.
Child, there is no chill like a graveyard chill.
We drove to Hillingham Cemetery in John's car. I'd never been in a cemetery at night. How many people have? I found it a very unsettling experience, to say the least. It was a moonlit night, the moonlight spilling like milk over the gravestones, which in turn threw long black shadows. An owl hooted, and dogs barked. Or I couldn't help thinking, were they wolves? And then we reached the Westenra vault, the vault where we'd put Lucy's coffin that afternoon.
Now what do we do, Professor?
We go into the vault.
Why? And how?
I have the key to the vault.
How did you get it?
I asked the undertaker for it, or rather told him to give it to me. He assumed I was a member of the family. You need not come with me. Not now.
But why shouldn't we come?
I wish to save you as much shock as I can. She will not be there in the coffin. It will be a shock for you to find it empty. Now, on the other hand, it will be less a shock than what is to follow. Yes, it will prepare you. Come, then. Now, I shall open the coffin now.
If she isn't in it, how could she have got out?
I could tell you, but it is better that you see for yourself later. Now, this won't take long. I need only unscrew the top part. There. Now to lift off the top of the lid. Yes, empty. She's gone.
Where? Gone where, in God's name? Where?
In search of the life-giving blood, John. In search of a small child.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
John?
Yes?
Come. We go outside the vault. Now to lock the door. Now, that's most important. And now, what I must do will take a little time. Yes, make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Make ourselves comfortable.
Professor, what must you do?
Well, I have here a paste made of garlic, flour, and water. I must seal off every crevice with it. Seal all around the door so Lucy cannot get back into the vault, into her coffin.
She could?
Through the crevices, yes. How do you think she got out of the coffin?
I can't believe...
Yes. It is unbelievable. But it is so. Now, forgive me. I must get to work.
I can't express in words how fresh and clean the night air seemed when we came out of the tomb. How sweet to breathe the fresh air that held no taint of death or decay. John was silent, and so was I. As for Professor Van Helsing, he was very busy sealing the door.
10 o'clock. I hope both of you took my advice, dressed warmly. We have a long wait ahead of us.
How much longer, Professor? I'm chilled to the bone.
Everything depends on how long it takes her to find a small child. Nearly 2 o'clock. Has been gone several hours. Soon now, I think... Shh. What? She comes.
Where?
See there? Amidst the headstones.
Yes, a woman. Dressed in white.
Lucy. Shh. Make no move, no noise. See, she is carrying something in her arms. A child.
I feel sick.
Control yourself. Ah, there. Yes, she's coming toward the vault. See, she draws back. The mixture I used repels her.
Why are we doing this? Why are you keeping her out of the vault, her coffin?
Because I hope... Yes, she is leaving, hurrying away from among the headstones. Come, we must follow.
Follow where?
To Dracula, I hope. Unless I'm mistaken, she's going to him for help. Hurry. We must keep her in sight. No, wait.
What is it?
She is heading for that tomb. Dracula must be there. Good. Now, what? See, now she's putting the child down on the ground. And now
Where is she? She's vanished.
She simply slipped into the tomb through the crevice around the door. Oh, wait here.
Yes.
What's he doing?
He's picking up the child, I think. Yes. See, he's coming back now.
Here, Miss Harker. You take the child. Keep it warm.
Oh, this poor thing. Poor little thing. Look, it doesn't move. It doesn't make a sound. It's lifeless.
No, only in a trance. It will recover. But remember, when I ask you to do what must be done, remember that we have saved not only this child, but God knows how many others.
I'll remember.
Good. And now we will return to her tomb and wait till dawn.
Till dawn?
She will return to the tomb then. She has no choice. Dracula cannot help her. She must sleep in her own coffin before daybreak. How do you feel, Miss Harker?
I'm all right. Thank you.
John?
I'm okay. It's almost dawn. Why doesn't she come?
Soon now. How's the child?
Still asleep, if it is only sleep.
It is. It will not come to its senses until daybreak. Now, prepare yourselves for... In a very short time, now Lucy should... there. Yes, she's coming.
And this time she'll be able to enter the tomb, because you removed the garlic mixture.
This time I want her to enter the tomb and her coffin. It will be there that you will do what must be done.
Oh, there she is. Oh, heaven help me. She is as beautiful as she always was.
Now, hold on to yourself.
She isn't dead. She can't be dead. Lucy! Lucy, my darling!
John! No, come back!
Lucy!
John, my dearest, come to me, John. Come to me.
I have never seen anything so horrible. And God save me from ever seeing it again. Lucy's eyes shone with an unholy light, and her face became wreathed with a voluptuous smile as she advanced toward John with outstretched arms.
Come to me, dearest. My arms are hungry for you. Come, and we can rest together in the tomb. Come, my lover. Come.
And John suddenly opened wide his arms and started running to her, and she to him, when Van Helsing rushed forward between them. And he raised something he held in his hand up against her face. It was a crucifix. With a cry of rage and agony, Lucy flung herself away from John and toward the tomb, and she was gone.
John, are you all right?
The Lord help me. The Lord help me.
And he shall. Come, into the tomb. It's time. Now, first, let me put the bag I brought over here. And now I will remove the coffin lid again.
Professor, is this really Lucy's body or some kind of demon in her shape?
Oh, she's hideous.
Yes. Yes, your friend who was so sweet and pure is now a foul thing. But if you can do what you must do, you will see her once again as she was.
Whatever it is, we'll do it.
This wooden stake I have brought.
Yes.
This pointed stake. You must drive it through Lucy's heart. With this hammer.
Oh, no.
And when that is done, cut off her head with this surgical knife.
I don't...
You must do it. For her sake, John. For the sake of the woman you loved.
All right. Give me the stake. And the hammer.
John took the stake in his left hand, the hammer in his right. I saw him tremble as he placed the point of the stake over Lucy's heart, saw the point dig into her white flesh, and then I could see him gather all his strength, all his self-control. He raised the hammer high above his head and looked at Van Helsing.
Yes.
Ow! John struck with all his might. The thing in the coffin writhed, and a hideous blood-curdling screech came from the opened lips. The body shook and twisted in wild contortions. John never faltered. He struck, and he struck again, driving the stake deeper, deeper, as blood from the pierced heart welled and spurted up around it. And then the writhing and quivering of the body became less. The teeth stopped champing, and the thing lay still. It was over.
Is that enough, Professor?
Enough.
I think I'm going to...
I've got you. There. Now go outside, get some air.
No.
Both of you go. You look faint too, Miss Parker.
I must still her head.
No.
I have...
You have done all that can be asked of you. No more. I will sever the head. Now go now, but before you do, look at your beloved Lucy for the last time.
There, in the coffin, lay no longer the foul thing we dreaded, but Lucy, as we had seen her in life, her face as beautiful and pure as it had been then.
You will want to know that later on, Professor Van Helsing freed Count Dracula from his earthly bondage, and in so doing, brought his bloody career to an end. Unhappily, I must add that Count Dracula was only one vampire among How many? I don't know. Hope I never find out. Hope you don't either. I'll be back shortly.
Dear Thomas's, your new Thomas's onion English muffins are so delicious, my husband insists on them at every meal. It's embarrassing when we go to a Chinese restaurant.
Dear Thomas's, for years I've been buying bagels and bialys with my Sunday Times. Last Sunday I bought the Times and your new Thomas's onion English muffins. Not bad, Thomas's.
Dear Thomas's, since serving sandwiches on your new onion English muffins, I've become very popular with the boys.
Thomas's new onion English muffins.
Here, 45, please, and don't spare the horses. Yes, sir.
In 1880, when a cab had 4 legs and took 12 minutes to cross Manhattan, Samuel Bath Thomas was baking bread, every bit as delicious as his original English muffins.
Here, 45, and move it.
Today, cabs have 300 horses, but still take 12 minutes to cross town. And Thomas's is still baking breads every bit as delicious as their English muffins. Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Paul Hecht, Stephen Schnabel, Michael Wager, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Furnished by the CBS Radio.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Cy Tyson speaking to you for WWJ, the Detroit News. And we're out here at the side of the Yankees for the season of 1934. Just one more bite, one more swallow, and that 4-course Yankee dinner will be safely tucked away under the Tiger belt. You know, we sort of missed out on the salad course yesterday, but no matter who wins or loses, the White Star Refining Company and its allied mobile gas and mobile oil dealers are bringing you the games. And that's something to remember. You know, when the gauge on your car shows you need gasoline, just stop at the sign of the Flying Red Horse and say, thanks to the mobile gas man for the Tiger broadcast. Make White Star stations your headquarters for every motoring need. Expert lubrication, tires, batteries, polishes, waxes, and that famous insect killer bugaboo. Everybody's for the Tigers now. Everybody's backing them to win. But it's easy to pick a winner at this stage of the game. But it took White Star to pick them last spring when they backed their judgment with a good round sum to bring you these great baseball broadcasts. White Star knew a leader when they saw one. They're leaders themselves here in Michigan, and it takes a leader to pick a leader. Right here in Wayne County, the home of the Tigers, more motorists use mobile gas than any other gasoline. White Star proved its leadership by being the first to bring a 70-octane gasoline to you at no extra price, by bringing you these symphony concerts last winter, by bringing you these Tiger broadcasts, and by bringing you mobile gas with climatic control and mobile oil, the world's fastest-selling motor oil. So follow the leader. Make mobile gas and mobile oil a motoring habit. It's a great chance to tell the mobile gas man that you're enjoying these Tiger baseball broadcasts at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Now we're going to have a baseball broadcast in a few moments. Just a moment ago, a crowd of Fowlerville fans, home of Charlie Gehringer, presented Charlie with a huge floral horseshoe and also a basket of flowers for Manager Cochran. They also brought one down for your announcer, which he appreciates very greatly. And I know that your announcer's wife will appreciate it when he gets it home this evening, after writing that terrible piece he has to write each day for the paper. The teams will line up as follows. Fox for Detroit, Fox right field, White center field, Gehringer second base, Greenberg first base, Owen third base, Goslin left field, Rogel shortstop, Hayworth catcher, Marbury pitcher. And for the Yankees, Crosetti shortstop, Rolfe third base, Selkirk left field. Gehrig, first base. Lazzeri, second base. Chapman, center field. Bird, right field. Jorgens, catcher. And Broca, pitcher. Johnny Broca and Arndt Jorgens. For New York, Fred Marbury and Ray Hayworth for the Tigers. To go, the local dealers of the Wall Eversharp Pen and Pencil Company presented Mickey Cochran and myself with a desk set and pen and pencil sets to Charlie Gehringer, Hank Greenberg, Goose Goslin, and Schoolboy Rowe. Ought to be a lot of writing done this winter. Tigers are going out to their position in the field. The game will be on very shortly. Yesterday, neither Gehrig nor Gehringer improved their batting average. And Heine Manouche with Washington picked up about 3 hits and is now standing second in this American League race for the batting championship. Lou Gehrig is still out front with a percentage of .357. Manouche has .356 and Gehring has .353. The early part of the week was a chance for the Tigers to clinch the pennant before they left town tonight for St. Louis. However, that chance was erased yesterday when the Yankees came through and won that third game of the series, easily beating the Tigers after being shut out in the first 2 games. And now today's game will mean whether or not the Tigers take the series or merely split even. The Tigers have to win 4 more ball games before the curtain runs down to win the pennant. Marbury is ready. The first pitch to Crosetti. A fastball on the outside corner. A called strike. Fred is making his first start in quite a long time. He's been used recently as just in relief roles. In the matter of games of the Yankees, Marbury has won 2 and lost none. Broca, pitching for the Yanks, has won 1 and lost 1 to Detroit. The next pitch of Marbury's was a bit outside, 2 or 3 feet, and it was a ball, of course, and the count is 1-1. Freddie's arm goes up for the next pitch. Here it comes. A smash for a single into left field, beyond the reach of Rogel. And Crosetti, first man up, single to left. This brings up Red Rolfe, left-hand batter. The temporary bleachers out beyond the wall in Cherry Street are rising quite rapidly. That'd be a dandy place to play tag now. You could fall about 30 feet off of those. I certainly liked for a place like that when I was a kid. I couldn't even get up there now. Here's the first pitch to Broca, right through the middle, a called strike. Crosetti on first, nobody out, first inning. Wind is blowing directly toward center field. It's an ideal baseball day. Nice crowd in the stands and nobody out on the grass. Conditions are ideal for a good game. Ball low outside to the left-hand batter. Count is now 1-1. Red Rolfe is the batter. Throw, Crosetti stopping at third. A high bounder over Hank Greenberg's head down the right field line for a double. Sending Crosetti to third and Schoolboy Rowe to warm up in the bullpen. Runners on third and second. Nobody out. First inning. And Selkirk is up. Selkirk went hitless in the first 2 games. Rowe striking him out 3 times in the second game. And Crowder getting him on 1 strikeout in the first game. But yesterday, George came through with a very timely double. He's a left-hand batter. Won a lot of games for the Yankees on this Western trip before hitting Detroit. Ball 1 outside. Luke Hamlin also going out to warm up. Rudy York is warming up the Schoolboy. And Nick Gibbs will warm up Hamlin. The next pitch to Selkirk, swinging hard on a low ball. Strike 1, 1-1. George meant to hit that to the far corners. In batting practice today, the Babe hit a couple over the fence and one out in the bleachers. He's still suffering from a Charlie horse, and for that reason is staying out of the game. The next pitch, low on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2-1. Runners on second and third, nobody out. A hit means 2 runs, a long fly means 1 run. Schoolboy is quick warming up, and Hamlin is out there all by himself. I think the schoolboy went out of his own volition. Probably Mike called him back in. Foul back against the wire. The count is 2 strikes, 1 ball. Two and one. 2 men on, nobody out. Marbury rubbing the shine off of a nice new ball. Steps up on the rubber. Gets the sign from Ray Hayworth. Takes his time about getting started. The wind-up starts. Plenty of wind-up. Count is 2 balls and 2 strikes and 1 ball. Now it's 2 balls. High and inside. 2-2. Fred is massaging that old apple. Doesn't want to let Selkirk hit if he can help it. He's in a tough spot. Third and second occupied, none out. There's the wind-up. Here's the pitch. Selkirk fouled into the dirt. Just picked that one and hit it right down into the dirt. Still 2 strikes and 2 balls. Fred getting the sign from Hayworth. Looks around over toward third base, see where Cressetti is. He's standing about 10 feet off the bag. Here's the pitch. A single over second base. Going Cressetti. And here comes the throw being cut off, however, as Rolfe scores behind Cressetti. Selkirk remaining on first to the right of the bag so that it does not interfere with his vision in following the flight of the pitch. Marbury digging a hole there at the pitcher's rubber to get a better foothold. First 3 men up have hit. A single, a double, and a single. And here's Gehrig, a tough gent to be up there. Ball 1, a little low. Fred rocks back and forth out there. Now he's ready. Here's the pitch. A little high outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Hamlin continues to warm up. Count is 2-0 on Gehrig. And the next pitch, ball 3 outside. 3-0. Nothing on Larrapin Lou. And the next pitch. Through the middle for a called strike, and the count is 3-1. Nobody out. Selkirk on first. George taking the lead. Gehrig pops. It's a fly back at third base. Owen is backing up on the grass. He has it. 1 out. Tony Lazzari is up. Tony and Johnny Murphy were the big guns yesterday. Tony hit a very timely double. The bases loaded when Gehrig had been walked. Take a chance on Lazzari hitting into a double play. He also made a couple of nice stops around second base. Right-hand batter. And the pitch is high and inside. Ball 1. One out. Selkirk taking a bit of a lead off first. Lazzari topped the pitch, fouling it along third baseline. Artie Fletcher coaching at third, picking that up, tossing it back to Marbury. The count is 1-1. High inside pitch and then a foul strike. Marbury scuffing the dirt in front of the rubber to get a better footing when he comes down with his stride. He hasn't been lighting right, evidently. These 3 consecutive hits. Inside, ball 2. Count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and one. Again, Fred sets himself, nods his head to Hayworth. Here's the pitch. Strike 2, swinging. And the count is 2-2 on Lazzeri. 1 man out, Selkirk on first, 2 Yankee runs in. First inning. All right, here's the pitch. Foul. On the netting. Setting himself for the pitch. Here it comes. Inside and high. Now the count is 3-2 on Lazzeri. Selkirk on first. 1 man out. 2 runs in. Fred looks over his shoulder to Selkirk. He's edging off first now. The count is 3-2. Toss to first. George is back safely. Hooking the bag with his left foot. Falling away out into right field. All right. Marbury has the ball again. Starts his windup. Again glances over his shoulder. 3-2 is the count. Another throw. And Selkirk back again safely. Umpire Willie McGowan down there at first, dashing right in on the play each time. He's standing about 20 feet behind the bag. And he comes tearing in with a throw to be right on top of the play. Another fast throw, and Selkirk back safely without sliding. Slapping Willie on the pants as he went away from there. Fred is giving Lazzeri a long chance standing up here with the count 3-2. Here's the pitch. Selkirk breaking on it. Lazzeri bounded it slow into Owen. And he's out at first. Selkirk trying for third is also out. So that's the end of the first inning. Owen made a smart play on that slow bounding ball, which came to him very slowly. It was coming toward Rogel. No chance for Rogel to throw the man out, so Owen cut over in front of him, speared the ball in his gloved hand as he was running at top speed toward first base. Threw fast to Greenberg to get Lazzeri. Selkirk, thinking that Owen could not get back to the bag after making this play from way over near shortstop, rounded second and set sail for third. Owen backpedaled very fast. Greenberg hesitated long enough to give Owen a chance to get back. With the hard throw across the diamond, Owen putting the ball on Selkirk's leg as he slid for the bag, ending the inning. It was really a flashing play. No. 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. Now we go into the Tiger half of the first inning. Yankees scored 2 runs on 3 hits. Rossetti opened with a single. Rolfe doubled. Selkirk singled. Gehrig popped to Owen. And Lazzeri hit into a double play. First man up is Fox. Right-hand batter. Johnny Broca, right-hand pitcher for the Yankees, who has won 1 and lost 1 to the Tigers, is out there in the first pitch, a ball inside. 2-1. And the next pitch, Fox hits a single off Rolfe's hand. With a hard smash to the left of Rolfe, bounded off his glove for a single in the short left. Came a hit, didn't he? Huh? Well, sometimes they do. JoJo White is up, left-hand batter. The first pitch low inside, wide sweeping curve. Fox on first, the Yankees leading 2-0. Broca sets himself for the next pitch. Pitching from the shoulder with a runner on. Strike. Swinging over that one. Ball breaking low under the bat, and the count is 1-1. Again, Johnny toes the rubber. Here's the pitch. White bounded. A slow one to third. Rolfe tossing to Lazzeri to force Fox at second. White is safe on the fielder's choice. Gehringer up. Gehringer, Manouche, and Gehrig having a nice race for this batting championship. Gehringer in third place, Manouche in second, and Gehrig in first. Only 4 points separate the third man from the first. First pitch was a ball. The arm goes up for the next one. Foul, strike. Charlie gets a hit today. The first hit he gets today, if he gets any, will be his 200th hit. Paul Wainer was the first major leaguer to break 200. He broke it yesterday. Gehringer pops one into short center field, and it's going to be grabbed by Frankie Crosetti, backing up there. 2 out. Greenberg is up. Greenberg was out yesterday, observing Jan Kipper. And I believe, undoubtedly, Hank's big bat was missed out here yesterday. Strike called on Henry. Quick breaking curve through the middle. Broca looks over to see that White doesn't have too much of a lead off first. Ball. Little high. It was over there, but a little high. 1-1. 2 men out. White on first. Score 2-0 in favor of the Yankees. First inning. Johnny sets himself for the next pitch. White going with him. Ball 2. White stole second and is going on to third. When Jordan threw the ball into center field, got past Chapman. White rounded third, fell down on his way to the plate, got up again, and then walked slowly into the plate, scoring the run. Past second, and charged Chapman with another error and letting the ball get past him in center field. White scoring on the stolen base and double error. The next pitch to Greenberg, strike, and the count is now 2-2 on Hank. 23rd stolen base for White. Greenberg just struck out on a low curve. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors. First up, singled off Rolfe's glove at third. White forced Fox at second, Rolfe to Lazzeri. Gehringer popped to Crosetti at short. White stole second, continued on to third when Jorgen's throw was bad and went into center field. And then when Chapman fumbled the throw out in center field, White continued on home. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 errors. Score is 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. As the second inning opens, Benny Chapman is the batter, right-hand hitter. Marbury pitching for the Tigers. First 3 men up in the opening inning hit him. A single, a double, and then a single. Counting for 2 runs. Ball inside and high. Johnny Broca is pitching for the Yankees. Marbury's arm goes up for the next one. Chapman flied to short right field. Fox is coming fast, but he can't get up to that one. And it's a single into right. Chapman stopping there at first. And it brings up Sammy Bird, another right-hand batter. Followed by Jorgens with Broca on deck. Marbury digging away there for a foothold. Hamlin and York again going out to the bullpen. They had come in at the end of the first inning, high inside, knocking Bird down away from the plate. Ball one. Chapman taking a bit of a lead. Inside and low, ball two. 2-0 on Bird. Nobody out. Chapman on first, second inning. Marbury sets himself for the next pitch. Bird fly to short center field. White is coming over toward left for it and has it. 1 out. Jorgens, another right-hand batter up. Chapman still on first. 1 man down in the second, and the Yankees leading 2-1. Fred sets himself for the next pitch. Here it comes. Outside, a curve ball. Happy tried a delayed steal on that one. He waited until after the ball was into Hayworth, and Ray was getting ready to toss it back to Marbury, then broke for second. Hayworth, however, failed to be fooled, as I believe he was baffled in the New York series in New York, and heaved a perfect throw to Gehringer, nailing Chapman for the second out. 2 out. The count is 1-1 on Jorgens. Strike 2 called. That pitch was on the inside corner to a right-hand batter. Count is 2 strikes, 1 ball. The arm goes up for the next one. Jorgens raised a high fly to the infield. Hayworth has it halfway up toward first, ending the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Chapman first up, dropped a single in short right field. Too far in for Fox and too far out for Gehringer or Greenberg. Bird, slide to White, short left center. Chapman was out stealing. Hayworth to Gehringer, and Jorgens ended the inning popping to Hayworth midway between first and the plate. Score is 2-1. Favor of the Yankees, 1.5 innings played. Owen, Goslin, and Rogella, the first 3 up for the Tigers in the second. This is WWJ, the Detroit News. The game coming to you through the courtesy of the White Star Refining Company. White Star markets mobile oil and mobile gas with climatic control. While Broker is tossing a couple here to Jack Salzgaber, warming him up till Jorgens gets his stuff on. I want to call your attention to the fact that there'll be a doubleheader here at Navin Field this coming Sunday between the Scricky Tivoli teams for the first game, and the winner of that game will play Wish-Higgins Little Bengals. These players are property of the Tigers, who have been farmed out in minor league clubs. Owen is up there. Broca has pitched 2 balls to him, both inside. 2-0. And the next one through the middle for a called strike, belt high. 2 balls, 1 strike. The arm goes up for the next one. Owen smacking a bounder to shortstop. Crosetti has it. There's the throw, and he's out at first. Crosetti to Gehrig. Shorts at first. Owen retired. 1 out, none on. Goslin up. Goose is going through his usual ritual of scraping out the inside front corner of the left-hand batter's box. He always goes up there and digs that out of there with his cleat. Foul along first base line. Fouling that curve that Broca was serving. 1 man out, nobody on. 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. Second inning. Johnny gets the sign from Jorgens, raises his arm for the pitch, and curves that one over for the second called strike. 2 strikes, 1 ball. One out and none on. Johnny sets his cap. Gets ready to go. The arm goes up in the motion. Goslin just managed to foul that one slightly and it's bounded off. Umpire Will Deneen's chest protector clear out to third base, where Red Rolfe handed it to George Moriarty, umpiring at third, and George has tossed it back to Brokaw. Count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Goslin the batter. Brokaw is ready. Here's the pitch. Little high. Ball 2. 2-2. One out, none on. And the pitch. Goslin stops to shortstop. Frank Crissetti settling himself for the catch. He has it. 2 out. Rogel is up. The fire chief will bat left-handed today against right-hand pitching. Bill is in there. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Two down, none on. And the next pitch, Rogel fouled, strike 1. It's up in the upper deck, out along third base way. And the count is 1-1 on Rogel with 2 out and none on in the second, and the score 2-1 in favor of the Yanks. But the last game the Yanks will play here this season. A foul ball. Jorgens under it down here below us and has it. And Brokaw retired the side in order. Neat pitching in that inning. Owen first up, grounded to Crissetti at short. Goslin popped to Crissetti, and Rogel fouled to Jorgens. So it's 2-1 in favor of New York at the end of the second inning. First man up is Brokaw, starting the third. Brokaw, Crissetti, and Rolfe are the first 3. Dandy day for a ball game. And a nice crowd out here to see the Yankees making their last appearance at Maven Field for 1934. We hope before the ball game gets over that Babe Ruth gets in it. I'd like to see Babe take one more swing this season. But his leg is pretty sore. He takes a bit of batting practice, but not very much. Manager Cochran's Charlie Horse is better, but still not cured. That's why he's out of today's game. The pitch is high. Ball 1. Brokaw the batter. Leading off for the Yankees. Not see the ball very well. You know he wears glasses. Strike called. And he gave all the appearance of one who could not watch a fast pitch. The arm goes up for the next one. High. Ball 3. 3-1 is the count. Marbury's arm goes up for the next pitch. Ball 4. Brokaw walked. Seems to be the tip-off that Marbury is not right. Fred's control is not so hot today. But all he had to do with Brokaw was to pitch 3 in there. Crissetti is up. Frank singled sharply the first time at bat. Scored the first Yankee run today. Inside, ball 1. Pull it out a little. Not much. And the next pitch, high, ball 2. 2-0. In the 7 pitches so far in this inning, Marbury has gotten but 1 across the plate. Count is 2-0 on Crissetti. Brokaw on first, nobody out. Third inning, Yankees leading 2-1. Hamlin again warming up. Strike call. That one was in there. Letter high through the middle. Fred looks over his shoulder to see where Broker is. He's not taking much lead. Rossetti flied high to center field. White is under it. He has it, standing there like a statue. One out. Rolfe is up. Rolfe doubled when he bounded one over Greenberg's head along the right field line in the first inning, sending Rossetti to third. Fred gets the sign from Hayworth. Here's the pitch. Foul strike. Hitting it in the dirt. One out. Brokaw on first. Rolfe bats from left-handed. And the next one low outside. Ball one. 1-1 on Rolfe. Brokaw on first. And the next pitch coming in, a foul, strike two, up against this top deck and bounding down just beyond the reach of some box holders down there, but a fellow stepped right out of the little gate and got that one. He will take that one home, and the count is 2. Marbury gets the sign from Hayworth. He's ready to pitch. Here it comes. It's another hit for Rolfe, a single over second. White throwing the ball in, Brokaw stopping at second. 2 for 2 for Rolfe. Selkirk is up, another left-hand batter. George had a hard single the first time at bat, which scored Rossetti and Rolfe. The left-hand batter. Changed the stance at the plate and is crowding it with his foot on the back line. Ball. Ready to hit an outside pitch. Count is 1-1. Facing around, almost facing first base as he stands in there now, the way he's standing. Right leg pulled back, left leg right on the inside line of the box. Here's the next pitch. Outside. Ball 2. 2-1. Selkirk, Brokaw on second, Rolfe on first. One out. High inside, ball 3. 3-1. With one out. Joey Sewell telling Brokaw what to do. Ball 4. Bases loaded. Gehrig is up. One man out. Gehrig pops to Owen the first time at bat. The wind is blowing toward left center field. Lapp and Lou Gehrig is the batter with the bases loaded and one out. The crowd is getting rather tense. The score is 2-1 in favor of the Yankees. This is the third inning. Marbury is raising quite a bit of dust out there as he kicks the ground around to get better footing. He's been off in his pitching. His control has been bad. Here's the pitch to Gehrig, and it's high outside. Ball 1. A high, hard one. Gets the sign from Hayworth. Starts the motion. Here's the pitch. A bounder over second base for a hit into center field. Brokaw scoring, followed by Rolfe. Selkirk reaching third. Makes the score 4-1 in favor of the Yanks. And Lazzeri is up. That seems to be all for Marbury. Time is called, and Hamlin comes in from the bullpen to relieve Marbury, who has allowed 4 runs and 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings. 2 runs are on the bases. that will be charged to Marbury if they score. Your attention, please. Hamlin, now pitching for Detroit. Hamlin, now pitching for Detroit. Luke, the Pied Piper of Hamlin, now going to pitch for the Tigers. Lazeri, right-hand batter, is in there. Hamlin takes his stretch. Here's the first pitch. It's high, ball one, a high fast one. The arm goes up for the next one. Gehrig takes a bit of a lead off first. Lazeri swung hard and missed. Strike one, 1-1. 1-1 on Pushim-Uptoni. Luke is ready. And here comes the next one. Gehrig going on it. Lazeri punched a hit into right field. And then Pete Fox played the ball badly and it got past into the screen. Gehrig will score all the way from first. And Lazeri is pulling up at third. Now he's going to come home when Greenberg fumbled Fox's throw. Well, that was quite an exciting hit. A single for Lazeri, scoring Selkirk from third, and advancing Gehrig to second. Fox fumbled a hit. And Gehrig reached third on Fox's first fumble. Then he threw badly to Greenberg, and Gehrig continued on home. Lazeri, rather, continued on home. Fox, I believe, will get charged with 2 errors. Lazeri getting a single. Just a minute till we get the official scoring on that. Greenberg the other one. Greenberg gets the other error instead of Fox 2 on the throw. Chapman is up, and Hamlin has pitched a ball and a strike. And the next pitch inside, ball 2. Here's the next one coming in inside and high. Ball 3. 3-1 on Chappie. Chappie singled the first time up and was out stealing. Hamlin's arm goes up in motion, and the next pitch, Chapman line to left field. It's over Goslin's head against the wall. He's playing it on the first hop, throwing to second. Chapman is coming down there. A 2-base hit for Chapman. Well, this is quite a Yankee batting rampage this afternoon. 2 runs in the first inning on 3 hits. No runs in the second. And 5 runs in this third inning with 1 man out. Chapman is on second. Bird is up. Bird flied to White the first time up. Strike called. You would expect Bird to fly to someone, wouldn't you all? Hamlin takes his stretch for the next pitch. Here she comes. Ball. Swooping curve outside. Rogel, and is out at first. On Rogel to Greenberg. Chapman advancing to third on the very peculiar play. That was a carom off Owen's heel. Shot over to Rogel at shortstop. Bill picked it up and threw to Greenberg just ahead of the flying Bird. Well, we've seen everything now. We're like the guy that's had delirium tremens. 2 out, and Jorgens is up. Chapman on third. A called strike on Arndt as Hamlin pitched a ball about knee-high through the middle. And the next one, Jorgens wallops in the general direction of the scoreboard, Goslin leaping high, hitting it with his gloved hand, but failing to hold on to it. Chapman scoring. The ball returned from the outfield, getting past a couple of the lads. But nevertheless, it's a two-base hit for Jorgens. He remained on second while the ball was being cuffed around the infield as it came in. And that makes 6 runs in this inning, and the score is now 8-1 in favor of the Yankees. 9 men have batted, and Broca is up for the second time. Well, this is quite a track meet for the boys from the Bronx. Crowd is getting a run for their money today, and so are the Yankees getting many runs for their money. Broca swung and missed that one. Strike one. He opened the inning by drawing a pass from Marbury, which was the tip-off that Fred wasn't right. It wasn't sure in that first inning. Broca can't see very well in there, and all you have to do is throw them in. Strike two called. 2-0 on Broca. Hamlin going through a bit of setting up exercises to loosen up his arm out there. He hasn't had much chance to throw. The boys have been hitting him right back. Strike 3 and out called. Six runs. Is up. So in changing the pitching record, Marbury left the game after allowing 4 runs and 6 hits, but he had 2 men on there, and they scored. So he's charged with 6 of the runs, 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings. Luke is coming up there. He bats them left-handed, although he throws right-handed. Chapman is moving on over now toward left field. Outside, ball 1, figuring that if Hamlin hits it all, he'll swing late and punch a ball into left rather than pull one into right, although he's a left-hand batter. Strike called. The count is 1-1. And the score is 8-1. And Broca pitches the next one. Hamlin fouling in the left field stand. Strike 2. 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2-1. Hamlin smashed a single to left center field, wrapping one on the ground between second base and Frankie Crosetti, the Yankee shortstop. 1 out, Hamlin on first. And Fox is up. That is Hamlin's 5th hit of the season. Ball 1, a little low. Pete had a hit the first time up. Strike called, a fastball, letter high. Count is 1-1. On Fox, Hamlin on first. Fox grounded to Lazzeri. Lazzeri fumbled his peculiar roar. It hopped over his hand. It took some English and bounded away from him just as he was reaching for it. And Fox gets a hit rather than Lazzeri being charged with an error. It was one of the most peculiar rolling balls we've seen. There was a lot of spin on it. Lazzeri had started to his left. Then he took a step back to get this ball, and it seemed to revolve and sort of curve right away from him. Very slow roller. Hamlin on second, Fox on first. 1 out, White is up. Ball inside to a left-hand batter. Score is 8-1 in favor of the Yanks. This is the 3rd inning. 1 man gone with Hamlin on second and Fox on first. Broca adjusts his cap, toes the rubber, here's the pitch. Strike, swinging at a fast one. And the count is 1-1. Johnny throws the rubber again. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 called on White. Another fast ball pitched over the outside corner. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Again, Broca steps in there. Here it comes inside. Bounded a slow one toward first. Broca fumbling the ball, and the bases are loaded. Broca grabbed it, made another grab, and it scored as a hit for White. Bases are loaded now. 1 man out. Give White a hit rather than Broca an error on that bounder which he popped, hitting it slowly toward first. Broca made 2 stabs for it, but couldn't get it in time for a play. And we're seeing a lot of different kinds of baseball today. Charlie Gehringer is the batter. He popped to Crosetti the first time up. 3 on, 1 out. The score 8-1 in favor of the Yanks. High inside, ball 1. Broca is rubbing the perspiration off his glasses with his handkerchief. Now he's all set to go. His arm goes up in the motion. Strike called on Charlie. A pitch right through the middle. 1-1. Hamlin on third. Fox on second. White on first. 1 man out. The arm goes up for the pitch. Gehringer fouled back at third base. Rolfe made a nice try for it. Lost his cap in the effort and showed his flaming red patch, from which he getteth his nickname of Red Rolfe. Coming back in now, the count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Charlie Gehringer, the batter, with the bases loaded. The fans from Fowlerville gave Charlie a nice floral horseshoe this afternoon before the game. We'll see whether it brings any luck or not. Didn't hit the ball, or is it? Broca rubbing the shine off of the ball, a new ball. This one pounded into the boxes out there. Now he's pulling his glove back on, climbing up on the hill and throwing the rubber. 2 strikes and 1 ball is the count. Here's the pitch. Gehringer pops, and it looks as though Rolfe would take that, coming in almost to the plate to make the catch on that little pop fly in front of the plate. 2 men out. Greenberg is up. Hank fanned the first time. Well, the floral horseshoe didn't bring Charlie much luck at the first 2 times at bat. Been retired on pop flies to shortstop and to the third baseman. 3 on and 2 down. Greenberg is up, who struck out the first time. Broca takes his cap off, then he settles it on his head again. He's up on there, and he's ready to go. Here's the first pitch to Hank. It's a called strike, a fastball letter high on the outside corner. Again, Johnny mops the brow and the glasses. Kind of warm out there working, and one wearing glasses, they get steamed up a bit. We're in the 3rd inning, and it's almost 4 o'clock. We'll probably be here all night. Everything has happened so far that you'd expect to happen on a ball field. 2 strikes and nothing. The arm goes up for the pitch. Greenberg bounded it slow into third base. He's out. Rolfe to Gehrig. No runs, 3 hits. 2 of them very scratchy. No errors and 3 men left on bases. First man up, Hayworth, slide to Chapman in left center. Hamlin singled to left center. Fox got a hit on a peculiar roller that hopped over Lazari's outstretched bare hand. White got a single on a top ball, bounding slowly toward first that Broca could not handle in time for the putout. That filled the bases. Gehringer then popped to Rolfe about 10 feet up the line from the plate toward third base. Greenberg ended the inning, popping a pitch, bounding one to third, and was tossed out. Broca to Greenberg. No runs, 3 hits, no errors, and the score remains 8-1 in favor of the Yanks as the fourth inning opens. The first man up is Crosetti. He singled the first time, slide to White the second time. Marbury started the game, allowed 6 of these runs and 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings, and Luke Hamlin is now doing the pitching. In the first pitch, a ball inside. Hamlin starts his windup for the next one. Foul strike. Bounded off Hayworth's mask. The count is 1-1. This is WWJ, the Detroit News, White Star Refining Company, bringing you this game. Hamlin gets ready with a new ball. He looks him over. He starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 called, cutting that outside corner. 2 strikes, 1 ball. And here's the next one. Ball a little high. 2-2. It was over there, but high. Two and two. Crosetti popped the foul off the handle in the stands. Upper deck, caught by a bald-headed gentleman, and it's in his pocket already. He squeezed that a moment, showed it to some of them around there, and in the pocket she went. Foul ball in the side pocket. 2-2 is the count. Nice new ball. Hamlin ready. Arm goes down, up again. Here she comes. Another foul over the roof. No souvenir on that except somebody outside may get it. Another new ball coming into play. 2-2 is the count on Crosetti. Leading off in the fourth. And 3-2. Been up there a long time. About time to get on or get out. He's on, I think. On knocked down the drive. He's out. On knocked down his drive. Couldn't hold it cleanly. Picked it up. He was kind of late on that throw. We didn't think he could possibly get him, but his fast, accurate throw did. The hard smash right there at third base. 1 out. Red Rolfe is up with a double and single to his credit. 2 times at bat. Strike called. He scored 2 runs and has driven in 1. Ball outside and low. Score 8-1 in favor of the Yankees. For any of you just tuning in. 4th inning. 1 out, none on. Rolfe slide to short left. Goslin coming for that one is under it. He has it. 2 out and Selkirk is up. Selkirk singled the first time. Scoring Crosetti and Rolfe. Walked the second time and lived to score. A drive to left. Goslin is under that one and has it. Line drive to left center for the 3rd out. Crosetti first up, grounded out. Owen to Greenberg. A hard smash just inside the bag. Owen knocked it down. Didn't look as though he could possibly recover it in time, but he did. And threw him out with a hard, accurate throw. Rolfe and Selkirk both slide to Goslin and left. Tigers come to bat in the 4th. Owen, Goslin, and Rogel are up. So far, the Tigers have made 4 hits off Broca. Pete Fox has 1 of them. 2 of them, rather, and White and Hamlin the other two. One of Fox's was rather scratchy, and so was one of White, the one that White had. The Yankees have made 6 hits off Marbury and 3 off Hamlin. We're ready to go. Owen is in there. He grounded to short the first time at bat. The first pitch, a called strike. This is the 4th inning, and the score 8-1 in favor of the Yanks. Owen fouls for the second strike on the roof of the right field pavilion. Going in. Souvenir. 2-0 on Marv. Goslin up. Telephone falling. Goose popped to Crossetti at short the first time up. Strike called on Leon right through the middle. And the next pitch. Goslin bounded to shortstop. Crossetti has it. There's the throw. He's out at first. Crossetti to Gehrig. 2 out and none on. Rogel is up. Bill fouled to Jorgens the first time at bat. All right, here's the first pitch to Willie, and he bounded one through Crossetti into center field for a single. Rogel singled to center with 2 men out. Hayworth is up. Hayworth flied to Chapman in center the first time up. One in favor of the Yankees. 4th inning, 4th game. Hayworth flied to right field. Sammy Bird is under that one. He has it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. Owen first up, fouled to Jorgens, who ran clear down to first base to make the catch. Goslin was tossed out by Crossetti, the Yankee shortstop. Rogel bounced the hit through Crossetti, and Hayworth flied to Bird in right. 8-1 in favor of the Yanks going into the 5th inning. This is WWJ, the Detroit News. Game coming to you through the courtesy of the White Star Refining Company. And does your car door squeak? I ask you. Or the hood or windows? Well, they needn't. For a touch of mobile door ease will take the squeaks right out, and it can't soil your clothes. Just ask your White Star dealer to show you how it works. He'll be very happy to do so. Going into the 5th inning, first man up for the Yanks, Lou Gehrig. He's had 1 out of 2. Single the last time up. Foul strike, back against the wire. One strike on Gehrig. The arm goes up for the pitch. A grounder to Gehringer. Gehrig is out, refusing to run. Gehringer taking it on the first hop. One out, and Tony Lozeri is up. Tony's had 1 hit in 2 times at bat. Ball. For a called strike, and then curving one away from him, which Tony reached for and wasn't there. 2-0. High inside, ball 1. 2 strikes, 1 ball. Luke sets himself, starts that peculiar wind-up of his. Both arms up over his head. Here she comes. Another one way outside. Ball 2. 2-2. It is. The windup starts again. Here's the pitch. Ball 3 inside. The crowd said oh, a couple of O's. 3-2. You may hear them owing. Three and 2 it is. Lazari the batter. One man out, nobody on. Here comes the pitch. Lazari grounded to short. Rogel has it. There's the throw. He's out. Rogel to Greenberg. 2 out and none on. Chapman is up. Benny's had a single and a double and 2 times at bat. Scored 1 run. A little high and outside. Ball 1. Your right-hand batter. By the way, somebody wrote me a letter, wanted me to answer today how many turnaround batters we had on the Tiger team. Just one. William Rogel, the fire chief, is the only one who bats from either side of the plate. Chapman fouled that pitch, and the count is 1-1. Chapman fouled that one against the netting for the second strike. 2 strikes, 1 ball. We're in the 5th inning. The score is 8-1 in favor of the Yanks. 2 men are out, nobody on. Here's the windup for the next pitch, and it's high and outside. The count is now 2-2 on Chapman. Hamlin sets himself, starts his windup. 2-2 is the count. Struck out, swinging at a curve, outside and high. No runs, no hits, and no errors. Hamlin has retired the last 6 Yankees to face him in order. Gehrig grounded to Gehringer. A hard shot on the ground right at Charlie. Lazari grounded to Rogel, a rather soft touch. And Chapman struck out swinging. So we go into the Tiger half of the 5th. Hamlin is first up, followed by Fox and White on deck. Each one of these gents has had 1 or more hits. Fox having 2 and 2 times at bat. Jack Salzgaver, who usually plays third base for the Yankees, but did play first base here when Gehrig was injured the last time the Yankees were here, has replaced Gehrig at first. Hamlin is up, and the first pitch is high, ball 1. Gehrig is leaving the game after getting 1 hit and 3 times at bat. Strike called on Luke. One and 1 it is. Ball 2, outside. Fifth inning, Hamlin leading off. Strike 2 called. Count is 2-2 on Luke. 2-2. Broca's arm goes up for the pitch. Hamlin fouled in the boxes, extreme left field end of the grandstand. Count is still 2-2. Ball 3, a little low. 3-2 on Luke. Leading off in the 5th. Singled the last time up, the only time he's been up there. Here's the pitch. Hamlin fouled another one in the same spot, almost the same box. He's aiming over there, swinging a little late, and the Yankee defense is pulled way around to left field. Coming around late on those. Here's the next one. Hamlin bounded a slow one to Lazari. He's safe. He went very fast, and he beat that slow Lazari's, a slow, high bounder. He went down there like JoJo White or Pete Fox. 2 hits and 2 times at bat for Luke. Didn't seem to start fast, but when he realized it was a slow bounder, he put on a lot of speed and beat it. Fox is up. Fox has had 2 out of 2. Ball 1 outside. Huh? Well, he's had 6 hits all season. Got 2 today. Ball 1 inside. Or ball 2, rather. First one was outside and this one inside. 2-0 on Fox. Hamlin getting 2 hits today. Makes him 6 hits for the season. Ball 3, another high one, and Art Jorgens, the Yankee catcher, is asking umpire Bill Dineen for a new ball for Broca. He's gotten it, thrown the old one out, and will pitch a new ball to Fox with a count 3-0. That was a better one. It's right through the middle for a called strike. 3-1 on Pete. Hamlin on first. Nobody out in the 5th. 8-1 in favor of the Yanks. Ball strike 2 called. He got the outside corner with that one. A knee-high pitch. And the crowd roared in disapproval. 3-2. Nice pickup of this hard smash at third base. And his throw to Lazari forced Hamlin at second. Fox is on first on the fielder's choice. JoJo White is up. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat. First time up, he forced Fox at second. Stole second and went on to third when the ball went through to the outfield. A called strike on JoJo. A knee-high pitch in the outside corner. White bunted to third. He beat Broca's throw for a single. Fox stopping to beat Rolf's throw, rather, for a single. Fox stopping at second. Rolf and Broca were right there to field this bunt. Broca was Rolf in better position to throw. He heaved it over there perfectly, but too late to get the flying White. Gehringer is up again with runners on second and first. 1 man out. Charlie came up in the 3rd inning with 3 on and 1 out. And popped to Rolf at third. He's been up twice, popped to shortstop and to third. Inside and low, ball 1. Jorgens making a very nice stop of that rather badly pitched ball. Right down at Gehringer's feet. 2 on, 1 out. 2 fast men on there, by the way. Fox on second and White on first. And the next pitch, Gehringer lined a hit. Back at second base. Fox is scoring. White is trying for third. Chapman's throw is going over to Rolf, but White is safe at third. That's Charlie Gehringer's 200th hit. 200th for the season. Paul Wainer made the first 200 hit of the season in the majors yesterday. Paul Wainer, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Score is now 8-2 in favor of the Tigers. 1 man out. White on third. Gehringer on first. Greenberg is up. Hank fanned the first time and grounded to Rolf at third the second time up with the bases loaded that time, ending that 3rd inning. McCarthy has a couple warming up out there. Two in favor of the Yanks. 5th inning. 1 out and runners on third and first. Greenberg fouls, strike 1. Up against the wire and down again. Russell Van Atta, a left-hander, is warming up. And Johnny Allen, a right-hander. They warmed up yesterday, but it was not necessary. Strike 2 called on Hankus Pankus. Curve over the outside corner. 2-0. One man out. Greenberg the batter. White on third. Gehringer on first. Broca standing back behind the rubber, adjusting his cap, expectorating a bit. Now he's climbing up on the hill, throwing the rubber, ready to pitch. Here it is. Greenberg single to left. Myers smashed on the ground between third and shortstop, scoring White. Gehringer stopping at second. Lads have gotten to Broca here for 4 hits. Score is 8-3 in favor of New York. Marvin Owen is up. Marv grounded the shortstop the first time and fouled to Jorgens the second time. The crowd is beginning to get noisy now. It's the first time they've had any chance to do much yelling, because it's been all New York up until now. Still pretty much New York. Curve ball outside, ball 1. 8-5 in favor of the Yanks in the 5th inning. 8-3. 8-3 in favor of the Yanks. 5-run lead, I meant to say. Sometimes you can't just say what you mean. Ball 1 is the count. Owen the batter. And the next one, Owen pops. Lazzeri is going back on the grass. He's under it. Tony has it. 2 out. Goslin is up. Goose popped the shortstop the first time up and grounded the short the second time. Gehringer on second, Greenberg on first. 2 men out now. Broca takes his time before getting ready to pitch to the Goose. Goose is rubbing the handle of the bat. Now he's in there, ready to go. Here's the pitch. Outside, high, ball 1. Johnny climbs up, shows the rubber, coming in. Strike, swinging with 1 outside. Ball 1 and strike 1. One and 1 on Goslin. Broca again rubbing the moisture off his spectacles, adjusting them now on his cap. He's climbing up on the hill. 1-1's the count. Goslin fouled on top of the roof, going out into Michigan Avenue. 2 strikes, 1 ball. 2-1. Johnny chewing his gum out there. Getting up on the hill slowly, towing the rubber. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Here's the pitch. Goslin grounded for Lazzeri. He's out. Lazzeri to Salzgeber. Was forced at second by Fox. On a good play, Rolfe to Lazzeri. White beat out a bunch of Rolfe. Fox stopping at second. Gehringer singled. Scoring Fox. White going to third. Greenberg singled to left, scoring White. Gehringer stopping at second. Owen popped to Lazzeri. And Lazzeri tossed out Goslin. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Makes the score 8-3 in favor of the Yanks as the 6th inning opens. Bird, Jorgens, and Broca are the first 3 Yankee batters. Hamlin, after relieving Marbury in the 3rd inning, has allowed 2 runs, 3 hits. The last 2 innings, he has pitched the side down in order. Ball 1, outside. Ball 2, another one outside. 2-0. And the next one, ball 3, outside. All outside pitches to this right-hand batter. Throwing him over near the left-hand batter's box. 3-0. Hayworth holding up the mitt for a target. The count is 3-0. Strike called. Wolf pitched that one right down the alley where Hayworth was holding the mitt. 3-1. And the arm goes up for the next pitch. See if he hits the target this time. He did. Another called strike, 3-2. 3-2. Sammy Bird, the batter, leading off. Here's the pitch. Bird lined a hit to right center field. Fox making a nice stop down there and cutting it off, holding it to a single. Jorgens is up, followed by Broca. Jorgens has a double in 2 times at bat. Hamlin gets ready, throws the rubber, has to pitch without that motion now with a runner on. A called strike on Jorgens, a right-hand batter. Pitch getting the outside corner letter high. The arm goes up for the next one. Here it comes. Foul, strike 2. And that lower deck. Souvenir ball bounding around. Hitting one of the girders, evidently. Better to hit a girder than a girl. 2-0 is the count on Jorgens. Bird on first. Jorgens smashed a hit off Hamlin's glove into center field. Bird stopping at second. Broca is up. Broca opened and closed in 1 that time. He's up there to bunt. Greenberg is in on the grass. Strike called. Trying to head this runner off at third. If Broca bunts, the ball can be fielded at all. It'll be thrown to third base if there's a chance at all to get Bird going in there. He'll be forced at third, with runners on second and first. Ball 1 low and outside. Chief of the Hogsets has gone out to do a bit of warming up with Chief York. And they're giving him the Indian rattle and yell out there. Count is 1-1 on Broca. Hank Greenberg way in on the pitch. Strike 2. Attempting to bunt that one. And the count is 2-0 on Broca. Greenberg is backed up a bit, but he's still playing very shallow, just off the grass. Figuring Broca may go through with the bunt. Count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Ball 2, low and outside. Hamlin is giving Broca very bad balls at which to bunt. Keeping them low and outside. 2-2. Nobody out. Runners on second and first. Hamlin takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, low and outside. 3-2. Nobody out. Runners on second and first. A 3-2 count on Broca. Now we'll see what happens on this pitch. Hamlin's ready. Takes his stretch. Here it comes. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. Bases loaded. Nobody out, and Crostetti is up. Well, Hamlin kept him from bunting. There's no sacrifice there for Broca. 3 on and none out. Crostetti has had 1 hit and 3 times at bat. The score, 8-3 in favor of the Yanks. The inning is the 6th. Crostetti a right-hand batter, and the lads are all playing deep for a double play. Here's the first pitch. Bang, bang, bang. A high fly in short left field. Gosselin is coming in under that one. He's set and ready to throw, but Bird failed to try to score after that throw. Was coming right in to Hayworth. Bases still loaded. 1 out. He'd have been out if he'd attempted to score on that one because the ball was not hit very far out in left field. Goose was set for the throw and heaved one in here, which was cut off before it got to Hayworth, but it would have reached Hayworth on the first bound. Rolfe is up. The redhead has had a double and a single in 3 times at bat. Left-hand batter. Two or nothing on Red Rolfe. Bird on third. Jorgens on second. Broca on first. 1 man out. Hamlin starts his windup. Here's the pitch. A drive to short center field. White coming for that one and ready to throw. Here comes his throw. Bird is trying for the plate. Hayworth nailed him at the plate. And thus ends the inning. Double play on White's excellent throw to Hayworth, retiring Bird trying to score after the catch. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors. 2 men left on bases. Bird first up, singled. So did Jorgens. Broca walked, filling the bases. None out. Crosetti flied to Goslin in short left. Bird making no attempt to score after the catch. Rolfe flied to White in short left center. Bird trying to score after the catch. Was out at the plate on White's excellent throw to Hayworth, ending the inning. No runs, 2 hits, base on balls, no errors, and 2 men left on bases. Mr. Hamlin got himself out of a terrible hole there, aided by 2 excellent throws by Goslin and White. Goslin's throw keeping Bird from attempting to score, and White's beautiful throw to Hayworth, nailing Bird when he did try to score. Still 8-3 in favor of the Yanks as the 6th inning opens for the Tigers. Rogel is up. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat. Strike called. A knee-high pitch through the middle. Ball 1 outside. Count is 1-1. The next one outside again. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1 on the fire chief. Foul, strike 2 on the fire chief. 2-2. Rogel, the batter, leading off in the 6th inning. Here's the next one. Inside and high, ball 3. Now Rogel faces a 3-2 count. So does Broca. Bill stepped out of the box just as Johnny started his wind-up motion. Now both lads are ready. The arm goes up for the pitch. Rogel flied high in right field. Bird is backing up a bit for the ball 1. It's outside. Hayworth has been up twice so far. Has flied to center field and right field. Broca gets the sign from Jorgens. 1 man out, nobody on. Starts his windup for the pitch. Hayworth fouls. Strike 1. The roof ball down again. Lefty, the ball boy, has that one. Handing it to umpire Deneen to take a look at it. Bill tossing it out of the Game over to Whitey the Bat Boy. Hayworth bunted or took a short cut at one to Rolfe and is safe when Rolfe, coming in fast, failed to field it. Safe on Rolfe's error. He took just a half swing at that one. Ball went slowly toward third. Rolfe failed to field it cleanly. Hayworth is safe on the error. Here comes the batting ace of the Tigers today, Luke Hamlin, with 2 hits and 2 times at bat. He's the only one hitting 1,000 today. 2 out of 2. Only one hitting 1,000 out of on either team. Strike called. 1 out and Hayworth on first. Foul, strike 2. 2 and nothing. Broker is ready, looks over to see where Hayworth is. Here's the pitch. Hamlin smashed one off Rolfe's glove. Lazzari picking it up and tossing to Crosetti, forcing Hayworth at second. Two out. Yeah. 2 out and Hamlin on first. Every time you look up, Hamlin's on first today. Fox at bat. Fox bunted to the box. He's out. Broker to Salzgaber. Pitcher to first. No runs, no hits, 1 error. 1 man left on base. Rogel first up, flied to Bird in right field. Hayworth was safe when Rolfe fumbled his slow bounder toward third. Hamlin forced him at second. Lazzari to Crosetti. After smashing one back to the box, it glanced off Broker's glove. And Fox ended the inning, bunting, being tossed out. Broker to Salzgaber. Pitcher to first. At the end of the 6th, the score remains 8-3 in favor of the Yankees. First man up in the 7th, Selkirk. He's had 1 hit and 3 times at bat. And a right-hand batter. Right, swinging hard at that one. 1 strike on Selkirk. George claims he didn't swing at that one. Umpire Deneen, however, registered a strike. Joey Sewell coaching at first, coming down to protest to Bill Deneen, the umpire who called that one. Bill just shakes the head. George claimed he was ducking away from that one, didn't swing. Nevertheless, 1 strike remains on the scoreboard. Hamlin looks him over again, starts his windup for the next pitch. Selkirk fouled for the 2nd strike. It's in the stands. Upper deck right behind the Tiger dugout. Souvenir ball caught by one of the box seat holders there. Right in front of the young lady in the pale green dress. She would have been paler had that one socked her. 2 strikes, 2-0. Little high, hard, ball 1. 2-1. Hamlin starts the windup, a long windup on this pitch. Here it comes, a slow ball. Selkirk meeting it fairly, going between Fox and White against the barrier in front of the bleachers in center for a 2-base hit. Hamlin tried to change a pace ball there, and Selkirk timed it perfectly. Lined a single, a double between Fox and White. Salzgaber is up. This is the first time Jack has had a turn at bat. He relieved Gehrig in the 5th inning, playing first base. Gehrig leaving the game after getting 1 hit and 3 times at bat. Jack bats them left-handed. Here's the pitch. Low and outside, ball 1. Selkirk taking a bit of a lead off second. Hamlin is ready. High, ball 2. Salzgaber is the batter. Again, Luke takes his stretch. Pitching from the shoulder with a runner on second. Here it comes. Foul coming up here on the roof. Strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. Selkirk on second. Again, Luke is ready. Nice new ball to pitch this time. Rogel watching Selkirk, not letting him take much of a lead. Another foul up here. Inside. Scramble right over here to our left. And there's the souvenir ball. 2-2. We have quite a gathering up here today. Seats sold up here today again. Every day in this series. 2-2. And the pitch is a single to left field. Selkirk is rounding third. Goslin can't pick the ball up to throw, and Selkirk... Somewhere along this lineup with Selkirk and Salzgaber, we should have Pucklewarts and Milinkovic. A foul ball up over the roof here. Strike 1 on Tony. One strike on Tony. Hamlin is ready, and the next pitch is low, ball 1. Tony's had 1 hit and 3 times at bat. The single on which he scored all the way. Just on a single. 2 errors being made on the same hit permitted Lazari to go all the way around. Strike 2 called. Quick breaking curve. Count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. 9-3 in favor of the Yanks is the score in the 7th inning. The 4th game, the last game of the series. The last time the Yankees will be here this year. Lazari drove that one in the general direction of the scoreboard. Goslin taking it just before bumping into the boards and throwing into the infield, chasing Salzgaber back to first. 1 out. Ball was pretty well hit. Chapman is up. Benny's had 2 hits and 3 times at bat. The last time up, he struck out. Hamlin takes his stretch. Inside, fastball, ball 1. Again, there's the stretch. And here's the pitch. Strike called. A curved ball on the outside corner, shoulder high. The count is 1-1. 1-1 on Chappie. Salzgaber taking the lead. Chapman fly to right center field. White and Fox both coming fast. Fox can't quite get to it. Salzgaber's at second, trying for third. There's the throw to third, and it's too late. It hit him in the back. Owen is on top of him, digging the ball out from under him, and Chapman takes second to the throw to third. On the throw to third. A single for Chapman. Advancing Salzgaber to third. And Chapman taking second on the throw to third. Runners on third and second. 1 out. Bird is up. Bird has had 1 hit in 3 times at bat. 9-3 in favor of the Yanks. Hamlin bends to his task. He's up against it again. Ball 1, a little high. Got out of a bad hole in that last inning. And he had the bases loaded and none out, and no one scored. See how he does now. Ball 2, a curve low and outside. Can't go very well unless he has 3 men on. 3, missing the outside corner. 3-1. 3-1 on Bird. Salzgeber on third. Chapman on second. One man out in the seventh. 9-3 in favor of the Yanks. There's the motion, and here's the pitch. Bird fouls for the second strike. Ball bounding back into the stand. 3-2. Nice new ball for Luke to pitch. He's starting his windup, and here it comes. Bird, line to Rogel. Rogel throwing to Owen. Too late to double. Salzgeber off third, however. And there's two men out. Jorgens is up. Runners still on third and second. Ball one, high and inside to a right-hand batter. Young goes up in the motion for the next pitch. Jorgens raised a high fly to center field. JoJo White jogging under that one, backing up a bit now and has it. Jogged in and backed up and then made the catch. No runs, or one run rather. 3 hits. No errors, 2 men left on bases, and everybody up for the 7th inning stretch. Selkirk opened with a double between Fox and White, brought up against the right center field bleachers. Salzgeber single to left, scoring Selkirk. Lazeri slide to Goslin in front of the scoreboard. Chapman single to right. Salzgeber going to third, and Chapman taking second on the throw. Bird line to Rogel, and Jorgens flied to White. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors, 2 men left on bases. The score, 9-3 in favor of the Yanks. The Tigers come to bat in the 7th. This is WWJ, the Detroit News, bringing you this game through the courtesy of the White Star Refining Company. Here's a tip. The next time you stop at your mobile gas dealers, ask him to show you a tube of SPIC, S-P-I-C, the new and better cleaner for glass, metal, and enamel on your car or in your home. Comes in a tube and works like magic. Keeps things spick and span. About 29,000 paid out here today, which brings us all-time series record of 121,000 cash customers. The first day we had 36,000, the second day 30, third day 26, and today 29. The Yankees have drawn more than 250,000 through Nave and Field turnstiles this season, the exact figure being 256,000. The first series total was 49,500, second series total 89,500, and today is 121,000. That is this series. First pitch to White is a ball. Little Glennie Burchard, the demon statistician, gave me these figures. 1-1. Little Glennie is known at times as Kingpin for his articles on ball. The crowd is beginning a sort of a half-hearted hand clapping. White fouled another one on the roof. And the count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Two and 1. Broca takes his time, getting ready to go now. Here it is. White grounded a single past Lazeri into right field. Taking a turn at first, but coming back now as Bird has it. Gehringer up. Charlie singled the last time up to drive home the Tiger run. He's had 1 hit in 3 times at bat, same as Gehrig. Ball, strike on the outside corner. Knee high. And the next pitch high inside, ball 1. 1-1. Gehringer. Nobody out, and White taking the lead off first. Gehringer fouled Strike two. It's down that first base line. Fans coming out of the blue boxes and grabbing it. Young man in a pair of brown plush pants got that one. What it looks like. 2 strikes and 1 ball. Velour. Might have been velour or Duvetine, I don't know, but it looks like brown plush from here. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, just outside, a belt high pitch. 2-2. JoJo the Tiger Man on first. The score 9-3 in favor of the Yankees, and this is the 7th inning. Walker takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Gehringer grounded to Salzgeber and is out at first. Salzgeber unassisted. White stopping at second. So that Gehrig leads a bit on Gehringer today, leaving the game after getting 103 times at bat. Charlie has had 1 and 4. 1 out, White on second. Greenberg is up. Henry's had 1 hit and 3 times at bat. Stepped out of the batter's box momentarily. Henry also drove in a run in that 5th inning in which the Tigers got 2. Strike called. The pitch over the outside corner. Letter high. White backing away from second, taking the lead. 1 man out. Ball 1, a little low. 1-1. Ball 3, another one outside. 6-1. 3-1 on Hank. He hasn't given him but 1 good ball. Here's the next pitch. Greenberg grounded to short. White is stopped between second and third. He's being chased and run down. Greenberg is taking second on this run down. Greenberg is cut now between second and first. White is taking a lead off second. Greenberg is retired. And White reaches third. They're all yelling out there. Benny Chapman coming way in from center field. Made the put out on Greenberg. Then he dropped the ball. And in tagging Greenberg, and Greenberg is standing back on first and may be permitted to remain there. We'll have to wait for a moment till we see umpire Willie McGowan's final decision on it. White, however, is safe on third. That much we are sure. Chapman took this toss. Everybody was mixed up in the play. All the infielders and Ben Chapman coming in from center field finally got into the play, took Salzgeber's toss, and stabbed Greenberg in the back. Greenberg whirled around, the ball dropped to the ground, and Henry got back to first. White is on third, perching there. Greenberg standing on first, and I believe both boys will be allowed to remain where they are. The only one that wasn't in the rundown was Broca, Selkirk, and Jorgen. The pitcher, the catcher, the left fielder, and the catcher. White. Just a moment. White has been called out and sent to the... No, that's all right. Thought that was White that was going in there. Umpire Willie McGowan motioned something over to George Moriarty here. Third, it is White. Huh? Chapman has been put out of the game for kicking. And we have a new center fielder going out there for the Yankees. Oh, goodness. White is coming back from the dugout. Chapman bumped him on the way. White is coming back third. The game will be resumed in just a minute. The Tiger boys are fanning Chapman as he goes to the dugout. Your attention, please. Attention, please. Forbes playing center field for New York. Forbes playing center field for New York. Well, that's the way it stands now. Chapman has been chased for kicking. White is on third, and Greenberg on first after that run down in which both boys were involved, and finally Chapman stabbing Greenberg in the back. Hank knocked the ball out of his hands is what he really did, and got back to first while White reached third. It's an error for Chapman. The first pitch to Owen, a strike. The second one, a foul strike. Nothing on Owen. He's had no hits and 3 times at bat. Ball one outside. Out. Owen on first. Goslin is up. Goslin hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield in 3 times at bat. Merle Hogue is playing center field now since Chapman was banished for saying unkind things to umpire McGowan. Score is 9-4 in favor of New York. This is the 7th inning in one of the wildest, woolliest games we've ever witnessed. There looks like a long punch into the bleachers for a home run. It is. Johnson hitting one in the bleachers for a home run, scoring behind Owen. Something new. That hasn't happened yet either today. The score, what is it, about 9-6 now in favor of the Yankees. 2 men out. Rogel is up. 7th inning. Rogel grounded to Lazzeri on the first pitch. He's out. Lazzeri to Salzgeber. Second to first. 3 runs. 2 hits. 1 error. Nobody left on base. White, first up. Singled. Gehringer grounded out to first. Salzgeber unassisted. White stopping at second. Greenberg hits the shortstop. Crossetti tossing the ball to Rolfe, trying to get White going into third, and White was trapped between second and third. White jockeyed up and down the base paths with Crossetti, Rolfe, and Lazzeri, Broca getting mixed up in the play. In the meantime, Greenberg went on down to second while White kept these boys chasing him. And JoJo eventually stepped back on second base with Greenberg standing on the bag, which, of course, forced Greenberg to go back to first. In the meantime, Benny Chapman, center fielder, had come in to take part in the proceedings. Greenberg started for first. The throw went to Salzgeber, then back again. Chapman finally got the ball, standing right beside Greenberg, and stabbed him in the back. This was about midway between first and second. Greenberg, whirling away from him after being tagged, knocked the ball out of Chapman's hand and scampered back to first while Chappie was arguing, and White reached third. Chapman kept on arguing and was chased out of the game, and Hogue relieved him in center field. Then Owen forced Greenberg at second while White scored. Goslin hit a home run in the bleachers, scoring behind Owen. Rogel ended the inning, grounding to Lazzeri on the first pitch. 3 runs, 2 hits, and 1 error. Now that the Yankees are opening the 8th inning with Broca up, and the count is 2 strikes and 2 balls. 2-2. Broca has walked twice and struck out. A grounder to short. Rogel. The ball hopped over Rogel's head for a single, taking a false hop, hitting something there just as Bill was set for it. Bounded high in the air over his head for a single. That's another peculiar thing we've seen today. We've certainly seen plenty. Rossetti is up. Strike called, attempting to bunt. Broca on first, nobody out, 8th inning. And the score is 9-6 in favor of the Yankees. 9-6. Hamlin is ready. Here's the pitch. A bounder to Owen. Owen crossing to Gehringer. Gehringer leaping off the bag and missing Broca at second. Both runners safe. Owen's throw was high. Left-hand batter. And the next one, Rolfe bunted in front of the plate. Hayworth throwing to Owen, forcing Broca. Rolfe being safe on the fielder's choice at first. And Rossetti reaching second. Broca forced at third. On Rolfe's bunt in front of the plate. The play being Hayworth to Owen. Runners on first and second. One man out. Selkirk is up. He's had 2 hits and 3 times at bat. A single and a double. Another time he walked. And he has also flied to Gosden. It's a ball game. Give anybody the jitters. Selkirk, a left-hand batter. Runners on second and first. Strike, swinging. Chief Hogsett warming up. While Van Atta, Gomez, Van Atta, and Allen warming up. A throw to first, hit Broca, and hit Rolfe, permitting Rossetti to advance to third. Hayworth tried to pick Rolfe off first. His throw hit Red in the pants, and Rossetti took third on the error. It's an error charged to Hayworth. Runners on third and first. The count is 1-1 on Selkirk. All right, here's the pitch. Selkirk fouled for the second strike. It's right up there and down again. Count is 2 strikes and 1 ball. Runners on third and first. 1 man out. It's the 8th inning, and the score is 9-6. Favor those Yankees. Hamlin is ready. Ball outside, a fast one, and the count is 2-2. The arm goes up for the next pitch. Coming in. Ball 3. Missed the outside corner with that one. 3-2. 1 man out. Salzgaver, a left-hand batter, up with the count 3-2. Or rather, Selkirk and Salzgaver on deck. Another left-hand batter. Runners on third and first. Here's the pitch. Ross going on it. It's a single over second base. Scoring Rossetti, sending Selkirk to third. Ross on third. Selkirk on first. 1 man out. 1 run in this inning. Salzgaver the batter, and Hogsett pitching for Detroit. Your attention, please. Hogsett now pitching for Detroit. Hogsett pitching for Detroit. The Chief is throwing a few to Hayworth. Salzgeber stands just outside the left-hand batter's box looking him over. Salzgeber hit to Rogel. Rogel fumbled it, then picked it up in time to throw him out at first, but Rolfe scored on the play. Bill lost a double play there by fumbling this bounder long enough to permit Selkirk to reach second. 11-6. Two out, Lazzeri up, right-hand batter. Selkirk on second. Here's the pitch, inside, ball one. Tony has had one hit in 4 times at bat. The arm goes up for the pitch. Here it is, inside, ball one. Sora is warming up in the Tiger bullpen. Ball outside. 3-0 on Lazzeri. Chief nods his head, straightens up. Here's the pitch. Foul strike into Hayworth's mitt. 3-1. 3-1 on the next pitch. Lazzeri drove to deep center field. White is going away from the ball out near the fence. He has it. Out on a direct line with a flagpole on that center field exit. Mr. Lazzeri hit that one plenty. White started with a crack of the bat, turned his back to the diamond, ran far out and turned around just in time to make the catch. A very long hit ball. 2 runs. 2 hits, 2 errors. 1 man left on base. Broca first up, got a single when his bounder to shortstop took a quick high bound over Rogel's head, just as Bill was set to make the play. Cressetti was safe, and so was Broca at second on Owen's high throw to Gehringer, pulling Charlie off the bag. An error for Owen. Rolfe forced Broca at third when he laid down a bunt in front of the plate. Hayworth tossing to Owen for the out. Selkirk singled. Salzgeber grounded out. Rogel to Greenberg, and Lazzeri ended the inning with a long fly to White. First man up for the Tigers in the 8th. Hayworth singled on the first pitch in the center field. The score is 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. Now we're going to have a pinch hitter for Hogsett, I believe. Looks like G. Walker coming out. It is G. Walker. Your attention, please. Walker batting for Hogsett. Walker batting for Hogsett. G. Walker is going to bat for Hogsett, who relieved Hamlin in that last inning, and Sorrell is warming up. First pitch is inside, ball one. And the next one, high, ball 2. Two and nothing on G. Hayworth on first, nobody out in the 8th. Ball 3, low and outside. Hayworth on second, Walker on first, and Fox is the batter. Pete has had 2 hits and 4 times at bat. Singled the first 2 times up. Hasn't gotten on. He got on a fielder's choice in the 5th inning. The last time up, grounded out on a bunt. Pitcher to first. (11-6) in favor of the Yankees, 8th inning. Broker gets ready to pitch. Here it comes. It's low inside. Ball 1. Johnny takes his stance on the rubber. He's ready to go. Here it comes. Strike called. A pitch right through the middle, belt high. 1-1. 1-1 on Fox. The arm goes up in the motion. Strike 2. He hooked a curve over the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 2 strikes and 1 ball. 2-1. Johnny is ready. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Fox is out of there. A called strike. First way to hit with men on the bases and take 3. I don't know, 16 or 18. Can't see. Joe White is up. Joe's had about 3 hits and 4 times at bat. Ball outside. A little low. 1 man out. Hayworth on second. Walker on first. Broker takes his time now. There's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 2. Another one outside. 2-0. Johnny seems a bit tired. He's not throwing with as much speed as he was in the early part of the game. Count is 2-0 on White. Strike called. He laid that one in right through the middle, knee high. 2-1. 1 man out. Runners on second and first. 8th inning. The score 11-6 in favor of the Yanks. Here's the next pitch. White drove to right center field. Hogue is going back near the flagpole. He has it. Hayworth is taking third after the catch. And Walker second. A long drive out near the flagpole. Merle Hogue now playing center field, making the catch. Hayworth and Walker advancing a base after the catch. 2 men are out. Gehringer is up. He's had 1 hit and 4 times at bat. Score 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. 8th inning. Red Rolfe talking to Broca as he walks slowly back to the mound. The crowd thought White's hit was going safely for a moment, but Hogue put on a lot of speed and went out there to the flagpole to catch it. It was well hit, as was Lazari's drive that White dragged down to end the Yankees' 8th. Right through the middle, a called strike. Gehringer the batter. 2 out, runners on third and second. Broca hunches his shoulders a bit, gets ready to go. The arm goes up in the motion. Strike 2 called on Gehringer. Over the outside corner, 2-0. Nothing on Charlie. 2 men out and 2 men on. Broca starts his windup. Coming in there, little off the corner. Ball 1. Just a little off that outside corner. And the count is unchanged. 2 strikes and 1 ball. He missed the 2-base hit by about a foot. Hard drive right down that foul line in right field. G. Walker was all the way into the plate. Well, he took a shortcut back to second. And Broker gets up on there with a new ball with a count, 2 strikes and 1 ball. The arm goes up in the motion. Here it comes. Gehringer struck out swinging, leaving Hayworth on third and Walker on second. No runs, 1 hit. No errors. 2 men left on bases. Hayworth first up, single to center on the first pitch. Walker batted for Hogsett and walked. Fox was called out on strike. White drove a long fly to Hogue in deep center field. Hayworth and Walker advancing after the catch. Gehringer struck out swinging. Broker bore down a bit there when he had to. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. And now we have Vic Sorrell, the 4th Tiger pitcher, to work this afternoon. Your attention, please. Tom Loring wanted at the office. Sorrell now pitching for Detroit. This is WWJ, the Detroit News. We go into the 9th inning with a score 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. First man up is Hope, followed by Bird, with George not batted yet. Placed Chapman when Chappie caught decision on Greenberg. And he left the game with 3 hits, 4 times at bat. Bird has had 1 out of 4. Jorgens 2 out of 4. These games come to you through the courtesy of the White Star Refining Company. And if you're enjoying them, stop at the sign of the Flying Red Horse when you need gas or oil. Tell the Mobile Gas man. Of course, we couldn't ask you to do that if Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil weren't leaders, but they are, and the more you use them in your car, the more you'll realize how true that is. Now, we're about to start the 9th inning. We have already, there's a first pitch to Hogue, which is a ball. Hogue is a right-hand batter. Little fellow. The arm goes up for the next one. Called strike. Hogue is a lad whose feet aren't mates. He has to wear 2 different size shoes. 1-1. Ball 2. Curve breaking outside. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. And the next pitch. Hogue smashed to shortstop. Rogel picking it up and throwing him out at first. 1 out in the 9th. Bird is up. Another right-hand batter. All right-hand batters. First 3 in this inning, rather. Maybe more, but those 3 bat right-handed. Hogue, Bird, and Jorgens. Ball 1 outside, missing the outside corner. Sorrell peers in there for the signal. And the pitch is fouled off up here. Caught by Art, our senior telegrapher who has charge of the Western Union wires up here. Inside, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. We have 2 bespectacled pitchers now working. Another grounder to shortstop, and Rogel comes up with that one and throws the runner out at first. This is wind up for the next pitch. Here it is. High. Ball 2. 2-0. Two and nothing, 2 out, none on in the 9th. 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. A bounder that hit third base for a single. Ball hit third base and bounded high in the air. Owen taking it with his bare hand. It was a slow bounder. No play was made. For Jorgens. Broker coming up again. Johnny's had quite a day. He has walked twice and singled and struck out. Getting a nice hand from the crowd. Pitched good ball when he had to. Team gave him a good lead. He's hanging on to it. He hits that one on the ground to Geringer. Geringer scooping it over to Rogel to force Jorgens at second for the out, ending the inning. No runs, one hit. No errors. And the Tigers come to bat in the ninth with Greenberg, Owen, and Goslin, the first three. The score 11-6 in favor of the Yanks. Of these three, Greenberg has had one hit in 4 times at bat. Owen has gone hitless in 4 times at bat. And Goslin has one hit in 4 times at bat. Home run in the 7th inning. Tiger half of the ninth. 4 for each, isn't it? Greenberg swung hard and missed that first pitch, strike one. One strike on Green. The arm goes up for the next one, high outside. Ball one, 1-1. I have 4 apiece. Ball 2, missing the outside corner. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Greenberg, the batter, leading off in the ninth. 11-6 in favor of the Yanks. High outside, ball 3, 3-1. Ball 4, inside. Greenberg opened the ninth, drawing a pass. The drive to center field, right at Hogue from Owen's bat, and Owen is out with Greenberg hustling back to first. Jorgens passing it out to Brokaw. All right, Johnny is ready, getting the sign from Jorgens. Goose is in there, ready to go, swinging his bat, and it's outside, ball 1. The arm goes up for the next pitch. Goslin dropped a single into center field. Greenberg rounding second, taking third on the hit. Greenberg on third. Goslin on first. Rogel is up. Bill has had one hit and 4 times at bat. Runners on third and first, 1 out in the ninth. 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. Rogel is the batter. All right. Taking a little time here as manager McCarthy waves a couple of flingers out. A pop fly to Crossetti at shortstop, and 2 men are out on the first pitch. And now it's Hayworth that's up. Ray has had one hit in 4 times at bat. A single the last time up. Crowd is beginning to get out of here. 29,000 of them. 29,000 paid admissions, and a few of us deadheads who are working out here. Makes it a pretty fair jam. First pitch is inside and high, ball 1. The score is 11-6 in favor of the Yankees. 2 men out in the ninth. Greenberg on third and Goslin on first. Take a lot of home running here. Foul strike into a box. Afraid that hit a woman sitting in a field box between first and the plate. Crowd gathering around there. He's hurt. Game has been halted here momentarily. Hit right in the head with that one. Ushers are trying to get her out now. She's straightening up all right now. Time is still called. We're going again. Count is 1-1 on Hayworth. Here's the next pitch. Hayworth single to left, prolonging the game a bit as Greenberg scores, and Goslin stops at second. Probably have a pinch hitter here for Sorrell. We're getting one up here. Manager Mike himself. Your attention, please. Cochran batting for Sorrell. Cochran batting for Sorrell. Manager Cochran batting for Sorrell with 2 out in the 9th. Goslin on second, Hayworth on first. The score now 11-7. Just a natural in favor of the Yanks. The young lady that was hit with that foul ball has been removed. To the shortstop, Cossetti tossing to Lazzari to force Hayworth to end the ball game. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left on base in the 9th inning, and the final score, New York 11 runs, 17 hits, 4 errors. New York 11 runs, 17 hits, 4 errors. Detroit 7 runs, 14 hits, 4 errors. Detroit 7 runs, 14 hits, 4 errors. Marbury, who started and allowed 6 runs and 6 hits in 2 1/3 innings, the losing pitcher. He was relieved by Hamlin, who in turn was relieved by Hogsett, and Sorrell finally pitched the 9th inning. Johnny Broca pitched the entire game for the Yanks, and they leave town tonight for the season, having halved this series, losing the first 2 by shutout scores and winning the last 2. The Tigers leave for St. Louis tonight to play 6 games in 4 days. By winning 4 more games this season, the Tigers will clinch the pennant, regardless of what the Yankees do. So do not get too worried about what happened yesterday and today out here. And so ends another thrilling episode in the Tigers' pursuit of the pennant. Although they didn't pursue much today. Featuring Mickey Cochran and his boys, and brought to you by the White Star Refining Company and its Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil dealers. You'd never think this was practically the same Tiger team we had last year, would you? Just one big difference. The leader, Mickey himself, and that's what counts in everything, baseball or business, leadership. White Star is a leader, too. Right here in Wayne County, more motorists use Mobil Gas than any other gasoline. And Mobil Oil is the world's largest selling motor oil. That's leadership, and it always pays to follow the leader. If you're enjoying the Tiger baseball broadcast, stop at the sign of the Flying Red Horse when you need gas or oil and tell the Mobil Gas man. Of course, we couldn't ask you to do that if Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil weren't the leaders, but they are, and the more you use them in your car, the more you'll realize how true that is. Tonight at 6 o'clock, White Star will bring you the scores of all the games, and at 6:30, a resume of today's game. So listen in to WWJ. This is Ty Tyson bidding you good afternoon from Navin Field. Until next week when Chicago comes in here for 3 games, and I return you to the studios of WWJ, the Detroit News, for a continuation of our broadcasting.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Tonight's terrible tale takes place in an old ramshackle hotel where even death can spend the night, providing he pays his money in advance. Payable to Archie Davis, the night receptionist.
5 shillings and no questions asked. You've got loot in your sock and the crown jewels hidden in the lining of your coat. It's still the same 5 shillings. On a job like mine, your mind fogs up. Your world gets as small and shabby as the wallpapered lobby. And then, one night, an old man arrives, stiff in the knees and grey in the face, like a walking corpse, but elegant. An aristocrat on the wrong side of town.
I want a room for the night.
Yeah, sign here. Reuben Small, is it?
Yes, Reuben Small.
That'll be 5 shillings in advance. Room 31. Here's your key.
Young man.
What?
Do you have a hotel safe?
Yes.
This portfolio, I'd like to deposit it. It has some value.
Right, I'll lock it up.
A receipt, please.
A receipt? Yes, a receipt. Here you are. The staircase is over there. Room 31 is 2 up.
You have no lift?
It's out of order. Too much to climb?
Yes, I'm not well in my heart.
Try one step at a time. Rest on the landings.
Yes, I suppose. Can I summon you from my room?
The sign behind me reads, no room service.
Yes, but in an emergency, if it's a matter of distress...
Press the bell, if it's an emergency like that. A cardiac case in room 31, a portfolio to be locked up in the safe. A beautiful leather case that makes your fingers do a nervous dance. You sneak a look. And your girl, too.
Archie, you shouldn't.
Shut up, baby.
Oh, Archie, look.
Count it, baby.
Archie, no.
Go on, have fun. There's no law against counting other people's money.
I can't count it. That much money frightens me.
It's decent, isn't it? £5,000.
So much in cash?
Lush cash. Seed the ground with dreams, baby, and lush cash grows.
Put it in the safe.
You can't lock up a dream, baby.
Archie, stop staring at it. Stop torturing yourself.
Torture? I'm on a golden horse riding in the sky.
Put it out of your mind.
To do that, I'd have to go out of my mind.
You need to steal it.
An old man signed in to die in room 31, so I could be rich.
An old man signed in?
Reuben Small, the phoniest name ever invented. In the morning, there'll be a corpse in room 31 named Reuben Small.
Well, why are you so sure he's going to die?
I know. Because my luck's long overdue.
Archie, not murder.
You're sane all your life and you smile. Good morning. Hello to old ladies, and then all of a sudden something snaps.
Archie, you can't do it. You're too good.
He's going to die. His own way, Irene.
His own way?
Listen to that switchboard. It's room 31. It's an emergency. It's death buzzing me to say, room 31's checked out. It was death calling from 31. I could see it standing over the old iron bed, putting the final touch on a man with hardly enough breath left to say goodbye.
Yeah, young man.
Yes?
Come closer.
I can't.
Please. I'm dying.
You're dead?
There are things to tell you.
I don't want to hear. I already know all I want to know. You're alias Reuben Small. You're something that crept in out of the night with a grey moustache and a cane. 5 bob. You've just about had enough to pay for a deathbed.
My portfolio.
I never saw it. You left it in the cab. You dropped it down the sewer. You must be kidding. The only thing you brought into this place is Mr. Death standing over you. Irene didn't smile at fortune. Instead, she wept for the corpse.
Robert, Daddy, it's ghoulish.
Grab the case, Irene, and run.
Archie, I can't.
Board a train for Rosedale, where your grandmother lives.
No.
You're visiting your grandmother until I can join you. Until I know what goes on at the hotel. Guard the case with your life. It's our whole future. It's wedding bells and a honeymoon. It's people calling me sir.
You lost all conscience.
Lose yours. It's one luxury we can never afford again, even with 5,000. Now start running. Irene obeyed, and now the night drags. In the longest night of your life, you wait for the morning discovery of a corpse in room 31. You wait, and the fog in your mind gets heavier. Your nerve begins to go, and you begin to imagine things. Switchboard buzzing. From room 31. In room 31. Back for a second look at death. Back to see how a dead man could call a switchboard.
You took a long time coming.
What?
I say, you took a long time coming.
Oh, I was away from the desk. How did you get in here?
Through the lobby, up the stairs.
Oh. What's funny?
You. The way you crept in here. Your face white and your knees trembling. Did you really think a corpse was telephoning?
Corpse?
Don't pretend now. Your face and behaviour betray you. You knew my husband was dead when I rang.
He was your husband?
He was Martin Bruce. I'm Jessica Bruce. Your name?
Archie Davis.
Why didn't you report my husband's death at once? Oh, I see. You're not going to incriminate yourself.
Oh, what does that mean?
The valuables my husband left for safekeeping. Were you hoping to keep them?
He didn't leave any valuables for safekeeping.
No?
No.
My husband left home with £5,000 in cash. He'd realised from the sale of some property. He carried it in a brown leather portfolio.
He never came in here with it.
You swear to that?
Until I'm blue in the face.
Then it's your good fortune that I went through my late husband's pockets before the police did.
Why is it my good fortune?
See this? A receipt issued by you for a portfolio my husband deposited.
All right. I'll give back the portfolio, but I can't right away.
I didn't ask for it back. Right away. Or ever, Archie.
No?
I'm glad you stole it. It gives us a common purpose.
What common purpose?
Profit, Archie. Your profit and my profit. You're shocked at my lack of sentiment for the dead.
No. Old greybeard married a young blonde.
But I was cheated. Martin had very little money while he lived.
Why that emphasis?
His death can be worth 50,000 to his widow.
Is that what's to be our common purpose?
Yeah. That's how you keep the £5,000.
Give me the details.
His insurance policy has a double indemnity clause. It provides against accidental death in any manner, shape or form.
But a bad heart attack killed him in bed.
No. His car skidded and crashed through a rail. He died of drowning at the bottom of a river.
You expect to stage it like that?
I expect you to stage it like that. He registered here under an assumed name.
Reuben Small.
Nobody knows Martin Bruce stayed here, died here. He met his death, just as I described.
You want me to do a lot for £5,000?
Martin's dead anyhow. You just changed the story of his death.
If I refuse? What?
A charge of robbery against you.
You really rub it in, eh?
I'll prosecute to the limit. What can you lose, my way?
Where's his car?
Round the corner. I followed him here to the hotel with it.
Supposing I'm seen carrying him around the corner.
We'll keep him between us. He's drunk and we're helping him. Lift him up, Archie.
Jessica.
What?
Look at his face.
Well?
The grin.
It's the way his mouth's wrinkled.
He wasn't grinning when I found him before.
Archie, don't be an hysterical fool.
He didn't die with that grin. There was pain on his face.
You're talking nonsense. A dead man doesn't...
He's changed expression since we met in this room, you and me. Since listening to our scheme. He's grinning now as if...
As if? Archie?
As if he knows the joke's going to be on us. I did it the way Jessica ordered it done. I staged the accidental death of a man already dead. On a bridge with the corpse propped against the driver's wheel and the car in gear. Quite a stunt to pull off. I almost didn't jump out of the car in time. I watched it sink. A giant fish slipping back in the deep. I reported back to Jessica Bruce in the place she'd picked for us to meet in.
How did it go?
By the time I left him, the grin had spread to his ears.
Talk to me, not at me.
You're a widow. The second time tonight.
Drink with me.
Champagne, eh?
The piano piece is my request.
Misery blues?
Me.
With £50,000 coming?
I danced in a chorus till I was married.
Fine time to be reminiscing. What did your late husband think?
Bleached my hair, Anna. Platinum, gold and blue.
And what's it now?
Ash. All bait for the fish. I had beauty for sale.
Just pick your favorite hair dye.
The customers insisted on it. They wanted an illusion from 10 p.m. to 2. 4 hours. I had 24 more hours nobody wanted.
So now you hate men?
Now I hate men.
That includes me.
You more than anybody. Surprised?
No. You clawed your way to £50,000. You finally climbed out of your bottle of air dye for good. Everything's perfect, except I've got something on you. I am a shadow across your sun.
You're smart, Archie.
You'd order champagne for the house if I were dead.
Champagne for the world.
You gonna try to murder me?
I don't dare. I'll worry about you because I'm a worrier. But I think you won't ever give me any trouble.
Won't I?
No. You murdered Martin Bruce tonight.
And how's that exactly?
You killed him in your hotel. A pillow on his face until his heart collapsed. And you staged the plunge off the bridge.
To get you £50,000.
To get yourself £5,000. We never met, Archie. You're a liar and a murderer. We never met. I'll swear that with every ounce of breath I have.
You won't have to. I am as scared for my £5,000 and me as you are for your £50,000 and you. Funny. Martin Bruce died of a heart attack. The man I propped against the driving wheel was already dead. I am innocent of something and I'm guilty of something. But what? It gets terribly confusing.
You're mad. You're a walking, talking lunatic. I can't trust you, Luce. I won't sleep. I won't ever sleep.
The morning papers had it. Martin Bruce, 65, retired investment counselor, victim of automobile disaster. Pageant Hotel, yes?
Archie, this is Irene.
How's Rosedale and your grandmother, baby?
Fine. Archie, is everything all right?
Oh, everything's great.
You sure?
No blood pressure, baby, please.
Room 31.
We imagined it.
Imagined it?
The room's empty, clean as a whistle. No one's been in it for more than a month even to sweep. Nothing's been in 31.
Archie, you're not making sense.
The only real thing is that certain precious item you're hanging on to for dear life. Do you understand that?
Yes, Archie.
Mink and places to show it off in, baby. Fill your pretty mind with stuff like that. Only pretty stuff like that.
Yes, Archie.
Tomorrow or the next day, I'll let things simmer here for a while. Tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow or the next day. Provided today doesn't put the boot to your dreams as it did to me. The boot was a cheap shoe, but out at the toe to give Lomax's corns a breath of air. Lomax ran a tailoring shop next door to the pageant. Lomax always announced himself by ringing the desk bell.
Archie!
What's on your greasy mind, comedian?
These 2 suits are pressed.
Then deliver them. You know where the stairs are.
But I don't have a room.
Who's it for?
An old gentleman. Now, what was the name you give me? Oh, yes, Reuben Small. I'm waiting, Archie.
You must be making a mistake, Lomax.
Mistake?
That name. What was it again?
It's still Reuben Small.
There's nobody here by that name.
You're positive?
Of course, you've got the wrong hotel.
But I wrote it down, yeah, on this slip.
Well, it only proves you made a mistake. You must have this place in your brain.
But it's all clear to me.
A bitty cockroach like you pressing clothes while you're on the phone, taking bets with a steam iron burning a hotel in somebody's trousers. And all the time your fat, stupid wife screaming murder at you. How can anything be clear to you?
Look at the suits. Fine, expensive tailoring. That's why I'm clear. In 20 years, nobody once brought suits into my shop. That's why I positively remember this Reuben Small said he was going to register for a room next door, here, in the pageants.
Why are you making a case out of it?
Because maybe I know I got a case.
And that remark means?
The newspaper on your desk. The story of how Mr. Martin Bruce came to die. You never credited Lomax with so much brains.
No. I had you underrated. How'd you tie the two together?
A letter left in Mr. Reuben Small's jacket, see? Here, on the envelope it reads, Mr. Martin Bruce.
What do you want?
Make me an offer.
Give me time to think.
Why not? Time's the only thing that's free.
Don't oversell yourself on this. There's not much to it.
Not much to a man who goes to sleep in the pageant and wakes up in the river. Archie, please, don't insult me.
Lomax's share had to come from Jessica. My £5,000 was too thin to spread around. I found her at home, still feeling sorry for herself, to the same tune.
Caught a disease when I was only an infant, Archie. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep. I lay in my crib and I cried.
I'm here to talk important business, Jessica.
I called a doctor, but he couldn't diagnose my sickness. It wasn't the measles, it wasn't chicken pox or anything.
It was early insanity.
But I knew the true diagnosis. I was only 3. I couldn't even talk yet, but I knew what my disease was. I was sick of life. At 3, I was already sick of life. You here for money?
Yes, I'm being blackmailed.
Blackmailed?
Before registering at the pageant, your ex left 2 suits with a tailor named Lomax.
Well?
Lomax figured it all out.
Well?
The 5,000 I took from the case is the exact size of my dream. The money to quiet Lomax comes from you. Tell me the joke.
I haven't got a penny.
You've got £50,000 coming.
I haven't got anything
Don't
coming.
be funny.
I've been cheated again. The insurance policy with a double indemnity accident clause
Yes?
is null and void. My adoring husband let it lapse. He simply didn't keep the premiums up. Now, you tell me the joke.
Grin on his face. Now we know what that grin was for. The late Martin Bruce was laughing at his widow.
And perhaps you too.
Why me too?
Your £5,000, perhaps you won't be able to keep it after all.
Who's going to take it from me?
I am. I get it, or you go to jail as my husband's murderer.
You really think you can put that over?
I can try. I'll try anything not to go back on the chorus line.
Yes, you would. Down with men, all kinds. They're only trying to squeeze you back into a bottle of air dye. Yes, you boil me in oil without thinking twice.
Well then,
What about the tailor, Lomax?
I have no concern with Lomax.
No? Oh, I'm on the spot with him, eh? Me, all by my lonesome.
A man knows how to deal with a man.
Would that be a subtle way of saying murder?
What else can you do?
I kill Lomax to save myself, but I give you the 5,000. I don't only hold the bag, I get into it.
You have no alternative.
I have one. One, Jessica.
Archie, stop.
If I've got to kill Lomax, why should I shy away from the same to you? Why should I, Jessica?
You're in a web and trying to tear your way free with your hands. The thing about a web is that it doesn't always look like what it is. Sometimes it's a lady's throat with a rope of pearls that break under your hands. Other times, the web's the fat, sweaty neck of a tailor.
It's the grubby neck of a leech named Lomax trying to make a meal of your sanity. What's he done? Oh, by the foolish mistake. I've got £5,000 and a date with my girl. She's dreaming pretty thoughts of minkum places to show it off. I'm going to marry her and live with her until I die, Lomax. We'll have 5, 10 kids, and not one of them will have to work at the pageant. You don't want to spoil a picture like that, do you, Lomax?
Oh, fatten up. Get back to your grandmother's and pack. The next train leaves in an hour.
Leaves? Where to?
To the coast.
Oh.
Money's for burning, baby. Stop thinking like a waitress.
I can't stop thinking like a waitress.
You will. We've got places to go and money to burn.
We haven't any money to burn, Archie.
Stop being funny.
I didn't hide the portfolio, Archie. Or keep it.
What?
I gave it to my cousin's chief, Inspector Briggs. He's a man with understanding and heart. He promised to do everything he humanly can for you.
Inspector Briggs promised to do everything he can for me.
He's going to join us for a heart-to-heart talk with you. It's a small crime now, the theft of money. One small crime, but it becomes a pattern. It grows into other crimes. Archie, you've become a hopeless criminal unless you're stopped now.
I'll become a hopeless criminal?
We'd have no future together. Not with stolen money.
No future together?
Giving back the money as I did for you, that'll be easy with you. He promised. It shows you are tempted, foolish, but you're not a thief. Not deep down. You'll be glad for what I did when you're over the shock. Archie, you'll be glad.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune. Hey, Mac, this 159 Houston.
And what do you want?
Somebody wants to hire a chauffeur.
A chauffeur?
I made a joke?
You take a look around this neighborhood, mister. Who you think got money for a chauffeur? Not even for food they got money.
Look, all I know is the agency got a call for a chauffeur. 5'9", thin, chauffeur's license, must be able to wear pre-cut uniform.
And you got the wrong place.
159 Houston, 6th floor.
This is 159 Houston. My name is Zeconic. I'm the janitor. You take a look how many floors we got, eh?
Maybe they meant 5th floor. I better go up.
Yeah, you go ahead. Let me know if you get the job, eh?
This don't look like chauffeur land to me, but I figure I already blew a subway token to get here, so I leg it up 4 flights of stairs left over from a Charles Adams cartoon. As I am rounding the turn at flight number 5, a funny-looking little guy steps out of the shadows.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
You got change for $1.
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
Hey.
Huh?
Where's the clam?
Here. Oh.
Now, I've been rolled before, but this guy works on my skull like he's a Sherman tank in the Aberdeen Proving Grounds. When I come to, I'm in a white room with iron grillwork in the windows. It's morning, which means I made an evening of it. Alongside my bed stands a gorilla in a white coat. I figure this place for a pad at Bellevue. I am mistaken.
Okay, take it easy, Steve.
Oh.
How do you feel this morning?
Oof.
You've had a couple of bad nights, Steve.
A couple? What day is this?
Tuesday.
Holy smokes. I've been out since Saturday.
Last week you were pretty good. Only a couple of lapses.
Did you say last week?
That's right, Steve.
The name is Rocky. Rocky Fortune.
You're not going to start that again, are you, Steve?
Start what?
That Rocky Fortune bit. Dr. Harris wouldn't like it.
Listen. Oh, what a hangover.
Take it easy.
Look, where am I, Buster?
Mount Kenzie Rest Home.
Mount Kenzie. Is that in the Bronx?
It's near Denver.
Denver? Denver, New York?
Denver, Colorado.
Okay, buddy. If the joke's over, I'll take my clothes and get out of here.
Joke, Steve?
Joke, Jake. Give me the clothes.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Not without Dr. Harris's order.
Will you tell the good doctor that Rocky Fortune wants to have a word with him?
Now, if you're going to insist on that, Steve, I'm afraid we'll have to try the treatment again.
What treatment?
Come along.
Take the hands off, Buster. You're etching the epidermis.
You coming along?
Not if I can help it.
Okay.
Johan's a big guy in the judo department, besides which they got me drugged like a hypochondriac with a third-degree hangnail. He drags me into a white tile room and starts to massage my head with a fist like a sledgehammer. Only this bum's got a new wrinkle. First he puts a pail on my head, and then he hits the pail. After 20 minutes of this, I begin to feel like the main bell on St. Mary's at Christmas morning. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, a gray-haired guy with a scarred face ambles in.
All right, Johann, all right. That's enough. Take the pail off his head.
Oh.
How do you feel, Stephen?
Oh, just dandy.
Johann is so impulsive.
Repulsive.
Would you like a cigarette?
Yeah. How about get me out of this polo coat?
Yes, in a moment. First, I want to see if you've come to your senses.
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about? 1 minute I'm being rolled in a hallway in New York City, and the next minute I wake up in Denver, Colorado.
Stephen, you've been here at Mount Kenzie for 8 years.
My name is Rocky, born Rocco Fortunato.
Your name is Stephen Crandall III. 8 years ago, you were thrown from a polo pony and sustained a head injury. You suffered from delusions. You've been under treatment here.
Come on, Doc. What's the ransom?
Ransom?
How much do I have to raise to get out of here?
You see, Johann, he's still very sick.
Poor fella.
Yes. I'm afraid we'll just have to continue the treatment. All right, Johann, put the pail on his head. Now, once again, what's your name?
Rocky. And if you don't like it, you can...
All right, Johann. Now we'll try it once more. Your name?
Go jumping.
Johann. Name? That's enough, Johann. Very well, young man, your name?
Stephen.
Stephen what, please?
Stephen Crandall, III.
Your age?
32.
How long have you been here?
8 years.
Why did you come here?
Polo accident.
Good, good. And now, once again, your name?
Crandall. Stephen Crandall. By By the time Johann and the phony doctor decided to call it a night, they almost had me convinced I was Stephen Crandall. Pardon me, the third. They doped me up again for the night, and next morning we covered the course again.
Good morning, Stephen. You slept well?
I had a funny dream.
So?
I dreamed I was a guy named Rocky Fortune. I dreamed I went to apply for a job as a chauffeur in New York City, and somebody sapped me. Pretty funny, huh?
But you understand it was only a dream.
Oh, sure.
I'm happy to hear that. You see, today we have a surprise for you. Can you guess?
I get a new pail. No jokes?
No jokes.
Check. What's the surprise?
You're going home.
I thought you said no jokes.
Well, this isn't a joke, Stephen. I feel you're ready to leave at last. We're going to let you go home, on trial, of course. Now, at the first sign of your delusion that you're someone other than Stephen Crandall, I'm afraid you'll have to return.
When do I fly?
Tomorrow morning. Johann will accompany you.
I get another shot of essence of vampire and wake up next morning feeling as strong as a mouse. Before I know what happens, they hustle me into a black Duesenberg and drive toward Denver. About 2 miles out of town, we cut up a winding private road and stop in front of a 28-room bungalow. The doc and Johann walk me to the door, close enough so I can feel the muzzle of Johann's .45 caressing my spine. The door is opened by a medium-sized butler right out of Dickens, with side whiskers and all.
Yes, gentlemen.
Hello, Deems.
Why, it's Dr. Harris and Mr. Stephen. We weren't expecting you so early. Mr. Stephen, how are you?
Speak up, Steve.
Oh, fine, Deemsy, old man. Just peachy.
Come in, sir. Come in. Welcome home.
Thanks.
Have a seat, Mr. Stephen. I'll inform Miss Laurie you're home.
I lower myself into a chunk of Chippendale and wait. My head aches and everything looks like a 3D movie without glasses. After a couple of minutes through the blur, I see a dame come floating down the staircase. Even in my weak condition, I can appreciate that she's got more curves than the Jersey Turnpike. She takes one look and comes on like gangbusters.
Steve, darling. Oh, darling.
Sis?
This is your wife, Steve. He's still a bit confused, Laura.
Oh, I understand, Doctor. Oh, it's good to have you home, Steve. Kiss me again, darling.
You know something, baby? It's good to be home. We go into a clinch again, and I am just beginning to enjoy my new identity when Deemsy clears his adenoids and announces...
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Judge Harley is calling.
The judge here? Well, Dr. Harris, is it all right?
Judge Harley is an old friend of the family, isn't he?
Well, yes, he's known Stephen since he was a boy.
Well, I think it'll be all right. Just behave yourself, Stephen.
Oh, sure.
Very well, Deems. Show him in.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, Stephen.
How can I forget?
This way, Your Honor.
Laura, well, and Stephen. I heard you were coming home, but I didn't expect I'd actually find you here. How are you, my boy?
Great. Just great.
Let me look at you. Oh, he's changed, Laura. Thin. Ought to eat more. Well, I expect 8 years in a way. It can change a man.
Even 8 hours can do it.
Very thin indeed. You know, I hate to see a thin man or a woman.
This is Dr. Harris from the rest home and his assistant, Mr. Fiddler. Judge Harley, gentlemen.
How do you do, Judge?
I won't intrude. I just dropped by to see how you were progressing with your personal bankruptcy.
My attorney will file in a week or so, Judge.
Yes, well, it mustn't delay too long, you know. As a friend, I'll hold back the flood as long as I can, but creditors will be creditors. Yes. Well, I'll be running along. Stephen, it's been wonderful to see you back in the bosom of your family. You fatten him up now, Laura. Hate to see a thin man or woman. Good day.
give the judge a couple of seconds to leg down to his black limousine, which I can see through the French window. I toss a haymaker at Johann and pull an Esther Williams through the casement. I land in a bramble patch, Natch, just as the judge gets to his car. Judge Harley. Hold it.
Stephen, what is it?
Get in the car. I can't talk now. Come on, let's get going.
But Stephen,
Look, I'm not Stephen. My name is Rocky Fortune. This whole thing's a big hoax. Now step on it before they get here.
Of course, Stephen.
Rocky.
Strange, it won't start.
The ignition's not on.
Okay, hold it. Don't try to get away, Steve.
Fat chance.
You okay, Judge?
What happened?
Steve here tried to do away with himself. Right out of the window. Lucky it was the first floor.
What was he telling me about being Rocky something or other?
Oh, he's Rocky, all right.
Judge, listen. Call the Gridley Employment Agency in New York, will you?
Steve, you know what I got in my pocket. Now, be a good boy, and I'll give you some candy.
Okay, Ape Man. You win. This time.
Sorry to have troubled you, Judge. Come on, Steve.
I'm glad I was of service. Take good care of Steve now.
Don't worry about that, Judge.
It's thin. Very thin.
Me back into the house like a piece of stale mackerel, and the good doctor immediately slips me a needle full of winking, blinking, and nod.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh, the poor darling, he's all scratched up. Let me take him up to our room.
Yeah.
My dear, you see how unstable he is. I'm afraid he'd better be in a separate room. Johann will stay with him.
But we haven't seen each other for 8 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Laura. As his physician,
You're no more physician than I am Steve Crandall. Baby, they're trying to put one over on you. I don't know why.
Johann.
Yes, Doctor.
Johann puts the muscle on me, and I'm locked into the guest room on the second floor. By the time we reach the door, my head feels like the steam room at an all-night Turkish bath. I get my ear on the pillow and pass out.
Rocky.
Hmm?
It's me, Laura. I've been waiting for you.
I've arrived.
Kiss me, Rocky.
Why not? Say, that's nice perfume.
I'm glad you like it.
Makes me sleepy.
Sleep.
Smells like marsh gas. Gas. Gotta wake up. Gotta open the window. Come on, Rocky. Come on, boy. That's a boy. Crawl. Crawl, boy. That's it. Now the chair. Window. Come on, boy.
Steve, what is it? I was in my room and I heard a crash.
Nothing much, baby. Let me get some air.
Well, you're sick.
I ain't healthy. Whew. Turn off that gas heater, will you? Where's Johann?
He's downstairs with Dr. Harris. Oh, Steve, what happened?
Nothing. Your friend Johann tried to fit me for a casket, that's all.
Steve.
I am not Steve. Let's get it straight, honey. Whew. Before Muscles gets back. My name is Rocky Fortune. I'm a ringer. The doc and Johann are trying to pass me off as your husband. You ought to know better.
I do.
It's a nice time to say so.
Well, I didn't dare. They threatened to murder me.
Okay, let's have it.
My husband committed suicide in their sanatorium some months ago. He carried very heavy life insurance. Naturally, we couldn't collect on a suicide. Johann and the doctor decided that they wouldn't report the death. They got you to take Steve's place.
I begin to get it. I have an accident, you collect double indemnity, and they pry you loose from the money.
They forced me into it.
Okay, we got to get out of here, baby.
But they'll kill us.
Not if they want me to look like an accident, they won't. I'm worth a lot of loot, kid.
Well, how can we do it?
Is there anybody in the house you can trust?
Deems.
Fine. Get to him, tell him to have a car ready in front of the house in exactly 5 minutes. Where's Johan and the doc?
Downstairs.
Probably giving me plenty of time to soak up the ether. Okay, look, go down, tell them I'm lying here dead. When they come up, you get out to the car. Got it?
Yes.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Steve.
Rocky.
Good luck, Rocky.
As soon as Laura leaves, I fix up a dummy out of pillows and stuff it in the bed. And I slip out of the room and hide in an alcove about 10 feet away. I wait. A minute later, the doc and Johan come stumbling up the stairs like a thundering herd. I let them rush into the room, take 2 giant steps, and lock the door behind them.
Open that door. Open that door.
Can't hear you, Uncle.
Please, open the door.
Temper.
Open the door.
So long, gentlemen. Don't think it hasn't been a pleasure, because it hasn't. I am down the steps like a grasshopper in a granary and on my way out when I see the telephone and get a sudden inspiration.
Operator,
Operator, I want the municipal courthouse. Judge Harley, it's an emergency.
I'll connect you with information.
I said emergency, baby.
If it's an emergency, baby, I'll give you the hospital.
I'll settle for information. Make it fast. Upstairs, I can hear Johan and the doctor making headway with the door, and I don't have much time to waste on explanations. I need something that'll knock the judge right off his bench and bring him out here in a hurry.
Hello?
Judge Harley?
Yes?
This is Deems, the Crandall butler.
Oh, what is it, Deems?
Master Stevens has just murdered the entire family, sir. He's kidnapping me.
What? What is this? What's that banging noise?
It, dynamite, sir. He's blowing up the house, room by room. I think you'd better get out here, sir. Here they come.
Deems?
Bye. I figured this ought to bring him out on the double, so I write a message on the mirror with Laura's lipstick and leap out to the car one jump ahead of the hounds.
Are you all right, Rocky?
Fine.
What took so long?
Had to call my bookmaker to insure a bet.
What about the doc and Johan?
On the inside, looking out. Head for the local constabulary, Deems, the old sock.
Yes, sir.
I spend the next few minutes gazing fondly into Laura Crandall's lavender eyes, and she gazes back. I can see the fine blue blood surge through her cheeks, and on her, a blue surge looks pretty good. I'm ready to surrender to the beast in me when Deemsy makes a screaming turn off the main highway and pulls to a stop 10 feet from the edge of a cliff. Hey, what gives?
There's been a car following us, sir.
I didn't see any car.
If I may say so, sir, you weren't paying much attention.
All right. Let's get going.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Listen, egghead, I said let's get...
You were saying?
Put down the gun, Deemsy.
I'll give the orders, Mr. Fortune. Get out.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Just step over to the edge of the cliff, if you please.
What if I don't please?
You take on weight all of a sudden.
He means it, Rocky.
Okay. Mind if I ask what happens next, or am I being naive?
Next, Mr. Fortune, you accidentally fall off the cliff. The car follows you.
Accident. Double indemnity.
Exactly. Now, turn around.
What makes you think they're going to believe it?
You're suicidal. Even Judge Harley saw you go through a window.
Very neat.
Turn around. We haven't much time.
Okay.
Laura, push him over. Come on, this is no time to lose your nerve.
Steve,
Push him.
I can't do it.
All right. Take the gun. I'll do it myself.
I hear a car.
Stop worrying. All right, Mr. Fortune.
That first step looks like a Lulu.
Get going.
Wait, listen.
A police car. Come on.
Okay, hold it. Hold it or I shoot.
Steve, watch out for the cliff. Oh, no.
Grab her.
I've got her.
Let me go.
Take it easy, baby.
You all right, Mr. Fortune?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'm a little numb.
We picked up the car and then lost it again.
What convinced you I was telling the truth when I called?
I know you weren't Stephen Crandall the first time I laid eyes on you. I also know I couldn't do anything about it at the time. When you phoned me before you left the house a few minutes ago, I'd already checked the employment agency in New York City. You're lucky we picked up the car.
What about the guy who fell off the cliff, Judge?
Is he dead, Sergeant?
Well, I didn't have a chance. Who is he?
As far as I know, he's the Crandall butler.
You got it wrong, Judge.
You know him?
I think if you take off those phony side whiskers, you'll find out he's the guy I was supposed to impersonate, Steve Crandall.
What?
Blossom here called him Steve just before he took the Brody.
Laura, is it Stephen?
Yes.
Why did you do this?
We had no money when Steve left the institution.
He cooked up this scheme with the doc and Johan to cash in on his own insurance.
Next time I answer an ad for a chauffeur, remind me to make sure they want a live chauffeur, not a corpse.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented, transcribed, Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Francis Urie, Maurice Hart, Jack Mather, Herb Ellis, Stanley Fraser, Lynn Allen, and Stephen Chase. Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune. Industry, the National Safety Council is making life in America safer for everyone. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Brief Encounter by Noel Coward, a radio adaptation of his stage play Still Life. It is the poignant love story of two people, both married, who meet by accident. While waiting on a station platform, Laura Jesson gets some grit in her eye from a passing train, and Alec Harvey, a doctor, takes it out for her. They meet and part as strangers, but they meet again several times and decide to enjoy the love which has sprung up between them, even if its flowering is brief. Listen in a few moments to Valerie Miller and Michael Atkinson in Brief Encounter, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Brief Encounter.
Here's the 5:35. Hurry up, Biddle. Go and clean up table number 3. I can see the crumbs on it from here. Them rock cakes. Never you mind about the rock cakes. I like my tables as clean, and you can wipe down this counter too.
I don't have many people now. Who wants to come into a station refreshment room at this time of day?
There's always someone wants a cup of tea. Now you just do as you're told and don't argue.
Yes, Mrs. Baggett.
Oh, well, hello.
Quite a stranger, aren't you?
I couldn't get in yesterday.
I wondered what had happened to you.
I had a bit of a dust-up.
What about?
Saw a chap getting out of a first-class compartment, and when he comes to give his ticket up, it were a third-class one. So I told him he'd have to pay excess, and he turned a bit nasty. Had to send for Mr. Saunders.
Fat lot of good he'd be.
Oh, well, he is the station master. Ooh, we ticked him off proper.
Seeing's believing. Well, here's your tea.
Oh, ta. Oh, I tell you, he ticked him off right proper. You pay the balance at once, he says, or I'll hand you over to the police. Not a bad lot, you know, Mr. Saunders. After all, you can't be much of a spirit for a man, you know, if you've only got one lung and a wife with diabetes.
Well, I thought something must be wrong when he didn't come.
I'd have come in to explain, but I had a date and I had to run for it the minute I went off.
Oh, indeed.
A chap I know is getting married.
Very interesting, I'm sure.
You're a bit unfriendly all of a sudden, Mrs. Baggett.
I'm afraid I can't stand here wasting my time in idle gossip, Mr. Godby.
Oh, aren't you going to offer me another cup, then?
You can have another cup and welcome when you finish that one. Fiddle, I'll give it to you. I've got my accounts to do. Time and paid wait for no man, Mr. Godfrey.
A cup of tea, please.
Oh, certainly. Cake or pastry?
No, thank you.
There'll be ninepence.
Oh, thank you.
You can have it here at the counter or at one of the tables.
Yes, thanks. I'll go and sit at the table. What's the matter with you today, Mrs. Baggett? What are you woofy about?
You misunderstand me, Mr. Godfrey.
What about me other cup? Oh, I shall have to be moving at the boat train. The 5:53 will be here in a minute.
Who's on today?
Young William.
You're neglecting your duty, you know. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm in relaxing for a few minutes.
Oh, please, could you give me a glass of water? I've got something in my eye and I want to bathe it.
Would you like me to look?
No. Please don't trouble. I think the water will do it.
Here.
Thanks very much.
Oh, it's a bit of coldest, I expect.
Well, a man I know lost the state of 1A through getting a bit of grit in it.
Oh, it's a painful thing, is this? It's very painful.
Better?
Oh, I'm afraid not.
Oh!
Can I help you?
Oh, no, please, it's only something in my eye.
Try putting down your eyelid as far as it'll go.
And then blowing your nose.
Let me look. I happen to be a doctor.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you.
Turn round to the light, will you, please?
Yes.
Now, look up. Now down. Yes, I can see it. Now, keep still. I'll take it out of my handkerchief. There.
Oh, dear. Oh, what a relief. It was agonizing.
Looked like a bit of grit.
It was when the express went through. Thank you very much indeed.
Not at all.
There we go. I've got to run.
How lucky for me that you happened to be here.
Anybody could have done it.
Oh, never mind. You did, and I'm most grateful. Oh, there's my train. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So I said to him, Beryl, I said, it's all very fine expecting me to do this, that, and the other. But what do I get out of it? You can't expect me to be cook, housekeeper, and a child rolled into one during the day, and a loving wife in the evening just because you feel like it.
Did you, Mrs. Baggett? Did you really say that?
Certainly I did. There is just as good fish in the sea, I said, as ever came out of it. And I packed my boxes there and then and left him.
Just fancy. And, oh, here comes a customer. Oh, it's that lady who got the grit in her eye last week. Pretty, isn't she?
Well, if you like the quiet kind. Expensive clothes and not very smart.
Oh, I think they're lovely. May I have a cup of tea, please?
Certainly. That'll be ninepence. Beryl, take the tea to the table for the lady.
Oh, that's quite all right. Thank you. I can manage. And didn't you ever go back to him, Mrs. Baggett?
Never.
What happened to him?
Dead as a doornail inside 3 years.
Well, I never.
A cup of tea, please.
Yes, sir. Anything else? A piece of cake?
No, thank you. It's ninepence, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you alone?
Yes, I am.
Would you mind very much if I shared your table?
No, of course not. I'll
Thank
just
you.
move these parcels.
I'm afraid we haven't been properly introduced. My name's Alec Harvey.
How do you do? Mine's Laura Jesson.
Mrs. or Miss?
Mrs. You're a doctor, aren't you? I remember you said you were when you took the grit out of my eye last week.
Yes. I have a practice in Shirley.
Would you come here every Thursday?
Yes, to spend a day in the hospital. Stephen Lynn, he's the chief physician there, graduated with me. I take over from him once a week, and it gives him a chance to go up to London. And me a chance to study the hospital patients.
I see.
Do you?
Do I what?
Do you come here every Thursday?
Oh, yes. I do the week's shopping, change my library books, have a little lunch, and generally go to the pictures. Not a very exciting routine, really, but it makes a change.
Well, that's my train. I'll have to hurry. Goodbye, Mrs. Jetton. It was nice seeing you again.
Goodbye, Dr. Harvey. Minnie hasn't touched her milk, Mrs. Baggett.
Did you put it down for her?
Yes. But she never came in for
Oh, I don't think you should encourage it, Beryl. A refreshment room's no place for a cat. And besides...
Tea or lemonade?
Oh, tea, I think it's more refreshing, really. Oh, shall we sit here?
Yes. I'll get the tea. 2 teas, please.
Cakes or pastry?
Would you like cake or pastry?
No, thank you.
Now, those bath buns fresh.
Oh, certainly they are. Made this morning.
2, please.
That'll be half a crown.
Yeah.
Take the tea to the table, Beryl.
I'll carry the buns. Here, now, you must eat one of these, Laura. Fresh this morning.
Very fattening.
Oh, I don't hold with such foolishness.
I'm going to the back room to look over my accounts, Beryl. Let me know when Albert comes in.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Baxter.
The buns do look good, I must say.
One of my earliest passions. I've never outgrown it.
You do take milk in your tea?
Yes. Don't you?
Yes, fortunately.
Station refreshments are generally a wee bit arbitrary, aren't they?
I wasn't grumbling.
Do you ever grumble? Are you ever sullen and cross and bad-tempered?
Oh, of course I am. Well, he's not sullen exactly, but I sometimes get into rages.
I can't visualize you in a rage.
I really don't see why you should.
Oh, I don't know. There are signs, you know. One can usually tell.
Do you feel guilty at all? I do.
Guilty?
You ought to more than me, really. You neglected your work this afternoon.
I worked this morning. A little relaxation never did anyone any harm. Why should either of us feel guilty?
I don't know. A sort of instinct. As though we were letting something happen that oughtn't to happen.
How awfully nice you are.
When I was a child in Cornwall, we lived in Cornwall, you know, May, that's my sister, and I used to climb out of our bedroom window on summer nights and go down to the cove and bathe. It was dreadfully cold, but we felt very adventurous. I'd never have dared to do it by myself, but sharing the danger made it all right. That's how I feel now, really.
Have a bun. It's awfully bad for you.
Oh, Alec, you're laughing at me.
Yes, a little. Oh, but I'm laughing at myself, too.
Why?
For feeling a small pang when you said about being guilty.
There you are, you see.
We haven't done anything wrong.
Of course we haven't.
An accidental meeting, then another accidental meeting, then a little lunch, then the cinema. What could be more ordinary, more natural?
We're adults, after all.
I never see myself as an adult. Do you?
Yes, I do. I'm a respectable married woman with a husband and a home and 3 children.
Yes, but there must be a part of you, deep down inside, that doesn't feel like that at all. Some little spirit that still wants to climb out of the window, but still longs to splash about a bit in the dangerous sea.
Perhaps none of us ever grows up entirely.
How awfully nice you are.
You said that before.
I thought perhaps you hadn't heard.
Oh, I heard all right.
I'm respectable, too, you know. I have a home, a wife, children, and responsibilities. I also have a lot of work to do. And a lot of ideals all mixed up with it.
What's she like?
Madeline?
Yes.
Small, dark, rather delicate.
Funny, I should have thought you'd be fair.
And your husband, what's he like?
Medium height, brown hair, kindly, unemotional, and not delicate at all.
You said that proudly.
Oh, did I?
What's the matter?
The matter? What could be the matter?
You suddenly went away.
I thought perhaps we were being rather silly.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. We're such complete strangers, really.
It's one thing to close a window, but quite another to slam it down on my finger.
I'm sorry.
Please, come back again.
Is tea bad for one? Worse than coffee, I mean?
If this is a professional interview, my fee is a guinea.
Oh. It's nearly time for your train.
Oh, I hate to think of it. Chugging along, interrupting our tea party.
I really am sorry now.
What for?
For being disagreeable.
I don't think you could be disagreeable.
You said something just now about your work, and
ideals being mixed up with it. What ideals?
Oh, that's a long story.
I suppose all doctors ought to have ideals, really. Otherwise, I should think the work would be unbearable.
Oh, surely you're not encouraging me to talk shop.
Oh, why not? That's what you're most interested in, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Or rather, my special pigeon is.
Oh, what's that?
Preventative medicine.
Oh, I see.
I'm afraid you don't.
I was trying to be intelligent.
Most good doctors, especially when they're young, have private dreams. That's the best part of them sometimes, though those get over-professionalized and strangulated. And am I boring you?
Oh, no. I don't quite understand, but you're not boring me.
What I mean is this. All good doctors must be primarily enthusiasts. They must have a sense of vocation, a deep-rooted, unsentimental desire to do good.
Oh, yes, I see that.
Well, obviously, one way of preventing disease is worth 50 ways of curing it. That's why my ideal comes in. Preventative medicine isn't anything to do with medicine at all, really. It's concerned with living conditions and common sense and hygiene.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, my speciality is pneumoconiosis.
Oh, dear.
Don't be alarmed. It's simpler than it sounds. It's nothing but a slow process of fibrositis of the lung due to the inhalation of particles of dust. Now, in the hospital here, there are splendid opportunities of observing cures and making notes because of the coal mine.
You suddenly look younger.
Do I?
Almost like a little boy.
What made you say that?
I don't know. Yes, I do.
Tell me.
Oh, no, I couldn't, really. You were saying about the coal mines?
Yes. The inhalation of coal dust. That's one of the specific forms of the disease. It's called anthracosis.
What are the others?
Chalicosis. That comes from metal dust. Steelworks, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. Steelworks.
And silicosis. Stone dust. That's gold mines.
I see. Oh. There's your train.
Yes.
You mustn't miss it.
No.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
It's been so very nice. I've enjoyed my afternoon enormously.
I'm so glad. So have I. I apologize for boring you by talking about my work.
I feel dull and stupid not to be able to understand more.
Shall I see you again?
It's the other platform, isn't it? You'll have to run. Don't worry about me. My train's due in a few minutes.
Shall I see you again?
Yes, of course. Perhaps you could come over to catch us one Sunday. It's rather far, I know, but we should be delighted to see you.
Please.
What is it?
Next Thursday. The same time.
No, I can't possibly.
Laura, please. I ask you most humbly.
You'll miss your train.
All right.
Run.
Goodbye.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, my dear Laura. Thank you. Till Thursday.
Here's a carton of ginger nuts under the counter, Beryl. Please pass me a few packets. This display case needs filling.
Oh, will 6 be enough?
Yes, and a couple of rich digestive. And some lemon creams.
Oh, you'll need some chocolate too, Mrs. Baggett. The last customer took 4 large nut milk slabs, the 2-shilling ones.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes. Oh, good afternoon. A cup of tea?
No, thank you. I just came in to... Well, perhaps I'd better have a cup of tea.
Pour a cup of tea for Lady Beryl.
Yes, Mrs. Baggett. I wondered,
The gentleman I had tea with last Thursday. Has he been in here this afternoon?
Oh, your friend? No, he's not been in today. Here's your tea. Oh, that'll be 9pence.
Yes, thank you. Are you sure he wasn't here? I mean, you had so many customers.
Have you seen the gentleman, Beryl?
Oh, no, Mrs. Baggett. He's not been here since last week. Oh, here he is now.
Boss.
Oh, Alec. Oh, will you have a cup of tea?
No. No, thanks. I haven't time. But I'll sit with you for a few minutes while you have yours. Here, I'll carry it to the table. Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm so terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I just wondered when you didn't come. You did say 12:30 outside the Regal Palace.
There was an operation at the hospital, an emergency. I had to stand by as it was one of my special patients. I'd no way of letting you know.
Oh, please, don't worry, Alec.
I did worry. I thought of you standing there in the street, waiting, wondering. You understand, don't you?
Of course. It doesn't matter a bit.
I was terribly disappointed. I had a surprise for you, Laura.
Oh, what sort of surprise?
I was going to take you out into the country for the afternoon. Stephen went to London by train today. He said I could borrow his car.
Oh, that would have been wonderful.
I was going to take you to a little pub I know for lunch, and afterwards we could have gone on the river. Oh, I had it all planned.
An afternoon on the river, away from this... Never mind, Alec. The operation was much more important. It's your work.
But you do understand.
Yes. Don't think any more of it. Oh, dear. There's your train. You mustn't miss it.
No, I mustn't miss it. I'm so relieved I had a chance to explain. I thought I should never see you again.
How absurd of you. Quick, you'll have to hurry.
Yes, I must run. Next Thursday?
Yes, next Thursday.
Albert, don't be out there, you.
Now, well, I couldn't resist it.
Coming in here, taking liberties.
Well, I didn't think after what you said last Monday you'd object to a little kiss.
Never you mind about last Monday. I'm on duty now. And a nice thing if Mr. Saunders has happened to be looking through the window.
If Mr. Saunders is in the habit of looking through windows, it's time he saw something worth looking at.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Now, it's just high spirits. Don't be mad at me, Myrtle. It's all your fault anyway.
I don't know what you're referring to, I'm sure.
Well, I was thinking of tonight.
If you don't learn to behave yourself, there won't be a tonight. Or any other night either.
Oh, come on, just give us a kiss.
Oh, I'll do no such thing.
Just a quick one across the counter.
Oh, Albert,
come on,
stop
there's
it.
a love.
Oh, let go of me.
Come on. Just one. Come here.
Oh,
come here.
look at me banburies all over the floor. Beryl, come and help Mr. Godby pick up them cakes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
2 teas, please.
Cake or pastry?
No, thank you. Just the tea.
There you are. 1 6pence, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You're not angry, Laura.
It doesn't matter.
But it's true, what I said in the park. We're in love.
Oh, please.
And
we must be sensible.
It's too late to be sensible.
But we must. We must never see one another again.
Got the coffee, please, and a beef sandwich.
You can't mean it.
Yeah, Ham'll do.
You can't part like this.
I think it would be better if we did.
You don't really mean that.
I'm trying to mean it. I'm trying with all my strength.
Oh, my dearest dear.
Please don't.
That'll be 1 6pence.
Laura,
thank you. It's all right about tonight, isn't it?
I can't think
Come on, Murphy, as good as gold.
You're always running away from the truth, darling. You know I've fallen in love with you.
Yes, I know.
And it's the same for you. You've fallen in love with me.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Why?
We know so little about one another. I've only known you for 4 weeks.
How often did you decide in those 4 weeks that you were never going to see me again?
Several times a day.
So did I.
Oh, Alec.
I love you. I love you. And you love me, too. It's no use pretending that it hasn't happened, because it has.
Yes, but it's wrong. And that's why it must stop here and now. We're neither of us free to love each other. There is too much in the way.
But, darling, we're lovers already, aren't we? If it happens or if it doesn't, we're lovers in our hearts.
Can't you see how wrong it is? How dreadfully wrong.
I can see what's true, whether it's wrong or right. I only know that I have to leave the keys of Stephen's car in his flat. And I want you to come up there with me.
Mr. Saunders,
Please, Lord.
Please,
don't say no.
There's no appease for the wicked. I'll be back.
It'll be perfectly all right, of course.
But I don't know.
It will. I tell you, it will. There's no chance of Stephen getting back until late. Nobody need ever know.
It's so furtive to love like that. So cheap. Much better not to love at all.
It's too late not to love at all. Be brave. We're both in the same boat. Let's be generous to each other.
What is there brave in it? Sneaking away to someone else's house. Loving in secret with the horror of being found out hanging over us all the time. It would be far braver to say goodbye and never see each other again.
Could you be as brave as that? I know I couldn't.
Oh, couldn't you?
Listen, my dear. This is something that's never happened to either of us before. We've loved before and been happy before, and miserable and contented and reckless, but this is different. Something lovely and strange, desperately difficult. We can't measure it along with the values of our ordinary lives.
Why should it be so important? Why should we let it be so important?
We can't help ourselves.
We can. We can if only we're strong enough.
Why is it so strong to deny something that's urgent and real, something that all our instincts are straining after? Mightn't it be weak and not strong at all to run away from such tremendous longing?
Is it so real to you? So tremendous?
Can't you see that it is?
Oh, it's so difficult, so strained. I'm lost.
Don't say that, darling.
Loving you is hard for me. It makes me a stranger in my own house. The familiar things, or ordinary things that I've known for years, like the dining room curtains and the wooden tub with a silver top that holds biscuits, look odd to me, as though they belong to someone else. When I've just left you, when I go home, I'm more lonely than I've ever been before. I passed the house the other day without noticing. Had to run back. And when I went in, it seemed to draw away from me. My whole life seems to be drawing away from me, and I don't know what to do.
Oh, darling.
I love them just the same. Fred, I mean, and the children. But it's as though it wasn't me at all. As though I were looking on at someone else. Do you know what I mean? Is it the same with you? Or is it easier for men?
I don't know.
Oh, please, my dear, don't look unhappy. I'm not grumbling. Really, I'm not.
I don't suppose being in love has ever been easy for anybody.
We've only got a few more minutes. I didn't mean to be depressing.
It isn't any easier for me, darling. Honestly, it isn't.
I know. I know. I only wanted reassuring.
I hold you in my arms all the way back in the train. I'm angry with every moment that I'm not alone. To love you uninterrupted. Whenever my surgery door opens and a patient comes in, my heart jumps in case it might be you. One of them I'm grateful to. He's got neuritis and I give him sun-ray treatment. He lies quite quietly baking. And I can be with you in the shadows, behind the lamp.
How silly we are. How unbearably silly.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Thursday.
It's all right, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course it is.
Don't pass the house again. Don't let it snub you. Go boldly in and stare the dining room curtains out of countenance.
All right. Don't beg your poor neuritis man too long.
You might blister him.
Afternoon, lady.
Good afternoon.
Couple of splashes, please.
Very sorry it's out of hours.
Come on, lady, you got a kind face.
That's neither here nor there.
Come on, be a sport. Nobody'll know.
I'm very sorry, I'm sure, but my licence does not permit me to serve alcohol out of hours.
An order stone, that's what you got, lady. An order stone.
You wouldn't want me to get into trouble, would you?
Give us a chance, lady, that's all.
Beryl, ask Mr. Godby to come here for a moment, will you?
Yes, Mrs. Beckett.
Who's he when he's at home?
You'll soon see. Coming in here and cheeking me.
What about them drinks, lady? Come on, mother, be a pal.
I'll give you mother, you saucy upstart.
Who are you calling a saucy upstart?
Now, what's going on here?
Mr. Godby, these gentlemen are annoying me.
We haven't done anything.
All we did was ask for a couple of drinks.
They insulted me, Mr. Godby.
We never did nothing of the sort.
Just having a little joke, that's all.
Up it, both of you.
We've got a right to stay here as long as we like.
You heard what I said, up it. I check your passes at the gate. Your train's due in a minute. Number 2 platform. Now, up it.
Look here. Come on, Johnny, don't argue with a poor little fella.
Up it.
Toodaloo, mother, and be careful with them drinks.
Thank you, Albert.
What a nerve, talking to you like that.
Be quiet, Beryl. Pour me out a nip of Free Star. I'm feeling quite upset.
Well, I've got to get back to the gate.
I'll be seeing you later, Albert.
Okay.
I'll say one thing for Albert Godby. He may be on the small side, but he's a gentleman. There's your train.
I'm going to miss it.
Please go.
No.
I wish I could think clearly. I wish I could really know what to do.
Do you trust me?
Oh, yes, I trust you.
I don't mean conventionally. I mean really.
Yes.
Everything's against us. The circumstances of our lives, those have to go on, unaltered. We're nice people, you and I. And we've got to go on being nice. Let's enclose this love of ours with real strength. And let that strength be that no one is hurt by it, except ourselves.
Must we be hurt by it?
Yes, when the time comes.
Very well.
All the furtiveness and the secrecy and the hole-in-corner cheapness can be justified if only we're strong enough. Strong enough to keep it to ourselves, clean and untouched by anybody else's knowledge or even suspicion. Something of our own, forever to be remembered.
Very well.
We won't speak of it anymore. I'm going now, back to Stephen's flat. I'll wait for you. If you don't come, I shall know only that you weren't quite ready. That you needed a little longer to find your own dear heart. Now, this is the address.
Brandy, please.
We're just closing.
Yes, I see you are, but you're not quite closed yet, are you?
3 Star.
Yes, that'll do.
That'll be 3 and 6pence.
Oh, yes, yeah. Thank you. Have you a piece of paper and an envelope?
I'm afraid you'll have to get that from the bookstore.
Well, the bookstore's shut. Please, it's very important. I should be so much obliged.
Oh, all right. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
We close in a few minutes, you know.
Yes, I know. I'll go into the table. I won't be long.
Well, I'll be in the back room if you want me.
Thank heaven. Oh, darling.
Please go away. Please don't say anything.
I can't let you go like this.
You must. It'll be better, really, it will.
You're being dreadfully cruel.
I feel so degraded.
It was just a beastly accident that Stephen came back early. He doesn't know who you are. He never even saw you.
I listened to your voices in the sitting room. I crept out and down the stairs, feeling like a...
Oh, don't, dearest, don't talk like that, please.
I suppose he laughed, didn't he? After he got over being annoyed. I suppose you spoke of me together as men of the world.
We didn't speak of you. We spoke of a nameless creature who'd no reality at all.
Why didn't you tell him the truth? Why didn't you say who I was? That we were lovers. Shameful, secret lovers. Using his flat like a bad house because we had nowhere else to go. And were afraid of being found out. Why didn't you tell him we were cheap and low and without courage? Why?
Stop it, Laura. Pull yourself together.
But it's true, don't you see? It's true.
Nothing of the sort. I know you feel horrible, and I'm deeply, desperately sorry. I feel horrible, too, but it doesn't matter, really. This unfortunate, damnable accident, it was just bad luck. It couldn't affect us, really. You and me. We know the truth. We know we really love each other. That's all that matters.
It isn't all that matters. Other things matter, too. Self-respect matters and decency. I can't go on any longer.
Could you really say goodbye and not see me anymore?
Yes. If you'd help me.
I love you, Laura. I shall love you always until the end of my life. All the shame that the world might force on us couldn't touch the real truth of it. I can't look at you now because I know something. I know that this is the beginning of the end. Not the end of loving you. The end of our being together. But not quite yet, darling, please. Not quite yet.
Very well. Not quite yet.
I know what you feel. About this evening, I mean. About the beastliness of it. I know about the strain of our different lives, our lives apart from each other. The feeling of guilt, of doing wrong, is a little too strong, isn't it? It's too persistent, perhaps. Too great a price to pay for the few hours of happiness we get out of it. I know all this because it's the same for me, too.
Oh, yes. Yes, I realize that.
Let's be careful. Let's prepare ourselves. A sudden break now, however brave and admirable, would be too cruel. We can't do such violence to our hearts and minds.
Very well.
I'm going away.
I see.
But not quite yet.
Please, not quite yet.
I'm afraid it's closing time.
Oh, is it?
I shall have to lock up. Mrs. Baggett's left me in charge.
This lady is catching the 10:10. She's not been very well, and it's very cold on the platform.
The waiting room's open.
Look here, I'd be very much obliged if you'd let us stay here for a few minutes.
I'm sorry, it's against the rule.
Look, this is for you. Please, come back to lock up when the train comes in.
Well, I'll have to switch off the lights. Someone might see them on and think we're still open.
Just for a few minutes, please.
Well, you won't touch anything, will you?
No, not a thing.
Oh, all right. You can still see a bit from the platform light shining through the window.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just a few minutes.
Let's have a cigarette, shall we?
Oh, I have some.
No, here.
Yeah. Thanks.
Now, I want you to promise me something.
What is it?
Promise me that however unhappy you are and however much you think things over, that you'll meet me next Thursday as usual.
Not at the flat.
No. Be at the Picture House Cafe at the same time. I'll hire a car and we'll drive out into the country.
All right, I promise.
We've got to talk. I've got to explain.
About going away?
Yes.
Where are you going? Where can you go? You can't give up your practice.
I've had a job offered me. I wasn't going to tell you. I wasn't going to take it. But I must. I know now. It's the only way out.
Where?
A long way away. Johannesburg.
Oh, no.
My brother's out there. They're opening a new hospital. They want me in it. It's a fine opportunity, really. I'll take Madeline and the boys. It's been torturing me for 3 weeks. The necessity of making a decision one way or the other. I haven't told anybody, not even Madeline. I couldn't bear the idea of leaving you. But now I see it's got to happen soon anyway. It's almost happening already.
When will you go?
In about 2 months' time.
It's quite near, isn't it?
Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to turn down the offer?
Don't be foolish.
I'll do whatever you say.
That's unkind of you, my darling.
Laura. Oh, Laura, don't. Please. Please, Laura, don't.
Oh, right. Leave me alone for a minute.
I love you.
I know.
We knew we'd get hurt.
Oh, I'm being very, very stupid.
Here, take my handkerchief.
Thank you. Oh, that's my train.
You're not angry with me, are you?
No, I'm not angry. I don't think I'm anything, really. I feel just tired.
Forgive me.
Forgive you for what?
For everything. For having met you in the first place. For taking the piece of grit out of your eye. For loving you. For bringing you so much misery.
I'll forgive you. If you'll forgive me. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's all right. Thanks. We're just going. I'll see you to your train, Laura.
No, please stay here.
All right.
Good night. Good night, my darling.
Good night, darling.
I must lock up now.
The last train for Shirley hasn't gone yet, has it?
I couldn't say, I'm sure.
I'll wait in the waiting room. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
The express through. 1 tea, please, and a button, and make it snappy.
What's the matter with you?
Beryl, up it.
Don't you go ordering Beryl about. You haven't any right to.
You heard me, Beryl. Up it.
Well, I never.
Go into the back room for a minute, Beryl.
All right, Mrs. Baggett, I'm going.
Now then, Albert, here's your tea.
How do you feel?
Don't talk so soft. How should I feel?
Well, I only wondered, like, you know.
Look out. Somebody's coming in.
No, it's only Romeo and Juliet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Same as usual?
Yes, please. 2 teas.
Quite free out, isn't it?
Yes, quite. There you are. 1 6 thanks. I'll take the tea.
Now, look here, Myrtle.
We can't talk now. Come home with me this evening, and we'll have a little supper.
And you'll listen to what I want to say.
Yes, but you must go now. Get back to your gate.
Aye, all right. I'll see you tonight, then.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right.
I wish I could think of something to say.
It doesn't matter. I'm not saying anything, I mean.
I'll miss my train and wait to see you into your...
No, please don't. I'll come over to your platform with you. I'd rather.
Very well.
Do you think we shall ever see one another again?
I don't know. I'm not Not for years, anyway.
The children will all be grown up. I wonder if they'll ever meet and know each other.
Couldn't I write to you? Just once in a while.
No, please not. We promised we wouldn't.
Please know this. Please know that you'll be with me for ages and ages yet. Far away into the future. Time will wear down the agony of not seeing you. Bit by bit, the pain will go. But the loving you, the memory of you, won't ever go. Please know that.
I know it.
It's easier for me than for you. I do realize that. Really, I do. I at least will have different shapes to look at and new work to do. You have to go among familiar things. My heart aches for you so.
I'll be all right.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
I want to die. If only I could die.
If you died, you'd forget me. I want to be remembered.
Yes, I know. I do, too.
Goodbye, my dearest love.
Goodbye, my dearest love.
We've still got a few minutes.
Yes, a few minutes. No. Oh, what a lovely surprise. Oh, Dolly. Dear, I've been shopping until I'm dropping. That sounds like a song, doesn't it? My feet are nearly falling off and my throat's parched. I thought of having tea and spindles, but I was terrified of losing the train. So I'm always missing trains and being late for meals, and Bob gets disagreeable for days on end. Oh, dear. Do you mind if I sit at your table? Oh, this is Dr. Harvey, Mrs. Messiter.
How do you do?
How do you do? Oh, would you be a perfect dear and get me a cup of tea? I don't think I could drag my poor old bones as far as the counter.
Yes, of course.
Well, I must get some chocolate for Tony, too, but I can do that later.
All right.
My dear, what a nice-looking man. Who on earth is he? Really, you're quite a dark horse. I shall telephone Fred in the morning and make mischief. This is a bit of luck. Do you know, I haven't seen you for ages, and I've been meaning to pop in, but Tony's had measles, you know, and I had all that awful fuss about Phyllis. Oh, but of course you don't know. She left me, suddenly up and went, my dear, without even an hour's warning, let alone a month's notice. Oh, how dreadful. Mind you, I never cared for her very much, but still Tony did. Tony adored her, and... Oh, but never mind. I'll tell you all about it in the train.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thank you so much. We've certainly put enough milk in it. But still, it's wet, and that's all one can really ask for in a freshman's room. Oh, dear. No sugar.
It's in the spoon.
Oh, of course. Oh, what a fool I am. Laura, you're looking frightfully well. I do wish I'd known you were coming in today. We could have come together and lunched and had a good gossip. I loathe shopping by myself anyway. Oh, there's your train.
Yes, I know.
Oh, aren't you coming with us?
No, I go in the opposite direction. My practice is in Shirley.
How interesting. What sort of doctor are you? I mean, are you a specialist or anything, or just a sort of general family doctor?
I'm a general practitioner at the moment.
Dr. Harvey is going out to Africa next week. But, my dear, how thrilling. Are you going to operate on the Zulus or something? I always associate Africa with Zulus, but I may be quite wrong.
I must go.
Yes, you must.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs.
Messiter.
Goodbye.
He'll have to run. He's got to get right over to the other platform. How did you meet him? I got something in my eye one day, and he took it out. Oh, my dear, how very romantic. I'm always getting things in my eye, and nobody the least bit attractive has ever paid the faintest attention. Which reminds me, you know about Harry and Lucy Jenner, don't you? No. What about them? My dear, they're getting a divorce. At least I believe they're getting a conjugal separation or whatever it is to begin with, and then a divorce later on. There. His train's gone. Ours shouldn't be long now. Well, perhaps this is it. Excuse me. Can you tell me if that is the Ketchworth train? No, that's the express. The boat train. Oh, yes, that doesn't stop, does it? Express trains are Tony's passion in life. Oh, dear, I mustn't forget his chocolate. I want some chocolate, please. Milk or plain? Plain, I think, or... Oh, no, perhaps milk would be nicer.
I know. Give me 1 plain and 1 nut milk. There's 2 shillings. Thank you.
Laura? Where's my friend? Where's she?
Here goes.
Oh, there you are, Laura. I couldn't think where you disappeared to. I just wanted to see the express go through. What on earth's the matter? Did you go too near the edge of the platform? Yes, I think I did. Do you feel ill? Oh, I feel a little sick. Have you any brandy?
I'm afraid it's out of hours.
But surely if someone's feeling... No, I'm all right, really. Oh, that's our train. You look terrible. Come on, a sip of brandy will buck you up. Please.
Very well. That's 3 and 6.
Oh, thank you. Here's... No. This is on me, Laura. Now, come on, drink it up. Oh, thanks, Dolly. I thought I had another parcel. Now, where... Oh, yes. Helper's on the chair. Come on, dear. I'll be glad to get home and have a proper cup of tea. I don't care much for the stuff they serve here. Do you come often? No, not often. And I shan't be coming again. Ever.
In tonight's presentation of Brief Encounter by Noble Coward, the parts of Laura Jesson and Alec Harvey were played by Valerie Miller and Michael Atkinson. As Myrtle, you heard Joan Gibson, and as Albert Godby, John Simpson. Dolly Messiter was played by Lorraine Leftwich, Beryl by Judy Gibson, and the 2 soldiers were Derek Taylor and Reg Richards. Brief Encounter was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens. Adapted for radio by Lance Seaveking from the novel by John Montgomery. Village Green.
I ought to have made a shopping list, I suppose. Oh, I know there were some other things, but I can't remember what they were.
Oh, that's what you said yesterday, Mrs. White, and the day before.
I know, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm really terribly stupid, aren't I?
Haven't you never house-kept before? I mean, before you come to live here in Woodley.
No, never. When I was a secretary in London, I was with a film company.
Oh, really? Oh, I've heard of them.
What? The one I worked for? How did you know which one it was?
Oh, I didn't, dearie.
But you said...
Oh, I meant I'd heard of film companies.
Oh.
Oh, you've not been married long, eh?
No, about 4 months. I was going to say that when I was in London, I lived in a hostel.
Fancy. Well, you got tea, butter, and an injur rubber. Now, could it have been biscuits?
No.
Or tin fruit?
No.
Sardines? Or porridge oats?
No, I don't think so.
It, wouldn't be a toilet roll, would it?
No. Oh, Mrs. Crabbe, how kind you are. I love this little shop of yours. It's just exactly what I've always imagined a village shop would be like.
Oh, everything all over the place.
That's what I like. It's so friendly, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we're friendly enough, I expect, in Woodley. Most of us, that is. Of course, there's some as is different. Funny lots, some of them.
Oh.
But being the only shop in the village, they all comes to me. Oh, I hears most things as soon as other people. Before some people, you know. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bangs.
Good morning, Mrs. Crabbe.
But as I was saying, Ma Crabbe, they calls me. Mm-hmm. Cheek it is from the nippers, but, oh, I like to see 'em enjoy themselves. Ice lollies they have, you know. The ones on sticks, or humbugs, or fizzy lemon.
Oh, yes.
Of course, I've been in Woodley Village shop for more than 50 years. Yes, Jeremiah, that was my husband. He was a carrier.
Oh, really?
Oh, I wish you could have seen his cart. Lovely green it was, with yellow wheels and all.
Treacle and bacon.
What?
Yes, and matches.
Oh, you remembered. That's good. I know I've got some treacle somewheres around. Down in that corner under them apples, wasn't it? No. Then, well, I'm sure I saw
You know,
it
you
other
must be the
day.
new tenant at Stockett's.
Yes, we've been there nearly 2 months.
I'm from the Manor. I look after Lady Edmonds. How are you settling down?
Oh, fine. Fine.
Sure?
Oh, yes.
I only wondered because, well, I've always wondered about Stockett's. Lady Edmonds has 7 or 8 cottages on the estate, but I've never been in any of them.
No?
Nor has she, not in all the years we've been here. Leastways, I don't think she has. Certainly not lately.
Oh.
So I've always wondered. That is, I wondered why it was the tenant stayed on, dying and being born and getting married, you know, but never moving out, except at Stockett's.
Oh.
Of course, I knowed what it was in the case of the Cordinglys. George Cordingley went off owing money all round. But there, I'm talking too much, ain't I?
Oh, no, not at all.
It isn't the state of the cottage, is it? I mean inside. You can see the outside wants doing up. Well, you can see that from the outside. But, well, the roof? Ceilings? Paint?
Well, Michael and I were jolly lucky to find it. We'd been married only about 4 months, and we looked absolutely everywhere. Every possible small place within an hour of London.
What's he do, your husband?
He's an actor.
He's in the profession? Oh, just like us.
Michael's done rep, of course, but now he's a film extra and bit parts once in a blue moon.
Oh, ain't that lovely? I know she'll be pleased to think of professional people at Stockett's.
We almost gave up hope.
Oh?
Well, we went by bus to Sheer, Shamley Green, Cranley, Godalming, Ewhurst, everywhere.
Yeah.
We couldn't go too far because of Michael's having to get to the studios.
Of course not.
Well, we were in despair when we found Stockett's. We'd have taken it if it hadn't had any doors or windows.
Well, it hasn't got the electric, nor yet a proper toilet. That I do know. How's the furniture? Chair's a bit wobbly.
Oh, I don't know.
I must come and see you.
Oh, Treacle, I found it.
Oh, good.
Oh, how she got under them boxes of fertilizer. Is that proper tickler? Oh, but here she is.
Thank you, Mrs. Crabbe. Oh, and have you any streaky bacon?
Bacon? Well, now, there was some very nice streaky bacon that came in on Monday. Now, was it Monday?
Is that you, Mrs. Bangs?
Yes, dear.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, well, here I am, dearie. Come to have a look at you. Whew. You do seem in a bit of a mess, like you was telling me yesterday.
I'm afraid I know very little about running a house.
You don't have to tell Emma Bangs that, ducky. With the draining board of your sink all cluttered up with packets of tea and pots of jam and... Oh, lovey, the dust.
Oh, yes, I know. I think my husband finds me an awful muddler. But at home I never had to do anything for myself. And he's really quite helpless.
That's like Lady Edmonds. She's just like that. You really do need some help.
Well, we couldn't afford it just yet.
Then you should have a system.
How do you mean?
Well, you have to keep everything in the right place. Ankies in the proper drawer.
Oh, most of our laundry seems to stay in the basket.
Oh, I know, dearie. I remember not being able to cook eggs when I was first married. My husband was on the Halls. Very nice act they had. Trapeze, you know. I had to ask him how to cook bacon and eggs, and he knew all right.
Oh, I can manage that. It's omelettes that defeat me.
Here. Would you like me to come over and help you sometimes? Show you how to do things like...
Oh, could you?
Oh, yes. Lady Edmonds never gets up till late. I get bored in that great big house. I shouldn't want anything, not for coming in to give you a hand, I mean.
Oh, but please,
No, I wouldn't, dearie. I'd enjoy coming. Oh, it's lonely up there.
Well, that would be wonderful. Oh, I remember the first day when we discovered there was no electricity. We hadn't noticed in the excitement of taking the cottage. And Michael said, "You'll have to learn to cook by oil, I'm afraid." And I said, "I'll have to learn to cook. Full stop."
Oh, well, dearie, you won't know yourself a week from now. I'll tell Lady Edmonds what I've arranged.
Darling.
Darling.
Darling. I brought you some daffs. Here they are.
Oh, lovely. I'll find a vase.
Whatever's happened? But, darling, the whole place looks wonderful. It's so tidy and, my word, polished.
I'm glad you noticed.
Noticed? I hardly recognized it. Look, what's become of that great hole worn through the carpet over by the kitchen door?
Oh, we turned the carpet round and put the hole over in that corner.
We? Well, who's we?
Silly, I told you.
Oh, you mean...
She means me, Mr. White.
Of course. You're Mrs. Bangs, aren't you, from the big house? How do you do?
How do you do? I won't shake hands if you don't mind, because my hands is all covered with flour. I've just been making the gravy.
Gravy? Am I dreaming?
Now then, darling, I know I've given you bacon and baked beans every day since we've been here, but you needn't be harsh about it. And in that ham voice, too.
Ham, is it? Begorra, woman, and this only the 4th month of our wedded bliss. Holy saints.
Yeah. Steak and kidney pie with mushrooms.
What?
What about that, dear?
Marvelous.
It was a bit of an undertaking, but I thought you'd like it, darling.
You don't mean that you...
Mm-hmm. With Emma's help. And there's double Gloucester to follow.
Wow.
Oh, we're not eating in the kitchen anymore.
Oh, on that table in the window, eh?
That's it. Everything's ready.
I am famished. Oh, there's something you haven't noticed, Mary.
Oh, is there, Michael?
Yes, you're so full of your own miracles, and I don't say that you haven't every right. However, this pie is absolutely delicious. I'm going to want some more.
Oh, that's the spirit, dearie.
Yeah. You haven't yet observed that I arrived home in a car. A very small car, it's true, but a car for all that.
Goodness, did you? Oh, is that it out there?
It is, my love. I refrained from bringing it into the house purely out of consideration for your feelings.
Idiot.
How was the gentleman?
Oh, darling, you've got the job.
To my amazement, yes.
Oh, is that what you was telling me about, Ducky?
Yes, Emma. Salesman in that firm in Wayford that make farm implements and machinery.
£9 a week, Mrs. Bangs, and the use of that little car to take me around the farms and the country houses.
Oh, Michael, how clever of you.
Yeah, pity all the same. Always a pity when a promising young fella gives up. You wouldn't have been resting much longer, I don't expect.
Oh, couldn't afford it. No money. And I mean no money. Neither of us.
And we fell in love with dear Stockets. It's tumble down, I know, but it's our first home, our very own.
Love in a cottage, eh?
That's it. But 3.5 dinners a week rent. I'm going to get a teaching job, I hope, so we'll be able to stay here. Woodley is such a lovely village.
It is, isn't it? Queer at first. You know, after Leicester Square and the Strand.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to driving around the lanes, calling at all the lovely old farmhouses. You know, it's beautiful out towards Chiddingfold and Elstead.
On a fine day, you can see right across the Weald to the South Downs. But it's not the same as Leicester Square and the Strand.
No, I know what you mean.
You'll miss it.
I've never had a West End engagement.
Oh, but you miss the smell of the grease paint and the way the audience is hushed from chattering as the curtain goes up. And the way they hang on your words in the big scenes and then burst out clapping like mad all of a sudden like and shouting, bravo, bravo, and laughing and crying and stamping their feet. Even after all these years, she still misses the theatre. I know she does.
Who do you mean?
Why, Lady Edmonds, of course. We've been together now for 40 years. Ever since my husband fell off the trapeze.
Oh, I'm so sorry. How terrible.
You know, she still misses it. As her dressing table up at the manor, all laid out like in a dressing room in the theatre, with pots and glass bottles and boxes of powder and little brushes and tubes of colour and the rabbit's foot. Oh, just as if she was going down onto the stage instead of to the dining room. After all these years. Well, I can tell you, I understand how she feels. It took me ever so long to get used to the peculiar smell of fresh air. I'm not really used to it yet.
Yes, of course. You mean that you and Lady Edmonds had some sort of act together with your husband?
You don't know who Lady Edmonds is, was.
Well, I'm afraid... I'm sorry, but...
She was the famous beauty, the musical comedy star, Poppy Primrose of the old Gaiety.
Poppy Primrose? Oh, well, of course, she was a bit before our time, but everyone's heard of her. And you were with her, you said?
I was her dresser. All through the run of the Colonel and the Guards and Ascot for Romance.
Yes.
Oh, that was a pretty show. Lovely hats they all had. And her hat was bigger than anyone else's.
Couldn't get it through the dressing room door or down the stairs. I had to carry it down sideways and put it on her head in the wing. And the music. Oh, that was a show where she had to sing that sloppy number, 2 Hearts Aflame. 2 Hearts Aflame. Look at me trying to sing. Did you ever?
I've got a picture postcard of her somewhere with a lot of others my father collected. Gabby DeLise, Zena and Phyllis Dare, Gladys Cooper, Gertie Miller. He thought they were marvelous. And one of Poppy Primrose in that musical show. Now, what was it called? Rosie something.
Oh, My Dear Rosie.
Yes, that's it.
That was her last. Oh, wonderful show. Ran for 3 years. Closed in July 1918.
Why was it her last? I mean, she was still young.
She was 26. Sir Benjamin Edmonds went around saying she was the most beautiful girl in London. And so she was.
Ah, I see.
She married him at the end of the run of My Dear Rosie. He was a real stage door Johnny, was Sir Benjamin. He courted her with diamonds and champagne suppers and all. And every evening there he was at the stage door with the biggest bunch of flowers I ever see. And his blooming great white motor.
And she's been living down here in Woodley Manor ever since?
Yes, oh yes. And she says to me one night, Bangy, dear, if I get married, you must come with me. I'm sick of the blasted stage, and I'm certainly not going out on tour again. Not for Lorillard himself.
We peeped up the avenue the other day. It looks a bit overgrown.
Bless your heart, it's a blooming jungle. It's more than 30 years since Sir Benjamin died. Lady Edmonds is getting on now. We both are, for the matter of that. She don't get up till after lunch, and she never goes out anywhere. Her heart's a bit funny, you see. The vicar's waiting.
Turn it off, Bangy. I can't hear a word you're saying. You've got to hand it to her. She knew how to put a number across. And those dresses she used to wear.
Cool. Well, the vicar is waiting in the drawing room.
What the hell for? Can't be the bells. I've got them. Oh, money, I suppose. You say I was in?
Where else could you be?
Gardening, you old idiot.
Oh, that'll be the day.
Don't be rude. Really, there's no privacy around here in this village. One might as well live in a greenhouse and sleep out naked on the lawn. They all know everything you do. Expect they even know what I'm having for lunch. Spies. What am I having anyway?
Chicken and champagne, of course.
Darling Bangy, you're an angel. But I think I'm getting a bit of a tum. We better have fish tomorrow, filthy finnan.
All right. When are you going to see him?
Why not? Send him up.
What, up here to your bedroom?
Well, I'm quite respectable. You can warn him I haven't been well. And clear away all these awful papers, darling. I don't know why we have so many. Nothing in them but a lot of piffle. And pass me the hand mirror and a comb.
Here you are.
Thanks. And my hare's foot. Thanks. You are the honeysuckle, I am the bee. Come in.
The vicar, my lady.
Oh, come and sit over here, vicar. Near the bed. No. This chair's more comfortable.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. I do hope that I didn't think.
Well, I haven't been out today. I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Only last week or the week before, the Deputy Lord Lieutenant was on the telephone, and I said to him that even for his dear wife, I mustn't break my rule. And only the other day, I was so very sorry that I had to say I couldn't open the church bazaar.
That was 2 years ago, Lady Edmonds.
Was it? Was it really? Oh, I've no sense of time now, not since Sir Benjamin died.
No.
I dismissed most of the staff, you know. Had the car covered over, sold the horses, and refused all invitations ever since.
I quite understand, Lady Edmonds.
So glad. Well, what can I do for you?
Lady Edmonds, there's something I think you ought to know.
Oh, yes, I'm afraid it is a very long time since I've been to church.
No, it's not
You
that.
see, Dr. Collins told me I'd have to take it very quietly. No long walks, plenty of rest.
Yes, quite so.
I asked him why. Whatever's the matter with me? It's your heart, he said.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't mind telling you that did put the wind up me a bit because, well, I've been having these queer pains. He said it was aneurysm of the aorta, and I must never overexert myself again, but just relax and take life slowly. Relax, you know.
Yes, I do sympathize. My old mother
I asked him if I might suddenly drop dead at any moment, and he said not if I kept quiet and took plenty of rest. If I didn't, well...
Yes, I'm truly sorry, Lady Edmonds. We have thought there might be something, as we never see you in the village nowadays. I hope your eyes aren't troubling you, too?
My eyes? Oh, no, I don't think so.
Those large, dark glasses you're wearing.
That's just a habit, you know.
Yes. Lady Edmonds, I think you should know, if you are not already aware, that there is a plot afoot.
Afoot? Really, Vicar? Afoot?
Hello, this is the minister. Will you please ask Mr. Bellman to come to my room? Good Lord. Come in. Morning, Bellman. This side of Whitehall is much noisier than the other.
Good morning, Minister. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Bellman, yes. I wanted to have a chat with you. Sit down. This is the end of our first week of the Ministry of Development.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Rather better than our first day, Bellman.
Monday?
Last Monday, you cannot have forgotten, Bellman, that I asked for you at 9:35, nearly 36. And as you hadn't arrived, I asked for Wag, and as he wasn't in for Spoon, and none of you arrived before 9:42 on our first day.
Well, sir, the new moving staircase at Waterloo had broken down, and there was some confusion among the crowds. Your moving staircase, sir?
I can't deny that I was instrumental in having them put in, but you shouldn't call them mine, Bellman. No. The public. One works for the public good. Pro bono publico, according to one's lights. Yes.
Just so. Just so, quite.
Yes, 12 abreast. It's quite something, you know, Bellman. It impressed the PM. Cockett, he said to me one evening, he stopped me in the lobby. Cockett, he said, that's a fine moving staircase of yours, a magnificent job. He said he remembered me at Souchester.
The Prime Minister was in the lower sixth when we were in the remove.
Yeah, that's it. He said he always expected to hear of me again.
You used to say he was a...
One can be mistaken, Bellman. One can be mistaken. But I was just going to ask you if they've got my the moving staircase going again. I've not been going down to Wayford, so I've not been to Waterloo for several days. I've been sleeping at the club.
They got them going, sir. But they stuck again on Wednesday.
You didn't hear any adverse comments about them?
Oh, no, sir. Everyone likes them. They're wonderful.
Oh, good. By the way, what exactly is the effect of a large crowd walking 12 abreast down a stationary escalator?
Slow, but quite orderly.
No bad feeling?
No, sir. People are accustomed to inconvenience. They've learned to expect queues and traffic jams and delays and strikes and bottlenecks. In a way, I suppose, life would seem strange without these minor disasters.
The PM told me that the idea of a Ministry of Development had come to him suddenly, as many brilliant ideas do. There must be places, he said, which remain still undeveloped, virgin countryside that needs a planning hand.
The wasted acres of England.
The wasted acres of England.
Yes, you told me, sir.
Yeah, did I, Bellman? The wasted acres. It's true, you know. A green meadow, a lonely oak tree in a park, an old country house. What use are they? What purpose do they serve?
Just so, Minister, just so.
How are they helping the export trade and closing the sterling gap?
Exactly.
The PM said to me, Cockett, he said, out of the wasteland, I expect you and your new ministry to create new towns. Contemporary ones, of course. And you can guess, Bellman, what I answered.
You said to the Prime Minister, you can rely on me, sir, absolutely.
Jove, Bellman, that's exactly what I did say. And here we are. We are all very much on trial, you know, as yet. Well, I have to go to the house. I'll be back after lunch. Ring me if there's anything important.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's this on my desk? Men of Development. Will all those who wish to join the chess club please get in touch with me? A match against the men of sanitation has been arranged. Hugo Spoon.
His hobby, sir. He's hoping to beat sanitation.
Well, drop a hint around that I'd like everyone to join. We want to make our mark.
Yes, I will. By the way, you'll want a conference, sir, perhaps on Wednesday?
No, Thursday. Fix one for 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let me see a list of those who should attend. Tea, coffee, biscuits. Not cakes until we're more established. Good morning.
Good morning, Minister.
Oh, there's just one point.
Yes?
You might tell Spoon that the expression get in touch with is long-winded and old-fashioned. The modern and more expressive word is contacts. Everyone uses it. BBC say it dozens of times a day. If people wish to join the chess club, they should contact him.
I quite understand.
Never use 4 words where one is adequate.
Quite so.
Min of development and min of sanitation, on the other hand, is quite in the right tone. Modern, up-to-date, on the spot, and all that sort of thing. I suppose one couldn't abbreviate them still further. Min of devel, min of san, or sani. No, I suppose not. Pity. Well, I must go to the house. Good morning, Bellman.
Good morning, Minister. Good. That's what I was hoping to hear.
Yes, I and Wag have been hard at it all the week. And I think, mind you, I'm not positive, but I think our efforts have met with a certain degree of success. Yes.
Well, I've not been idle myself. The important thing is to prove we're keen. At the earliest possible moment, we must put up a project, a development scheme. Come over here to the map. I've been considering Sussex carefully. We want a new area to develop, a garden city project or a housing scheme. Something to start the new ministry off.
Did you go to Brighton as you thought you might?
I did.
Ah.
Oh, I didn't imagine that Brighton could expand much further. I merely thought of it as a convenient centre from which to explore the surrounding country. It's only an hour from Victoria since the railways have been nationalised.
Oh, what was it before?
60 minutes.
Well, did you get any ideas?
Well, no. Disappointing. I went to Ditchling, for example, and Clayton, where the windmills are, and Hurstpier Point. But none of them are really suitable for building a satellite town. No industry, whatever, and miles from anywhere. And I've been thinking about Wayford. Only about 50 minutes out of Waterloo.
The minister lives there.
That's what I mean. He's dead keen on the expansion of the town. Look how excited he was when they put the new traffic signs up. They have more restrictions there than any other town in the south of England.
Yes, I know.
I've been thinking. Suppose we find a village near Wayford, not too near, which we can plan as a satellite area. It'd be quite a feather in his cap, wouldn't it?
Oh, it might indeed be if we work it all out first and then present it to him for approval.
Oh, look on the map. Now, here's Wayford, right in the heart of Surrey. But which village shall we choose? Albury, Shalford, Compton, Wanborough, Putnam, Seal? Strange names.
Move your finger a little further to the left, the west.
Waller, Shamley Green, Woodley...
Stop!
Eh? What?
That is where Wag and I have been. And it's what I believe in the Air Force they call a piece of cake.
Really?
Yes, just exactly the place. There's a small side line, but we could easily enlarge it and build a new station. And it's on a side road, quite undeveloped.
If it's an agricultural area...
Oh, it is.
That may present difficulties.
We've thought of that.
Unless we can find land that isn't being properly used. Are there any big estates?
That's just exactly the point. There is.
Oh, good.
Woodley Manor. It's right next to the village. Park and other land has been allowed to go to rack and ruin. Barns falling down, weeds everywhere.
Nice village?
No modern amenities whatever. The whole place looks exactly as it must have done for 200 or 300 years. Quite deplorable. The locals are just living in the past.
A plot, Vicar? What kind of plot could be... Well, how did you put it? Afoot in a tiny, peaceful little place like Woodley, a village completely out of the world. Come, Vicar.
A plot to alter all our lives, to turn the village into a town, to destroy everything we like and replace it with something modern.
Oh, gracious.
Not that modern buildings need be ugly, it's just that they usually are. Contemporary, I think the word is, although it is now quite wrongly used. Tell me, Lady Edmonds, do you like contemporary things?
Yeah, I can't say I've seen many, unless you mean those uncomfortable chairs with thin legs and those lavatory lights.
Then you don't know about the plan to alter the village?
No, why should I? I hardly ever go out. I never meet anyone. I only read the London papers. What exactly do you mean, alter the village?
They want to change everything, dear lady, everything. The plan is centered on the manor and the park, your home. That's where they're going to build most of their new houses and road, in your park.
Good heavens.
And where your house is now, they'll put up a factory. But you mean they haven't even asked you?
Not a word. This is the first I've heard of it. Oh, but of course they can't. I'm not going to sell the place or any part of it. I just won't agree. So that's the end of their plan, finished. Anything else?
I don't think they expect you to sell voluntarily.
Indeed?
No. You see, they have powers.
And who, pray, are they?
Oh, there's a new government department just been formed to do, apparently, just this kind of thing. The Ministry of Development.
Oh, I'll develop them. I won't have it.
And if they choose to exercise these powers, they can compel you to sell and take over the whole place, lock, stock, and barrel.
Impossible.
Well, it's been done before. The park isn't being used for agriculture, so they can turn you out quite easily.
Cows.
I beg your pardon.
Cows. I must put cows out to graze. That'll fox them.
Too late, I fear. The land has been unused for too long. They want to lay a great concrete road where your drive is. And here, where the manor is, they're going to put a glue factory.
Pigs.
What did you say?
Pigs. We'll put some pigs in the old sties near the stables. They can't do anything if I'm providing bacon for the nation's larder.
I fear they will merely find you an alternative home and new sties for your pigs.
Quite out of the question. I've no intention of going. I'll fight them every yard of the way. I'll beat the dogs at their own game. No one shall find Lady Lucy lacking in strength.
Lady Lucy?
Well, figuratively speaking. Oh. One of my successes, you know. Her royal master. You didn't see it by any chance?
I'm afraid not, Lady Edmonds.
Vicar, what about a little drink, A glass of sherry?
Oh, well...
Bangy will give you one downstairs while I'm getting up. And then we'll go into this more thoroughly.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps you take potluck and stay to lunch.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. Thank you.
Of all the blasted nerve. No one's going to remove Poppy Edmonds from the stage until the last curtain. She'll see to that.
Sounds very mysterious. When are we going to know about it?
Well, not for a week or two unless it leaks out in the press. It's really quite a worrying situation. If it comes, I don't think it's too extravagant to say that all our lives will be changed. Considerably changed.
Surely it can't be as bad as that.
You make it sound like a major disaster.
Well, you know, in some ways I think it would be. Perhaps I've said too much. Never mind, with you two on the council, we shall stand a better chance. You have the right spirit. That's what we want. Goodbye for the moment.
Goodbye, Vicar.
Goodbye, Vicar.
What do you think the vicar meant?
I can't imagine, but it sounds quite serious. Fancy you and me on a parish council. You know something? I feel thirsty. Do you think we could have one at the Plough? It might be fun.
Well, haven't we anything at home?
Yes, but I feel like having a drink out. And I've never been in the Plough.
Well, I don't know. Oh, yes, come on, then. The bar will be full. We'll be lucky to find a seat.
Morning, Mr. White.
Hello, good morning.
Who's that boy? I've seen him about often.
I don't know. The whole village knows us now. Oh, they're a friendly lot here in Woodley. Ah, that's a jolly nice old sign, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the way those old boards swing on their rusty hinges. Listen. There you are.
I say, shall I be the only woman in the bar, do you think?
Yes, I expect so. Oh, come on.
If we don't get some rain, they say a lot of things are going to be spoiled.
Morning, Mr. White.
Morning, Mr. Gale. Morning, Mr. Bain.
Morning. And you're a good lady. I've seen you in uniform, Mrs. White.
No, this is the first time. This is Mr. Gale, darling, the blacksmith of Woodley.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Goodness, what a lot of people.
A gin and French and a pint of best bitter, please.
Right you are, Mr. White. Glad to see you. How are you settling in, know what I mean?
Oh, we're doing nicely, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Knowing that cottage as I do, what with people taking it and going, and coming to tell me their woes, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me the roof had fell in. Know what I mean?
Oh, no, it's not as bad as that. In fact, we like it very much.
Why, your granddad had stockings when he was first married. That was in old Sir Benjamin's father's time, sir, Tobias as was.
Nice little cottage, but could do with a bit of paint and mortar, know what I mean?
They call it stockings because the family called stockings used to live in it. It's about William IV's time. My old granddad come from Ripley, and when he was a boy, he used to sit on his uncas waiting for the London coach to come in. There was always a passenger good for tuppence, which meant bread and beer and pickles.
You couldn't buy a newspaper with it today.
You're honest, right?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I never seen you with a newspaper, young gentleman.
Nor never you will, either.
You know him, Miss White?
Huh?
He's young Jenner. I expect you've seen him driving that there motor tractor down the lane. He's a rare one with that motor tractor. You know what I mean?
Hello, young Jenner.
Hello, Mr. White.
You like driving it?
Oh, goes faster than no bloody horse any road.
Oh, your flame will kill some of that ruddy perishing tractor one of these days.
Steady with your language. There's a lady just behind you. You know what I mean?
Oh.
This gin is awful. I should have chosen sherry.
Not in an English pub. Half a crown a thimbleful and tastes like licorice.
Mrs. Tidy has just had another. Eh? I don't know how many that makes it.
Yeah, she's a foreigner from Chichester. 8 of them she's got. To beat me where they all sleep.
Any strangers been around lately, Mr. Gale?
Well, there were a man down from London down on Thursday, Mrs. White, asking a lot of questions. Asked me how many horses I shot in a week. I told him as I only shot 5 horses in 2 months. You know, that seemed to please him. Nothing and a smiling he was and making knots. I couldn't fathom it at all.
I wonder why.
Oh, silly, I reckon. Why, there ain't hardly any horses about anywhere nowadays. Oh, no. That I remember more than 12 years ago, Sir Benjamin, he kept 12 hunters up at the manor. And riding horses, too. Oh, and the farmers. I were busy then. Oh, none around now.
Well, Lady Edmonds doesn't ride or anything?
Oh, bless you, no. Her ladyship don't even come out of that old white molly car of hers. She hadn't been seen in the village for years. I don't know when I last saw her. Stables up at the manor been shut and empty for years.
That London man come in for beer.
Did he now?
There were 2 of them.
That's right. They had umbrellas and billycock hats. Oh, give us another pint, Joe.
Umbrellas.
Yeah, them 2 men asked some more
thanks,
questions. Reckon they were looking for a house, so you know what I mean?
Anyone else?
Mr. Blessing and Smythe came in for 10 filter tips. He never has a drink. They has all their groceries and drinks sent over from Wayford. Ma Crab at the shop and me here at the plough, we'll probably make our fortunes out of it. You know what I mean?
Who is Mr. Blessington Smythe?
Oh, I don't rightly know. I've heard said he's a stockbroker. Anyway, and his missus don't have nothing to do with us people in Woodley. Built that great posh mansion about 5 years back and laid out them tennis lawns and a fountain in front.
Oh, I know the place you mean. Behind some trees. Lots of little gnomes and bunnies.
They got 3 enormous cars and 2 gardeners. You know, it's my opinion there's something unaccountable going on. What were them London men nosing around the park for?
Probably called to see Lady Edmonds.
What? With a long tape measure, pacing out distances up the drive and doing all manner of unaccountable things.
What kind of thing?
Well, sir, my grandboy was there. He saw him marching up and down and counting paces. Now, that's unaccountable, isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, would you say?
Very. Yes, very.
Maybe her ladyship's going to sell up.
No.
Some years since she got rid of Galb's Field. Oh, taxes be tedious heavy these days, you know.
Yes, but surely she wouldn't sell the park. Or she'd get rid of something further away from the house.
Yes, well, maybe she wouldn't, maybe she wouldn't. You can never tell, can you?
Oh, I quite agree with you, my dear Spoon. The thing to do is press on. The minister's not getting restive yet. Not yet. But he feels, as we do ourselves, that the min of development has got to show its teeth. Well, perhaps that's rather too strong. It's
claws.
No, Spoon. You know perfectly well what I'm trying to say. The ministry is an unknown quantity as yet. It has to demonstrate. It has to establish, show its
devotion.
No. Enterprise, Spoon. Combined, of course, with a crystal clear understanding of the needs of the time, the problems and their solution.
The problems and their solution.
Of course, there may be opposition.
Well, naturally, but I think we can count on the minister to back us up.
Oh, I will, Cockett, want something large, positive, and easy to understand. And soon. It's
5 weeks since I went down to Woodley with you.
I and Wag are getting on far quicker than I dared hope. There are already 4 filing cabinets, nearly full, Bellman.
Indeed.
Letters, reports, suggestions, plans, minutes of meetings, and so forth.
Good.
We've already had estimates from 38 firms of drainage specialists, builders, concrete manufacturers, road makers, etc.
I'm glad to hear it.
And I think I should be able to let you have a pretty complete plan of the whole scheme next week. Together with a list of firms to whom we either have promised contracts or actually given them.
Oh, I don't think you...
Well, nothing of any great consequence, but I and Wag know that you're anxious for us to present the minister as soon as maybe with a scheme that is cut and dried, eh?
Cut and dried. Funny things, words, aren't they, Spoon?
Mm-hmm.
To all such a plan as ours, a plan that is scarcely sown, scarcely planted, a plan that is surely going to have a most luxuriant, a most abundant blossoming, to refer to it as cut and dried.
You know, Bellman, you sounded just like the old man. I mean, the minister. That's exactly the way he talks when he gets going.
We have a lot in common, Ivo Cockett and I. I was talking to him the other day about compulsory crazy paving, and he told me about his proposals for dealing with traffic congestion. They are new and sensational, and will divert attention from the government's foreign policy. He's going to propose to make it illegal to drive a car except on certain days.
Excellent.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you might drive if your surname began with the letters A to K. The rest of the week should belong to the L to Z people.
There would, of course, be exceptions.
Oh, yes. The police, for instance. Doctors, possibly.
The higher ranks of the civil service.
Naturally. It goes without saying.
Talking of traffic, I saw a pony and trap down at Woodley.
Did you?
Yes. Now, that's the kind of thing that'll have to go when we run the new road through. A pony and trap. I mean, it might hold up a whole row of cars for as long as 20 minutes, wasting valuable man-hours. When development comes to Woodley and the glue factory's in full production, the roads round about will be so busy with cars, lorries, and bicycles that horse traffic will simply have to be discontinued.
Yes. Oh, what are we doing about the cricket pitch on the village green? And the green, eh?
Oh, I don't think we should be doing anything with the green, except making it rather smaller. Not forgetting the new bus shelter, all glass, of course, so that no behavior can go on in it.
We're pulling down the thatched hovels and the palm, aren't we?
And the smithy.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking, cricket balls, you know. When the new houses are up, close all round every side of the green, and their windows are so much bigger. Perhaps it would be better if...
Cricket balls are certainly very hard.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Of course, there'll be some opposition.
Opposition that will be dealt with as and when it arises. People must be persuaded, by force if necessary, to appreciate that change is good for them and essential for the community.
Yes, of course.
Yes, and here it is, the map and plan they've sent me. Give me a hand, someone. I can't keep it down. We'll roll up again all the time.
Well, let's put this heavy tray in the corner.
Yes, that's it. Now, that brass inkstand on the other corner.
And this flower vase at the other end. Now, how's that?
Yes, that should keep it down. Thank you. Well, as I was saying just now, we thought it would be only right to invite Lady Edmonds to attend this meeting of the parish council because of her special interest as owner of the manor.
Right, yeah.
And I'm sure we're all very glad to see her here today.
Thank you very much. I certainly want to help.
Well, there is the village as they hope it will be. You see, they expect to alter it a good deal. It's really a great pity. This is in so many ways a lovely village.
But need they spoil it? If they have to build, must they interfere with what we've got?
Apparently. Look here. There's Hovenant's farm.
Yes.
Now, you see what they want to do? There's a row of 20 new houses along the hedge, right in front of the farm, facing the green.
Oh, no, right upon Arvindon's. Oh, no, that's bad.
Mind you, they're not on agricultural land. They're filling in a gap. But the houses will be visible to the whole green. So let's hope they're attractive.
Judging by the plans, they're not.
If I wanted to build 20 houses, I'd choose a site near a partridge wood, where it's out of the way and no one would mind.
They're putting 50 there.
What?
And 25 bungalows there.
Oh, no.
Look, Gate and Woods.
Oh, where the blue bluebells are.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Crab. Them's the bluebell woods.
Oh, Mr. Gale, that'll spoil them.
Most of the houses will look back onto the wood, so they won't have enough light. In the end, I expect the wood will have to go.
Oh, that do be a downright shame.
Yes. They'll ruin the place. Take away our rural character and give us uniformity and built-up roads and traffic lights all over the green. And no litter signs and concrete lampposts and pavements, I suppose.
Yes, all along each side of the main road here. Oh, look, they're giving it a new name, the Broadway.
Are you sure, Bangy?
It's as plain enough here, my lady. That's where all the new shops will be. Next to the hall.
Shops? So many.
20, with space in front for cars.
Oh, do you think they'll have a new grocer's shop?
Don't worry, Mrs. Crab. I'm sure all your old customers will still come to your shop.
Oh, well, I don't know. It seems a bit hard. Of course, the shop is a bit of a muddle.
It's a very nice shop, isn't it, Mrs. Bagg?
Of course it is. And where should we all go for a bit of gossip?
There doesn't appear to be anything actually on the green except a new glass bus shelter.
But there is a shelter made of wood. Yes. Cool glass one wouldn't last 10 minutes. The boys will smash it up.
I shouldn't be surprised. But the main objection to the plan is the factory sites.
Factories?
Yes, look. A glue factory where the manor is.
Oh, no.
Yes, and 5 more sites to the north joined up by these wide roads.
And look what they call this black blob here. Power station.
They haven't actually invaded your area, but the glue factory isn't far away, and you have a new garage just here.
Right next to our orchard.
And look what they're going to do with the pond.
Well, where is it?
It was about here. But they filled it in.
The whole thing is absurd. The place won't be woodly at all. It'll be totally destroyed.
We've got to prevent the ministry going on with their plan.
Here. Well spoke, Mr. White.
It may be very difficult to prevent them. They have their ways and means. And they have something we lack. Power. Yes, I'm sorry to be pessimistic.
Well, they certainly won't get me out of my house. I'm not moving for anyone. I'll open it as a guest house or refuge for old actors and actresses.
That's right, ma'am.
Think what the newspapers would make of that. Famous stage stars in danger of losing their last sanctuary. We might get Larry to give something. I shouldn't.
Look, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if the ministry is determined to take the manor, then they'll get it. Now, the only way we might succeed is by throwing them off the set. A subterfuge, a little deception.
Nothing dishonest.
No. But we must fight them with their own weapons if we can think hard. We must make everyone see how totally unsuitable Woodley is for this development.
That's right.
Bugs.
I beg your pardon.
Bugs. Low-lying water. The park's frightfully damp down by the east wall. They'll never be able to build there.
Oh, they'll drain it. We mustn't underestimate them.
No, I suppose not.
Oh, dear.
Look, why don't we form a deputation and go and see these frightful people in town? Beard them in their own den.
That's right. Good idea, my lady.
No, I don't believe it would work.
Yes, but
Look, they're quite accustomed to receiving protests from people who don't want to be thrown out of their homes. But they're too public-spirited to consider personal feelings or minority opinions.
Oh, varmint.
Yes, Michael, that is a possibility. Ours may be a minority point of view. Oughtn't we to find out what everyone else thinks?
Well, it isn't as if they plan to develop valuable farmland or affect anyone's livelihood. All they want to do, they'll say, is to bring our amenities up to date.
Oh, I'd give them amenities. How would they like it
Oh,
if...
now, Bangy, dear, shut up. Vicar, isn't there a council for the preservation of something or other?
Oh, is there now?
I believe there is. Now, we must find that out. But in any case, the ministry will overcome objections by proving that the new houses will offer more comfort, better sanitation, and so on.
What I can't see is why anyone wants a glue factory, a parade of shops and all that in this village of all places.
Yes, it is extraordinary, isn't it?
If it had been years ago when we first come here, well, might have been different. Might have cheered me up. Missing the Strand and Leicester Square like I did.
Oh, Bangy, dear, do shut up. That's got nothing to do with it.
What will the county council do?
Oh, they'll be overruled. And as a mere parish council, we won't stand a chance.
No.
I wish we had a lawyer living here.
Yes. Listen, all of you. Suppose I give an enormous party and invite them all down and we thrash it out. I've never yet failed to solve a problem over a glass of champagne.
Well, I fear they're not the champagne type, Lady.
Oh, well, Vicar.
Well, mushroom houses made of synthetic materials is what they want, and they don't mind where they put them.
Then they can put them somewhere else. They certainly won't build them on my land.
Ah, that's right.
Well, I suggest that we invite one of their representatives to come and tell us quite frankly what we're in for. Now, then then, if we can find a weakness in his argument, we might be able to prevent the scheme. By inviting one of the enemy into the camp, we have a chance to spot the chinks in his armor.
As soon as possible.
I suggest we draft a letter to the ministry.
We'll ask them to send someone down on Saturday. We can meet him here in the afternoon, and we could ask a few friends and neighbours to attend.
That's good.
That might strengthen our position.
What a good idea.
Let's get all the support we can. Mr. White, will you call on the Blessington Smythes? They aren't churchgoers. I wouldn't want to put them off.
Of course.
It's a pity Lord Northcliffe is dead. I could have persuaded him to give us support in all his newspapers.
That gives me an idea. Now, I know Willoughby Pope.
You mean the man who talks on the wireless?
Oh, yes, he's the one with the little beard. He's got a photo in the Radio Times, you remember?
Oh, yes, Maggie, he's so handsome.
Bob Hope's got no beard, my lady.
No, not Bob Hope. Willoughby Pope, Mr. Babe.
Oh, I see. Do you think he would do something about Woodley? Would he say what a pity it would be to spoil it?
No, what I thought was an introduction. He would give me an introduction to Lord Fleet, the proprietor of the Sunday Globe and all those other papers, and I might interest him.
Bangy and I read that personality column of his every Sunday, don't we, Bangy?
We wouldn't miss it for worlds.
An introduction from Willoughby Pope will go a long way.
Excellent, excellent. And you will do your best with Mr. Blessington Smythe, won't you?
I'll see if I can catch him in this afternoon.
Yes. Well, now, if you'd come round the table and look at the map.
Things look a bit brighter now.
Lord, what a ghastly house. Tudor Towers. What a name. Down. Good dog. Down. Oh! No, get off, you brute. No, stop.
Down, Rufus, down.
Oh,
Good dog. Come here. Stop it. I'm Blessington Smythe. I do hope my little dog didn't shake you up too much.
Little? He's enormous.
He's only a puppy. A Great Dane, you know. My wife's gone to Wayford in the sports car. What can I do for you? Come inside.
Well, my name is White. I've been asked by the parish council to come and see you.
I'm afraid I'm not a churchgoer.
Oh, it's nothing to do with the church. It's more a village matter. The fact is that we're faced with a delicate problem, and we're seeking the help of all the more important residents, and eventually everyone. At least we hope so.
What kind of help?
Active support.
Against what?
A government plan to make us into a satellite town, to build at least one factory, probably more, where the manor stands, and change Woodley from an attractive rural hamlet into a horrible suburban nightmare.
Ah, well. I once thought of buying the manor. Suppose I could have made quite a lot of dough selling it to the government for this scheme.
But surely you don't want the plan to go ahead.
Why not? Won't affect me. I mean, we can't see the village from here.
But now look here.
Well, if the place is developed, the value of our land will rise. This is quite a good property, and I own another bit of land across on the far side of the green. Blacksmith's place is on part of it. It might be quite a valuable site.
Well, Mr. Blessington Smythe, we had hoped that you would...
No. I mean, Woodley wants waking up. Everyone's asleep, living in the past. If my wife and I want to spot a razzmatazz...
Razzmatazz?
Excitement. Life, hitting the high spots, Oh, we have to go up to town. You can't expect everything to stay the same forever. You shouldn't want it to.
But they want to destroy the character of the village. Surely you came down here because you like living in the country.
No. My wife wanted to get away from her sister in Golders Green. I bought this place as an investment in the war. Saw at once how to convert it. It's quite nicely done, eh? I always liked the Tudor style. A lot of it in Golders Green. There were 3 old thatch cottages. You wouldn't have given a couple of 100 smackers for them. Of course, we had to move the old people out, and it took months to get it right. I can make a profit any time I sell.
Well, I suppose there's nothing more to say.
Rather fancy myself at contemporary, You should see the kitchen. We got the lot. It's all automatic. Dishwashers, fridges, deep freeze, glass polishers, floor scrubbers, cake mixers, all electric. Bang on.
So we can't hope for your support?
I'm afraid not. Be more than I dare.
Why?
Well, I'll let you into a secret.
I'm a director of a big cement firm. Now, if there's to be any building around here, we might get the order. Actually, I should thank you for telling me about the plans. We might not be too late to pull a few strings. Sorry, old man.
That's quite all right.
I suppose it'll be the new Ministry of Development that thought this up.
Yes, I think so.
Ivo Cockett, eh? He's the minister, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. He's a member of my club. Well, bye-bye, old man.
Bye-bye, Mr. Blessington Smythe.
Oh, darling, what a shame.
Yes, a dead loss, I'm afraid. That man's a savage. Oh, Lord, what a waste of time.
Perhaps Lord Thingamajig will be better. It was awfully nice of Willoughby Pope to give you an introduction.
Yes, he happens to be a helpful friend as well as an influential one, and it's a pretty rare combination.
Did he tell you anything about him?
Lord Fleet? Oh, yes. He's quite old now. He started in Fleet Street 40 or 50 years ago as a messenger boy. Among other things, he owns 2 Sunday and 2 daily papers, 4 women's mags, and something called the Aquarium News.
No, what's that?
A magazine for fish collectors. No, he is one. Willoughby told me that Old Fleet's collection of goldfish is the finest in the world. There are 20 large glass tanks. He sometimes pays £300 or £400 for a rare specimen.
Then I suppose he's entirely given up active service in Fleet Street.
Oh, no. I gather that all his editors live in terror of him. He tells them what line to take about politics and things. He does it on shortwave wireless from his house or his yacht.
Oh, good. Then he can tell the Sunday Globe and the others to come out with a walloping big attack on the horrible Minister of Development and all his beastly work.
Well, that's what we must try for, darling. It's a pity I know nothing whatever about goldfish. The wonderful heritage of our countryside, of our village. We don't want to be rushed into accepting what someone in Whitehall, however sincere, thinks is good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope I've given you a clear picture, Lord Fleet, of what they propose to do. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry if I've been a bit long-winded. Will you help us, Lord Fleet?
Well,
You do agree that to plonk down a glue factory of all things right in the middle of a lovely Surrey village is simply pointless vandalism.
Like exercise?
Very much. I live in the country, you know.
Of course. Where?
Woodley, in Surrey. The village I was telling you about.
Well, come and see my goldfish. Interested in goldfish?
Well...
Come along this way. I've built a special aquarium for them, where the indoor swimming pool used to be. 20 tanks, constant fresh water, aeration. I think you'll like it.
Really? It sounds wonderful.
Here we are. Secret entrance. Press button. Now. Come through.
Thank you.
Some collectors would give anything to get hold of my fish. Caught a fella scooping out eggs with a waterproof hat, putting them into a whiskey flask. Shot him out quick. Now, here's some of my favourites.
Oh, these magnifying glasses make the fishes look as big as sharks. I got quite a shock.
See 'em better big. Beauties, these telescope-eyed ones. Aye, truncated cone variety, see? Look at that one, for instance.
Yes.
Have to keep a proper balance in the tanks. Each one is exactly twice as long as it's deep.
I see.
These are the fantails over here. Mm-hmm. And these are the veil tails. More glamorous, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes.
These scaleless ones are very rare. Japanese shabunkins.
Really?
Aye. Do you know much about fish? I can't find staff these days. Had a man who let the temperature drop, and 2 of my most precious shabunkins nearly died. I had to sit up with them all night. Caught a chill they had.
Oh, what a shame.
Where'd you say you come from?
Woodley, in Surrey.
Thank you so much for coming to see me. I've enjoyed your visit enormously, most entertaining.
Oh, well,
sorry you can't stay to tea. Down that passage, yes. The butler will show you out. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lord Fleet.
Take down a message to all editors. I begin. The Ministry of Development is considering a plan to take over the village of Woodley in Surrey and enlarge it as a satellite town. The plan is still only in the blueprint stage. It may be resisted by local councils. Print nothing yet. Someone who was at school with Ivo Cockett, the Minister of Development, should interview him. We must support this scheme as consistent with my policy of looking forward, not back. Repeat, not back. Therefore, my instructions are that you will on no account favor the opinions of a man named Michael White, who may seek your support and sympathy. When the time comes, you will play him down as an out-of-date reactionary. Kindly ask Miss Beavis to send me another sack of number 6 goldfish food. The last consignment was damp. That is all, thank you. Message ends.
When I heard Mr. Bethington Smythe was going to pull my forge down, I offered to make him some iron gates for his garden. How long will they take you, he asked me. If I'd have told the truth, I'd have said, all the rest of my life, sir, if I starts tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Oh, Mr. Gale. You're just like a Mr. Stack I used to know. On the Halls, a comic he was. Jack Stack he was billed as.
Oh, really? Yes. Oh, it was something awful. I told him I'd done lots of wrought iron gates like that, only better. I'd never done no wrought iron gates in my life with naked women picking bananas all over them.
Ain't you, Mr. Gale? Ain't you?
No, I ain't so there. But what would you have done so as not to be turned out, eh? How long will they take you, Mr. Gale, he said. All the rest of my life, sir. This is the one job I'm going to spin out, Mrs. Bangs, month after month. The finest wrought iron gates in England there.
If you ever finish them.
Thanks, Bangs.
Call me Bangy, dear. All my friends do.
Oh, all right, Bangy. Wasn't it a good idea to ask the man from the ministry to come down?
Yes. At any rate, we'll know the worst, I suppose.
Lady Edmonds looks simply magnificent.
She's a ruddy marble, isn't she?
She certainly is.
She could go out in front and thrill 'em and keep 'em happy for 3 hours now, just the same as she ever did at the old Gaiety. Of course, bless her heart. It takes a bit longer to get it all on now.
Of course.
An hour in the bathroom she was this morning, from 11:30 to 12:30. Then there was a good half hour in front of our dressing room mirror. Then another half hour in front of the cheval. 3 boxes of powder, 2 different perfumes, 3 shades of rouge, 2 lipsticks, and then they were selecting the right shoes.
Oh.
We changed our mind about a dozen times. We got 53 pairs of shoes in that long white cupboard. Oh, and then the hat. Well, you can see for yourself. It's worth every penny of it.
Oh, yes, she's wonderful. And when you both drove up here to the village hall in that enormous old white motor car, well, I expected royalty to get out.
Lady Edmonds is a queen, dear. Poppy Primrose was the Gaiety girl. Her picture postcards sold in thousands 40 years ago. She was all the rage, with her lovely singing voice, oh, and that smile.
How lovely, Bangy, dear.
Oh.
We're very grateful to Mr. Spoon for coming down to explain exactly what the Ministry of Development plans to do in the village. Before asking him to speak, I would like to welcome 2 guests who, though not members of the parish council, have kindly consented to attend this preliminary meeting. We particularly welcome Lady Edmonds, who, as principal landowner in the district, is mainly affected by the proposed changes. Then we have Mrs. Bangs, whom we all know. Finally, we welcome Mr. Spoon from the Ministry of Development.
Before I begin, I would like to ensure that there are no members of the press here, that nothing that is discussed will be reported. Well, this is important during the early stages, and of course our meeting is quite informal. I take it this will be observed.
Oh, I think so. I don't imagine any of us has thought much about the press.
Good. Then if I may, with the aid of this map, I will outline briefly some of our proposals. We want, above all, to be fair to everyone, cause no unnecessary distress. We've examined the district carefully, and I believe that when the meeting is concluded, you will agree that the developments we propose will greatly benefit the local population. Now, before I start, are there any doubts which occur to any of you?
Have people been walking about the manor park making these plans?
Yes, we're essential.
Who gave them permission?
Well, I can't say offhand.
I can. No one did. Why didn't you ask first?
Well, do I understand that you have some interest in the park?
I
madam?
own it.
Then you are.
I am Lady Edmonds.
I see. Oh, well, Lady Edmonds, if you'll kindly listen, you will agree, I think, that you will benefit as much as anyone from our scheme. Naturally, you will receive adequate compensation.
I don't want compensation. I'm quite happy as I am.
If you'll pardon my saying so, Lady Edmonds, you're not putting the ground to good use. It isn't producing anything of value. It isn't, well, it isn't under cultivation.
Nonsense. It produces hay.
Hay? Well, that's hardly valuable from an agricultural point of view.
Easy to see you don't live in the country.
Please, Mr. Bates. I mean, you might be growing wheat or keeping cattle or sheep. Hay isn't essential to the national larder.
I understand on reliable authority that cows and horses eat my hay. I get a good price for it. If you think that providing food for cows and horses is unimportant agriculturally, I should say you'd better stick to Whitehall, Mr. Spoon.
And take his fork with him.
Come, Lady Edmonds, your real objection is that you don't want to leave your house. Well, that's only natural, but I put it to you, since you insist on bringing it into the discussion, that a single person living in a large mansion with 26 rooms...
28?
Well, 28, then. As I was saying...
31 if you count the bedrooms in the attic.
Thank you, Benny, dear. I mean 31.
Well, whatever it is.
Not at all. We must be accurate. It is essential to be accurate.
The naughty old thing.
Oh, darling.
Would it not be better to live in a small flat in London while your mansion benefits the whole community, not you alone?
Are you trying to tell me where to live?
Well, these things must be done for the benefit of everyone.
You sound like a red.
Not at all. I'm not red.
You want to move me out because you think an old woman shouldn't live in a big house. You're certainly a red.
I am not a red.
You forget that my husband's grandfather bought the place, that he worked hard for it, and that it was left to me. It isn't yours we're talking about, or the nation's, or something belonging to the government. It is my house, his and mine. I am happy here, but that is nothing to you and your associates.
I appreciate your point of view, Lady Edmonds, but the truth is that the house requires very considerable attention. It should either be kept up or come down.
I consider that a most impertinent remark. Have you ever been inside?
No, not actually inside.
And you never will while I'm there. You've been snooping around the outhouses, jumping to conclusions.
You will pardon me, but
Jumping to conclusions, because a tile or two is missing from the garage roof. Let me tell you that the house is perfect inside.
And that's a fact.
Oh, do shut up, Benny. No dry rot, no damp. They built to last in those days. None of your modern jerry building. Nothing you build via scheme could ever be as distinguished, as beautiful and historic as Woodley Manor.
Here, here. It's a delightful house.
It's maddening, absolutely maddening to think of its being pulled down.
I wonder if I might say a few words.
Yes, of course, Mr. White.
Naturally, by all means.
Well, I don't know whether your ministry has taken this factor into consideration. We regard living in rural houses and cottages as a privilege more important than the latest luxury provided by a modern block of flats. It's our land, our children's countryside. I doubt if anyone here is convinced that Woodley needs to expand.
If we can't pull down the old and we mustn't encroach on nature, where are we going to build the new towns and put the atomic generating stations?
Why not put them in industrial areas?
And why put a glue factory in a Surrey village?
Yes.
We urgently need a modern glue plant to provide gum for the increasing number of government envelopes. It'll be a great economy. We've chosen this site because the workers can live in the new houses, which will be government-controlled.
Isn't a glue factory frightfully smelly?
We are wasting time. You don't seem to realize, any of you, that I'm not going to allow any building or development as far as my land is concerned. From what I hear, there are far too many government envelopes already. Perhaps a little less glue.
That man yesterday, I don't like being called a handful of reactionary people.
Ah, well, poor fellow. I suppose that according to his lights...
It's his liver he'd have to worry about if I had anything to do with it. Oh, I beg your pardon, Vicar. Spoon, indeed. Cool, there's a silly name.
Yes, I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of him. He's bringing down some assistants of his on Saturday week to what he calls finalize the whole thing.
Oh, it's too much.
We must do something. We ought to have a counterplan.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Could we hold a protest meeting?
You mean banners and posters and a petition?
Yes. I don't think we need actually shout in the House of Lords.
I'd show 'em.
What would you do, Mrs. Banks?
Me? I'd do the same as if it was April Fool's Day.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, make idiots of them, show 'em up. Wouldn't let 'em get near the place, keep 'em away.
But how?
Yes, how?
Oh, there's ways and means. Someone might meet the train and make sure they go somewhere else. Young Jenner could take that old green bus.
I'd drive them all over the place. Hers got solid tires.
Yes, but if we did keep them away or make them look foolish, we would only be putting off the evil day.
Well, then there's notices.
Notices?
Yes. Smallpox, keep out. Atomic bomb store, strictly private.
How about foot and mouth?
Or foul pest, beware, like we had last year.
Oh, that's the idea. Put notes all over the place.
Mr. Bain, could you look at this map over here?
Righto, Mr. White.
Well, dearie, so our ladyship came to tea with you, eh?
Oh, yes, Bangy, darling. You were perfectly right. She's a sweet old thing.
Hmm.
Admired everything we've done to the cottage.
Pink paint on the stairs?
Yes. And she could hardly believe we hadn't got electricity or drains.
How did the walnut cake go?
Bangy, darling, it was just as you said. She simply dug into it.
And did you talk of buying the cottage?
Well, sort of. It depends on what she wants for it and what a building society would give on a mortgage.
Well, then you think we can get volunteers, Mr.
Ah,
Bain?
Lord love you, Mr. White, we'll have too many.
Well, at any rate, they'll all have to be sworn to secrecy.
Ah, of course.
From something Lady Edmonds said to me, I gathered she had a plan of her own. She didn't say what it was exactly.
She gets a lot of wonderful ideas. They work a treat in a play, but...
I wish I could have seen her at the Gaiety.
In the lead in the dancing teacher.
Yes.
Ah, that was something, I can tell you. You'd never have forgotten it.
Bangy, dear. It certainly is marvelously funny. Where are they now?
They're sitting on a seat on one side of the green, looking absolutely wore out. That Mr. Spoon, two other men from Whitehall, and a thin, bossy-looking woman. They arrived at Cranley Station a little after 12, and it were raining cats and dogs.
Dear, dear. Yes, so it was. And what did they do?
Well, you see, young Jenner, he took that old green bus what's been standing in the stables at Bramley. How he ever managed to make it go is a miracle. Ain't been on the road for 15 years.
Really? It must be pretty dirty, I should think.
Dirty? It's had hens living in it for ever so long. Cool, the smell. And bumpy isn't the word. You know, spring's all gone. Young Jenner said he waited in the lane outside Cranley Station, and anyone for Woodley, he shouts as soon as they come off the train. Well, as it was pouring down, I was mighty glad to see a bus.
Yes, I suppose
You know,
so.
he drove miles and miles and miles, right over to Rudgwick and Slinford. Took the best part of an hour. Then back all round the lanes, through Baynard's Green and Winford, blowing on that old bullboon. And the rain pouring down. And that Spoon keeps shouting something about they're going the wrong way and telling him to stop. But he takes no notice. Then he stops very sudden-like up near Farley Mill. And they all scuttles away like they was frightened.
Oh, I don't wonder.
Well, then Michael, well, that is Mr. White.
Oh, a nice boy, I thought. Good profile.
Well, along he comes in that business car and gives Mr. Spoon his knives and forks another lift. And what do you think happened?
Oh, I'd believe anything.
They come round a corner in that very narrow lane beyond Valley Farm. And what should they see but a great big A-wagon stuck there with a wheel come off.
So they couldn't get by.
No. But you can see Woodley Church Tower from there across the fields. So Mr. White told them the best thing was to walk. Not more than a mile.
But isn't it all marshy and soggy?
Oh, I should say so. Sinking half up your calf, filthy.
Poor things. Oh, my heart bleeds for them.
You know, Mr. Bain told me it was as much as they could do to get that wheel off the wagon.
I suppose they didn't get lost again.
Well, you suppose wrong, then. In the next field, they come on the notices. Danger, out of bounds, foot and mouth. So they goes to the left, and there's another. Keep out, foul pest.
Oh, Baggy, stop, I can't.
Oh, Mr. Gale had written them beautiful with big black letters, and he spelt it F-O-U-L.
Bless his
They
heart.
put them all around everywhere, and what with barbed wire and padlocks and all the gates, oh, it was as good as the war.
How on earth did they get through?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but it cleared up about 4:30, and there they are on that seat of the green. I've never seen people in such a state, absolutely done in.
Well, Bangy, dear, foul pests they certainly are. And perhaps they do realize they're not welcome in Woodley. Oh, it must have been such fun spoofing them. But you know, it won't prevent them doing what they mean to.
No, I suppose not.
All the same, Bangy, dear, you're not to worry. Everything's going to be all right. I promise you. I have a plan that can't fail.
Oh? Was that what you fixed up with that lawyer chap who came over on Wednesday?
Partly.
Does he think your plan will really work?
He doesn't know what it is.
Well, then what?
And I'm not going to discuss it with anyone, not even you, Bangy, darling. It's a little private plan of my very own. Life hasn't been much fun since
Sir Benjamin died?
Ah, Bangy, my dear old friend. We've been together a very long time, and I'm truly grateful for all your kindness. Half a lifetime of love and kindness, Bangy, dear, but, well, it's been lonely since he died.
I know.
Remember when we came to Woodley first? Must be nearly 40 years ago. Do you remember all the parties we had? His friends from London who stayed. Eva Maud and Alec Taylor.
And that stupid Lord Coote.
And that stupid Lord Coote. Died so long ago before the war. Oh, the tennis and the croquet.
Oh, and you looked lovely on an horse.
Oh, the costume was all right, but I never really liked riding.
What I shall never forget are shows like The Gramophone Girl and Little Miss Courtney. That number of yours in Act 3, you in your motor car.
Oh, yes. You in your motor car as the sun was setting. Da-dum, da-dum, pa-pum, as the... oh, no. Those aren't the words. Oh, I'm tired, Bangy. You buzz off to the village again. I'll have a rest. Everything will be all right tomorrow. I'll give them a lesson. Pull down my house, wouldn't they? Benji's house. Damn their eyes. Yes. These shoes. They're exactly right with this dress. What's the time? 6 o'clock. No one will be about for another 2 hours. Ah. That's better. Now, how do I look? Yes, this is the right dress. Now, the yellow hat. That's right. And, yes, I think my diamond earrings. Oh, yes, and the long pearl necklace. Now, what else? I know. The little mink coat. Yes. And white gloves. Well, Puppy Primrose, this is your farewell performance. And it's going to be something no one will ever forget. Come now, my girl. There's the cue for your entrance. Ah, a parasol. Here goes. Oh, it's a lovely day. thank God. I couldn't have borne it if it had been raining. Oh, the flowers. Pity we didn't have a child. Or is it? Weeds everywhere. Oh, come on, my girl. Never get round the park at this rate. The lawn. Oh, what a lawn. The grass must be 2 feet high if it's an inch. What's this? A croquet ball. Oh, look at that, half rotted away. Up there on the terrace when we had a party down from town, we used to sit under colored umbrellas on summer evenings drinking bubbly. Oh, it was fun. How we used to laugh. Now, right round the wall to the summer house. And the stables, through the kitchen, garden, under the oak tree to the lodge, and then back. Take about half an hour. Oh, the heat. It's cold. Must get up to the... Must get to the top of the stairs. They're absolutely quiet out in front. Not a sound, not a cough. I've got them spellbound. The music begins now, just as I reach the gates of the palace and turn and... Now! The darlings! Oh, the darlings! Ladies and gentlemen, this is the happiest day of my... Lord, whatever's... Oh, my dearie. Oh, my dearie dear. What happened to you? What have you been doing?
There you are, Mr. Gale. Quarter of sugar, half a bacon, and a tin of sardines. Is that all?
Yes, thank you. I were just saying as it must have been a rare shock finding a ladyship like that.
Oh, yes, indeed, poor old lady.
And poor old Mrs. Bangs.
Oh, my, yes, poor Mrs. Bangs, and I was so fond of her, too. Like mother and daughter they were.
More like sisters. They were about the same age.
Ah, well, Mr. White, they do tell me that the old lady has sent you and Mrs. White a little keepsake to remember her by.
That's right, Mrs. Crabbe.
Some folks thinks that she went a bit queer in the end, towards the end.
Oh. Well, if she did, it was a very nice kind of dottiness, bless her heart.
Such a wonderful thing to do. To give a couple of strangers like us a lovely cottage and money to do it up with.
And something to me for a fridge. Oh, that must have been dear Mrs. Bangs, I'm sure.
Yes, but where you put it, Ma? Hey, upstairs on your bed? There's no room in the shop for certain.
Oh, well, now.
The lawyer told us that Lady Edmonds has left that meadow over there to the school for a playing field.
Yes, and a new hall and changing rooms with showers.
Yes. Oh, finding her ladyship so sudden like that, so early in the morning, all dressed up to the nines. Oh.
Bangy thinks she had one of her attacks.
Yes, but...
Well, her heart was very bad, apparently.
Harold Bain was saying down at the Plough last evening, he was saying as it were queer her dying so soon after making her will.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. People often do, the lawyer said, as if they'd sort of known. All the same, it is rather queer about the main bequest.
How do you mean, Mr. White?
Well, haven't you heard?
No.
She left the manor house and most of the estate to Ivo Cockett.
Well, how come that's queer? I expect he's a cousin of hers, or maybe her nevy?
Oh, no. He's no relation.
Oh, who is he, Mrs. White?
He's the Minister of Development.
Oh, really?
What'll he do with it?
Cut it up, I suppose. Development begins at home, just like anything else.
Well, she was a decent old girl, but she does seem to have sold us down the river all right. What can have made her do it?
Well, you never know, do you, sir?
And this is, I fancy, the breakfast room. No, I think it's called the small blue parlour.
Yes? Well, very pretty room, eh? I suppose it is what you could call small in a house of this size.
Yes, Minister. And through here is, I presume, the billiard room. And this is the terrace. I suppose that was the garden down there once upon a time.
Yes. Bellman, you're a clot. An absolute clot.
I'm very sorry, Minister. I had no idea she would leave the place to you.
Quite irrelevant. It has nothing to do with it. But it's obviously not a suitable place for a development area. Not a village like this. Didn't you look at it first?
Several times. I thought it was what we needed. A big park not used for agriculture. The house going to needing attention. All the usual services within easy reach of Wayford.
You sound like an estate agent. Well, now we must start all over again. Find a new project before the other ministers think we're doing nothing. I only hope they don't hear of this fiasco. Remind me to ring up Lord Fleet when I get back. He'll keep it out of the papers.
So many weeks of work. So many files, letters, documents, plans, and so forth. The contractors will be furious. I suppose there's absolutely no hope of going ahead? Not even if we modify the plan?
What? Pull down my house? You must be crazy. Just think what the opposition would make of that in the House. I'd have to resign. I'd probably lose my seat into the bargain. They'd say I was making money out of the scheme. And so I should be. Anywhere else you can put your glue factory. Anywhere you like in the whole of the United Kingdom. But not in Woodley. Not in my village.
Yes.
Whatever made you choose this site, anyway? That idiot, what's his name, Spoon?
I'm not sure.
Well, the fellow's a clot. An absolute clot. What is he good at besides chess? Getting ministers the sack, I suppose. Imagine what the headlines would look like. Cockett sells own home for development. Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about. Spoon had better return to his old job. Where did he come from?
Fisheries.
Then throw him back if they'll have him. Who selected him?
I'm afraid I did.
If this is his idea of planning a development area on land, then he'd certainly better return to the Ministry of Fisheries. Anyway, why wasn't I presented with the plan at a much earlier stage?
We didn't want to.
Well, it doesn't matter. I caught it in time. When it's all over, Bellman, you must bring your wife down for a weekend.
Oh, thank you very much. Then you'll definitely live here?
Of course. Why not?
Yes, I see. Did you know her well? Lady Edmonds.
Not what one would call really well.
Yes. And the solicitor told me that Lady Edmonds had never set eyes on Mr. Cockett in her life. Never even heard of him. She simply wanted to leave the manor and estate and £40,000 to the Minister of Development. Whoever he might be.
That was Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens. adapted for radio by Lance Seaveking from the novel by John Montgomery. The cast was as follows: Mary White, Eva Haddon; Old Mrs. Crabbe, Mary O'Farrell; Mrs. Bangs, Vi Stevens; Michael White, Dennis Hawthorne; Lady Edmonds, Barbara Cooper; the Vicar, Rolf Lefevre; Ivo Cockett, Eric Anderson; Alec Bellman, Derek Blomfield; Hugo Spoon, Preston Lockwood; Old Mr. Gale, Peter Clawton; Landlord, Peter Pratt; Harold Bain, Lee Crotchley; Young Jenner, Andrew Irvine; Blessington Smythe, Anthony Hall; Lord Fleet, Arthur Gomez. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
So Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Mr. Voltaire who said that if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. And through the ages, this is what mankind has been doing. Since the dim and distant beginnings of the human race, the gods have come and gone. And each civilization, every society, donates another deity to the ever-expanding pantheon. Or are they all merely extensions of the same one?
You have been summoned here for a computer readout.
Yes, I know.
The computer has decided that you are now divorced.
Divorced? Oh, but I love my wife.
That is irrelevant.
And she loves me.
That is immaterial. It is not in the best interests of the social order for you to remain married.
But why?
The computer is not required to explain.
Our mystery drama, The God Machine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout history, there's always been the quest. The quest for what? Well, the quest for the secret. What secret? Once again, which particular secret do you wish to know? The secret of certainty? The secret of success? The secret of wealth, power, immortality? Thousands of years ago, magicians would sacrifice a cow and claim to read the secret in a study of the entrails. We call that superstition. Today, when we wish to ascertain the secret, we send out people with clipboards who ask foolish questions. We call that research. That's the way it goes. Our story takes place at a time in the future.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You seem nervous.
Well, yes, I guess I am.
Why?
Well, why not? At a time like this.
What is there about a time like this to create what appears to be a state of emotional imbalance?
Oh, I'm balanced. I'm perfectly balanced. Absolutely symmetrical. It's just,
Yes?
Well, nobody exactly looks forward to computer readout time, do they?
Why not?
It's just you never can tell what the computer has decided. It's sort of like learning your fate.
Fate. That's an archaic word.
I'm sorry.
An unfortunate word.
Well, I certainly didn't mean...
A word which, if stated in seriousness, would indicate a definite need for readjustment.
Well, sometimes a word just pops out.
The word fate belongs to the obsolete societies of the barbaric past.
I agree completely.
At this time, as your district programmer, I have summoned you here to inform you of the results of your latest computer readout. Thomas Y, 130546, you have just been married.
Married? I am married?
Yes. It is estimated that in 30 years we shall require an increase in mathematicians. Genetic Headquarters has therefore conducted an analysis of DNA and chromosome factors. Among others, it has been determined that a marriage between you, Thomas Y, 130-546, and Emma K, 998-727, shall produce offspring who will become master mathematicians.
I am married?
Yes. The legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? But that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
Look, I'm very happy with what I'm doing now.
The computer has determined that you should be even happier in your new mission. That is, unless, of course, you are out of adjustment.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly adjusted.
Then let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thomas.
Oh, it's you, Paul.
You're not even ready. You have to be at the port within the hour.
Paul, what if I refuse to go?
What if you refuse to... Thomas!
What if I refuse?
We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
If I can't talk about a thing like this to my brother, to whom can I talk?
To nobody.
You know what they did to me, don't you?
And don't use that word.
Which word?
They. There is no they.
No?
No. There's an us, a we. And each of our actions is governed and guided by the wisdom and the experience of all of us.
They want me to get married.
There's that they again.
They ordered me to get married.
For our own, for your own, and for society's good.
How do I know I'll love this girl?
Love? Your problem is those archaic books. Now just keep talking and thinking like those ancient authors. And I can't see how in the world you can hope to avoid readjustment. You know what happens to you there, don't you?
Suppose I won't be able to love her.
Love? Just listen to me.
You've been married for 5 years. Do you love Dorothy?
I like Dorothy.
It's not the same thing.
That's just the point. What is love?
Love? Why, love is... Well, it can't really be defined. It's an intense and overwhelming feeling.
You could also be describing a fever, which is exactly what love is. A fever of unknown origin. A fever of unknown duration. A devastating fever that strikes at random, without warning, reason, or rhyme. It's based on emotion, on passion.
That's all right.
But it isn't all right. It's not enough of a foundation for a lasting relationship between a man and a woman. It's too chancy for the genetic improvement of the human race.
I want the right to choose my own mate.
But you have chosen her. Your chromosomes and genes have chosen her. Your nerve endings and impulses have chosen her. Your entire psychic anatomy has chosen her, just as she has chosen you.
No, you don't know what I mean.
But I do. You would prefer to make this most vital decision on the basis of what? A momentary mood? A passing fancy? A transient emotion?
However it works out, it's my own business, isn't it?
No. It's our business. Society's business. You are part of the world. You will send children into the world. Well, in any event, Thomas, there's nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
No.
Hello? I'm Emma.
I'm Thomas.
Yes.
Well, I see you got here to the house first.
Yes, but I didn't have far to go. I live... that is, I used to live in the valley.
Well, you're a K998. I used to know some 998s over in Southfield.
That is, I'm -727. I have no relatives in this part of the country.
Oh. Well, do you like the house?
Yes, it's all right. Did you want to look around?
Oh, I don't know. Later, I guess.
So, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You aren't at all what I pictured.
What did you picture?
Oh, some very serious-looking person.
Oh, why?
Well, we're supposed to...
We're supposed to what?
Oh, I hate to say that word, but... Well, how else can I put it? We're supposed to breed mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't look very much like a mathematician to me either.
I don't know the first thing about mathematics.
Neither do I.
Then how do they expect us to have children who do?
Well, as I understand it, we don't have to know anything, but our genes do.
I see.
Now, you know how it is. The genes, they sort of mix and match, and one thing and another.
I suppose it all comes out the way it's supposed to.
Probably. Well, I must say, they did fix the place up very nicely.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Are there any entertainments in town that you know of?
I haven't seen any schedules, but, well, we couldn't go anyhow.
Why not?
Because we have a personal schedule.
Oh?
Yes, it was delivered to me as soon as I got here. I read it, and I had to sign it. You will have to sign it, too.
Well, what does it say?
Oh, you'd better read it.
All right. The newly married couple, Thomas and Emma, will spend all evenings at home until they've created evidence that the purpose of their marriage has been fulfilled.
The officer who delivered this said that the need for mathematicians is, well, becoming acute.
Yeah, that's what they predict.
Do you mind if we have some music?
But you don't have to ask. It's your house, too.
I always like to listen to music.
So do I.
I brought my tapes. Well, look at this machine we have here.
Oh, see what it says? A wedding gift from the computer district.
Well, who says the computer doesn't have a heart? I'll just set it in, and now we push this button.
You like this? You go for this?
Shall yes.
Oh, me too.
You're joking.
No, I love it.
Well, listen to what else I've got on here. A waltz.
By Johann Strauss.
The Elder.
What else have you got here?
I've got Stravinsky and George Gershwin and Gustav Mahler.
Then you must be an archaic.
Yes, I am. Can create an absolutely perfect world.
Of course it can. And seemingly, it has brought together two people of similar temperament and taste. So why shouldn't this marriage be a most happy success? Why? Well, for one very good reason. We are only just past the first act. And besides, how can you have a Garden of Eden without a serpent? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
I'm Susan Anton.
Mr. Charles Darwin once said, and I quote, "I believe that man, in the distant future, will be a far more perfect creature than he is now." He said that at least 100 years ago, if not more. Therefore, to him, we would be the creatures of the future. I wouldn't say we're more perfect than the people in his time, and the folks in our story who are living, say, 1,000 years from now do not appear to be any more perfect than we are. Besides, what is perfection?
Are you happy, Emma?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know it was possible ever to be happy. It was something you were supposed to hope for, to strive for.
You're not even supposed to use the word.
Oh, I forgot.
Happy is something neurotic, dangerous. It can warp the personality. You know the word they want us to use.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted.
Adjusted.
When the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game.
Don't tell me. You know, I don't think I ever heard that one before.
Grantland Rice.
You really know your archaic.
No, he was a sports writer.
That's right. They used to have people who wrote about sports. Well, you're going back 1,000 years.
At least. What I wouldn't give to see a professional football game or a baseball.
That's all been outlawed.
I don't understand why.
I do. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. After all, there's an imbalance in a society where an athlete will be paid more than a research scientist.
Well, you've got to hand it to the computer. It picked out two kooks like us and brought us together. Do you think they just wanted to get us out of the way?
No. They brought us together to produce mathematicians.
Well, no one can say we're not trying.
A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and a vow. Do you know who wrote that?
I give up.
It was written by Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, how would you like to live in a tent?
Oh, all I would need is for someone to see it. I'd be packed in for readjustment.
Emma, when did I last tell you that I loved you?
About half an hour ago, I think. Are you beginning to take me for granted?
When the children come along...
Yes?
Are we going to do what everyone else does? Are we going to let them take the kids away from us? Well, will we?
They're not actually taking the children away.
No?
They're just putting them into the nursery.
That's not taking them away?
Well, they can take better care of them than we could.
Well, that's not the point. They're our kids.
They'll still be our kids. We'll visit them.
It's not the same. Wouldn't you really like to watch your kid while he grows up? Be the one to feed him and clothe him and teach him things? I mean, isn't that the natural way to do it?
There's just no way we could ever hope to do that.
Well, maybe we could figure something out.
Never.
We've got to.
Oh, look at us. Having an argument on how to raise a child that isn't even born yet. Would you like some music?
Exactly what I had in mind. To think. There was a time when people could listen to music like this in public.
I know.
Why? What have they got against this music? I mean, okay, the books. Maybe they could object to the ideas, but music?
Well, the way it was explained to me, music represents the spirit of an era. And in the music of the past is all the restlessness and the conflicts and the neuroses.
Well, I think everybody today is crazy. Except you and me.
Thomas.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here?
Well, I have to report to the district programmer.
Why?
I was told there was another computer readout.
Well, I don't see how it can be anything serious.
No, neither do I.
Well, tell me, how are things?
The word is perfection.
Well, now.
Absolute perfection.
Well, aren't you the one who said, I want the right to choose my own mate?
I have said a lot of stupid things in my life.
I hate to say I told you so.
No, say it. I deserve it. Only the computer can match people perfectly. Now I know what true happiness... I beg your pardon. What true adjustment is.
Well, you're finally growing up. I can just tell from now on, everything's going to be all right.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
As your district programmer, I have summoned you here at this time to inform you that you have just been divorced.
Divorced?
The legal documentation has already been stored.
Divorced? But I don't understand.
Under the circumstances, you are entitled to an explanation.
Wait a minute.
There has been an error.
An error? The computer makes an error? How?
The computer never makes an error. A grade 7 technician made an error in transcription.
Well, he had no right to make an error.
He is being readjusted.
Readjusted? Well, just because he made a little mistake? I mean, that's a terrible thing to do to a person.
A therapeutic and necessary thing.
Look, talking about my divorce...
There is nothing to talk about. It has already been accomplished.
You can't do this to me and to Emma.
But we must. There has been a computer error.
It doesn't matter. You see, it all worked. Emma and I, we're supremely happy.
Happy?
I mean, we're in love.
Love?
We're We're in perfect symmetry.
You can't be.
Oh, please, believe me.
I can only believe what the computer tells me, and when the two of you are placed into it, you simply do not balance.
But we're in... We get along very well.
It won't work.
It's working now.
It won't last.
How do you know?
The computer knows.
How?
The attraction between you is not based on qualities of durable nature. Besides, you will not produce mathematicians. Well, aren't you going to thank me?
Thank you. For what?
As a well-adjusted citizen, you should thank me for rectifying what could have been the crucial mistake of your life.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a million. Emma.
Thomas, what are you doing here?
You know about it?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing. Please, Thomas.
But it won't do any good if you don't appeal with me.
But I'm scared, Thomas. I'm so frightened.
Emma, we have to do it.
How do you do?
Who are you?
Well, I might ask you that question. However, I am Walter V278-664. I assume I'm in the presence of my newly married companion, Emma K998-727.
I'm afraid.
Ah, here we are. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? You know, Emma, I could listen to this day and night. Don't you just love it?
Thomas, don't go. Don't leave me. Yes, we will appeal. Right now. Now, let us appeal.
Music, it has been said, can soothe the savage breast. Taking the opposite tack, it can also inflame the civilized heart. And so, now we learn about another facet of this futuristic society. There is an appeal procedure. But is it like the situation that is all too familiar in our time, the one that's known as Fighting City Hall? This shall be clarified shortly in Act 3. Certain things never seem to change, and one of them is the triangle. Not the geometric triangle of Euclid, but the human triangle. 2 men and 1 woman, or 2 women and 1 man. The geometric triangles can always be neatly solved. That is because mathematics follows precise and rigid rules. Human triangles, on the other hand, defy analysis, resist definition, and evade solution.
What are you saying, Emma?
I said, Thomas and I must appeal.
I can't believe you.
Why can't you believe her?
You mean you'll risk readjustment?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love Thomas.
You love Thomas? Well, now, there's an unbalanced statement if I ever heard one. Well, don't worry. I'm not an informer.
Well, actually, you do seem like a really nice person, Walter. Aside from your grotesque taste in music, it's a pity you have to be the one in the middle.
Why do I have to be the one in the middle?
Why?
Well, for that matter, why does anyone have to be in the middle? Believe me, the whole business isn't worth risking readjustment.
You keep saying that.
It's true.
We're in love, but you couldn't understand that.
I sincerely hope I never understand what love is or feels like. I want nothing to do with it. I said it before. There's no reason why we all can't be friends. I like Emma, sure, but I like quite a few other girls, too.
Just a minute. Are you implying what I think? Are you saying that you and I should share, Emma?
Share? Now, that should be the greatest of all archaic words.
Just answer the question.
The answer should be self-evident.
I refuse to share Emma with anybody.
How can you be so selfish? Do you realize what an antisocial attitude you have? Suppose everyone felt that way about their married companion. We'd have violence in every street, in every home.
But just a moment. I should have something to say about this.
I was waiting for you to interject something reasonable and sensible, Emma.
I only want 1 man.
I really think the 2 of you deserve each other. You may only want 1 man, Emma, but society requires you to have more.
Then society is wrong.
Genetically, society is right. It's the only way to bring the proper children into the world.
Emma and I want our own children.
Children are never your own.
We're going around and around.
I'm only saying, be sensible. I happen to know an archaic phrase or 2 myself. And you recall the one that applies here? Don't make waves.
You wish to request an appeal?
Yes.
Have you thought about it?
Yes.
Carefully?
We are determined.
It is my duty as your district programmer to warn you of the implications of this act.
We're already aware of them.
You have filled out the necessary forms?
Yes, and we wish to present them here officially.
The law provides for a 20-day cooling-off period.
That isn't necessary. We know our mind.
Nevertheless, it must be followed. Your request for appeal is now tentatively acknowledged.
Tentatively?
At the end of this period, if you are still determined to go through with this procedure, you will report to the chief programmer. Otherwise, your request will be null and void.
We'll be there. Please, Paul, don't try to talk me out of it.
Listen to me.
I'll listen, and you'll say one thing, and I'll say another, and we'll go round and round.
Do you want to die? That's what readjustment is. You know that? Everything you are, everything you want to be, everything you hold so important is taken out of you. You're just a shell.
Now I know what you meant when I asked you if you loved Dorothy. And you said, I like her. Do you like her the way Walter likes Emma?
I suppose so.
Well, then who do you love?
Love?
Yes, love. You have to love someone, even if it's in secret. Who is she?
Is that important?
I don't care about her name. I don't even want to know her. But she exists, doesn't she, Paul? Well?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, listen to that. And who was carrying on about love just a little while ago? Who was saying love was a fever?
It is. It's a disease.
How can you say that?
I didn't want you to catch it.
Why not?
Because you couldn't handle it.
What gives you the right to say that?
Well, look at you. Can you handle it? You're actually going to appeal on account of it. Why can't you just accept love the way it is? Why must you force it to destroy you?
I can't help it. I can't think of her with another man.
But Thomas, this is what destroyed the ancient worlds. Passion. Blind, overwhelming passion. Uncontrolled emotion.
Don't lecture me.
People could be driven to kill. Now confess, don't you want to kill Walter? You see? You're afraid to answer. Is that what you want us to go back to?
But what we're doing, it isn't natural.
Who says so?
No one feels anything. No one really lives.
I also know one or two archaic sayings, Thomas. For instance, moderation in all things.
Yes, moderation, of course. But it has to be the moderation that I adopt for myself. It can't be the moderation that's forced on me.
You're really going to appeal, aren't you?
Yes.
You're actually going to fight the computer.
Yes. After all, what is the computer anyhow? God?
Of course. You mean you didn't know that?
We only have 15 more days. Do you want to change your mind?
We're going to lose.
I know.
Do you know why?
Because you can't fight the computer.
And do you know why? Because the computer is God.
God?
I never thought about it until my brother said it a little while ago. He laughed. I'm sure he thinks it's a joke. But it's true. The computer is God.
But
what was God to the ancients? Something or someone infallible, omnipotent?
But the computer, it's something that we make.
All peoples make their own gods.
Well, even if that's true, how does it help us?
What we make, we can also destroy.
How can we destroy the computer?
Easily. Blow it up.
What are you saying?
And then the world can start all over again.
Blow up the computer?
Why not?
But you know what they'll do to us.
Who?
The government. But everybody.
Well, maybe.
But how can you say maybe? It's a fact.
No, I've learned something. I learned that most people live by fooling the computer, by finding ways to get around it, by paying lip service to it.
Well, how does that help anything?
We'll be doing a service to humanity. We'll be saying, look, you don't have to pretend anymore. You can live honestly, freely. You can be true to your feelings, your emotions. The people won't allow the government to readjust us. We're going to start a revolution.
Thomas, do you believe that?
Don't you?
I don't know.
Then believe me, I'm right. I know I'm right.
Suppose there are guards.
Guards? Why?
This is the main computer bank, and, well...
Oh, God isn't protected by guards, but by awe, by fear.
Please, be careful, Thomas.
No, don't worry. This is a very stable explosive. It can't go off until we're ready. Now, it's through that door.
But what if it's locked?
Why should it be locked?
We're going to do it. We're actually going to do it. I can hardly believe it.
Here. See? It's open.
Look.
Yes. Look.
All those banks and banks and rows of computers.
That's God. That's God deciding on the movement of everybody in the entire world. That's God controlling every thought, every act. Well, we're going to get rid of that idea. And we're going to think and act for ourselves.
Thomas.
What is it?
I was just wondering...
If you're starting to doubt, you can get out of it now.
No. I'm only wondering if people will really want to think and act for themselves. Or do they want it all decided for them?
I am the captain of my soul. I am the master of my fate.
But, Thomas, that's just poetry.
Just poetry? Isn't poetry something to live by?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever doubted.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's do it.
Now we have to wire each row of these...
Oh! What's that, Thomas? They did attempt to destroy the main computer bank. Since they are obviously too unbalanced, too unsymmetrical to speak in their own defense, who does appear for them?
With your permission, I am brother to Thomas and brother-in-law to Emma.
And what have you to say?
The fault is not with these two immature people. It lies with the archaic books and tapes. Their minds have been confused by the neuroses of ancient writers, philosophers, and poets. Thus, they were driven to this. Yes, it is a most serious crime, but readjustment is a most serious punishment.
Readjustment is not a punishment. It is a therapy.
It is a most drastic therapy. May I suggest an extended period of re-education and retraining under more benign circumstances? Let us replace their subversive and destructive ideas by study and analysis, rather than by the searing trauma of electric shock. I have made my statement.
Thank you for your efforts to secure justice. This office has taken all possible factors into consideration. A study of both the accused reveals that there is no hope in milder attempts to balance. The asymmetry is so pronounced that it may only be corrected by total readjustment.
No! I do believe we have a visitor, Emma.
A visitor?
Oh, it's Thomas.
Thomas?
Sit down, Thomas. Let me turn this thing off. I must say, you're looking good.
Thank you, Walter. Hello, Emma.
How are you, Thomas?
Well, what can we do for you?
I was just out walking. I'm married now.
Yes, we heard.
We're supposed to produce marine biologists.
Well, it's the coming field, I understand. Well, why don't you bring her over sometime?
She's very busy. I hardly get to see her myself.
Well, that's the way it goes. I understand. Oh, Emma, my dear, I have an appointment.
Are you leaving?
It won't be for long. And besides, Thomas will keep you company. Why did you have to rock the boat? Well, I'll see you later.
What did he mean by that? Rock the boat?
I don't know.
Thomas, do I know you?
I think we know each other, but I'm not sure. There are things I simply can't remember anymore.
Yes. I feel that way, too.
Sometimes my head hurts.
Mine does, too.
And I get the feeling that I'm being punished, but I can't seem to remember why.
Neither can I.
If only I could remember why I'm being punished. If only.
And yet, in a way, he's lucky. In many societies, his crime would have received a far more drastic punishment. The moral of our story? We hesitate to offer one, except, perhaps, that if you want to save the world, you better make sure that the world thinks it's in danger to begin with. I shall return shortly. We began our little session with a discussion of the basic similarities between ancient and modern man. Ancient man had an entire pantheon of gods, and they had to be consulted before each and every venture. Today, we demand the same services of a machine. Feed in the facts, factor in the data. The ancients waited for the verdict of the oracle at Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. We wait for the verdict of the computer. I wonder which, in the long run, has proved more reliable. Our cast included Lloyd Batista, Patricia Elliott, Terry Keane, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street to Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
She wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
You can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant.
Well, you'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate.
Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humor thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
Today, and again next Sunday at the same time, the Columbia Workshop, radio's foremost laboratory of writing and production techniques, has the honor to present the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England. Their first radio appearance in the United States, a special hour and one-half arrangement of The Tragedy of King Richard III by William Shakespeare, with Laurence Olivier in the role of Richard and Ralph Richardson as the narrator. The musical score is original with and is conducted by Herbert Menges. The Old Vic Theatre Company is directed by John Burrow, who has, for these workshop broadcasts, the association of Richard Sandville of CBS. The text was prepared for radio by James and Elizabeth Hart.
Richard III is the final play in Shakespeare's great historical cycle, which depicts the rise and fall of the royal house of Plantagenet. It is the bloodiest chapter in a chronicle which abounds in bloodshed, the darkest scene in a dark panorama of hate, treachery, and ambition turned to mania. Yet the greatest part of Richard III's action takes place in the first period of real peace that England had known for a century. The interminable wars with France were over. Just over two between the Lancastrian and the Yorkist branches of the royal house, called the Wars of the Roses. If Richard III touches deeper chords of terror than the preceding plays, the reason is not to be found in the greater violence of the historic events it traces, but in the character of Richard himself. Here is Richard.
Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun of York. And all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war has smoothed his wrinkled front. And now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I, that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to heap an envious mountain on my back, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. Why, I, in this weak piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. Then, since this world affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the throne, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. But yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown, and from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon, take another Troy. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and send the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'd pluck it down.
Richard in the year 1471, his portrait painted by his own hand. He could look into himself and see his bitter, twisted heart, his brilliant, twisted mind, as clearly as he could see his withered, twisted body in a looking glass. And though he was only Duke of Gloucester, King Edward's youngest brother, his succession barred by Edward's two sons and by the Duke of Clarence, his second eldest brother, it was already on the throne his sights were set. Though he was without wealth or property, he was already scheming to acquire both by marrying the woman who had more cause than anyone in the world to hate him. This woman was Anne, the daughter of the great Earl of Warwick, whom Richard's troops had slain in battle, daughter-in-law of Henry VI, the Lancastrian king, whom Richard had murdered in the Tower of London, widow of Henry's son, the Prince of Wales, whom Richard and his brothers had taken prisoner and stabbed to death. And now, Richard is about to commence his loveless wooing of this lady. Regard him as he stands in the shadow of a London doorway and watches her approach down the narrow street. Anne is escorting an open coffin in which lies the body of Henry VI, her father-in-law and Richard's victim. She's bound for the burial ground at Chertsey.
Set down your honorable load. If honor may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament the untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor key-cold figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood. Be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife of thy Edward, of thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the selfsame hand that made these wounds. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes. Cursed the heart that had the heart to do it. Cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. Come, now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul to be interred there.
Stay! You that bear the cross, and set it down.
What black magician conjures up this fiend?
Villain, set down the cross, or by St. Paul, I'll make a cross of him that disobeys.
What? Do you tremble? Are my gods afraid?
Man of dog, stand down when I command.
Alas, I blame you not. For you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell.
Sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed.
Foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not. Villain, thou knowest no law of God nor man. No beast so fierce, but knows some touch of pity.
But I know none, and therefore am no beast.
Oh, wonderful when devils tell the truth.
More wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall somewhat into a slower method, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner?
Thou wast the cause, and most accursed effect.
Your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom.
If I thought that, I tell thee, homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my...
These eyes could not endure that beauty's wrack. You should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that. It is my day, my life.
Let night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life.
Curse not thyself, fair creature. Thou art both. He that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband.
Name him. Where is he?
Here. Why dost thou spit at me?
Would it were mortal poison for thy sake.
Never came poison from so sweet a place.
Never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight, thou dost infect mine eye.
Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. My tongue could never learn sweet smoothing words. But now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues and prompts my tongue to speak. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Me up.
Rise, dissembler. Though I wish thy death, I will not be thy execution.
Then bid me kill myself, and I will do it.
I have already.
That was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love.
Oh, I would I knew thy heart.
'Tis figured in my tongue.
I fear me both are false.
Say then, my peace is made.
That shalt thou know hereafter.
But shall I live in hope? Vouchsafe to wear this ring.
To take is not to give.
Look, how my ring encompasseth thy finger. Even so thy breast encloseth my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine. Bid me farewell.
'Tis more than you deserve. But since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already.
Was ever woman in this humor wooed? Was ever woman in this humor won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What, I that killed her husband and his father? Hath she forgot already that brave prince, Edward her lord, whom I some 3 months since stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury and made her widow to a woeful bed? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman the spacious world cannot again afford. My dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my soul she finds, although I cannot, myself to be a marvelous, proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favor with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. Shine out, fair sun, till Clarence still breathes. Edward still lives and reigns. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light. But I will sort a pitchy day for thee. For I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest, counting myself but bad, till I be best. Clarence, good day. What means this armed guard?
His Majesty, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty has straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother.
You may partake of anything we say?
His Majesty hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower.
But what's the matter, brother? May I know?
Because my name is George. He hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the crossrow plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. These I learn, and such like toys as these have moved his highness to commit me now.
'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower. It is the queen, his wife, Clarence. 'Tis she that tempers him to this extremity. We are not safe, Clarence. We are not safe.
By heaven, I think there is no man secure but the queen's kindred.
I beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke.
We are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king. Meantime, this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Well, your imprisonment shall not be long. I will deliver you. Meantime, have patience.
I must perforce.
Farewell.
Farewell.
tread the path that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence, I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hand.
I am, my lord, here come to have the warrant that I may be admitted where he is.
I have it here. But, sir, be sudden in the execution. Withal, obdure it. Do not hear him plead. For Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your heart to pity if you mark him.
Tut, my lord, I shall not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers. Be assured.
Your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes drop tears. I like you, lad. About your business straight. Go dispatch.
Who's there? What wouldst thou, fellow? And how camest thou hither?
I would speak to Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Let him see this commission and talk no more.
I am by this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. The Duke's within asleep, and here are the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge.
You may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well.
Keeper. Give me a cup of wine.
You shall have wine enough, my lord. Anon.
In God's name, what art thou?
A man, as you are.
Thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble.
My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own.
How darkly and how deadly dost thou speak. Your eyes do menace me. Why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? To murder me.
Aye.
You scarcely have the heart to tell me so. Wherein, my friend, have I offended you?
Offended me you have not, but the king.
I shall be reconciled to him again.
Never, my lord. Therefore prepare to die.
If you are hard for me, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death.
You are deceived. Your brother Gloucester hates you.
Oh, no. He loves me, and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me.
Aye. So I will. Look behind you, my lord. Take that. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within.
You have heard Act One of a special hour and one-half Columbia Workshop arrangement of William Shakespeare's King Richard III, presenting the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in their first American radio appearance, and starring Laurence Olivier as Richard. Act Two will follow immediately after a 15-second pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
his audacious suit of wealthy Anne, a suit swiftly to be brought to its conclusion in marriage. Then, with the murder of his brother, the Duke of Clarence, Richard has launched his progress towards the throne. True, his older and one remaining brother, Edward, still reigns as king. But Richard well knows Edward is only living out a lingering death. True, Richard must count the Queen, Elizabeth, as his bitter antagonist, and with her, her common-born kinsmen, Dorset, Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan, whom she has raised to noble stations. But Richard knows that the Queen and her faction have themselves powerful enemies in the older nobility, chiefly in the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's own cousin. He can count on Buckingham as an ally, and he can hope for some support from Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, just released from the Tower, blaming his imprisonment upon the Queen at Richard's sly suggestion. True, there are two small sons of the King and Queen, but Richard will deal with them in their turn. Meanwhile, hard on Clarence's death, he'll go to court, there to meet the King and Queen, Rivers, Dorset, Grey, Buckingham, and Hastings.
Good morrow to my sovereign king and queen. And princely peers, a happy time of day.
Happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate, between these swelling hate-incensed peers.
A blessed labor, my most sovereign lord. Among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly or in my rage have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity. I hate it, and desire all good men's love. First, madam,
My Lord of Gloucester.
I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Now, of you, my noble cousin Buckingham.
Good, my lord.
If ever any grudge were lodged between us. Now, of you, Lord Rivers.
My lord.
And Lord Grey, of you.
My lord.
That all without desert have frowned on me. Dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all.
Why so? Now I have done a good day's work, and more in peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth.
A holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace.
Why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead? You do him injury to scorn his cause.
Who knows not he is dead? Who knows he is?
Oh, in heaven, what a world is this?
Is Clarence dead? The order was reversed.
But he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear, some tardy cripple bear the countermount that came too lag to see him buried.
Oh, my brother killed no man. His fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bade me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field, frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garment, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb, cold night? All this from my remembrance, brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. Oh, God. I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and yours, and mine. Come, haste,
my lord.
Help me to my closet. Oh, poor Clara.
This is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not, my cousin Buckingham, how pale did look the guilty kindred of the Queen when they did hear of Clarence' death?
My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. And by heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those taunts I often have endured.
What? Threat you me with telling of the king? Tell him and spare not. Look, what I have said I will avouch in presence of the king. Our brother was imprisoned by your means.
By him that raised me to this careful height, from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him.
You may deny that you were not the cause of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment.
She may, my lord.
She may, Lord Rivers. Why, who knows not so? She may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honors on your high desert.
Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoff. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be thus baited, scorned, and stormed at. Small joy have I in being England's queen.
And let him be that small. God, I beseech him. Thy honor, state, and seat is due to me.
This is the old queen, Margaret of Anjou, widow of Henry VI, mother of Edward, Prince of Wales, both of whom found death through Richard in the struggle which deprived the House of Lancaster of the crown and set the Yorkists upon the throne. Unexpectedly returned from England, from the exile in France, Queen Margaret now strides into the court she has so much cause to hate, and Richard greets her.
Foul wrinkled witch, what makest thou in my sight? Were thou not banished on pain of death?
I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Hear me, you wrangling pirates, that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? A husband and a son thou owest to me, Gloucester, and thou a kingdom, madam, and all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine.
The curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorn drewest rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gavest him a kerchief steeped in the blood of Rutland, my sweet brother. His curses, then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee, are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed.
So justice.
No man but prophesied revenge for it, or Cumberland then present, wept to see it.
What were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment, should all but answer for that peevish brat? And curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven, why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses. Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son, that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward my son, which was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen, for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self, and after many lengthened hours of grief die, neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live your natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off.
Have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag.
And leave out thee, say, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, thou troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still the gnaw thy soul. Thy friends suspect for traitors while thou livest, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, and let it be as some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elfish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity, the slave of nature and the son of hell, thou slander of thy mother's heavy womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honor, thou detested
Margaret.
Richard.
Huh?
I call thee not.
I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all those bitter names.
Right, so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse.
'Tis done by me and ends in Margaret.
Thus have you breathed your curse against yourself? Poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune. Why strewest thou sugar on that bottled spider whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst the knife to kill thyself. The day will come when thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunchback toad.
Peace, peace, for shame, if not for charity.
Oh, princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse.
Nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air.
I will not think, but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. Oh, Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will wrinkle to the death. Oh, have not to do with him. Beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him.
What doth she say, my Lord of Buckingham?
Nothing that I respect, my gracious lord.
What? Dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warned thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Leave each of you the subject of his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's.
My hair doth stand on end to hear her cursing. And so doth mine. I muse why she's at liberty.
I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her.
A virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion. Madam, His Majesty doth call for you and for your grace, and you, my noble lord.
Hastings, I come. Lord, will you go with me?
Hastings?
My lord.
What news?
The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily.
Now, by St. Paul, that news is bad indeed. Oh, he had kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. It is very grievous to be thought upon. What, is he in his bed?
He is.
Go you before, and I will follow you. He cannot live, I hope, and now may die, since Clarence is packed post-horse up to heaven. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Hastings, Catesby, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stirred the King against the Duke, my brother. Now they believe it, and withal whet me to be revenged on rivers foreign grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen out of Holy Writ, and seem a saint when I most play the devil. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in.
Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death?
Aye, sir, it is true.
Then masters look to see a troublous world.
No, by God's good grace, his son shall reign.
Woe to the land that's governed by a child.
Lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaint. All springs reduce their current to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may bring forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Oh, for my husband. My dear Lord Edward.
Madam, bethink you like a careful mother of the young prince, your son. Send straight for him, let him be crowned. In him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne.
'Tis well said, my Lord Rivers. Let the prince be fetched forthwith from Ludlow with some little train, hither to London to be crowned our king.
Madam, have comfort. None can cure their harms by wailing them. So let us now determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Convoke the lords, and do thou sit with her to give thy counsel in this weighty business.
With all my heart, good Brother Gloucester. Come, Rivers, call the others to the chamber.
I will go seek them out, madam.
A moment, noble Gloucester.
Well, speak then, Buckingham.
My lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay behind. For on the way, I'll sought occasion to part the queen's proud kindred from the king.
My other self, my counsel's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I, like a child, will go by thy direction. Towards Ludlow, then, for we'll not stay behind.
What is the news?
Such news my queen has grieved me to report.
The prince?
Well, madam, and in health. Last night, His Highness at Northampton lay. Tomorrow or next day he will be here.
What is thy doleful news, then?
Lord Rivers and Lord Grey have sent to Pomfret. With them Sir Thomas Vaughan. Prisoners.
Who has committed them?
The mighty Dukes, Gloucester and Buckingham.
Ah, me, I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now has seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jet upon the innocent and aweless throne. Welcome destruction, death and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Now must I take my youngest, little York, and with him flee to sanctuary.
Prince to London. Dearest nephew, the weary way hath made you melancholy.
I want more uncles here to welcome me.
Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looked not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends.
God keep me from false friends. But they were none. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Oh, fie, what a slug is Hastings that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no.
And in good time, here comes the sweating lord.
Welcome, Lord Hastings. Will my mother come?
On what occasion? God he knows, not I. The Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld.
Aye, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny him, then Lord Hastings from her jealous arms pluck him perforce.
My Lord of Buckingham, if she be obdurate to my entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary.
You break no sanctuary in seizing him. The benefits thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place and those who have the wit to claim the place. My nephew neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children, ne'er till now.
My Lord of Gloucester, you all rule my mind. Come on, Lord Hastings. Will you go with me?
Our loving brother. Welcome, dread lord. So must I call you now.
How fares the noble Duke of York, our nephew?
Well, gentle uncle.
Now that your brother's here, my gracious prince, myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother to entreat of her to meet you at the tower and welcome you.
What? Will you go to the tower, brother? Our Uncle Gloucester needs will have it so. I shall not sleep in quiet at the tower.
Why? What should you fear?
Marry, my Uncle Clarence, angry ghost. My grandam told me he was murdered there. I fear no uncles dead.
Nor none that live, I hope.
And if they live, I hope I need not fear. Come, brother York, and with a heavy heart thinking on them, go I unto the tower.
This completes Act 2 of the Columbia Workshop special hour and one-half presentation of the Old Vic Theatre Company of London, England, in William Shakespeare's Richard III. Act 3 will follow after a 15-second pause for local station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With Anne's property firmly in his grasp, his brother Clarence assassinated, King Edward dead, the Queen separated from her kinsman, and the two boy princes, Wales and York, her royal sons, detained in the Tower of London, Richard, now Lord Protector of the realm, leaps to faster and even bloodier action. he dispatches an order to Pomfret Castle in the north, and the Queen's henchmen, who are his captives there, are promptly put to death. Then Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain, is forced to make a choice of loyalty between Richard and the little princes in the Tower. And Hastings, when he chooses the late King Edward's heirs, at once finds himself preposterously accused of using witchcraft to shrink Richard's long, withered arm, whereupon he too is murdered. Now, as we meet Richard once again, we hear him plotting with his ally, the Duke of Buckingham, to remove all chance of public support for the little princes in the Tower by launching slanders against their legitimacy.
Go to the guild call, Cousin Buckingham. There, at your meetest vantage of the time, doubt the legitimacy of Edward's children. And should there needs to say yet more, tell them that when my mother got with child of that insatiate Edward, my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that this Edward was not his begot. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know, my mother lived.
Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator, as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself.
If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's Castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops.
I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock, look for the news that the guild hall affords.
What say the citizens? Touched you the legitimacy of Edward's children?
I did. His own adulterous birth likewise, as being got your father then in France. Withal, I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father, both in your form and nobleness of mind. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when my oratory drew towards end, I bade them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king.
And did they so?
No. So God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones stared on each other and looked deadly pale. But haply some 10 followers of my own at lower end of the hall hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took vantage of these few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I. This general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdom and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away.
Oh, will not the mayor then and his brethren come?
The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fair. Play the maid's part. Still answer nay and take it. Go within. The mayor knocks.
I go. And if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue.
Welcome, Lord Mayor and gracious citizen. Welcome, my Lord of Buckingham. I think the Duke will not bespoke withal. Here comes his servant. How now, Catesby? What says your lord to my request? He doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within with 2 right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation. Return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him, myself, the mayor and aldermen, in deep designs in matter of great moment, are come to have some conference with his grace. I'll signify so much to him straight. Ah, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd day bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with 2 deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy where England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof. But sure, I fear we shall not win him to it. Marry, God defend his grace should say us nay. Look up, where he stands between two clergymen, two props of virtue for a Christian prince. Famous Plantagenet and gracious prince, lend favorable ear to our request, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal.
I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friend. That leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure?
Your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause, come I to move your grace.
Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert, unmeritable, shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away and my path were even to the crown, as the right revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness than in my greatness covet to be hid. But God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you where there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which mellowed by the stealing hours of time will well become the seat of majesty. Now, on him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him.
You say the princes are your brother's sons? So say we too, but not by Edward's wife. A beauty waning and distressed widow seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathes bigamy. By her, in his unlawful bed, he got young Edward, whom our manners call the prince. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity. Do, good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Oh, make them joyful. Grant their lawful use.
Alas, why would you heap these cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I cannot, nor I will not yield to you.
Yet, whether you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king. And in this resolution here, we leave you. Come, citizens, we will entreat no more.
Call them back. We prince accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it.
Will you enforce me to a world of care? Call them again. I am not made of stone, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul, cousin of Buckingham and sage, grave men. Since you will buckle fortune on my back, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this.
God bless your grace. We see it and will say it. Amen. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. England's worthy king. England's worthy king. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King Richard. Long live King
He's reached it now. Richard has reached the throne. and surrounded with the usual complement of lords, spiritual and temporal, of all the usual pomp and circumstance, is invested with the royal scepter and diadem at the Abbey at Westminster. But never a more uneasy head wore a crown, and never a throne mounted by a king cast a darker shadow towards the future.
Stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, give me thy hand. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they live and we rejoice in them?
Still live they, and forever let them last.
Young Edward lives. Think now what I would speak.
Say on, my loving lord.
Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king.
Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege.
Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou now?
Your grace may do your pleasure.
Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die?
Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently.
The deep revolving, witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbor to my counsels. Hath he held out with me so long untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Catesby.
My gracious sovereign.
Knowest thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death?
I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators and will no doubt tempt him to anything.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
And bloody act is done. The most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Thus, girdling one another, lay the gentle babes. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which almost changed my mind. I smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed.
Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news?
If to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done.
But didst thou see them dead?
I did, my lord.
And buried, gentle Tyrrell?
The chaplain of the tower hath buried them. But where, to tell the truth, I do not know.
Oh, my poor princess. Ah, my tender babes. Wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done. Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brain. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen.
To feed my humour, wish thyself no harm. Poor soul, I blame thee not.
No, why? When he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, this was my wish. Be thou, I quoth, accursed, for making me so young, so old a widow. And be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear Lord's death. Lo, ere I could repeat this curse again, within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul.
Who have any cause to mourn but I?
If ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seigneury. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him. I had a Harry till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him.